Muchinza, I'm sorry. About what happened yesterday, you don't need to take responsibility for me. I only schemed to kiss you because I was after your family's money. Now I know I was wrong. You should go. I won't marry you. Under the big locust tree, Chu Xian hung her head low. She was too ashamed to look at the man in front of her. In her previous life, she'd been bewitched. Egged on by her grandmother, Feng Chunhua, she'd plotted to kiss Muchenza in public and then clung to him. She'd even threatened that if he didn't marry her, she'd kill herself. The Mu family, being decent people, agreed. Feng Chunhua demanded a bride price of 2,000 yuan, and the Mu family agreed to that too. Even though she brought no dowry at all, the Mu family never looked down on her. But she lost her mind after marrying in lazy, gluttonous, quick to curse her in-laws at the slightest displeasure, and willingly became a brother-supporting demon, constantly sending money back to her own family. In the end, Feng Chunhua spoiled Chu Feng rotten. He drank, gambled, visited prostitutes, did it all. At 20, Chu Feng committed a crime and spent the rest of his life in prison. To get her brother a lighter sentence, Chu Xian begged her in-laws to pull strings everywhere. Her in-laws, despite everything, agreed. They spent money, called in favors, but on the way, there was a car accident. Her father-in-law and Muchinza died on the spot. Her eldest brother-in-law, Muchinfu, was paralyzed for life. Her sister-in-law lost both legs. Chu Xian herself was blinded. Her mother-in-law, Qin Mahua, couldn't take the blow and died of a heart attack. Her nephew was only 5. It was only then that Chu Xian finally felt guilty toward her husband's family. Blind, she groped her way back to her own family, hoping they'd help her and her in-laws. After all, she'd sent them thousands over the years. But to her shock, Feng Chunhua and her second uncle, Chu Ji, tricked her into taking a boat to the county bank, then pushed her into the sea halfway there. In the end, she drowned. When she woke again, it was 1983. She was 20. She hadn't yet ruined anyone's life. Seeing Muchinza remain silent, Chu Xian grew anxious. Tears of guilt welled in her eyes as she stared at him. Just go. I don't like you and I'm not dead set on marrying you. I'll tell everyone that yesterday I tripped and accidentally bumped into your lips. It was just a misunderstanding. She knew herself well, fat and ugly as she was. Her expression in Muchinza's eyes was definitely not pitiful, but annoying. That was exactly what she wanted. A clean, decisive rejection was the only way to make up for what she owed Muchinza and his family in her previous life. But after she spoke, she didn't see annoyance on his face, only that he was struggling to contain his anger. Yesterday had been Muchinza's first kiss, lost to a scheme. He was furious, veins bulging on the back of his hand as if he might hit her. But Chu Xian was sure he wouldn't. Even in her last life, as badly as she behaved, he'd never raised a hand to her. Sure enough, he quickly composed himself. Plenty of girls are after my family's money. Yesterday your grandma came to my house and said that after what happened, if I didn't marry you, you'd kill yourself. I'm here today to propose. I truly want to marry you. Are you really not going to? Chu Xian's heart trembled. Such a good man, she absolutely couldn't ruin him again in this life. She forced herself to sound firm. That's right. I'm not marrying you. She didn't say, you deserve a better wife. Instead, she added, I can swear to the heavens, I, Chu Xian, will absolutely not kill myself. Hearing this, Muchinza couldn't help but touch his own face. With looks like his, he'd been set up and then rejected by a girl? Luckily, Muchinza was easygoing and quickly let it go. But it only confirmed for him that women are trouble was the truest saying of all. Oh well. Whether he married or not, it didn't matter to him. Then let's do as you say. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this woman. He comforted himself, so what if he lost his first kiss? He was a man, it wasn't a big deal. If anyone was to blame for being tricked, it was himself for not being careful enough. He'd learn his lesson and never let a woman get the better of him again. He waved, picked up his gifts, and walked back the way he came. Just then, a breeze blew, and locust blossoms swirled down from the tree. Chu Xian stood serenely in the rain of flowers. This scene happened to catch Muchin's eye as he looked back. But he quickly turned away and headed home. After watching Muchin's leave, Xu Xian didn't go home. She went straight to Aunt Hua's house next door and deliberately told her that what happened with Muchin's yesterday was just a misunderstanding. She wasn't interested in him at all. As for why, it was because Muchin's was too good-looking. Even though he went out to sea all the time, his skin was still so fair, pretty boys couldn't be relied on. Who is Aunt Hua? The village's biggest gossip. Within half an hour of Xu Xian leaving, the whole village knew. Xu Xian wasn't interested in Muchin's. When this reached Muchin's mother, Qin Mahua, she couldn't help but mutter, "How did that fat girl Xu Xian have the nerve to say that? Our family never minded her being ugly, but she's complaining my second son is too handsome." But muttering was all. Qin Mahua wasn't one to stir up trouble, so she said nothing more. The Chu family was the last to know. After leaving Aunt Hua's, Xu Xian went straight to the old Chu family house, about a 20-minute walk from the beach. The house was in disrepair, 4 rooms in total, 2 still barely livable with some repairs, the other 2 had collapsed. It was time to split the family property. Only after that could she raise her little brother herself. Even if he'd already started down the wrong path, there was still time to set him straight. Her father had long since passed away, her mother had remarried and cut ties. Her grandfather, Chu Dashan, her uncle, Chu Ji, and her little brother, Chu Feng, went out to sea every day. Thinking of her 12-year-old brother working like an adult on the boat, all his earnings handed over to Grandma Feng Chunhua, made Xu Xian's heart ache. She didn't plan to fix the roof herself. At over 200 pounds, she'd break the ladder if not the roof. As for living in the old house, it was because it was close to the beach, convenient for foraging at low tide. Living off the sea. Once she got the house, she'd fix up 2 rooms to live in, tear down the other 2, and build a new house on the old foundation. She didn't have money now, but soon she would. Around 5 this afternoon, when the tide went out, a giant mackerel would wash ashore, with a gold ingot in its belly. Selling it would not only pay to repair the old house, but also build a new one. In her previous life, she'd found that fish in this northern fishing village, but foolishly handed both the fish and the gold ingot to Feng Chunhua. The gold ingot sold for over 2,000 yuan, and she didn't get a cent. If nothing went wrong, she'd find it again this time. She wouldn't be so foolish again. Of course, she needed to settle the family split before heading out to the tidal flats this afternoon. Ideally, she could even sever ties completely. That way, she could avoid unnecessary trouble. But she couldn't be the one to bring it up, otherwise, Feng Chunhua would never let her have her way. At this moment, Feng Chunhua thought Xu Xian and Muchin's had gone off somewhere to flirt, so she patiently waited at home, even happily making lunch for the 2 of them. She waited and waited, but they never showed up. Only then did Feng Chunhua sense that something was wrong. Just as she was about to go out and look for Xu Xian, Aunt Hua came over, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Sister-in-law, I'm really curious. Why doesn't your Xu Xian fancy that handsome Muchin's? What do you mean?" Feng Chunhua grabbed Aunt Hua's wrist. "Tell me clearly." Aunt Hua wasn't one to be bullied. She slapped Feng Chunhua's hand away. "You don't know? Your Xu Xian turned down Muchin's, even refused the betrothal gifts." Feng Chunhua didn't have time for more questions. She ran home, grabbed a wooden stick, and dashed out. That wretched girl, if she found Xu Xian, she'd beat her to death. 2,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, gone just like that. Xu Xian was lazy and gluttonous, couldn't help the family earn any bride price. What good was she? When she found Xu Xian at the old house, she raised the stick and swung it at her. "You little wretch. Think you can hide out here and avoid a beating? I'll beat you to death." In the past, Xu Xian had always been terrified of her grandmother splitting her and her little brother off from the family, so she never dared to dodge the beatings. But now, she wasn't that foolish anymore. She wasn't afraid of being split off, and if she needed to dodge, she would. She was a bit chubby and not very agile, but she knew the layout of the old house well enough to narrowly avoid the blows. She ended up sweaty and disheveled, her already unflattering bob haircut now a total bird's nest. Feng Chanhua chased and cursed as she swung the stick. Fed you till you're this fat, raising a pig would have brought in more money. You can't even earn a bride price. You're worse than an animal. You deserve a beating. Chu Xian retorted silently in her heart. She wasn't fat because Feng Chanhua fed her, but because of dampness in her body, she'd gain weight even drinking cold water. She needed medicine to regulate it, but Feng Chanhua refused to spend the money. Feng Chanhua didn't watch her step and twisted her ankle on a rotten plank. Only then did she stop the beating. But her mouth didn't stop. Chu Xian, you damned girl. How dare you dodge when I hit you? Got some nerve now, huh? Go find Muchinza and change how you address him. You have to marry him. Otherwise, you'll be sorry. And after you marry him, you must send at least 100 yuan a month back to our family. When Muchinza starts earning more, that amount better go up. If you don't agree, I'll split you and Chu Feng off from the family today. Chu Xian stood there, panting. Muchinza and his family are good people. I don't want to ruin them. Anyway, I won't marry him. But I don't agree to splitting the family either. If she agreed too easily to splitting off, Feng Chanhua would suspect she had money or some way to earn it, and then the split wouldn't go through. She needed someone to give the Chu family a real shock, and she already had the perfect candidate in mind. Feng Chanhua had no idea what she was really thinking, only assuming she was scared. You don't agree to a split? Let me tell you, your opinion doesn't matter. Who do you think you are? Come here and carry me home. Chu Xian pretended to be frightened and backed away a few steps. Grandma, I don't dare come over. I'm afraid you'll hit me. With that, she put on a terrified face and ran off. With no one to carry or support her, Feng Chanhua hobbled away angrily on her stick, muttering, that little wretch will have to come home sooner or later. When she does, I'll get the old man and our son to beat her together. She didn't notice Muchinza standing by the big tree outside the courtyard wall. Muchinza looked thoughtful. So Chu Xian had refused him for the sake of his family. She actually had a conscience. He owed her for that. But as for her grandmother Feng Chanhua, she was truly something else. Chu Xian headed straight for town. Her mother had once saved a man nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, though no one else knew about it. This time, she planned to use her mother's name to ask him for help. A little after 2 in the afternoon, Chu Dashan, Chu Ji, and Chu Feng returned home, but Chu Xian was still nowhere to be seen. With her husband and son present, Feng Chanhua became even more arrogant. She sat in the courtyard and told them about Chu Xian refusing to marry Muchinza. Chu Feng was so scared he didn't dare make a sound. Chu Ji looked down his nose and said, when she gets back, we'll beat her first, let her know what happens when she disobeys. If she still refuses to marry, we'll split the family and send her and Chu Feng to live at the old house. In the past, Chu Xian and her little brother had been terrified of being sent to the old house. It was close to the beach, leaked whenever it rained, and if a typhoon hit, it would surely collapse. Chu Ji actually hoped the house would collapse and kill the siblings, so Chu Feng wouldn't compete with him for the inheritance. Hearing this, Chu Feng dropped to his knees. Grandpa, Grandma, second uncle, I beg you. Please don't split the family. If my sister made you angry, I'll take her punishment. Hit me instead. Just don't split us off. Chu Xian, just stepping into the courtyard, heard this. Her little brother was willing to take a beating for her, at least he still cared. There was hope. Behind her stood a scary-looking, one-eyed man, who suddenly grabbed Chu Xian by the back of her collar. Chu Xian put on a frightened look. Outside the gate, 6 burly men stood waiting. The Chu family had never seen such a scene before and were at a loss for words. The one-eyed dragon swept his vicious gaze over the Chu family. You're the Chu family, right? Chu Xian broke my imperial jade ornament in town and wrote an IOU for 3,000 yuan. Plenty of witnesses, black and white on paper, signed and fingerprinted. So, which of you is going to pay her debt? At the mention of 3,000 yuan, Feng Chanhua reacted first, spitting thick phlegm. That damned girl. She's gotten us into such big trouble. Let her pay with her life. It's got nothing to do with us. She'd heard of the one-eyed dragon, a man in his 40s, the most notorious jade dealer in town. Chu Xian's eyes filled with tears, her whole body trembling as she pleaded, "Grandma, you have to save me. I don't want to die. I didn't mean to break it, I just wanted to look at it, but my hand slipped." Chu Dashan and Chu Ji sided with Feng Chunhua, shouting almost in unison, "Let her pay with her life." Chu Feng cried out no, but was slapped hard by Feng Chunhua, his left cheek swelling instantly. Chu Ji followed up with a slap on the other side, making it symmetrical. Chu Feng didn't dare say another word, but looked at Chu Xian with worry. Seeing her little brother beaten, Chu Xian's heart ached. "Don't hit Xiao Feng. I'll pay with my life. Your life isn't worth enough." The one-eyed dragon sneered at Chu Xian, then waved to his men. "Go inside and move their stuff out. If they try to stop you, smash everything. We've got the IOU, no matter where we go, we're in the right." His men immediately responded and started hauling things out of the house. Chu Shi tried to stop them, but was shoved to the ground. He wailed, "Mother, we can't let them take our things. These are supposed to be for my wedding. This is cutting out my heart, drinking my blood, eating my flesh." His cries drew the neighbors, but they only came to watch the commotion, not to help. Feng Chunhua grabbed the kneeling Chu Feng and shoved him toward the one-eyed dragon without hesitation. "Take my eldest grandson too. He can work for you to pay off the debt." Chu Feng stumbled, but before he could fall, Chu Xian caught him. She cried out, "Brother Long, my brother, and I will work for you to pay off the debt. Please don't take our family's things." The one-eyed dragon looked annoyed. "This is a new society. I want your stuff as collateral, not you. Keep moving." Feng Chunhua's wardrobe was full of valuables. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Chu Dashan was pacing anxiously. There were plenty of valuables in the house, and he absolutely couldn't let that wretched girl Chu Xian use them to pay off her debts. Suddenly, Chu Ji, who had been wailing on the floor, sat up abruptly. "Dad, Mom, did you forget? Didn't we just split off Chu Xian and her brother today? That 3,000 yuan debt has nothing to do with us." He winked at Feng Chunhua as he spoke. Feng Chunhua instantly caught on. She slapped her thighs and beamed, "That's right. We've already divided the family with Chu Xian and Chu Feng. They live in the old house now. If you want to collect, go over there and move their stuff." Just then, the village chief, Wang Dipin, hurried over and politely said to one-eyed dragon, "Da Long, could I take a look at the IOU?" They knew each other and had some rapport. One-eyed dragon let go of Chu Xian's collar and pulled the IOU from his pocket. Wang Dipin took it and confirmed that it was indeed Chu Xian who owed the 3,000 yuan. He handed it back and tried to negotiate, "We know each other. Could you do me a favor and give them a few years' grace? I'll vouch for the Chu family and guarantee they'll pay it back within 3 years. How about that?" One-eyed dragon pointed at the wardrobe his men had just carried out. "For your sake, we'll leave these for now. But the Chu family must pay 100 yuan on the 20th of every month. If they don't pay on time, we'll be back to move more out. And you can't stop us then." The village chief immediately promised, "I absolutely won't stop you then." One-eyed dragon waved his men out the door. Everyone marveled at how much sway the village chief had. Feng Chunhua hurried after them, shouting, "Our village chief is vouching for Chu Xian. If you want to collect, go to the old house and find her. We've split the family." One-eyed dragon shot her a fierce glare. "Who can prove you've really split the family?" And with that, he strode away. Seeing the debt collectors finally gone and their belongings safe for now, Feng Chunhua flopped to the ground, wailing, "I can't go on. That wretched Chu Xian has caused such a disaster, 3,000 yuan in debt. She's going to be the death of me and her father. Village chief, you have to help us make the family split official." Chu Ji added viciously, "Not just split the family, cut all ties." 3,000 yuan was no small sum. The village chief hesitated. That's not really appropriate. But no matter how much he tried to persuade them, it was useless. No amount of begging from Chu Xian and her brother helped. No pleas from the villagers made a difference. Feng Chunhua and Chu Dashan simply wouldn't budge, forcing Chu Xian and her brother to sign the family separation and severance papers. In the end, all Chu Xian and her brother got was the old house and their personal belongings, nothing else. The village chief wanted to say more, but held back. Maybe this was for the best, it would make it easier for him to help the siblings in the future. As for the debt, perhaps he could contact Chu Xian's birth mother for help. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Chu Feng, forced out of the family, was in low spirits. He carried his things to the dilapidated old house, and only then did he start to sob. "We have nothing, and the house is so run down. How can we live here? Won't it cost money to fix? And you broke that jade ornament of Brother Long's. How are we supposed to pay 100 yuan every month?" In her past life, Chu Xian had put up with this kid for years, but now she had no patience. She kicked him in the butt. "Go inside, put your stuff down, grab a bucket, and come with me to the tidal flats." It was almost 5 o'clock. The king mackerel and the gold ingot had to be hers. Chu Feng's, but stung from the kick. Remembering how fierce his sister could be, he didn't dare cry or fight back. He quickly put his things away, grabbed a bucket and bamboo tongs, and followed his sister out. When they reached the beach, Chu Xian glanced toward where the king mackerel would appear. The tide hadn't fully receded there yet. Once the tide was out, a fish would get trapped between the rocks. She had to be ready to catch it. She pointed toward the rocks and ordered, "Xiao Feng, let's go see if there's anything over there." Chu Feng didn't dare disagree and nodded quickly. 2 minutes later, they reached the rocks. Chu Feng immediately spotted an octopus the size of a man's palm under a rock. He deftly grabbed it with the tongs and tossed it into the bucket, already looking forward to a better dinner tonight. Chu Xian bent down to look under another rock and, by chance, saw a small octopus. Just as she was about to grab it, Chu Feng snatched it up and tossed it into the bucket. When it came to catching octopus, Chu Feng was even more enthusiastic than his sister. In the past, even after hours at the tidal flats, they might not find a single octopus. From then on, wherever Chu Xian went, her little brother followed, obeying her every word. Chu Xian's mind was on the big fish that was about to appear. As she searched under rocks, she found a few tiny crabs and let them go. The rocks here were big, but Chu Xian had sharp eyes. A few minutes later, as the tide receded, she spotted a large fish stranded between 2 rocks. Chu Feng hadn't noticed, still searching for seafood. Chu Xian grabbed his collar and whispered, "There's a big fish over there. Don't make a sound. Let's hurry over." She didn't want anyone else to come and snatch it. The two of them rushed over. Up close, Chu Feng immediately recognized it as a huge mackerel. Chu Xian could see the excitement in his eyes. It was over a meter long and looked to weigh 60 or 70 jin, a true king mackerel. King mackerel have thick, firm, clove-shaped flesh, reddish in color, delicious, and with few bones. Everyone in the village loved to eat it. At this point, the big mackerel was already half dead and easy to handle. Chu Xian barely had to exert herself to hoist it onto her shoulder. Everyone on the beach who saw the fish gasped in amazement. Those who'd thought about trying to snatch it didn't even get the chance. The matter was already settled. Now that Chu Xian had it on her shoulder, no one dared try to take it. Everyone envied the siblings' luck. Such a big mackerel was a rare sight. Just then, a couple rushed over, eyes shining. The woman spoke first. "That king mackerel must taste amazing. Guang, you have to buy it for me. We'll braise a few pieces at home, make some mackerel dumplings, and pickle the rest. That'll feed us for 2 days." Xiao Daguang nodded eagerly, rubbing his hands together, already calculating what price to offer. If it was too expensive, he'd wait and try to steal it at night. Chu Xian recognized the couple at a glance. The woman was Chi Hong, the man Xiao Daguang, infamous in the village for being lazy and sly, always up to some trick. In her previous life, when they couldn't buy the king mackerel, they tried to steal it, but the Chu family caught them in the act. This couple was notorious for stealing fish from others' nets at sea, and for stealing vegetables, money, and anything else on land. Later, they even got into child trafficking. Chu Xian couldn't be bothered with them. She hoisted the big mackerel and turned to leave, eager to get home, and cut it open for the gold ingot. She had no time to keep fishing. Chi Hong spread her arms to block her way. Chu Xian and Chu Feng shouted in unison, "Get out of the way." Chi Hong and Chu Feng were about the same height, around 1.5 meters. If it came to a fight, they'd be evenly matched. But when Chu Xian stood next to Qiu Daguang, she was worth two of him. Seeing that she was outnumbered, Chi Hong had no choice but to step aside. Chu Xian greeted Chu Feng, then hefted the fish onto her shoulder and headed toward the old house. Chu Feng hurried to catch up. Chi Hong trailed behind, shouting, "I'll pay 15 yuan for that king mackerel. I heard you have to pay back 100 yuan every month, so hurry up and sell the fish." Just thinking about how delicious the mackerel would be made her mouth water. Qiu Daguang felt a pang of regret. 15 yuan could buy several kilos of pork or a few pig's feet. Was it really worth spending so much? Wouldn't it be better to just steal it tonight? He whispered to his wife, "If we really can't buy it, I'll sneak over and steal it tonight." Chi Hong pouted in a low voice, "But I want to eat it now. It's freshest right now." Money usually came easily to Chi Hong, so she didn't really care about spending it. Ignoring Qiu Daguang, she continued to follow behind Chu Xian and her brother. Chu Xian turned and glared at Chi Hong. "We're not selling this fish. Stop following us." Chu Feng wanted to say they could sell it if the price was right, but he didn't dare go against his sister and kept quiet. Chi Hong, emboldened, said, "I really want to buy your big mackerel. I heard the current purchase price is 40 yuan per dan, and a dan is only 100 jin, so that's 40 cents a jin. Your fish is about 50 or 60 jin, let's say 60. I'll pay 24 yuan. Think about your family's debt." Chu Xian snorted. Who was she trying to fool? The price of mackerel depended on the size. For fish over 2 jin, the price was at least 160 yuan per dan, which was 1.6 yuan per jin. Even bigger fish fetched higher prices. Even though Chu Feng was only 12, he knew a bit about the prices. Walking beside his sister, he glanced at Chi Hong. "Chi Hong, that's the price for small mackerel. Ours is a rare 60 or 70 jin king mackerel. If we take it to the county, we could easily sell it for 100 yuan or more." Chi Hong clicked her tongue at the price. Even if they took it to the county, it would have to wait until tomorrow morning. Tonight, she'd send her husband to steal it. She refused to believe she wouldn't get to eat the king mackerel. Once Chu Xian was sure Chi Hong had really left, she quickened her pace back to the old house. When she reached the door, she saw the village chief's wife, Gao Meiwan, with a pot and a cutting board at her feet. The pot was stuffed with things: rice, flour, vegetables, bowls, chopsticks, a kitchen knife, and so on. It was obvious she'd come to bring them some supplies. In her previous life, the village chief's family had helped Chu Xian many times. Gao Meiwan was in her 40s. According to the complicated web of family relations, Chu Xian should call her Granny Gao and the village chief Grandpa Wang. Chu Xian had just been thinking of borrowing a kitchen knife and cutting board from her, but here they were, delivered to her door. With gratitude, she spoke up, "Granny Gao, we caught a king mackerel. I'll cut off a piece of the tail for you to take home and add to your meal. The tail is the tastiest part of the mackerel, and cutting it off would be at least 10 jin." Gao Meiwan smiled kindly and waved her hands. "Xian, I can't take it. That king mackerel is worth a lot of money. It'd be a shame to eat it. What you and Feng need most right now is money. Take it to the county and sell it. You'll get at least 100 yuan. Once you sell it, you'll have money to pay your debts this month. You can ask Grandpa Wang to help arrange a tractor to take it. Oh, and everything I brought is for you. If you need anything, just come to my house. I have things to do at home, so I won't come in." She turned and hurried away, afraid that if she stayed, Chu Xian would insist on giving her some fresh mackerel. Chu Xian shook her head helplessly, thinking she'd just send her little brother over with some later. Even if only most of the fish was left after tonight, it would still be worth plenty. The siblings carried everything into the yard. Before they could catch their breath, Chu Xian told Chu Feng to bolt the door and get ready to clean the fish. Once word got out that they'd caught a king mackerel, villagers would come to gawk. Better to look for the gold ingot now, while no one was around. Gold prices were up, over 100 yuan per gram. The gold ingot in the fish's belly was over 20 grams, worth at least 2,000 yuan. She hoped that, in this life, The gold ingot was still inside the fish. If so, they'd have money to build a new house. After Chu Feng bolted the door, he muttered, "It's a shame not to sell such a valuable fish. We could take it to the county and pay off our debts." Chu Xian didn't bother to explain, just shot him a glare. "Go get the knife and cutting board." Seeing she was about to lose her temper, Chu Feng put down his wooden bucket and hurried off. Soon, Chu Xian got to work, swiftly cleaning the fish. Her eyes were glued to the fish's belly. Especially when she took out the innards, Chu Xian's eyes widened, not daring to blink for fear of missing the gold ingot. Her heart was in her throat, worried something might go wrong in this life. Luckily, after a moment, she really did spot a glint of gold and finally relaxed. Feeling cheerful, she decided to tease her little brother. "Feng, what's that gold stuff in the guts?" Chu Feng stood by, heart aching at the thought of not selling such a good fish. "Maybe it's fish roe?" "I don't think so." Chu Xian reached in, and the next second, she pulled out a hard, shiny gold object. Chu Feng jumped in shock. "Whoa, is that a gold ingot? I've seen those in New Year paintings." Chu Xian hushed him. "Keep your voice down, luckily, there are no neighbors nearby. It does look like a gold ingot. I'll take it to the county to have someone check. If it's real, I'll sell it." Though she said that, she was sure it was real gold. She'd sell it, build a new house, and send her brother to school. She quickly rinsed it, took out a handkerchief from her pocket, dried it, and wrapped it up. Even though Chu Feng wasn't well educated, he knew gold was valuable. This," he whispered, "sis, if it's real gold, can you sell it in the county now? Isn't everyone off work?" Chu Xian smiled and whispered back, "If it's real gold, I'll sell it to a private buyer. They work at night, don't worry." Chu Feng had a feeling it really was gold, and his hands trembled with excitement. "Be sure to hide it well on the way. I was just thinking of selling the big mackerel, good thing we didn't." He was thrilled. Chu Xian put the gold ingot in her pants pocket. "Don't tell anyone about this. Whether you get to go to school, eat white bread, and live in a new house all depends on this." "I promise I won't tell." Chu Feng was smart enough to know that if word got out, their grandparents would come and take it. Today, their grandparents had insisted on splitting them off from the family, which really hurt him. He wasn't about to give them half. But then he remembered the 3,000 yuan debt. "Sis, when we have money, let's pay off the debt first. I don't want anything to happen to you." He felt a heavy burden. Chu Xian couldn't bear to keep it from him any longer. "Feng, actually, that 3,000 yuan IOU is fake. The name and fingerprint aren't mine. Brother Long was someone I asked to help put on an act. I wanted you to see our grandparents and second uncle's true colors, and to use the chance to split off from them. I'm sorry for worrying you. You'll keep the secret, right?" Chu Feng nodded vigorously, not only showing no blame toward Chu Xian, but even looking delighted. "I'll definitely keep it a secret. Splitting off is great. From now on, we won't have to get beaten anymore. How did you manage to get Brother Long to help?" "I'll tell you later." Chu Xian placed her hand on his face. Hiss. Chu Feng winced in pain. He'd been beaten by Feng Chunhua so often that they always kept anti-swelling ointment on hand. Chu Xian went into the house, found a bottle of medicine in her luggage, and handed it to Chu Feng. "Put some on, it'll heal faster. I'm heading to the county now. You handle the fish, chop it into 3 portions. 1 for dinner tonight, 1 to send to Grandpa Village Chief's house, and the last one, with the fish head, marinate it. Oh, and make sure the piece for Grandpa Village Chief's house is the mackerel tail." She was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, building connections, and making sure her little brother ate well. Chu Feng took the medicine bottle and promised eagerly, "Don't worry, sis, I'll get it done. And I'll make sure to clean up the old house's kitchen and the 2 rooms we can live in." Chu Xian paused, coughed twice to cover her embarrassment, and said, "Could you clean up the outhouse too, while you're at it?" She expected her little brother to refuse, but to her surprise, he agreed right away. "No problem. Oh, sis, should we pickle the octopus we caught, or eat it tonight? You decide." Chu Xian patted his shoulder approvingly, went inside to change into clean clothes, stuffed her mask and gold ingot into her pants pocket, put on a straw hat, and headed out quickly. She'd only gone about 10 meters when a few villagers, who'd come to watch the excitement, walked over from a distance. Among them was Aunt Hua, who greeted her warmly. "Chu Xian, I heard you and your brother found a king mackerel. Can we take a look?" Chu Xian gestured politely. "Go ahead, my brother's in the yard dealing with the fish. I have to head out for something." After a bit of small talk, Aunt Hua and her group happily made their way to the old Chu house. Chu Xian went straight to find village chief Wang Dipin. The village had been building an office these days, with the tractor making runs to the county for bricks and such, 2 shifts a day. "Grandpa Wang, I'd like to catch a ride to the county on the village tractor. Is that okay?" She didn't mention that her brother would be coming by later to deliver fresh mackerel, because she knew, even if she didn't bring it up, Grandpa Wang would agree. In her previous life, Grandpa Wang would often remind her to discipline Chu Feng herself, not to leave it all to Feng Chunhua. Unfortunately, she hadn't listened. This time, she had to take care of her little brother properly. The village chief agreed without hesitation. "Of course. If you ever need anything, just come find me." As for contacting Tian Shaoan, he planned to wait until he'd actually reached her before mentioning it to Chu Xian. Half an hour later, Chu Xian climbed onto the tractor, heading to the county. By coincidence, the driver was Mu Chinza. If she missed this tractor, she'd have to wait until 6 the next morning. Too much could happen overnight, and besides, nighttime was better for private gold transactions. Mu Chinza could not only drive boats, but also tractors. When he wasn't out at sea, he'd help the village by driving the tractor for some extra cash. While unloading bricks, Mu Chinza had heard that Chu Xian and her brother had found a king mackerel while combing the shore. He'd also heard about them splitting off from the family because of debts. On a whim, he'd quietly gone to the old Chu house, thinking he could help them take the king mackerel to the county to sell for a good price, so their lives would be a bit easier. But unexpectedly, he overheard words like gold ingot and going to the county to find a private buyer. To avoid being discovered by the siblings, he left quietly. Originally, someone else was supposed to drive the tractor to the county this time. But Mu Chinza had volunteered to go instead, saying he had urgent business in the county and promising to split the earnings. Anyone would have agreed to that. Now, Chu Xian was sitting in the trailer behind him. The tractor was noisy, not suitable for conversation. So Mu Chinza kept quiet. By the time they reached the county center, it was completely dark. When the tractor came to a stop, Mu Chinza finally turned to Chu Xian. "I'll wait for you here in an hour." His voice was as pleasant as always, gentle as a bubbling spring, showing not a trace of anger over having his first kiss stolen and then being rejected for marriage. Chu Xian thanked him gratefully. "Thank you." She carefully climbed down. She'd have liked to jump, but unfortunately, she was too heavy. Jumping down would likely twist her ankle or hurt her knees. Mu Chinza patiently waited until she was steady before driving off. Chu Xian chose the least crowded alleys to walk through. She remembered the address of the private gold buyer. She'd been there in her previous life, following Chu Ji. 10 minutes later, wearing her mask, Chu Xian stood in front of a secluded courtyard and knocked. Soon, someone came and opened the peephole in the door. This way, they could talk through the door without seeing each other, just business, no friendship. Chu Xian deliberately lowered her voice and disguised it as a man's. "Here to sell gold." A quiet voice replied from inside, "Pass it through." Chu Xian wasn't worried about getting cheated. After all, they'd successfully done business in her previous life. Selling the gold ingot went smoothly. She got over 100 yuan more than last time. She received 2,350 yuan. At first, Chu Xian was puzzled why she got more, but soon realized, last time, Chu Ji had handed over the gold ingot and probably took the chance to shave off a small piece for himself. Chu Xian wound through several alleys, making sure no one was following her, then took off her mask and headed to the meeting spot with Mu Chinza, thinking about how to explain the money for building a house to Grandpa Village Chief when she got back. After all, the old man would ask where the money came from. Gold trading was legal in this era, but Chu Xian didn't want to invite trouble, so she couldn't tell the truth. She'd heard in her previous life that someone who sold gold dug up from a mountain cave got arrested because of the source. Better safe than sorry. Suddenly, she thought of her birth mother, Tian Shaoan. Tian Shaoan had come back to visit her and her brother before, but at the time, the two of them had been thoroughly brainwashed by Feng Chunhua and refused to see her, so she'd left in tears. Thinking back now, maybe her mother had her reasons for leaving them back then. Later, her mother had sent her money a few times, but she'd used it all to support the old Chu family. In her previous life, her mother's first remittance was around this time. Maybe she could use her mother's remittance as a reason for having the money. Feeling much more at ease, Chu Xian arrived at the meeting spot. Not seeing Mu Chenza or the tractor, she waited patiently. The department store and supply co-op were already closed, so she'd have to wait until tomorrow to buy daily necessities. Luckily, it wasn't long before Mu Chenza arrived with the tractor. After stopping, Mu Chenza's lips curled slightly. This chubby girl looked pretty happy, so the gold ingot must have been sold. Chu Xian tried to climb into the trailer, but it was much harder than before, since it was now filled with red bricks. She had to climb all the way to the top. Mu Chenza sighed. Chu Xian, are you sure you still want to sit in the trailer? Aren't you afraid you'll crush the bricks? Chu Xian's first reaction was that Mu Chenza was complaining she was too fat and didn't want to give her a ride back. Mu Chenza, what do you mean by that? If he dared refuse her a ride, she really wouldn't do anything to him. After all, she owed him a lot in her previous life, and this time, she'd even stolen his first kiss. No matter how you looked at it, she was the one at fault. Just as she was about to walk back to the village on her own 2 feet, Mu Chenza pointed at the driver's seat, looking a little helpless. What I meant was, you can sit in the driver's seat. Chu Xian gestured in front of herself with both hands. Are you sure? If this 200-pound fatty like me squeezes into the driver's seat, will there even be room for you? Besides, even if we both squeeze in, what would that look like? Is this guy addicted to taking advantage of her? Mu Chenza shot Chu Xian an angry glare. What are you thinking? I'll stand at the connection between the tractor and the trailer to guide you while you drive. His tone wasn't great, but his intentions were good. He knew that the money Chu Xian got from selling the gold ingot was just enough to build a new house. If she wanted a better life, she'd have to earn more. If Chu Xian could learn to drive a tractor, she could help out in the village or at the factory in her spare time and make some extra money. Learning a new skill meant another way to earn a living. Chu Xian looked Mu Chenza up and down. Did this guy really trust her that much? Wasn't he afraid she'd drive the tractor into a ditch? But she also realized he was helping her in his own way. In her previous life, he only taught her to drive the tractor after they got married, and she picked it up right away. She was a fast learner. Could it be that, because she refused to marry him in this life, some things were happening earlier? Shouldn't he be angry with her, keeping his distance? She'd schemed to steal his first kiss. Didn't he hate her? Why was he still helping her? Was he stupid? Of course, she didn't mind learning again in this life. After all, once the main road was finished, if she got a good catch from the sea, she could borrow the village tractor to take it to the county and sell it for a good price. Mu Chenza, think. Before she could finish, Mu Chenza handed her the hand crank. I believe you can do it. The road to the county is long and flat, just drive steadily. It's a hand crank start, you'll pick it up in no time. Give it a try. He was willing to teach her, she'd be a fool not to learn. She quickly took the crank and, under Mu Chenza's guidance, successfully started the tractor. The diesel engine's exhaust pipe began to smoke. Chu Xian got into the driver's seat, and Mu Chenza jumped onto the connection between the tractor and the trailer. He guided her through shifting gears, releasing the clutch, and getting the tractor moving smoothly, then told her how to brake gently. He only had to teach her once before Chu Xian said she'd got it. She started driving again. Mu Chenza didn't praise her out loud, but he was genuinely impressed. Back when he learned to drive a tractor, it took his teacher 2 tries to get him to understand. As Chu Xian drove, she thought, as long as she didn't marry him, she wouldn't bring trouble to him or his family. If they could be friends, at least she'd have one less enemy trying to trip her up. They made it safely to the edge of the village. After stopping the tractor, Chu Xian jumped down, but lost her balance and nearly twisted her ankle. Muchenza caught her just in time. Once she was steady, she realized his hand was on her waist. How embarrassing, her thick waist was practically sullying Muchenza's good-looking hands. Luckily, she'd changed into clean clothes and didn't smell like fish anymore. You can let go of me now. Hearing this, Muchenza quickly withdrew his hand, thinking Chu Xian was angry and teased her on purpose. You didn't mind the first kiss, so just a touch shouldn't bother you either. Chu Xian didn't dare admit she minded, afraid he'd say something about taking responsibility and marrying her, so she immediately pretended not to care. That's right, not only do I not mind, I feel like I got a bargain touching your hand. As soon as she said it, Muchenza blushed and quickly started the tractor and drove away. Chu Xian patted her right pocket to make sure the money was still there, then headed home. 10 minutes later, she walked through her front door. Chu Feng bounced out of the house like a rabbit, face full of excitement, and shouted, "Sis." Chu Xian quickly made a shushing gesture. Chu Feng immediately understood and dashed to the courtyard gate to bolt it. He linked arms with his sister and led her to the bedroom. Trying hard to contain his excitement, he lowered his voice. "Sis, how did it go? Was it really gold?" Chu Xian didn't answer directly, instead putting on a serious face. "How's the house cleaning coming along?" Chu Feng, eager to show off, said, "Let me give you a tour." The siblings checked out both bedrooms, the kitchen, and the outhouse. Everything was spotless. Even the water tank was full. Chu Xian doubted her little brother could have done such a thorough job on his own. "You really did all this yourself?" Chu Feng hung his head, not daring to look at her. "I was worried I wouldn't finish before you got back. Aunt Hua came by with some people to see our big mackerel, so I quietly asked her if she could find 2 people to help me clean. I promised to give each of them 2 jean of fresh mackerel. So, she didn't need to hear the rest to understand." Seeing Chu Xian silent, Chu Feng thought he'd done something wrong. "Sis, did I mess up? You can hit me if you want. Or I'll go to the sea again tomorrow and earn back what I gave away today." After all, 6 or 7 jean of mackerel could sell for about 10 yuan. Chu Xian felt a pang of guilt. "Xiao Feng, you didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault for not considering how tired you'd be after a day at sea, with your face still hurt and still giving you so much to do. I was just reflecting on that. The fish you gave away is gone. Don't worry about it." Chu Feng let out a long sigh of relief and broke into a smile. "As long as you're not mad. I took the mackerel tail to Grandpa Wang's house, and he gave us half a jean of pork fat in return. I rendered it into lard. I was so hungry I didn't wait for you to eat, but I saved you some pork cracklings in the pot, plus steamed mackerel, octopus, and dumpling soup. They're all still warm." Chu Xian felt gratified. Her little brother had learned to cook 2 years ago, and he was pretty good at it. He only cooked to cheer her up. Usually he was too lazy, but she'd have to cure him of that. She was hungry too. She pulled a thick wad of 50 yuan bills from her pocket and slapped them into Chu Feng's hands. "Sit down and count it. I'm going to wash up and eat." Chu Feng held the wad of cash in both hands, stunned speechless. It was the first time in his life he'd seen so much money. He only snapped out of it when Chu Xian reminded him, "What, you're scared to count that little bit? We'll make even more in the future." Only then did Chu Feng start counting, and as he did, tears began to fall. His feelings were all over the place: excitement, joy, regret, remorse. When they split from the family, he'd actually blamed his sister, and yet she was still letting him count the money. So much money! He was completely convinced. He counted it over and over, more than 20 times. By the time Chu Xian finished eating and washing the dishes, he was still counting. Chu Xian went over and gently ruffled his hair. "All right, you can count again another day. For now, don't let anyone know about this money. In a few days, we'll say our mom sent us money and start fixing up the house and building a new one." At the mention of their mother, Chu Feng looked a little down. "Sis, do you really think Mom will send us money? Grandma says she's not a good woman." Chu Xian was certain. "She will. Grandma's not necessarily right. Last time Mom came to see us, didn't we refuse to see her?" Before she left, She asked Grandpa Wang to tell me she'd send us money every June and December. Grandma, Grandpa, and second uncle don't know about this. Chu Feng clenched his fists. Just mentioning second uncle makes me mad. This afternoon he came by and tried to take a piece of fresh mackerel. Luckily Grandpa Wang chased him off. Sis, do you think he'll come steal at night? Chu Xian smiled mysteriously. I'm just hoping they do. They? You mean Grandma and Grandpa too? You'll see soon enough. I'll keep the money on me for now. Be alert tonight, we're going to catch some thieves. Chu Feng was confused, but didn't ask any more. After stashing the money, Chu Xian's gaze fell on the 30-plus gene of salted mackerel hanging from the eaves. The siblings chatted a while longer before Chu Xian went back to her room. A few minutes later, she came out again and stuffed something into the mackerel's mouth. At this moment, the village chief, Wang Dipin, was on duty, his gaze fixed on the landline phone. He glanced at the ancient wall clock. It was 10 in the evening. He hesitated, wondering whether he should call Chu Xian's biological mother, Tian Shaoan, again. The last time Tian Shaoan had come back to visit, Chu Xian and her younger brother had refused to see her, so she'd left her phone number with Wang Dipin. She had specifically asked Wang Dipin that if the siblings ever ran into trouble, he must call and let her know. But Wang Dipin had tried calling at different times, and no one ever answered. Still, holding on to a sliver of hope, Wang Dipin dialed the number once more. This time, someone finally picked up. Wang Dipin quickly and concisely explained what had happened that afternoon. Shaoan. Xiao Xian broke the imperial jade ornament belonging to the jade recycler, One-Eyed Dragon, and signed an IOU for 3,000 yuan. On my account, One-Eyed Dragon agreed to let her pay it back at 100 yuan per month. Because of this, Xiao Xian and her brother Xiaofeng were kicked out by your ex-mother-in-law and cut off from the family. They're living in the old house now. When Tian Shaoan heard the nickname One-Eyed Dragon, she fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Uncle Wang, thank you for letting me know. As for the 3,000 yuan debt, please tell Xiao Xian that she can pay whatever she can each month. The rest, I'll cover. Also, I sent her some money a few days ago. It should arrive soon. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Wang Dipin let out a long sigh of relief. Chu Xian had always believed Tian Shaoan had abandoned her children to remarry, and no matter how Tian Shaoan tried to explain, she wouldn't listen. After this debt incident, maybe their mother-daughter relationship could finally improve. Just as One-Eyed Dragon was about to fall asleep, the phone at home rang. He picked up. A voice he'd dreamed of for years came through the receiver. Brother Long, it's me. One-Eyed Dragon was instantly wide awake, gripping the phone excitedly. Shaoan, it's you. Is something urgent? Tian Shaoan got straight to the point. It's about the 3,000 yuan my daughter Xiao Xian owes you. I'll pay it back. Please don't make things hard for her. One-Eyed Dragon hurried to say, Shaoan, you saved my life. Even if your daughter really owed me 3,000 yuan, I'd never make her pay it back. Hearing this, Tian Shaoan realized something was off. Years ago, she had saved One-Eyed Dragon's life. No one else knew about it. Later, after Chu Xian's father died unexpectedly, she quietly told Chu Xian before leaving that One-Eyed Dragon owed her a favor, and if she ever faced serious trouble, she could call it in. Could her daughter have used that favor? Brother Long, tell me exactly what happened. One-Eyed Dragon, barely able to contain his excitement, explained, Xiao Xian didn't really owe me 3,000 yuan. She just asked me to help her put on an act. She wanted her brother to see the true colors of the Chu family, and to split from them and cut ties. Don't worry, Shaoan. How are you doing out there? Is your new husband treating you well? If not, come back. I'll marry you. I'm still single. Tian Shaoan massaged her temples, a little exasperated. This guy was over 40 and still so unserious. Enough. Stop right there. My husband treats me well. Thank you for helping my daughter with the act. Please keep it up for a while, so the Chu family doesn't get any more ideas about her. One-Eyed Dragon immediately promised, no problem. Tian Shaoan really wanted to come back for a visit, but she just couldn't get away for now. I'll send you some local specialties another day. I have something to take care of here, so I'll hang up now. If she didn't hang up, Brother Long would probably start talking about marriage again. Hearing the click on the other end, One-Eyed Dragon held the receiver for a long time before putting it down. When he finally snapped out of it, he smacked his lips. Why did I have to bring up marrying Xiaoan again? I could have chatted with her a bit longer. He consoled himself, at least Xiaoan would send him some local specialties. That cheered him up a lot. The Chu Dashan couple and that Chuji were no good. Even if the siblings had cut ties, there was no guarantee they wouldn't cause more trouble. One-Eyed Dragon decided he'd look after Chu Xian and her brother more in the future. That way, Xiaoan would send him local specialties more often. At around 2 in the morning, Chu Xian, lying on the Kong bed, opened her eyes. There was movement outside. She quietly got up and peered through the broken window, spotting a sneaky figure. Even with his face covered, Chu Xian would recognize him anywhere. It was Chu Ji. Chu Ji swallowed nervously and headed straight for the big chunk of mackerel hanging under the eaves. Just as he reached for the fish, he heard a noise behind him. Startled, he quickly pulled back and tried to run. Hey, brother, don't be scared, we're on the same side. All for the king mackerel, right? I know you're Chu Ji, so why bother covering your face? In this line of work, you need guts. Look at me, I don't even bother with a mask. Xiao Dogwang deliberately lowered his voice. For him, the door bolt was just for show. Chu Ji recognized the voice and, clutching his chest, let out a long sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Since we both want the king mackerel, let's take it to my place and split it in half. Xiao Dogwang's eyes darted around. Thinking of the Chu family's reputation, he shook his head. No way. Let's take it to my place and split it there. Chu Ji didn't trust him. Why not just split it here? Xiao Dogwang glanced toward the bedroom. Chopping up the fish will wake up Chu Xian and her brother. If that happens, we might not be able to handle the two of them. Chu Ji grew impatient. This won't do, that won't do, so what do you suggest? Xiao Dogwang pointed toward the county. At 6 in the morning, the village tractor goes to the county to pick up red bricks. We can put the fish in a sack and ride the tractor. Before he could finish, Chu Ji got the idea. They'd sell the fish and split the money. In the end, money won out over appetite. All right, let's sell the fish in the county. In fact, let's go all the way. Let's steal the mackerel tail from the village chief's house too. I heard it's over 10 jin. They haven't eaten it yet. We could probably get another 20 or 30 yuan for it. And we'll grab a sack from his place to carry the fish. Deal. The two thieves hit it off immediately. Xiao Dogwang volunteered to carry the big chunk of mackerel. This must weigh over 30 jin, right? If we sell it to a hotel, it'll really boost their image. We could probably get 80 or 90 yuan for it. Absolutely. Let's go. Chu Ji followed behind him, swaggering out of the yard. Inside, Chu Xian wore a cold smile. The fish had taken the bait. Once they'd gone far enough, she went a knock on her little brother's door. Chu Feng woke up groggily. Sis, are we catching thieves? That's right. Chu Ji and Xiao Dogwang just stole our fish, and now they're after the mackerel tail at Grandpa Wang's house. Grandpa Wang is on duty tonight. You go to the village office and tell him to come home. I'll go to his house and catch the thieves. After giving instructions, Chu Xian grabbed a kitchen knife and ran out. Chu Feng hurriedly put on his shoes and went to call Grandpa Wang. 10 minutes later, Chu Ji and Xiao Dogwang succeeded, even managing to grab a sack from the Wang family to carry the fish. Chu Xian's piercing voice rang out, "Thieves! Someone stole my fish. After robbing my house, they hit the village chiefs. Thieves!" Chu Ji and Xiao Dogwang panicked, dropping the sack in their haste. At that point, they didn't care about the fish, they just wanted to escape. They ran off in different directions. Chu Xian was well prepared, and her first target was Xiao Dogwang. She threw the kitchen knife in her hand. The knife flew past Xiao Dogwang's face and landed firmly, blade first, in the wall. This move was something Chu Xian had practiced in her previous life, back when she was bored at her in-laws' house. Xiao Dogwang was so scared he nearly wet himself. He pressed his back against the wall, his legs trembling, muttering, "So close, so close." He'd almost been killed. Chu Shi tried desperately to escape, but ran right into Wang Dipin, Xu Feng, and 2 night watchmen from the construction site, all hurrying over with flashlights. At that moment, Gao Meiwan and her group also rushed out, thinking they'd caught a thief. With several flashlights shining on them, neither Chu Ji nor Qiu Daguang could get away. Qiu Daguang's mind worked quickly. He steadied himself and was the first to speak. Chu Ji and I just fished a big Spanish mackerel out of the sea. We were coming to ask the village chief to help us get a tractor to take it to the county to sell. We're not thieves. Hearing this, Xu Xian had to stifle a laugh. In her previous life, he'd used the exact same excuse. The only difference was, last time Chu Ji had been trying to catch Qiu Daguang, but now he was his accomplice. Chu Ji immediately felt more confident and chimed in, "That's right, the big mackerel in the sack is what Qiu Daguang and I caught from the sea. It's not the one Xu Xian found. Ours is a bit lighter than hers." As he spoke, he edged toward the sack, trying to carry it away. But the Wang family blocked him. Chu Ji didn't dare act tough with the Wang family, but he had no problem bullying Chu Xian and her brother. "Chu Xian, Chu Feng, are you blind? Aren't you going to help me? We're family." Chu Feng had always been afraid of Chu Ji, and hearing this, he instinctively stepped back, trying to avoid him. Chu Xian scratched her ear lightly. "Chu Ji, what did you say? If I remember right, you insisted on cutting ties with us just yesterday. Have you changed your mind and want to help me pay off my debts now?" Chu Ji put on a magnanimous air. "As long as you two admit your fish wasn't stolen, once you've paid off your debts, I might consider reconnecting as family." He thought Chu Xian and her brother would be as easy to manipulate as before. People around couldn't help but criticize, "Chu Ji, you've got some nerve." Chu Xian couldn't be bothered to argue. Cutting ties means cutting ties. There's no going back. "Xiao Feng and I won't lie for you. I saw you and Qiu Daguang steal the big mackerel from my house with my own eyes. I followed you here, and I never expected you'd even dare steal from the village chief's house." Chu Ji raised his hand, wanting to hit Chu Xian, but the Wang family held him back. He howled, "Let me go. Let me go. I didn't steal anything." Qiu Daguang, ignoring the smell of urine on himself, tried to defend. "Chu Xian, you say we stole your fish, but who else saw it? Do you have any witnesses?" Chu Xian replied calmly, "No witnesses." Qiu Daguang immediately grew cocky. His legs stopped trembling as he swaggered over to the sack. "If there are no witnesses, then you can't prove the fish is yours. This is the one Chu Ji and I caught from the sea." Gao Meiwan, who had been silent, suddenly kicked Qiu Daguang aside. "Don't lie through your teeth. Half the village saw Chu Xian find that giant mackerel, but no one saw you or Chu Ji go fishing." Qiu Daguang was knocked away and couldn't get to the sack of fish. Wang Dipin spoke sternly, "Qiu Daguang, your ability to twist the truth is really something. As the village chief, I'm not afraid of embarrassment. Let's just call the police and let the professionals handle it." Qiu Daguang remained defiant. "Whoever comes, I'll say the same thing. And I'll accuse Chu Xian of attacking me with a knife. We'll see who ends up in trouble." Chu Xian sneered, "Did I hurt you? I just slipped in the dark while catching a thief." Everyone chimed in, "That's right, just a slip of the hand." Everyone supported calling the police. Chu Xian whispered something to Gao Meiwan, who nodded calmly. Half an hour later, the town's security officers arrived on bicycles. Qiu Daguang and Chu Ji stuck to their story, insisting the fish was theirs, salted after being caught, and that they'd come to the village chief's house to arrange a tractor to sell it in the county. Chu Xian smiled faintly. "I may not have witnesses, but I have proof that the fish in the sack is mine." Qiu Daguang and Chu Ji exchanged nervous glances. Chu Ji stammered, "Chu Xian, what proof do you have?" Chu Xian pointed at the sack and told the officers, "There's a note in the fish's mouth that says, Chu Xian's giant mackerel." Sure enough, the officers found the note in the fish's mouth, and the writing matched her claim. Now Qiu Daguang and Chu Ji were about to be taken away. Just then, Qi Hong rushed over. Knowing her family was in the wrong, she only cared that her husband wouldn't be arrested. After all, she still needed him to support the family. "We'll pay compensation. We're all from the same village. We see each other every day. Chu Xian and Annie village chief, can't you just let it go? Usually, in cases like this, the security officers would respect the victim's wishes. Chu Xian's face was cold. Chu Ji and Qiu Daguang stuffed the fish into a sack that used to hold manure. Grandma Gao and I both think it's too dirty to eat. If each of them compensates us 100 yuan, I'll agree to settle privately. Gao Meiwan spoke up at the right moment. That's right. If we get compensation, I'll agree to settle too. Qi Hong didn't hesitate. She pulled out a wad of bills. 100 yuan in total, and carefully handed it to Gao Meiwan. Thank you both for being so generous. Gao Meiwan accepted it, but didn't give it directly to Chu Xian. Chu Xian had just told her to hold on to the money for now. Once Chu Ji's 100 yuan comes in, you two can take the fish home. Just then, Feng Chunhua and Chu Dashan came running over, cursing. Especially Feng Chunhua, who shamelessly declared, "What's wrong with my son taking his cousin's fish? That's called taking, not stealing. This is a family matter. The Qiu family has already paid compensation, so everyone should just go home." Chu Xian knew Feng Chunhua was thick-skinned. She pulled out the letter severing family ties and handed it to the security officers. Please take a look. This is the official letter. Besides, he didn't just steal from me, he stole from the village chief too. Feng Chunhua glared at Chu Xian as if she could kill her with her eyes. The officers read the letter by flashlight, then handed it back to Chu Xian. Chu Ji, your family refuses to pay, and the victims don't agree to settle. If they want to press charges, I'll have to take you to the station. Chu Ji was terrified. Dad, Mom, help me. We'll pay. Hurry, get the money. With a criminal record, it'd be hard to find a wife. Feng Chunhua raised her hand, wanting to slap Chu Xian, but was stopped by the officers. She cursed her son for being an idiot. Stealing from Chu Xian was bad enough, but stealing from the village chief too. In the end, she had no choice but to go home and painfully fetch 100 yuan as compensation, handing it over in front of the officers. Again, Gao Meiwan accepted it. As for the mackerel in the sack, Qiu Daguang and Chu Shi took it away. After the crowd dispersed, Gao Meiwan took Chu Xian's hand and led her into her house. She put both 100 yuan bills into Chu Xian's hand and said kindly, "Xiao Xian, keep this safe. If Feng Chunhua comes asking for the money back, just send her to me." Tears welled up in Chu Xian's eyes. In these times, every family was struggling to get by, yet Grandma Gao's family always helped her selflessly. She quickly counted out 50 yuan from the 200, stuffed it back into Gao Meijuan's hand, and said, "Grandma Gao, the mackerel tail was already a gift for you, it's yours. This 50 yuan is what you deserve, you have to take it. If you don't, I'll return all the pots, pans, grain, lard, and everything else you've given me. Over the years, you've helped me and my little brother with far more than this." Gao Meijuan's eyes filled with affection. "You and your brother have only each other, it's not easy. My family will never forget how your mother saved my youngest daughter. No matter how many times we help you, it's never too much. I won't take this 50 yuan. When you get married and life is better, just come visit me and Grandpa Wang a few more times. Oh, and about splitting the household registration, Grandpa Wang will take care of it." Wang Dipin walked into the main room and made his stance clear. He absolutely refused to take the money. Unable to change their minds, Chu Xian had no choice but to give up on insisting. In her heart, she resolved to repay their kindness in the future. Wang Dipin took the opportunity to pass along Tian Xiaoyun's message from the phone call. After a moment's silence, Chu Xian asked Wang Dipin for Tian Xiaoyun's contact information. Wang Dipin looked relieved. The day when mother and daughter would reconcile was not far off. Over 20 minutes later, Chu Xian and her younger brother returned home. Chu Feng bolted the courtyard gate, worry on his face. "Sis, after sunrise, do you think Grandpa, Grandma, and second uncle will come after us for revenge?" Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Her little brother had been raised timid by Feng Chunhua. He hadn't dared say a word in front of the Chu family just now. Clearly, she'd have to teach him well from now on. "Xiao Feng, do you know what it means to use leverage?" or what it means to unite every possible force. She patiently explained, bit by bit. Reminded like this, Chu Feng suddenly understood. Sis, I get it. If Grandpa, Grandma, or second uncle come looking for trouble, I can confidently bring up the village chief and also mention the debt we owe the one-eyed dragon. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Good boy. All right, go wash up and get some more sleep. When you wake up, I'll take you to the county seat to buy supplies. We'll be back before 5:30 to go clam digging again. When people ask, just say we've already paid off this month's 100 yuan debt. Chu Feng spun around 3 times in excitement. We get to go to the county. That's awesome. Oh, and about the remittance you mentioned before. Grandpa Wang told me it'll definitely arrive in the next day or two. Chu Xian gently ruffled his hair. You're still a bit short. From now on, I'll make sure you get plenty of meat every day, so you can grow tall, 1.80 meters at least. Chu Feng clenched his fists. Yeah, I'll definitely grow tall. Then I won't be afraid of Chuji anymore, and I'll be able to protect you. At 9:30 in the morning, Chu Xian woke up. She checked her inner pocket to make sure the money was still there before getting up to wash. She made some mixed grain pancakes and cooked a vegetable noodle soup. She called her little brother to come eat. The first thing Chu Feng said when he saw her was, Sis, is the money still? Before he could finish, Chu Xian smiled and answered, It's here. Don't worry. She checked his face on purpose. The swelling was gone. After breakfast, just as they were about to head out, Gao Meiwan came bustling in. She hurriedly handed Chu Xian the household registration booklet. Before Chu Xian could even thank her, she rushed off again. Watching Grandma Gao leave, Chu Xian patted the booklet. This came at just the right time. We'll take the horse cart to the town post office first. Maybe Mom's remittance has already arrived. Chu Feng looked disdainful. Even if Tian Shaoan sends us money, I still won't forgive her. Chu Xian slapped him on the shoulder. She's our mother. Don't call her by name. She must have had her reasons for leaving back then. You can't spend her money and still badmouth her. Chu Feng was still a bit unconvinced. Chu Xian didn't bother explaining further. They went to the village entrance to wait for the horse cart. Everything went smoothly. At the town post office, sure enough, there was a remittance slip from their mother, 300 yuan. Chu Xian used the household registration booklet to collect the money, then called her mother. On the other end, Tian Shaoan answered, Hello. Chu Xian's nose tingled. Mom, it's me. That long-missed Mom made Tian Shaoan choke up with emotion. Yes, good child. Mom, thank you for sending money to me and Xiaofeng. I've earned a bit myself, and I want to use your name to take out some money to build a new house. Chu Xian shared her thoughts, and Tian Shaoan agreed right away, saying she'd come visit them when she had time and explain in person why she left back then. During the call, Chu Feng didn't say a word. After hanging up, the siblings took the bus to the county seat. At 4 in the afternoon, they returned to the village, loaded down with bags. On the way home, they attracted a lot of attention. A gossip-loving neighbor asked, Chu Xian, did you strike it rich? Chu Xian replied bluntly, My mother sent me money. Not only can we pay off this month's debt, we can also fix up the old house and build a new one. The news quickly spread through the village. Back home, they sorted out their purchases. Bamboo baskets, a big wooden basin, fabric, pork belly, pork bones, malted milk, new shoes, bamboo mats, iron buckets, tongs, an iron pot, white flour, cornmeal, sweet potato flour, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cooking wine. Low tide would be around 5:30 today, over an hour to go. They'd eaten meat buns and wontons in the county, so they weren't hungry yet. Chu Xian put a 3-jean slab of pork belly in a bamboo basket, covered it, and headed straight for Gao Meijuan's house. She needed to repair the old house and swap land to build a new one. Reporting to Grandma Gao first would make everything go much smoother. Chu Feng didn't go with her. He stayed home to start the fire and cook the pork bones. When Gao Meiwan heard Chu Xian's plans, she immediately took charge. Chu Xian took out a wad of money, 2,200 yuan, and handed it to Gao Meiwan. Grandma Gao, this money was sent by my mother. Please keep it for me. The old house is so dilapidated, it can't keep out thieves. Gao Meiyuan readily accepted the responsibility. With this much, building 2 spacious brick rooms and fixing up the old house won't be a problem. When Grandpa Wang gets home tonight, I'll have him contact a construction crew. Chu Xian gave her a grateful hug. Thank you, Grandma Gao. The hug moved Gao Meiyuan to tears. You child, you've made me so happy I'm crying. They chatted a while longer before Chu Xian got ready to leave. Just then, the steamed buns were done. Gao Meiyuan kept the pork belly and sent Chu Xian home with 6 big buns. She planned to make meat pies the next day and bring them over for Chu Xian. Back home, the fragrant bone soup was ready. The siblings each had 3 big buns and a bowl of pork rib soup. What a treat. This was a life they'd never even dared to dream of before. One carried an iron bucket, the other a wooden one, and they grabbed the rest of their tools to head out to the shore. At the beach, Chu Feng made a beeline for the spot where the king mackerel had appeared yesterday. Several others ran over too. Chu Xian, however, went in a different direction. Whether she'd find anything good today would depend on luck. Wherever the tide receded, she followed. Suddenly, she spotted a fish weighing about 5 or 6 jin. It had a long head, a short, rounded snout, a big mouth with fine teeth, small eyes, 2 pairs of nostrils, and a gray-black body with irregular black spots along its sides, a black carp. It could live in both rivers and the sea. Although the fish was stranded, it could survive a day or 2 out of water. Its tail still twitched from time to time. Out of the corner of her eye, Chu Xian saw a woman sprinting toward her. Was she coming to snatch the fish? Chu Xian wasn't about to give her a chance. She quickly reached out, grabbed the fish, and dropped it into her newly bought iron bucket. Only then did she see clearly that it was Aunt Hua. Normally, Aunt Hua was known for her sharp tongue, but she'd never actually tried to snatch someone else's catch before. What was going on today? Aunt Hua saw that Chu Xian had already caught the fish, so there was no point in rushing anymore. She came to a sudden stop and plopped down on the wet sand, getting her pants dirty, but she didn't care. With a forced smile, she tried to negotiate. Xiao Xian, I was a bit rash just now. My sister-in-law from my mother's side really needs a blackfish. She's a high-risk mother, 40 years old, just had a C-section a week ago, and her wound isn't healing well. Chu Xian knew that blackfish was good for healing wounds and replenishing blood. Usually, you might get lucky and find blackfish at the wharf, but it wasn't common. But after Aunt Hua's attempt to snatch the fish, Chu Xian really didn't feel like just giving it away for free. She deliberately said, Aunt Hua, I was just thinking whether to make blackfish tofu soup tonight, or maybe braised or stir-fried. It's rare for Xiao Feng and me to have a chance to eat something nice. Aunt Hua said, pained, I still have 5 or 6 jin of dried scallops at home. How about I trade them for your blackfish? That hit Chu Xian's sweet spot. She'd just had mackerel yesterday, and today she really wanted some dried scallops. Just thinking about scallop and cabbage soup or steamed eggs with scallops made her mouth water. It was already late June, and it was hard to find plump scallops at this time of year. The best scallops here were from November to April. Aunt Hua's dried scallops were made at the end of April, so they were nice and plump. Before the family split, if Chu Xian and Chu Feng wanted to eat the Chu family's dried scallops, they had to sneak them, which was always a bitter memory. She hadn't expected Aunt Hua to know her so well. All right then. After 7:30 tonight, bring 5 jin of dried scallops to my place and we'll trade for the fish. As soon as she finished speaking, an annoying voice sounded behind Chu Xian. No way. I want that blackfish. Chu Xian, you have to give it to me out of respect. I'm your grandmother, after all. It was Feng Chunhua. Before Chu Xian could respond, Aunt Hua spoke up, you've cut ties, and you still have the nerve to call yourself Xiao Xian's grandmother? Shameless. Xiao Xian, you keep gathering seafood. Leave this old hag to me. Chu Xian shot Aunt Hua an approving look, ignored Feng Chunhua, filled her bucket with some seawater, and went on searching for more seafood. Feng Chunhua tried to stop her, but Aunt Hua blocked her. Both Aunt Hua and Feng Chunhua were famous tigresses in the village. Who would win today was anyone's guess. But Chu Xian didn't have time to watch the fight because she'd just spotted another stranded blackfish. This one looked to be 7 or 8 jin. She wondered if she'd come across a pair of blackfish. Happily, she caught it and put it in her bucket. After that, she only found some small fry, which she released back into the sea, and picked up about 20 clams, nice and plump this time of year. Just as she was about to go find her little brother, he came over carrying a wooden bucket full of seafood. He looked proud. "Sis, look. I got a whole bucket of seafood, clams, sea snails, swimming crabs. Even though it's not the best season for crabs, we can still have a taste or sell them for some money." Chu Xian was surprised at how capable her brother was, but she asked suspiciously, "Did you really find all this yourself?" Chu Feng's eyes darted away. "I had a few kids help me. I paid them, promised each 2 pieces of mint candy." Chu Xian was all too familiar with that guilty look. In her previous life, every time he looked like that, he'd gotten her into trouble. "Xiaofeng, tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll go ask the others by the rocks. I'm sure they know what happened." Only then did Xiaofeng confess, "I took Lu Zhaodi and the Sanling siblings' seafood." He hung his head, not daring to go on. He could see the anger in his sister's eyes. His first instinct was to run, but reason told him that getting scolded here was better than getting beaten at home. Chu Xian kicked him in the butt. "Why did you take the Lu siblings' seafood? Don't you know how hard it is for a sister to raise her brother? And Lu Zhaodi is raising 2 younger brothers all by herself. Their mother's bedridden and needs medicine all year round. You little brat, I ought to kick you to death so you don't cause trouble for others." She kicked him a few more times. Thinking of how Chu Feng spent the second half of his previous life in prison, Chu Xian knew she had to discipline him and set him on the right path. After a few kicks, Chu Feng put down the bucket and started to cry. "I just wanted to make some money. Grandma always told me, if you're going to steal, steal from people weaker than you, so you don't get beaten up." Chu Xian's raised foot suddenly couldn't come down. It was her own negligence. She hadn't taught her brother the right values. "Xiaofeng, remember, stealing is wrong, and stealing from people weaker than you is not only wrong, it's cowardly. That's not what a man does. You don't want to be a coward, do you?" Thinking of all the times he'd been beaten by the Chu family for being weak, Chu Feng wiped his tears. "I don't want to be a coward. I want to be brave." At that moment, he felt his sister was right to hit him. Good. A brave person admits their mistakes and takes responsibility. "Pick up the bucket, we're going to apologize together." Chu Xian carried her iron bucket in front. Chu Feng followed behind with the wooden bucket. They didn't see Feng Chunhua or Aunt Hua on the way, probably because their fight was over and they'd gone home. Before they even reached Lu Zhaodi's house, they saw her and her 2 brothers, Erlang and Sanling, rushing over, each holding a stick. Chu Xian immediately understood they were here to settle the score with Xiaofeng. She quickly explained, "Zhaodi, I brought Xiaofeng to apologize and return your seafood." She gave Xiaofeng a gentle push, signaling him to hand over the bucket. He did so at once and apologized sincerely. "Zhaodi, Erlang, Sanling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your seafood. And Zhaodi, I shouldn't have hurt you. I saw you were bleeding." Hearing the word hurt, Chu Xian's anger flared again. Her brother just kept getting her into trouble. She glared at Chu Feng and gritted her teeth. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurting a girl, just wait till we get home." Chu Xian forced a smile and offered a 7 or 8 Jean blackfish. "Zhaodi, I'm really sorry. I didn't discipline Xiaofeng well enough. Take this fish to help you recover. Let your brothers take the seafood home. I'll take you to the village clinic to get your wound treated, and I'll cover all the medical expenses." Now it was Lu Zhaodi's turn to feel embarrassed. She waved her hands. "It's not the kind of injury you think. I'll be fine in a few days. As long as we get our seafood back, that's enough. I don't need the blackfish." Only then did Chu Xian realize Lu Zhaodi was on her period. But she couldn't take the blackfish back. In another 10 years, Lu Zhaodi would be incredibly successful, and her 2 brothers would become tycoons. This was a family you absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Everyone who had crossed them ended up getting payback tenfold. Their fate was nothing short of tragic. On this day in her previous life, Chu Feng had gone out to sea with the crew, but hadn't stolen the Lu family's seafood. In this life, though, he had. Chu Xian knew she had to handle this matter properly. She absolutely couldn't let the Lu family hold a grudge. Zhaodi, this blackfish is an apology from our family. I didn't spend any money on it, I just picked it up by the shore. I'm really sorry about what happened today. I promise I'll keep a closer eye on Chufeng from now on. If he dares to steal again, I'll personally take him to the security team to be dealt with. With that, she walked straight into the Lu family's yard, put the fish into an empty wooden bucket inside the door, and Chufeng followed behind her, dumping the rest of the seafood into an empty basin nearby. Lu Zhaodi didn't manage to voice her refusal again. She felt that Chu Xian seemed different from before, so she decided to accept the blackfish and let the matter drop. She watched as the Chu siblings left. Once outside, Chu Xian finally let out a long sigh of relief. The bad blood from today should be settled now. Chufeng, eager to please, took the iron bucket from her hands, grinning ingratiatingly. Sis, there's still a blackfish and some clams in here. Should I take them to the dock to sell for some cash, or should we keep them to eat? Seeing how shameless her little brother was, Chu Xian said bluntly, Go home and write a self-criticism. You're not done until I'm satisfied. Chu Feng's smile froze. He barely knew any characters. How was he supposed to write a self-criticism? Sis, just let me off this time. Don't make me write it, just give me a beating when we get home. You know I didn't go to school for long. You have to write it. If you can't write the characters, use pinyin. Chu Xian's tone brooked no argument. Chufeng didn't dare bargain anymore. When they got home, Chufeng put the iron bucket in the kitchen, then went to his room to try to write the self-criticism. Chu Xian stood in the yard, looking toward her brother's room, wondering what kind of trouble he'd get into next. Before long, Aunt Hua came in carrying a basket, beaming. Xiao Xian, I'm here to trade for the blackfish. Chu Xian teased, Aunt Hua, are you celebrating something? You looked so pained on the beach just now, but now you're all smiles, coming to trade for fish. Aunt Hua didn't hide anything. Because during the argument today, Feng Chunhua had to admit defeat. Feng Chunhua was famous for never backing down. Getting her to admit defeat was no small feat. Aunt Hua, how did you manage to out-argue her? As soon as she asked, Aunt Hua's expression turned a bit awkward. That's not something I can talk about. Just pour out the dried scallops for me first. Chu Xian took the bamboo basket, went into the kitchen, poured the dried scallops into her own basket, and checked them. They looked good. She put the blackfish into Aunt Hua's basket and came back out. Handing it over, she asked, Did you find out some secret about Feng Chunhua? It was just a casual question, but Aunt Hua quickly waved her hands. No, nothing like that. I have to hurry to my mother's house, gotta go. She grabbed her basket and hurried off. That reaction made Chu Xian even more certain Aunt Hua knew something. No rush, she'd get it out of her eventually. Chu Xian sniffed herself and caught a strong fishy smell, so she immediately started boiling water for a bath. The big wooden tub she'd just bought finally came in handy. Space was tight at home, so she blocked the kitchen door and washed up in there. After her bath, she washed her clothes as well. It was only when she went to hang them up that she realized she hadn't strung up a clothesline. She went into her room, found an old shirt, tore it into strips, tied them together, and strung up a line in the yard. After hanging up the clothes, she spread out a new bamboo mat, wiped it down with a clean rag, then took another new mat and went into her brother's room. Her brother was scratching his head in frustration on the paper. All he'd managed to write was the pinyin for self-criticism and the character for book. She tossed the mat onto the kang bed, shoved the rag into his hand, and said, Make your own bed, wipe it down, and wash the rag when you're done. Also, if you don't finish your self-criticism tonight, you're not allowed to sleep. Chufeng sighed and nodded in resignation. Chu Xian added, The tide will go out around 6 tomorrow morning. I'll get up early to forage at the beach. You stay home and make breakfast. Chufeng really wanted to go with her, but since he'd just gotten into trouble and hadn't finished his self-criticism, he could only nod and agree without saying more. Chu Xian was tired and went to her room to rest. At a little past 5:30 the next morning, Chu Xian woke up. She felt for the pocket inside her clothes. The 400+ yuan was still there. She couldn't afford to be careless. The courtyard wall was low. Any adult could climb over it, and the doors and windows were flimsy. She washed up quickly, changed into old clothes, woke her brother to keep an eye on the house, and set out with her foraging gear. She arrived at the beach just as the tide was going out. There were plenty of clams. Of course, there were plenty of other people foraging too. Whoever was quicker got more. Because Chu Xian was overweight, she couldn't keep bending over for long before she was exhausted. She regretted not bringing her brother along, but since they'd just bought a lot of things, someone had to stay home to watch the house, so she let it go. She decided to stop picking clams and instead followed the receding tide, hoping to find something good. After searching for a while, she really did find a treasure. She picked up a sea cucumber about 15 centimeters long. 10 minutes later, she found 3 more, each about 10 centimeters long. She picked them all up and put them in her bucket. Half an hour later, she reached a rocky area and found an octopus curled up there. It looked to weigh over 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. Chu Xian quickly grabbed it and put it in her bucket, covering the sea cucumbers. She turned over a few more rocks and found 2 more octopuses, each about 5 or 6 jin. The tide was still going out, and she was reluctant to leave just yet. Half an hour later, she found 3 more sea cucumbers, each about 15 centimeters long, and hid them under the octopuses. Sea cucumbers were valuable. She wanted to get rich quietly. This time, she didn't go any farther. Otherwise, if the tide came back in, she might not make it out in time. On her way back, she picked up some clams, which left her exhausted. She really needed to take care of her health and exercise more. The old Chinese medicine doctor from the county hospital who'd helped her in her previous life was away visiting family and wouldn't be back for a few days. Chu Xian carried her iron bucket toward the dock, where many people sold seafood, but only 2 or 3 buyers. When she got there, seafood vendor Li Tong immediately noticed the big octopus and sea cucumbers in her bucket. He whispered, "I'll buy all your seafood for a flat price, 160 yuan. Chu Xian quietly interrupted, "I'll keep the clams for myself. The sea cucumbers and octopuses are top quality. Lately, there's been a lot of seafood at the dock, but no sea cucumbers. Since you want a flat price, make it 200 yuan. I'll sell you good stuff in the future, too." Li Tong hesitated for a moment, then smiled and took out the money. "All right, but you have to sell me your good stuff from now on." If his relatives hadn't specifically asked him to buy sea cucumbers for entertaining important guests, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. He counted out 20 10-yuan notes and handed them to Chu Xian. Chu Xian counted them again to make sure, then handed over the goods. Over 20 minutes later, she reached her house and tried the door. It was bolted from the inside. She knocked. Xiao Feng opened the door. All she heard in response was a muffled whimper. Chu Xian climbed over the wall into the yard. She found Xu Feng with his hands tied to the window in his room, a rag stuffed in his mouth. Chu Xian tossed aside the metal bucket in her hand and rushed forward to remove the rag stuffed in Xiao Feng's mouth. She quickly untied him. Xu Feng was racked with guilt. "Sis, I'm sorry. I didn't watch the house well. About an hour ago, Chuji climbed over the wall, tied me up, stuffed my mouth with a rag, and Feng Chunhua stole our rice, flour, fabric, new shoes, and a bunch of other things." Chuji barred the courtyard gate and left over the wall. Chu Xian forced down her anger and managed a comforting smile for her little brother. "You stay home. I'll go get our things back." And she'd make sure Feng Chunhua's family paid a price, so they'd never dare rob them again. She headed straight for the village office and explained the situation to Wang Dipin. Without a word, Wang Dipin helped her call the local security authorities. At that moment, Feng Chunhua was in her bedroom admiring the fabric she'd stolen. Chuji stood beside her, grinning. "Ma, you really know what you're doing. This haul is way better than that 100 yuan we wanted. Those 4 pairs of shoes alone must be worth over 100, right?" "Definitely," Feng Chunhua said smugly. "If we just asked Chu Xian for 100 in compensation, she wouldn't have given it to us, and she'd just used the village chief as a shield. Now we've taken these things as payment. Even if she comes knocking, I'm not afraid." She says they're hers, I say they're mine. She'd already checked, none of the stolen items had any identifying marks. Besides, whether going to the old house or coming back, Chuji had carried a bulging burlap sack. No one knew what was inside. In fact, on the way there, Feng Chanhua had hidden inside the sack. Chuji stepped forward to massage his mother's back. "Ma, can you make me a new set of clothes?" Feng Chanhua chuckled. "Of course I can. And give me a pair of women's leather sandals. I want to give them to someone." "No problem." All of it had been looted from Chu Xian's house, so Feng Chanhua didn't feel the least bit guilty. "Son, go pour the rice and flour into our storage jars." "Got it." Chuji happily went to do as told. Feng Chanhua muttered with a hint of regret, "Too bad we didn't find any cash this time. That wretched girl wants to build a new house. Could she be keeping her money on her?" Half an hour later, 3 security officers arrived on bicycles. Wang Dipin and Chu Xian led them to Chu Dashan's house. When Feng Chanhua saw them, she showed no fear at all. "Chu Xian, didn't we cut ties? What are you doing here?" Chu Xian ignored her and addressed the officers seriously. "Comrades, I want to report Feng Chanhua and Chuji for breaking and entering and robbery. They stole several hundred yuan worth of goods from my home, 40 jin each of rice and flour, 20 meters of fabric, 4 pairs of new shoes, 2 bamboo mats, a can of malted milk powder." Feng Chanhua felt something was off. The rice and flour didn't seem to add up to that much. Before Chu Xian could finish, Feng Chanhua cut in impatiently. "Chu Xian, you're just trying to claim my family's things as your own. Everything in my house belongs to me, none of it has your name on it." Everyone present could see Feng Chanhua was trying to play dirty. If she and Chuji refused to admit anything, and Chu Xian couldn't produce evidence or witnesses, it would be hard to settle the case. After all, no one had passed by Chu Xian's house when it happened. But Chu Xian was prepared. "I have proof of which items are mine. I can describe all the features of the fabric, mats, and new shoes. Can you, Feng Chanhua? Plus, I have receipts from the department store, and the sales clerks can vouch that I bought these things. Oh, and I also marked the inside of the malted milk powder lid." Feng Chanhua's heart began to pound. She hadn't expected there to be receipts. She should have just taken the rice and flour. The lead security officer looked at Chu Xian. "Write down the features of the fabric, mats, and new shoes on paper. Use the stone table in the courtyard." He handed her paper and pen. Chu Xian took them and got to work immediately. Meanwhile, another officer took Feng Chanhua and Chuji into the main room to take their statements. The remaining officer and Wang Dipin gathered up the items Chu Xian had mentioned and piled them in the courtyard. Chu Dashan was out at sea and not home. Aunt Hua from next door heard the commotion, and soon half the village had gathered to watch the excitement. Chu Xian spotted her little brother in the crowd. He'd always been traumatized by the Chu family, so the fact that he'd come over bravely this time was a big step forward. Chu Xian lowered her head and kept writing. Chu Feng stepped out from the crowd and addressed the lead officer. "Uncle, I'm a victim. I want to report Chuji and Feng Chanhua. They climbed over the wall, tied me up, and robbed our house." As he spoke, he showed the officer the marks on his arms and handed over the rough hemp rope and dirty rag used in the crime. Chu Xian deliberately raised her voice. "It doesn't matter if Chuji won't admit it. They can always lift his fingerprints from the rope and rag, he'll only get a harsher sentence." Inside, Chuji was trembling as he gave his statement, but stubbornly refused to confess. Half an hour later, the lead officer compared Feng Chanhua and Chuji's statements with the features of the mats, shoes, and fabric. Aside from the colors, nothing matched. But everything Chu Xian had written matched perfectly, down to the number of yards of each color of fabric, a chalk mark on one piece, a flaw on a certain spot on a mat, the shoe sizes for each color, and a scratch inside the malted milk powder lid. Most importantly, Chu Xian had purchase receipts and witnesses. Feng Chanhua started shouting, "I'm being framed. I didn't steal anything. Chu Xian stole those receipts from me. You're all siding with her. I'll report you." But faced with such evidence, the officers ignored Feng Chanhua's howls. Feng Chanhua and Chuji were both handcuffed. All the items in the courtyard were returned to Chu Xian and her brother. When Feng Chuanhua's eyes landed on her own grain jars, she finally realized Chu Xian had tricked her. She stopped shouting her innocence and admitted, "I did steal Chu Xian's things, but I didn't take that much rice and flour. Those are my jars." Chu Xian picked up her own empty rice and flour sacks from the ground and smiled. "You're right, the jars are yours. But the rice and flour inside came from my bags. Everyone can see, my sacks each hold 50 jin of grain. Don't worry, I only filled 40 jin each, didn't take even half a liang extra from you." She had exaggerated the 40 jin, but she wasn't about to admit it. As Feng Chuanhua herself had said, the rice and flour didn't have names on them. Now, even if Feng Chuanhua denied taking that much, no one would believe her. Besides, that grain was originally the ration owed to Chu Xian and Xiaofeng, which Feng Chuanhua had withheld when the family split. And Chu Xian had kept the receipts. She'd really bought 40 jin each of rice and flour in town, so she wasn't afraid of being checked. The reason there wasn't that much at home was because she and Xiaofeng had left most of it at Brother Long's house. Feng Chuanhua calmed down and looked at the lead officer. "Please, go to the county and check how much rice and flour Chu Xian really bought." "I'd bet it wasn't 40 jin." Chu Xian replied calmly, "I'm not afraid of being checked. I bought it at the county grain store. I'm sure the staff there remember how much I bought." Chu Ji started shaking in fear. "My mom forced me to do it with a knife. I'm a victim too." At that, Feng Chuanhua fainted from rage. The village clinic doctor happened to be there and came forward to press Feng Chuanhua's philtrum. Feng Chuanhua slowly came to, pointed at Chu Ji, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. "That's right, I was the one who forced him with a knife. The idea to steal today was all mine, it had nothing to do with Chu Ji. I was just taking things from my own granddaughter. This is a family matter. I'm not guilty. You can't arrest me." Chu Xian's face was full of mockery. Feng Chuanhua could go this far for the good-for-nothing Chu Ji, so why couldn't she treat her own grandson and granddaughter better? But even so, Chu Ji still had to be taken away for further questioning. Chu Xian and Chu Feng packed up their belongings into a large burlap sack. Chu Xian thanked the security officers, made it clear she was determined to press charges against Feng Chuanhua and Chu Ji, hoisted the sack onto her shoulder, and left with her little brother. The rest wasn't her concern. Back home, they put everything away properly. Chu Feng gave Chu Xian a thumbs up, admiration all over his face. "Sis, you're amazing. If you hadn't thought ahead, we wouldn't have gotten all this rice and flour for nothing." Chu Xian wasn't about to tell him that she'd lived this life once before. Let him admire her. It'd be best if she became his role model, maybe then it wouldn't take as long to steer him onto the right path. There was no breakfast in the kitchen, it had long since been stolen by Chu Ji and Feng Chuanhua. The siblings got busy, one scrubbing pots and dishes, the other washing vegetables and dried scallops. They made cabbage and scallop dumpling soup to fill their stomachs. As he blew on his soup, Chu Feng sighed, "Sis, it feels like I'm dreaming these past few days. Every meal is so good. I've been craving the scallop dumpling soup for years, and now I finally get to eat it. And those big meat buns and pork rib soup yesterday, and that big mackerel the day before. Delicious." Sometimes, the more you can't have something, the more you crave it. Growing up by the sea, Chu Xian used to have to watch Feng Chuanhua's mood even to eat scallops. Thinking back, she and her little brother had really been foolish. "Xiaofeng, drink slowly, don't burn yourself." Chu Feng wiped away his tears, sniffled, and kept drinking his soup. Near noon, Gao Meian arrived with a bamboo basket, bringing 10 cabbage and pork buns. She also brought news that their application to rebuild the house had been approved, and the construction team would start work in 3 days. They'd need to provide lunch for the workers, and Gao Meian would bring her daughter Wang Xia to help cook. If one stove wasn't enough, they could set up a temporary one in the yard. Chu Xian invited Gao Meian to stay for lunch, but she declined and hurried off. Back home, Gao Meian couldn't help but mutter to her husband Wang Dipin, "Per Xiao Xian and Xiaofeng, being born into the Chu family. If Xiao Xian hadn't left the money with me ahead of time, Feng Chuanhua would have taken it all today." Wang Dipin sighed. "You and Xiao Xian accidentally saved Feng Chuanhua. If she'd robbed over 2,000 yuan from their house, she'd never get out of jail in this lifetime. That's true. But I just don't get it. How can Feng Chanhua be so heartless to those two? Is it just because Xiao Xian's dad died and can't support her in old age? Maybe. But all of Xiao Xian's dad's compensation money went to Feng Chanhua anyway, so that's basically supporting her. Don't get me started. That was 1,000 yuan in compensation. Xiao Xian, her brother, and Tian Shaoan didn't get a cent. It all went to Chu Dashan and his wife. What could they do? Back then, the three of them signed a waiver agreeing to let Feng Chanhua have it. Like they dared say no. Feng Chanhua beat and scolded them all the time. Forget it. Let's not talk about this upsetting stuff. Have you noticed that Xiao Xian seems a lot smarter than before? She really does. That's a good sign. She and Xiao Feng are bound to have a better life from now on. The couple chatted as they ate lunch. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was reading her little brother's self-criticism essay. 2/3 of it was in pinyin, and most of the rest was misspelled Chinese characters. But at least he admitted his mistakes and promised not to repeat them. Xiao Feng, when school starts in September, you should go into first grade. With his current level, there was no way he could keep up in second grade. Chu Feng was too embarrassed to look up. Sis, there's still more than 2 months. I promise to catch up on all the first, second, and third grade material. Let me go straight into fourth grade when school starts, okay? Seeing her little brother so eager to improve, Chu Xian had to support him. All right. I'll go borrow the textbooks for you. His old textbooks had long since been sold off by Feng Chanhua. Only then did Chu Feng look up, eyes shining. I'll go borrow them. No need to trouble you with something so small. He was about to dash out when Chu Xian stopped him. Eat a meat bun while it's still hot. She stuffed a fragrant meat bun into his hand. He finished one, then another, and another. Worried he'd overeat and get indigestion, Chu Xian didn't give him any more. She ate 2 herself and saved the rest for dinner. Around 1 in the afternoon, Chu Feng came back with first to third grade Chinese and math textbooks. Chu Xian patiently tutored him. By 5:30, Chu Xian grabbed a metal bucket and some tools and headed to the shore to gather seafood. Chu Feng stayed home to watch the house. When she got to the beach, the tide was just going out. There were still plenty of clams. Chu Xian collected over half a bucket, working herself breathless. By now, the sea had receded quite a bit. She walked further out, hoping for some luck. But her luck this afternoon wasn't as good as in the morning. After over an hour, all she found were a few small crabs, which she released. Just as she was about to head back, a pleasant male voice called out. Chu Xian, not much luck today, huh? She didn't even have to look to know it was Mu Chenza. Feeling guilty toward this man, Chu Xian didn't dare meet his eyes. The tide's coming in soon, I should get going. Before she could finish, 2 mackerel, each about 3 jin, were tossed into her bucket. Mu Chenza's voice sounded, full of disdain. These mackerel are too small, I don't want them. You can have them. He walked off without looking back. As soon as his family's boat docked today, he'd heard all the gossip about the Chu family. After selling his seafood, he'd spotted Chu Xian out gathering at the shore and decided to join her. In fact, before he spoke to Chu Xian, he'd spent half an hour wrestling with himself before finally working up the courage to toss those 2 mackerel into her bucket. Chu Xian knew nothing of this, only silently cursing Mu Chenza for being wasteful. How could anyone turn up their nose at such good mackerel? Tonight, she and her brother would each have a braised mackerel. As for the clams, they'd soak them overnight to spit out sand, then stir-fry them tomorrow. She filled the bucket with some seawater and headed home. By the time she got back, it was already dark. Chu Feng took the bucket from her and volunteered to clean the fish. At that moment, Mu Chenza's mother, Qin Mahua, was standing at her own gate, shining a flashlight into the distance and muttering, "Why isn't my second son home yet? The food's getting cold." Her second son was currently squatting outside Chu Xian's yard with a serious face. Only when he smelled the aroma of braised mackerel did his expression finally relax. He overheard Chu Feng praising Chu Xian. "Sis, you're amazing. You even picked up mackerel while gathering today." Chu Xian replied softly, "Mu Chenza gave them to us." Sis, I actually think Muchinza is a really good guy. Now that we've split from the family, no one will force you to send money back after you get married. Why don't you give things another try with him? Muchinza held his breath, eager to hear how Chu Xian would respond. Chu Xian gave Chu Feng a thorough talking to. Xiao Feng, what are you daydreaming about? He's a swan in the sky, and I'm just a toad on the ground. You have to know your place in life. Look at all this fat on me, and this round face. How could I possibly be worthy of him? I still feel guilty about what happened with that scheme. Besides, I'll only think about marriage after you've made something of yourself. Chu Feng was puzzled. Why do you have to wait until I've made something of myself? When will that be? When you become a sensible, responsible man, that's when. As for why I have to wait, because I'm your big sister. The eldest sister is like a mother. Now hurry up and eat your fish, and don't bring this up again. But what Chu Xian really wanted to say was, if I think about marriage before you've grown up, I'll just end up dragging my in-laws down. Outside the courtyard wall, Muchinza stopped listening. He felt a bit annoyed. After the swan got tricked and kissed by the toad didn't want to take responsibility. Shouldn't the swan be happy about that? So why did the swan feel like it was being rejected by the toad? When he got home, he hurriedly ate a few bites of food and went back to his room. Qin Mahua whispered to her husband, Mu Qinlao, dear, have you noticed that our second son's been acting strange these past couple of days? Mu Qinlao was the easygoing type and waved her off. Haven't noticed. The boy's been working hard on the fishing boat, just like always. Qin Mahua felt like she was talking to a brick wall. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore. She went off to chat with her eldest daughter-in-law, Fu Qing. Qing, I feel like our second son's not himself lately. Could it be that he's upset after being rejected by Chu Xian? Should we find a matchmaker to introduce him to someone? Fu Qing had also noticed her brother-in-law hadn't had much of an appetite lately. He really might be upset. Mom, why don't you talk to a matchmaker tomorrow? Why wait for tomorrow? I'll go tonight. A few minutes later, Qin Mahua grabbed a bag of gifts, picked up a flashlight, and bustled off to the matchmaker Wang's house. The next morning, a little after 6, Chu Xian grabbed 2 buckets and her other tools, getting ready to go foraging by the sea. Chu Feng came out of his room holding a bowl of malted milk. Sis, have a bowl to fill your stomach first. I'll have breakfast ready by the time you get back. He'd lost track of time reading last night and woke up late this morning, so he hadn't managed to make breakfast for his sister in advance. Chu Xian took the bowl gratefully and finished it. In her past life, she'd always looked after her little brother. In this life, she was finally getting to feel his warmth in return. 20 minutes later, Chu Xian arrived at the beach. The tide had already gone out quite a bit. There were a lot of people out foraging, most of them collecting clams. Even though clams didn't fetch a good price these days, it didn't dampen anyone's enthusiasm for combing the shore. But Chu Xian didn't rush to join the crowd. Instead, she headed straight for the rocky area, hoping for better luck. Before long, she found a ribbonfish a meter long, weighing at least 7 or 8 jin. The ribbonfish was already dead, but still fresh, its gills bright red. This kind of fish lives in deep sea, and once it's brought ashore, its internal organs burst from the pressure difference. Usually, people only ever see dead ribbonfish. It was one of Chu Xian's all-time favorite seafoods. After putting the ribbonfish in her bucket, she couldn't help but imagine the delicious taste of braised or deep-fried ribbonfish. She turned over a few rocks and found a palm-sized swimming crab. It wasn't crab season, and this one was missing a claw, so it wouldn't sell for much. She decided to keep it for Xiao Feng. He'd been craving crab for ages. Definitely a keeper. She put it in the other bucket. After all, the crab still had one claw left, and she didn't want it to ruin her prized ribbonfish. She searched through the rocks and found 2 octopuses, each weighing 2 or 3 jin, and put them in the bucket too. The rocky area was pretty big, and although the tide hadn't fully gone out, that didn't stop Chu Xian from hopping from rock to rock in search of seafood. She looked into the water. She saw a whole bunch of ribbonfish. What luck! In her previous life, she'd never found this many ribbonfish, and neither had anyone else. Could this school of ribbonfish be a gift from the heavens? Her luck was really something. Free seafood. and there was no one else around. 10 minutes later, she'd filled both buckets to the brim with ribbonfish. As for the crab, surrounded by dead ribbonfish, Chu Xian wasn't worried about it causing any trouble. When she carried her buckets toward the pier, she drew plenty of envious looks. She'd gotten all the ribbonfish, no one else had found any. Many of the other foragers regretted not searching the rocks. Ribbonfish were worth much more than clams. At the pier, the ribbonfish were of excellent quality. Li Tong, the fish buyer, recognized Chu Xian at a glance and hurried over to help carry her buckets. He weighed them 65 jin and 3 liang in total. Li Tong was amazed. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone collect so many ribbonfish while foraging. Usually, only deep-sea fishing boats brought in that much. Surprised as he was, business was business. Normally, I pay 1.3 yuan per jin for ribbonfish over 8 liang, but yours are all big, almost all over a jin each. I'll give you 1.5 yuan per jin. How's that? Chu Xian picked out the meter-long ribbonfish. I'm not selling this one. And I'll keep the crab and octopus for myself. For the rest, let's make it a flat 100 yuan. Deal? Li Tong did the math. At 1.5 yuan per jin, 65 jin and 3 liang came to 98 yuan. If Chu Xian took out the biggest one, that'd be 7 or 8 jin less, worth over 10 yuan. At that price, I won't make any money. How about this? Flat 90 yuan. Chu Xian wasn't easy to fool. No way. Flat 95 yuan, not a cent less, or I'm not selling. Li Tong glanced at the other fish vendors nearby, who were eyeing the deal hungrily, and could only agree, though it pained him. Fine. But if you get any more good stuff, you have to sell to me first. No problem. Business was all about bargaining, after all. Chu Xian was satisfied with the price and didn't bother looking for another buyer. Li Tong counted out 95 yuan and handed it to her. Some gossipy villagers saw the whole thing and spread the news back in the village. When Chu Xian returned, she heard people talking. Ever since she split from her family, Chu Xian's luck has been great. Yeah, she was in debt before the split, but now she can pay it off. Plus, her real mom sends money to help build a new house. Life's only going to get better for her. That Feng Chanhua just couldn't see the bigger picture. Chu Xian didn't bother listening to the rest. 20 minutes later, she was at her doorstep. She paused, looking at the long ribbonfish in her bucket. She couldn't help but wonder, Muchenza turned his nose up at 2 or 3 jin mackerel. Surely he wouldn't reject a 7 or 8 jin ribbonfish, right? Should she give him the ribbonfish to repay some of what she owed him? She'd owed him so much in her past life and still owed him plenty in this one. But she was craving that ribbonfish herself. In both her lives combined, she'd never eaten one this big. Just then, she saw a familiar figure passing by. It was Muchenza. He didn't go out to sea today? The moment she saw him, Chu Xian's hand went to the ribbonfish. She picked it up and blurted out, Muchenza, here's a big ribbonfish for you, 7 or 8 jin. She couldn't help feeling a little regretful. She wouldn't get to taste that big, delicious ribbonfish herself. Muchenza stopped about half a meter away from her. His gaze fell on the ribbonfish, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Chu Xian, you're in luck today. We can braise half of this ribbonfish and fry the other half. Today, he was dressed in an ordinary white t-shirt and blue pants, yet he looked so pleasing to the eye. The more wonderful someone was, the less Chu Xian wanted to bring them harm. If she didn't marry him, being friends wouldn't be so bad either. Muchenza, hurry up and take it. If he didn't take it soon, she was afraid she'd change her mind and keep it for herself. But Muchenza replied, I like octopus. You keep the ribbonfish for yourself. It wasn't until Muchenza had grabbed 2 octopuses from the bucket and walked off that Chu Xian snapped out of it. That guy used to love ribbonfish more than anything in his past life. When did he start preferring octopus? He was getting harder and harder to figure out. Chu Xian pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Chu Feng shot out of the bedroom like an arrow. Jia, you must be starving. I left some food for you in the pot. Go wash your hands and eat. Wow, such a big ribbonfish? Should I take it to sell for some money? And there are swimming crabs too. Chu Xian took the money from selling fish out of her pocket and handed it to Chu Feng. Let's keep the ribbon fish and crabs in the bucket for ourselves. This is what I made selling ribbon fish today, count it. I'll go wash up and change, then come out to eat. Huh, that much? Chu Feng quickly counted it, 95 yuan in total. 5 minutes later, Chu Xian was enjoying a delicious breakfast, steamed egg with scallops, scallion pancakes, and rice porridge. All made by her little brother, just to her taste. After the meal, Chu Feng handed the money back to Chu Xian, rushing to clear the dishes with a happy grin. Yeah, you keep the money. I'll handle all the chores from now on. Ever since we split from the family, your luck's been amazing. If this keeps up, we'll get rich just from foraging by the sea. Chu Xian agreed. I've been lucky with the tides lately. When it goes out this afternoon, I'll head out again. She slipped the money into her pocket. Normally, she kept her cash in an inside pocket of her shirt. Since she often went to the shore, there was no telling when she might get soaked and ruin the money. Should she let her little brother keep the money instead? He wouldn't gamble it away like in her past life, would he? Thinking back, he hadn't started gambling until 4 years later. He hadn't picked up the habit yet. Chu Xian counted the cash in her pocket, over 700 yuan, and made a big decision. She found one of Xiaofeng's shirts and sewed an inner pocket into it. She put all 700 plus yuan inside and handed it to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, while I'm out at the shore, you're in charge of the money and watching the house. Once we build a new house, put up a high wall, scatter some broken glass on top, and get a dog, then we can stash the money at home. In her previous life, plenty of people in the village had their money stolen. This time around, money was what Chu Xian needed most. She had to keep it safe. Chu Feng felt the weight of responsibility. Don't worry, Jia. Even if I get stolen, I won't let our money get stolen. Chu Xian said earnestly, if your life is in danger, you can throw the money away. Staying alive is more important, understand? Chu Feng nodded solemnly. Got it. He immediately changed into the shirt with the inner pocket. Near 10 in the morning, Mu Chinza, carrying 2 octopuses, walked into his good friend Ji Ping's house. Ji Ping lived alone nearby. He was the same age as Mu Chinza, 22 this year. Pingzi, mind if I use your kitchen for a bit? Ji Ping had just washed his hair and was drying it with a towel as he headed toward the kitchen. Why do you keep coming over today? Mu Chinza found a wooden basin and started cleaning the octopus. I'm planning to make stir-fried octopus. How about we have a drink at lunch? Ji Ping looked Mu Chinza up and down, a puzzled look in his eyes. Not only did you skip going out to sea today, you look like a drowned rat. You came here to shower, borrowed my clothes, and now you're running around just to bring back 2 octopuses for a drinking snack? You're not running a fever, are you? He put his hand on Mu Chinza's forehead to check. No fever. Mu Chinza said nothing. Ji Ping gave up. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. We're good friends, after all. I'll go buy some liquor. At that moment, Mu Chinza's mother, Qin Mahua, was pacing anxiously in her courtyard. Why isn't my second son back yet? He promised to come home for the matchmaking at noon. Fu Qing cautiously reminded her, Ma, maybe Chinza doesn't want to go on a blind date? I think he said last night he hates matchmaking. Qin Mahua scratched her ear. How come I didn't hear that? No, I need to go look for him. Maybe he's at Pingzi's place. She made to leave and look for her son. Fu Qing stopped her. Ma, you should wait at home. What if the matchmaker brings the girl early? You can smooth things over. I'm not good with words, better I run errands. Before Qin Mahua could reply, she ran out the door. On the way, she ran into Ji Ping, who was out buying liquor. Pingzi, have you seen Chinza? Ji Ping didn't answer directly, but asked, what's up? Doesn't Chinza go out to sea every day? He didn't today? Something happened at home. Fu Qing didn't suspect a thing. Oh, we're trying to set Chinza up with a girl. But he left early this morning and hasn't come home since. Hearing this, Ji Ping lied without batting an eye. I haven't seen him today. I'll look elsewhere then. Fu Qing waved and went off in another direction. 10 minutes later, Ji Ping returned home with a bottle of baijiu and a bag of peanuts, not mentioning running into Fu Qing. He thought he knew Mu Chinza well. After a few drinks, he'd spill everything. By 11, Ji Ping and Mu Chenza were sitting on the kang, drinking and eating. After one small cup of baijiu, Mu Chenza still didn't open up. Ji Ping waited patiently. After 5 cups, Mu Chenza still hadn't said a word. Ji Ping was confused. Why wasn't he talking yet? Just before passing out, he finally heard Mu Chenza say, "Pingzi, women are nothing but trouble." Do you believe that? Ji Ping, bleary-eyed, nodded repeatedly. I believe it. Of course I do. You ended up looking like a drowned rat this morning because of a woman. He asked the question, but didn't hear the answer. He'd already fallen asleep. A short while later, Fu Qing's voice and knocking sounded at the door. Pingzi, open up. I heard from the villagers that Chenza is at your place. Mu Chenza staggered to the door. Seeing he was drunk, Fu Qing grew anxious. Why'd you drink so much? The matchmaker and a girl are at our house, waiting for you to come home for the blind date. She waited outside for Mu Chenza to come out. As his sister-in-law, she felt awkward helping him up. If she'd known, she would have brought his mother. Mu Chenza squinted and pointed behind her. Sister-in-law, could you take 2 steps back? Fu Qing, puzzled, did as she was told. Then she heard the door slam and the bolt slide into place. She could only keep knocking. Open up. Open the door. Or I'll get Ma. Mu Chenza shouted through the door, it's no use, no matter who comes. I'm not going on a blind date. I want to fall in love freely. Whoever I fall for, I'll marry. Tell Ma to stop worrying. Fu Qing kindly reminded him, if you don't go, what if Ma gets mad and arranges it for you anyway? Mu Chenza sobered up instantly. He absolutely couldn't let his mother make the decision. He hadn't stayed ashore today just for the blind date. He reopened the courtyard gate. Sister-in-law, you go on home first. I'll just pop inside and say goodbye to Pingzi before I leave. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Fu Qing headed home. Mu Chenza walked into the bedroom, picked up the enamel mug filled with warm water, and patted Pingzi on the shoulder. Pingzi, wake up. Have some water first. He knew Pingzi well, give him some water, and he'd sober up. Pingzi groggily drank a few sips and sobered up a bit. Chenza, I can't hold my liquor like you anymore. Mu Chenza set the mug on the Kong table. I need to head home. Come out and bolt the iron gate. Pingzi's courtyard wall was high, topped with shards of glass. As long as the iron gate was bolted, it would keep thieves out for the most part. Xiao Dogwang often lurked around, clearly eyeing Pingzi's house, just never having found the chance yet. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza returned home in wet clothes and shoes, his face smudged with mud, looking every bit the drunk. Just then, his blind date Zhang Tao, her family, and matchmaker Wang were preparing to leave. Qin Mahua and Fu Qing came out to see them off. Zhang Tao frowned in disgust and whispered to her mother, I don't like him. Zhang's mother heard this and didn't bother being polite with Qin Mahua anymore. Raising a son like this must have been quite a feat. Let's go. Matchmaker Wang looked helpless. Today's match clearly wasn't happening. Once the guests left, only Mu Chenza, Qin Mahua, and Fu Qing were left at home. Mu Qinlao and Mu Chenfu were still out at sea. Fu Qing thought her mother-in-law would scold Mu Chenza and was already thinking how to plead for him. But then she noticed Chenza's clothes weren't the same as earlier. To her surprise, Qin Mahua didn't scold him at all. Instead, her face was full of concern. Xiaoza, did you fall in the sea or what? Hurry and change your clothes. I'll heat some water for your bath. Half an hour later, freshly bathed and in clean clothes, Mu Chenza lounged on the bed. Qin Mahua came in with a bowl of egg tea sweetened with honey. Xiaoza, drink some egg tea to sober up. Mu Chenza took it and downed it in one go, then smiled and said, Mom, I didn't stay ashore for the blind date. I had something else to do. Please don't arrange any more blind dates for me, okay? Qin Mahua took the empty bowl from him. Then tell me, what was so important today? You've been distracted these past days. I haven't been distracted. I've just been thinking about how to make money. Look, I made over 300 yuan today here. He pulled a wad of cash from under his pillow and stuffed it into Qin Mahua's hands. I'm only 22. I want to work hard and make more money while I'm young. I'm not thinking about marriage for the next few years, okay? You're the best mom. You always understand and support me. His sweet talk made Qin Mahua beam with joy. Alright. If you just said you were thinking about making money, I wouldn't have worried you were looking for a wife. Now tell me, how did you make this 300 yuan? Mu Chenze grinned mysteriously. Actually, I went out early this morning and bought a few hundred jin of hairtail at the dock. I'd prepared ice in advance and hired a truck to take them to the city to sell. After deducting the truck fee and all, I made over 300 yuan. I got back at 5:30 in the morning, didn't want to wake you, so I left the money under my pillow and went back to the dock to see if there was anything else good. My son is amazing. Earning over 300 in a day, you must be exhausted. But I still have to ask you a few questions to be sure. Ask away. Did you eat breakfast and lunch? Why did you drink? And why were you soaked? I ate both meals. I drank because I was happy about making money. I got myself wet and dirty on purpose because I didn't want the blind date to work out. How did you know there'd be hairtail to buy today? Hairtail are caught offshore. You can't just show up at the dock and expect to find them. Mu Chenze replied easily. I calculated the dates. The offshore fishing boats were due back early this morning, so I went. Actually, their own boat could go further out, but his family was too attached to home and didn't want to spend days at sea, so they always fished close to shore. Now Qin Mahua was completely reassured. Xiaoza, go get some rest. I'll do your laundry. No more blind dates. I'll wait for you to bring home a daughter-in-law. Mom, you're the best mom in the world. Mu Chenze knew this was exactly what worked on his mother. Sure enough, Qin Mahua was even happier. After a sleepless night, Mu Chenze was indeed tired. Soon, he drifted off to sleep. Qin Mahua took the money to show Fu Qing, explained everything, and promised not to arrange any more blind dates for Chenze for the next few years. Both women were the type who never bragged about the family's earnings, so the news of Mu Chenze making money selling hairtail didn't spread. At that moment, Xu Xian had just finished lunch and was strolling in the courtyard to digest, sighing to herself, big hairtail really was delicious. No one had found hairtail on this day in her previous life, but this time she had. Could it be that her rebirth had changed some things? If fate was favoring her, would there be more surprises in store? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xu Xian went over and unbolted it. Standing outside was Chu Dashan. Chu Dashan was 60 this year, tall and thin with graying hair, putting on the airs of an elder. Xiao Xian, go tell the town security team you won't press charges against your grandma and your second uncle. We're all family, how could we really cut ties? I even skipped going out to sea today because of this, lost a good day's earnings. He made it sound so casual that Chu Xian cursed him inwardly for playing dumb. What are you talking about? Cutting ties means cutting ties. Are you going to help me pay off the 3,000 yuan debt? Xu Dashan didn't feel the least bit embarrassed, thinking Chu Xian was still as easy to manipulate as before. Didn't your mom send you money? Why not use it to pay off the debt instead of building a new house? How about this? Use the house money to pay the debt, and you and Xiao Feng move back in. We'll patch things up as a family. Chu Xian's face grew colder. The house money isn't enough to pay off the debt. How about you give me 2,000 yuan to help pay it off? Chu Dashan waved his hands frantically. We don't have that kind of money at home. You'll have to pay the debt yourselves. Anyway, whenever you pay it off, we'll patch things up. Just go tell the security team you're not pressing charges against your grandma and uncle. Chu Xian sneered. If you want me to drop the charges against Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji, fine. Give me a share of my dad's compensation. I'm not asking for much, just 500 yuan. You'd better decide quickly. If the security team makes a decision and I say I'm not pressing charges, it'll be too late. Chu Dashan angrily kicked the door. 500 yuan? Are you trying to kill me? If you don't go, I'll hang myself at your front door. Xu Xian glanced at her rickety front door. Suit yourself. But let me say this first, if you break my door, you'll have to pay 100 yuan for repairs. Chu Dashan was so angry his hands shook, but that didn't stop him from pulling a hemp rope out of his pocket. Chu Xian saw that Chu Dashan was really about to hang himself at the door, so she called toward the kitchen, Xiao Feng, hurry and go call a few villagers over to watch the fun. If this Chu grandpa ends up breaking our front door, they can be witnesses. At this moment, Chu Feng had just finished his chores and dashed out of the kitchen. Okay, I'm on it. He was indeed a little afraid of Chu Dashan, but with his sister there, he could boldly walk right past him. The moment Chu Dashan saw Chu Feng, he couldn't help but notice the boy looked fatter and fairer. It had only been a few days since the family split, and he'd changed so much already. Looks like Chu Xian has quite a bit of money on hand. Want compensation for my eldest son? No way. Xiao Feng, don't you know to greet your grandpa? His tone was full of authority. Chu Feng didn't look at him, but instead glanced at Chu Xian. Chu Xian smiled faintly. Xiao Feng, you need to be polite. Hurry up and greet Chu Grandpa. Chu Feng played along perfectly. Hello, Chu Grandpa. That one line almost made Chu Dashan choke. He clutched his ribs, barely holding back the pain. Xiao Feng, you used to be the most obedient to your grandparents. Now your sisters taught you to be so wild. Do you even remember your surname is Chu? Chu Feng made a face at him, said nothing, and ran off to call people. No one else was passing by at the moment. Chu Dashan's eyes darted around, then he sat down on the ground, slowly lay back, and even kicked off both cloth shoes. He put on a pitiful act, as if he'd been beaten down. Chu Xian saw through it immediately. Chu Dashan was trying to play the scoundrel. If it's about extorting people, she could do that too. She stepped forward, picked up Chu Dashan's cloth shoes, and stamped a few footprints on herself, especially over her heart. Once she was done, she tossed the shoes back by Chu Dashan's feet. Imitating Chu Dashan, she lay down on the ground outside the gate. Chu Grandpa, isn't this just a contest to see who's more miserable? You don't have any footprints on you. People will only believe me. Chu Dashan scrambled up, his hands trembling. Chu Xian, you little troublemaker. I'll beat you to death. He grabbed the shoes off the ground and swung them at Chu Xian. Chu Xian dodged with difficulty. Just then, the villagers who'd come to watch the commotion arrived and saw the scene. Seeing is believing, they all thought Chu Dashan was beating Chu Xian. They rushed forward to stop him. Look at what you've done to Chu Xian. Can this girl even get up again? Poor thing. She was beaten before the family split, and now she's still being beaten. How is she supposed to live in peace? Chu Dashan knew he couldn't explain his way out of this, so he just gave up. If Chu Xian doesn't agree to go to the security team to get her grandma and second uncle back today, I'll hang myself right here at the front gate. He threw the rope over the door frame. It caught on the first try. He tied a knot and yanked hard on the rope, but before he could put it around his neck, the door frame snapped and the front gate collapsed inward. Chu Feng ran to Chu Xian's side, his eyes full of concern. Sis, what happened? Did Chu Dashan hit you? Chu Xian replied weakly, yeah. He kicked me in the chest several times. Don't worry about me, just call the security team and tell them someone came and broke our front gate. I don't want compensation, I just want them to arrest him. Chu Dashan was dumbfounded. I didn't. But it was useless to say anything now, so many eyes had seen it. If he didn't split his eldest son's compensation money with Chu Xian, not only would he fail to get his wife and second son out, he'd end up in jail himself. Only now did he realize Chu Xian was no longer that chubby, naive girl from before. If he wasn't careful, he'd fall right into her trap. Chu Dashan was full of regret. But as for paying compensation? No way. He stubbornly declared, Chu Xian, if you want to get money out of me, you'll have to wait for your next life. I'd rather get arrested. Jail's fine by me, they feed you there. When Wang Dipin heard about the incident, he rushed over. Seeing the shattered gate and the footprints on Chu Xian, he didn't hesitate to call the security team. In the end, Chu Dashan was taken away. Even after being arrested, Chu Dashan still refused to pay compensation, vowing that even if he rotted in jail, he wouldn't give a single cent. When Chu Xian heard this, she sneered. If Chu Dashan's money didn't go to her, it would only end up in the hands of thieves like Qiu Daguang and his wife. Now that Chu Dashan's house was empty, knowing Qiu Daguang and his wife's nature, they'd definitely sneak over to search for loot. Let evil people deal with each other. Let them torment each other. The next morning at 7, while heading out to the tidal flats, Chu Xian saw Qiu Daguang and his wife excitedly discussing a trip to the county department store. She guessed they'd gotten their hands on something. After collecting 2 buckets of clams, Chu Xian brought them home, planning not to sell them. The construction crew would be coming tomorrow to build the house, and she'd need to provide lunch. Stir-fried clams would be a great dish. She borrowed 50 yuan from her little brother, let him know, and went to town to shop. A little after 3 in the afternoon, Chu Xian returned to the village with her purchases and heard that Chu Dashan's house had been robbed. It was discovered by Feng Chuanhua's brother, Feng Ti. The security team was investigating and had already traced it to Qiu Daguang and his wife. Chu Xian didn't bother to go watch the excitement. Low tide would be at 7 tonight, and she planned to go to the shore again, so she needed to rest at home. A little after 6, Chu Xian woke up to find that Chu Feng had thoughtfully made dinner. Stir-fried clams, tomato and egg stir-fry, steamed rice, and millet porridge. After dinner, Chu Xian grabbed her flashlight and tools and headed out. When she reached the beach, there were already a dozen or so people collecting clams. Chu Xian didn't join them, but headed toward the rocky area. She'd found good stuff there several times before. Once there, she found 3 octopuses, each about a kilo, between the rocks. She was quite pleased. But her happiness was short-lived. After more than an hour, her bucket still only held those 3 octopuses. Just as she was debating whether to go back to the beach for clams, a familiar male voice called out. Chu Xian, out foraging again? How's your luck today? It was Muchenza. His flashlight shone into her bucket. Chu Xian replied a little dejectedly, not great, as you can see, just 3 octopuses. Muchenza shone his flashlight at a patch of sand that had just been exposed. Huh? I think I saw something jumping over there just now. Chu Xian had seen it too and perked up. Maybe it's a fish. Aren't you going to check it out? Nope. I'm just out for a walk after dinner, not interested in foraging. With that, Muchenza walked away. Chu Xian carefully made her way over the rocks to where she thought there might be fish. She shone her flashlight around, but didn't see any fish. Instead, she found dozens of prawns. Long, slightly flattened, spindle-shaped, and plump for this season. She hadn't eaten them in ages, just boiling them in water would be delicious. With no one else around, she gathered all the prawns into her bucket in less than 15 minutes. Seeing the tide coming in, Chu Xian happily carried her bucket home. Meanwhile, Qin Mahua was muttering in the kitchen, huh? I remember Xiaozhe brought back a full bucket of fish and shrimp. Why isn't it full now? Did a cat steal some? I'll have to cover it next time. Walking home, Muchenza couldn't help but sneeze. Who's talking about me? Could it be Chu Xian? Judging by how she looked, she seemed unharmed from her run-in with Chu Dashan. When Chu Xian got home and looked at the prawns in her bucket, she suddenly recalled the ribbonfish from before and felt that something wasn't quite right. The day she picked up over 60 jin of ribbonfish, Muchenza hadn't gone out to sea. That night's prawns were only discovered thanks to his tip. Was it really fate's favor, or had Muchenza secretly left them for her? She'd have to ask him face-to-face tomorrow. The next morning at 6, Chu Xian got up. She wasn't heading out to the shore today. She needed to stay home and wait for the construction crew. She had to discuss the new house's layout, how high to build the courtyard wall, and she also planned to renovate the toilet and kitchen. Actually, it would be more convenient to have a well at home, but since they lived so close to the sea, they couldn't get fresh water by digging. They had to fetch water from a stream on the other side of the village. That stream was fed by mountain springs, the water crisp and sweet. The water jar at home was almost empty, so Chu Xian grabbed her buckets and headed out. When she reached the stream, she happened to run into Muchenza, who was also there to fetch water. She greeted him. Not going out to sea today? Nope. Muchenza set down his carrying pole and got ready to fill his empty buckets. Seeing no one else around, Chu Xian finally voiced her suspicion. Did you put those prawns there ahead of time yesterday? Muchenza looked at her like she was an idiot, replying half-heartedly, how much free time do you think I have to go plant prawns on the shore just for you? Don't flatter yourself. He filled his 2 buckets, then left without looking back. Chu Xian scratched her nose awkwardly. She'd been a bit too blunt today. She didn't notice that, after walking a dozen meters away, Muchenza finally let out a long breath. Clearly, he couldn't pull off stunts like that anymore. but it would take several more trips to fill the water jar. On her second and third trips, she ran into Mu Qinze again. This time, Chu Xian didn't start a conversation. Not until the fourth trip, after filling his buckets, did Mu Qinze take the initiative, smiling. "I heard you're building a new house today. Is the crew handling everything?" "Yes. If you need any help, just call me." "No need. Don't want the villagers to get the wrong idea." "Mu Qinze, I'm actually curious. Why don't you hate me? Why do you help me?" Mu Qinze didn't hide it anymore. "Because I happened to pass by the old Chu house that day and overheard your conversation with Feng Chunhua. That's when I realized it was her who forced you to scheme against me and my family. She demanded over 100 yuan from you every month after marriage and wanted even more in the future. She's got some nerve. I'm grateful you didn't marry me. So if you ever need anything, just ask." He seemed relieved after saying this. Chu Xian hadn't expected him to know the truth. "I'm just glad you don't blame me. I really do feel guilty about it." "What's there to feel guilty about? It wasn't your choice. From now on, I, Mu Qinze, will treat you as a friend, a buddy. See you." Mu Qinze hoisted his buckets and left. Chu Xian muttered under her breath, "Being buddies sounds good." Since the prawns weren't a secret gift from Mu Qinze, she wouldn't feel bad about keeping them. Back home, Chu Xian cooked the prawns and had a feast with Xiaofeng. When Mu Qinze got home, he saw Qin Mahua looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. He couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, if you want to ask something, just ask." Qin Mahua made a money-counting gesture. "You didn't go out to sea today, did you go buy and sell fish again? I checked under your pillow, and there's no money." Mu Qinze laughed heartily and pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. "Here it is. Over 400 yuan. Qin Mahua happily took the money, counting as she asked, "Was it ribbon fish again this time?" "Nope. Abalone. I left a few in the kitchen. I've already had breakfast, I'm going to nap, don't disturb me." Mu Qinze headed to his room. Soon after, he heard Qin Mahua's surprised voice. "Oh my goodness, how many are there?" "That's a whole pile of abalone. We should sell them, eating too many would be wasteful." Luckily, she didn't go in and disturb Mu Qinze. Mu Qinze would never tell anyone that those abalone were actually meant as a secret gift for Chu Xian. But since she was already suspicious, he couldn't do it again. Otherwise, if he got found out, Chu Xian would definitely pay him back for the ribbon fish and prawns. At 8 in the morning, the construction crew arrived at Chu Xian's house, 10 people in all, led by a man named Lin Lu. Today's tasks were to tear down the collapsed rooms and courtyard wall, mark out the site, and dig the foundation. The demolished parts were just crumbling mud bricks and rotten wood. Lin Lu suggested that, after the new house was built, Chu Xian should tear down the remaining 2 rooms and rebuild them as well. Chu Xian had thought the same, but she didn't have enough money for that yet. She'd need to earn at least another 1,000 yuan before she could build more. Around 10 in the morning, Gao Meiwan and her daughter came over to help. Gao Meijuan's daughter, Wang Shasha, was the same age as Chu Feng, but a whole head taller. That made Chu Xian even more determined to improve her little brother's nutrition. For lunch, she made stir-fried clams, pork belly and prawn stew with cabbage and vermicelli, steamed mixed grain buns, and mung bean soup. The buns were made with cornmeal and wheat flour, sweet and tasty. With such fragrant dishes, the workers ate happily and worked even harder in the afternoon. By the end of the day, the foundation was dug and reinforced with stone, red bricks, and concrete. There weren't many building materials left, so more would have to be brought in tomorrow. They didn't bring everything at once because there was no courtyard wall yet, and theft was a risk. Word was that Qiu Daguang had been arrested and taken all the blame, so Qi Hong got off scot-free. Around 8 in the evening, Chu Xian grabbed her gear and headed to the shore. Even though she was tired, nothing could dampen her enthusiasm for foraging by the sea. Living by the sea meant living off the sea. She needed to gather more seafood and earn more money. Mu Qinze was out for a post-dinner walk along the shore. Even in the dim light, he spotted Chu Xian right away. Mainly because her figure was hard to miss. This time, he didn't go up to her. Chu Xian, flashlight in hand, followed the receding tide. She spotted a sea base weighing 3 or 4 jin. She set down her bucket, grabbed it easily, and tossed it in. Moving forward, she found a 15-centimeter-long sea cucumber. Then she came across a group of stranded anchovies. Anchovies are small and full of bones, but they're delicious fried. In no time, she'd filled half a bucket. Further ahead, she found a dozen sea urchins. Their spines were still moving, they were alive. She was having good luck today, so she used tongs to collect them. Sea urchin was delicious, but Chu Xian couldn't bear to eat them herself. She planned to sell them at the dock. The price for sea urchin varied depending on quality. After collecting the sea urchins, Chu Xian found another sea bass and grabbed it for her bucket. A bit farther on, she picked up 2 more sea cucumbers, each 17 or 18 centimeters long and plump. Each must weigh half a jin. Satisfied with her haul, Chu Xian headed back. Every time she passed another villager out foraging, they'd shine their flashlight into her bucket. Everyone agreed she'd been especially lucky lately and were all curious about her latest finds. At the dock, Chu Xian went straight to Li Tong's stall. "I'm keeping the anchovies, but you can buy the rest." "Alrighty." Li Tong quickly weighed everything. The 2 sea bass came to 7 jin and 4 liang, and the sea urchins 3 jin and 7 liang. When it was time to weigh the sea cucumbers, Chu Xian stopped him. "We know each other well. Just give me a flat price for the sea cucumbers." She figured the 3 sea cucumbers were top quality, rare, and valuable. She wouldn't sell for less than 80 yuan. To her surprise, Li Tong looked troubled. "Last time I gave you a flat price because a customer needed them urgently. Today, I have to weigh them. They're good quality, so I'll give you 15 yuan a jin. These 3 are just over a jin. If you're not happy with that, you can take them to a hotel in the county. They might fetch a better price there." Chu Xian actually wanted to go to the county town to sell her catch for a better price, but with the house construction at home, she couldn't get away. Such high-quality, pure wild, live sea cucumbers, each weighing about half a jin, selling them at the usual price for sea cucumbers felt like a real loss. Li Tong noticed Chu Xian's hesitation and continued, "Perch is 1.5 yuan per jin. Sea urchins are 6 yuan per jin. These sea cucumbers are rare quality. I'll pay 60 yuan per jin. I have friends in the city who love this kind of thing." Mu Chenza stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed. Before Chu Xian could reply, Li Tong enthusiastically suggested, "Why not sell your sea cucumbers to Mu Chenza? He's got connections in the city. Just today, he bought a bunch of abalone and made a good profit selling them there." Chu Xian coughed awkwardly. In her previous life, Mu Chenza had also been a middleman for deep-sea goods and made quite a bit of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get money so easily to help out her mother's family. This time around, Mu Chenza would get to keep his money. In the end, Li Tong bought the sea urchins and perch, giving Chu Xian 33.3 yuan. Mu Chenza bought the sea cucumbers and wanted to pay Chu Xian 90 yuan, but she only took 80. With over 100 yuan in her pocket, Chu Xian picked up the half bucket of green-scaled fish and headed home. Mu Chenza called after her, "You can sell me any sea cucumbers or abalone from now on." Chu Xian glanced back and gave him a grateful smile. "All right." She thought her chubby face probably didn't look great when she smiled, so she quickly wiped the smile away. In fact, it was already late and dark out. Mu Chenza hadn't seen her face clearly at all. The next day at noon, Chu Xian and her family had prepared lunch: fried green-scaled fish, cold cucumber salad, mixed grain steamed buns, and seaweed egg drop soup. In these times, hardly anyone would splurge on oil to fry green-scaled fish, so everyone was thoroughly satisfied. The fish bones were crispy, the innards were cleaned perfectly, and there was no need to spit out bones. The more they chewed, the tastier it got, leaving their lips shiny with oil. At the end, everyone used their steamed buns to wipe the oil from their mouths before eating them. Because Chu Xian had put so much care into lunch, everyone working on the house worked even harder. After lunch, Gao Meiwan and her daughter helped tidy up and were just about to head home for a nap when Chu Ji and Feng Chunhua showed up. Chu Xian and Gao Meiwan exchanged glances. Neither knew when this mother and son had been released. Gao Meiwan whispered to Chu Xian, "I'll ask your Grandpa Wang about it when I get home." No sooner had she spoken than Feng Chunhua, hands on her hips and looking bossy, declared, "Chu Xian, your second uncle, and I have nothing to eat. Either give us some grain or feed us. All our money was stolen and squandered by Qiu Dogwang, and we couldn't get it back." Everyone was a bit stunned. Was begging for food supposed to be this self-righteous? Chu Xian was also shocked by her audacity. "Whoever stole your money, you should go ask them for it." "There's no one left in the Qiu family," Feng Chunhua said, flopping down on the foundation. "If you don't feed us, we'll just lie here and not get up." Chu Ji, silent, copied his mother and lay down on the other side of the foundation. The construction crew wanted to go over and move them, but Feng Chunhua shouted, "Anyone who comes near, I'll latch onto you. I'll lie at your doorstep every day." Chu Xian didn't want to drag others into this, nor did she want to delay the house construction, so she whispered something to Gao Meiwan. Gao Meiwan nodded in agreement. She called the construction team leader, Lin Lu, aside and deliberately spoke loud enough for Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji to hear, "You all should take a nap on the foundation too. Rest up before getting back to work." She shot Lin Lu a meaningful look. Lin Lu caught on immediately. "All right, guys, let's take a break." 10 minutes later, Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji's stomachs were growling with hunger. Gao Meiwan covered her mouth and laughed. "Feng Chunhua, Chu Ji, so you really did come here hungry? Come on. Follow me to the village office. They'll definitely feed you a few meals. They're building an office building over there and have a temporary canteen." As soon as they heard there was food, Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji got up without hesitation and left with Gao Meiwan. They planned to come back and make trouble after eating, but for now, they said nothing more. The construction crew breathed a sigh of relief. They could finally get back to work. To prevent this from happening again, Chu Xian and Lin Lu discussed it and decided to build the courtyard walls and install the gate first. Lin Lu immediately sent 2 of his men to push a cart to his warehouse and fetch a new gate. He usually did contracting work with materials included, so his warehouse had some supplies. As for red bricks, cement, sand, and water, those had already been delivered that morning. Lin Lu's home was in the neighboring village, over an hour's walk round trip. Chu Xian had already arranged with Gao Meiwan to keep Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji occupied. Wang Shasha stayed behind to help, and Chu Feng and Chu Xian joined in carrying bricks. In less than 3 hours, the 4 courtyard walls were up and the iron gate was installed. While the cement on top of the walls was still wet, they embedded shards of glass to deter thieves. When Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji returned to Chu Xian's house, they found it transformed, tall courtyard walls, and a tightly closed iron gate. They could no longer interfere with the house construction. Standing outside the gate, Feng Chunhua shouted, "Chu Xian, you little wretch. Don't think you can keep us out and we'll have no way in. Get out here." Chu Ji chimed in, "Chu Xian, Chu Feng, if you've got guts, come out. Cowards. Hiding inside and afraid to come out." Feng Chunhua slapped the courtyard wall. "Xiaoji, go home and get a hammer. We'll smash this wall down." Chu Xian wasn't really afraid of Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji, she just didn't want to delay the construction. She called out from behind the gate, "Smash the wall? Aren't you afraid of getting thrown back in jail?" If I'm not mistaken, it was Chu Dashan who took all the blame, and the Feng family pulled strings to get you 2 out, right? If you get caught again, there'll be no one to take the fall for you. Chu Ji tugged at Feng Chunhua's sleeve. "Mom, we can't smash the wall. You're Chu Xian's real grandmother. If you just ask her for some food, no one can say anything. Let's ask for grain first." If they didn't steal or rob, just asked for food, no one could arrest them. Reminded, Feng Chunhua stated her terms. "Chu Xian, give me 40 jin each of white flour and rice, or I'll come block your gate every day and stop the construction crew from getting in." Chu Xian sneered, "We've already cut ties. Are you sure you want to ask me for grain? Aren't you afraid I'll tell One-Eyed Dragon he can go to your house and take your things to sell?" The words "take your things" triggered Feng Chunhua, who started banging on the gate. "That damned Xiao Dogwang stole all our money and jewelry. Chu Xian, if you dare let One-Eyed Dragon take our stuff, I'll die right here at your door." Listen, I may have cut ties with you, but not with your dead father. You have to honor your father's memory. Now that I have nothing to eat, you have to feed me for your father's sake. Chu Xian was floored by Feng Chunhua's shamelessness. Even her dead father was being dragged into this? Feng Chunhua, I seriously doubt my father was even your biological son. She watched Feng Chunhua closely through the crack in the gate as she said this. A flash of panic crossed Feng Chunhua's eyes, but she quickly recovered. Of course your father was my biological son. Chu Xian pressed further. I've heard a secret about you lately. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Feng Chunhua, you'd better go home and reflect on yourself. Feng Chunhua hurried away in a panic. Chu Shi chased after her. Mom, why are we leaving so soon? We still don't have dinner. Feng Chunhua hurried back without giving any response. But when she reached her own doorstep, she didn't go inside. Instead, she ran straight to Hua Dailing's house next door. She shouted furiously, Hua Dailing, get out here. Hua Dailing was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Hearing Feng Chunhua's voice, she walked out to the yard unhurriedly. Feng Chunhua, you've been let out? What are you yelling for? Don't you know to knock when you come to my house? Feng Chunhua's eyes were blazing with anger as she demanded, Did you say something to that brat Chu Xian? Did you forget what you promised me? Hua Dailing immediately raised her hand as if swearing an oath. Heaven and earth as my witness, I swear I never told Chu Xian your secret. This was overheard by Chu Ji, who was standing outside the door. He blurted out, Ma, what secret do you have? How come he didn't know about this? Could it be that what Chu Xian said was true? His eldest brother wasn't actually his biological brother? If that was the case, would his brother's death compensation be taken back? Feng Chunhua glanced at Chu Ji and pointed to the doorway. You stand guard there. I need to talk to your sister Hua about something important inside. Chu Ji quickly promised, I'll keep watch, don't worry. He was burning with curiosity. Once Hua Dailing and Feng Chunhua went into the main room and closed the door, Chu Ji didn't obediently stay by the gate. Instead, he quietly crept up to the window of the main room. What's going on? Judging by the way you're coming at me, did your granddaughter find out your secret? I never told her that her dad isn't your biological son. Hua Dailing, keep your voice down. Back then, your mother-in-law blackmailed me for 20 gene of white flour with this. Now that she's dead, you're the only one who knows. If it wasn't you who told, who else could it be? Chu Xian did ask me once if I knew your secret. But I told her I didn't. Maybe she overheard you talking in your sleep. That's possible. If she only heard me talking in my sleep, I'll never admit it. Hua Dailing, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'll come to your house for 20 gene of white flour. Don't worry. Even if you put a knife to my throat, I won't say a word. Hearing this, Chu Ji hurried back to stand by the gate. When Feng Chunhua came out, they went home together. There was no food left at home. For dinner, they could go to the village office for a free meal one more time, but after today, every meal would require an IOU of 20 cents per person. Feng Chunhua was reluctant to spend money. All she had left was the 10 yuan her brother Feng Ti had given her. Xiaoji, tomorrow morning you and I are going to the old house to block the door. I refuse to believe we can't get food out of Chu Xian. Chu Ji couldn't help saying, Ma, if Chu Xian finds out that big brother isn't your biological son, not only will she refuse to give us food, she might even take back big brother's death compensation. You little brat, eavesdropping. Feng Chunhua secretly braced herself and went on, that brat Chu Xian was just trying to trick me today. She has no proof your big brother isn't my biological son. Let's go eat at the village office first, then get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll go block the door for food. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had already arrived at Gao Meijuan's house. Gao Meijuan was hanging up laundry. Seeing Chu Xian come in, she greeted her kindly. I was just about to go to your house after I finished with the laundry. Now that you're here, I don't have to make the trip. You guessed right about Feng Chunhua and her son being released. The Feng family pulled some strings and Chu Dashan took all the blame, saying he threatened Chu Ji and Feng Chunhua to rob your house. Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji also changed their statements. Chu Xian wasn't surprised at all. Grandma Gao, today I discovered a secret about Feng Chunhua. My dad probably isn't her biological son. Hua Daling definitely knows, but she won't say. Could you help me look into the circumstances of Feng Chunhua giving birth back then? Gao Meiwan agreed without hesitation. My mother-in-law should know. I'll go to town right away. Wang Dipin's eldest brother had a steady job in town, and his mother lived with him, enjoying her retirement. She rarely came back, so Gao Meiwan and the others usually went to visit her. Chu Xian said gratefully, "Thank you, Grandma Gao." What's there to think? I haven't visited my mother-in-law in half a month anyway. I'm off. Help me lock up the house, will you? Sha should be at your place, right? She has a key, so tell her to come home and cook dinner. Okay. After watching Gao Meian ride off, Chu Xian locked the courtyard gate. Back home, she packed a big bowl of fried greenling fish and 10 mixed-grain steamed buns for Wang Sha before sending her off. At 6 in the evening, the construction crew finished work. The yard was neatly stacked with unused red bricks, cement, and the like. Now that there was a tall courtyard wall and a big iron gate, there was no worry about thieves. After seeing the workers off, Chu Xian and Chu Feng tidied up the yard, reviewed their first-grade textbooks, and then went to the kitchen for dinner. There was leftover seaweed egg drop soup, fried greenling fish, and mixed grain buns from lunch. They ate a quick dinner. Chu Feng cleaned up the dishes, and Chu Xian grabbed a flashlight and her tools for collecting seafood, then headed to the beach. By the time she got there, the tide was going out. There were plenty of clams on the beach, but not many people picking them. Chu Xian was puzzled. Usually, there were lots of people gathering clams. What was going on tonight? She shone her flashlight into the distance and saw that most people had gone over to the rocky area. That was the spot Chu Xian had been frequenting these past few days. With so many people there now, even if there was good stuff, she might not get any. She decided to gather half a bucket of clams first. She could stir-fry them for lunch tomorrow. Half an hour later, she finally filled half a bucket and straightened up, rubbing her back. Carrying the bucket, she walked toward the water. Shining her flashlight, she spotted a dead mackerel weighing about 2 jin, a kilo. She picked it up and checked the gills. It was still fresh, so she tossed it into her bucket. Just then, a transparent, umbrella-shaped creature washed ashore. Chu Xian saw that it was a jellyfish. She didn't touch it. She didn't like eating jellyfish, and it was a hassle to prepare. If you weren't careful, you could get poisoned. She skirted around the jellyfish and kept going. She found 2 ugly fish, each as big as an adult's palm. They were filefish. In those days, this kind of fish wasn't worth much, sometimes just a few cents per jin. But nutritionally, they were as good as any other fish, sweet and tender meat, delicious flavor, and a big liver that could be used for fish oil. The skin was tough and contained a bit of toxin, so you had to skin them before eating. Chu Xian saw that both fish were still fresh. She could steam them tomorrow. Actually, filefish made great grilled fish jerky, but with only 2, it wasn't worth the trouble. She searched for another half hour but didn't find anything good. The tide was coming in, so she prepared to leave. Suddenly, she spotted a sea bass over 40 centimeters long, weighing about 20 jin. At 1.5 yuan per jin, catching it would net her about 30 yuan. Chu Xian was tempted. She put down her bucket, grabbed her hand net, and waded into the water after the fish. The water was just over her calves. Compared to the fish, her net was a bit small. She tried once and missed. Spotting it again, she made another attempt, but it got away. The tide was rising and the water was over Chu Xian's knees. It felt like a shame to give up now. The higher the tide, the livelier the fish became. The sea is merciless. Chu Xian knew all too well that if she didn't leave soon, she'd be in danger. She cherished her life. Without hesitation, she moved toward the spot where she'd left her bucket. When she returned to shore with it, she realized someone was trapped out in the water. It looked like the area where that big sea bass had been spotted. So, she wasn't the only one eyeing that fish. Luckily, she hadn't been greedy, otherwise, she'd be the one stuck out there now. Help! Help! The moment the person in the water cried out, Chu Xian immediately recognized Chu Ji's voice. Thinking of how he'd harmed her in her previous life, she almost wished the sea would just take him. Chuji could swim, but now that he was calling for help, he must have realized he couldn't make it back and was scared. In her last life, Chuji had also gotten trapped by the tide because he was too greedy. He'd shouted for help while swimming back to shore and managed to save himself, but that wasn't today. Chu Xian pretended not to hear, picked up her bucket, and left. She didn't have any seafood worth selling at the dock today, so she went straight home. When she got back, Chu Feng took the bucket from her and checked it under the yard light. "Sis, was your luck bad today, or did you already sell the good stuff? All you brought back are some clams and 2 filefish." Chu Xian hadn't checked carefully before, so she quickly shone her flashlight inside. "That's odd. There should be 2 mackerel in here too. Did someone steal them?" It was probably Chuji. "Little brother, I'm going out for a bit." She knew she wouldn't get the mackerel back. Chuji's bucket had already been swept away by the tide, but she couldn't let this slide. Chu Xian grabbed a burlap sack and went out again, hiding along the path Chuji would have to take home. Before long, she heard Chuji grumbling, "Damn it, everyone says that bitch Chu Xian is lucky at the shore. I tried to ride her luck today and almost drowned. Didn't catch the sea bass, lost the 2 mackerel I had, and even lost my bucket. What a shitty day, MMPH." He was suddenly bagged. Chu Xian gave him a good beating. Chuji begged for mercy, "Spare me. Please have mercy." Chu Xian deliberately disguised her voice to sound like a man. "Stay away from Pan Xiaoli from our village. If I see you near her again, I'll beat you every time." Pan Xiaoli was the girl Chuji had a crush on, not a good person either. By the time Chuji scrambled out of the sack, Chu Xian was already home. Feeling guilty, Chuji didn't dare make a fuss. After all, he'd once tried to steal a kiss from Pan Xiaoli and figured this was revenge from one of her admirers. The next morning, Chuji couldn't get out of bed and had a high fever. Feng Chunhua wanted to go confront Chu Xian, but she was too busy taking care of her son. Chu Xian borrowed a bicycle and went to town to buy pork belly, planning to stir-fry clams for lunch and make braised pork with eggplant and potatoes. In town, she saw someone selling grilled fish jerky. It was made from filefish. This had been one of Chu Xian's favorite snacks at her in-laws in her previous life. She bought 20 cents worth and tried it. The jerky was a bit tough and hard to chew, not as good as Qin Mahua's recipe. In her past life, Chu Xian had loved this snack so much she'd learned how to make it from Qin Mahua. At that moment, inspiration struck. Maybe she could start a small grilled fish jerky business. She could make different flavors: salty sweet, spicy sweet, and spicy. Once the new house was built and the yard was organized, she could get the business going. With something to look forward to, her mood soared. Confidence radiated from her face as she strode down the street. Coincidentally, Mu Chinza, just back from the county, spotted her. It was the first time Mu Chinza had seen someone so overweight walk down the street with such confidence, and somehow, it didn't look out of place at all. Chu Xian didn't see him, so he didn't go over to say hello. By 9:30 a.m., she was home with the meat and vegetables. Gao Meiwan and Wang Shasha happened to drop by. Chu Feng and Wang Shasha went to wash the vegetables, while Gao Meiwan pulled Chu Xian into the bedroom. "Xian, I asked Shasha's grandma about it. Back then, before Feng Chunhua gave birth, she had a difficult labor and went to the county hospital. Hua Dailing's mother-in-law went with her. Her mother-in-law passed away a few years ago, but I think Hua Dailing must know something." Chu Xian muttered quietly, "She definitely knows. She just won't say." "Grandma Gao, thank you. Now I have a better idea of what's going on. There's no rush, we'll take it slow." Gao Meian looked at Chu Xian with approval and patted her shoulder in agreement. That night, Chu Xian went to the shore again. This time, she was much more relaxed. If she found something good, great. If not, no need to worry. After all, she had another way to make money now. In about half a month, she could put her plan into action. She even discussed it with Lin Lu, asking him to build 2 grills in the yard once the house was done. As soon as she reached the beach, she ran into Mu Chinza. Chu Xian greeted him. What a coincidence. Out for a walk after dinner. Mu Chinza put on a serious face. That's right. Strolling on the beach every day, I actually found a great spot for gathering seafood. Interested in checking it out? Rather than just giving her money, it was better to teach her how to fish. With this spot, Chu Xian's family would have an easier life. Chu Xian didn't hesitate. I'm interested. Take me there. In her past life, Mu Chenza had mentioned a great spot for gathering seafood, but she'd been too lazy and selfish to want to do the hard work, so she refused to listen. In the end, he told her sister-in-law, Fu Qing. Mu Chenza walked a few steps ahead, then stopped. I can take you, but you have to keep it a secret. You can't bring anyone else. Chu Xian replied solemnly, no problem. I promise to keep it secret. This time, she was determined to seize the opportunity. There was a mountain by the sea, shaped like a, with part of it jutting into the water. Half an hour later, Mu Chenza led Chu Xian along a mountain path to a damp stretch of beach, just as the tide had gone out. On the sand were clams, sea snails, crabs, and more. Chu Xian was about to start collecting them when Mu Chenza stopped her. Let's check up ahead first. Okay. Chu Xian quickly followed. Walking along the receding tide for over 10 minutes, they found a dozen or so tide pools of various sizes, each filled with different kinds of fish. Chu Xian was stunned. This was like a gift from the heavens. Mu Chenza waved a hand in front of her face. What are you standing there for? Where's your net? Hurry up and catch some fish. Chu Xian snapped out of it, grinning from ear to ear. Right? Let's catch fish. From now on, I'll split half of whatever I make from selling seafood here with you. Mu Chenza was about to refuse, but knowing she wasn't the type to take advantage, he changed his mind. 30% is enough. I won't have time to come here often. If you don't agree, I'll find someone else. Chu Xian laughed. Deal. Absolutely. You're helping me make more money, I should be thanking you. I'll treat you to a meal at my place sometime. Mu Chenza asked, when's sometime? When the new house is finished. All right. They chatted and caught fish, and in half an hour, they'd filled 2 buckets. Each carrying a bucket, they walked along the mountain path toward the dock. As they walked, Mu Chenza said, Chu Xian, you have to promise me one thing, or I'll regret bringing you here. Chu Xian was in high spirits and completely rational. As long as it's not marrying you, I'll agree to anything else. Mu Chenza felt like he was being disliked again, and his mood instantly soured. Can you stop bringing this up all the time? Isn't that just hitting me where it hurts? Chu Xian smiled apologetically. My bad. I promise I won't say it again. Don't be mad, okay? Don't punish yourself for my mistakes. Only by staying happy every day can you live a long life. Hearing this, Mu Chenza found her words much more pleasing to the ear. That's more like it. Chu Xian gently urged, so, can you finally tell me what you want me to agree to? Mu Chenza's tone carried a warning. From now on, you can only come to the shore during the day. No coming at night. If I find out, I'll just find a new partner. Chu Xian knew he was looking out for her. All right. I promise. By the way, how often do we split the money from selling the seafood? Every day or every month? Every day is too much trouble, but every month is too long. How about every 5 days? From now on, any day on the calendar with a 5 or 0 in the date is our settlement day. Sounds good, no problem. At this moment, Chu Xian already saw Mu Chenza as the boss. Whatever the boss says goes. Besides, the boss only wants 30%. She, the worker, gets 70%. Just thinking about it made her excited. When they got near the dock, Mu Chenza handed the bucket of fish to Chu Xian. You go on your own. Chu Xian teased, aren't you afraid I'll sell them too cheap? Mu Chenza replied seriously, not at all. With how money crazy she was, there's no way she'd let herself get ripped off. He turned and left. Chu Xian struggled to carry the 2 buckets of fish over to Li Tong's stall. Boss Li, can I borrow your basin to sort these? Then she weighed them. Li Tong immediately handed her a basin. Sort them and weigh each type separately. I'll make sure to give you a good price. Alrighty. Chu Xian quickly sorted the fish. There were more sea bass, so she weighed those first. Li Tong jotted down the weight as he spoke. 49 jin, 6 liang. I'll round it up to 50 jin. I'll pay you 1.5 yuan per jin, so that's 75 yuan. Soon, Chu Xian sorted out the file fish. Li Tong weighed them. 29 jin. I'll round it to 30 jin. 7 cents per jin, so that's 2.1 yuan. Hearing that price, Chu Xian smiled wryly. These ugly fish really aren't worth much these days. In a few decades, it'll be a different story. She didn't have time to make dried fish snacks now, so she might as well just sell them. She decided not to pick up any more file fish until her dried fish workshop was up and running. She picked out 6 octopuses and 6 fist-sized swimming crabs. Li Tong hefted them in his hand and didn't bother weighing. I'll give you 4.9 yuan for these 2. Altogether, that's 82 yuan. There was still a blackfish in the bucket, but Chu Xian decided not to sell it. She'd save it to make lunch for the construction crew tomorrow. Good food means better efficiency. Before long, she had 82 yuan in her pocket and headed home with her fishing gear and the blackfish. Once home, Chu Xian took out the 82 yuan and handed it to her little brother, reminding him, "Keep track of this. 30% of it goes to my partner." Chu Feng was about to ask who the partner was, but Chu Xian cut him off. "Don't ask who it is. Otherwise, they won't work with me anymore." Chu Feng grinned. "Then I won't ask. I'll just be in charge of the money." Life was getting better and better. They were building a new house, eating well every day, sleeping soundly, going to school, and no longer had to go out to sea and suffer. It was almost like living in paradise. At home, Chu Feng absolutely listened to his sister. If she said go east, he'd never go west. Chu Feng had left hot water in the kitchen. Chu Xian grabbed her change of clothes and went in to wash up. Chu Feng went back to his room to count, stash, and record the money. That night, lying in bed, Chu Xian couldn't help but think that her little brother was doing really well these days, becoming more and more sensible. She hoped he wouldn't take any wrong turns in the future. The next morning, a tofu vendor happened to pass by. Chu Xian bought 2 jin of tofu to make blackfish and tofu soup for lunch. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. 70 cents per jin, so 2 jin cost 1.4 yuan. If she had food coupons, it would have been cheaper, less than 50 cents per jin, but she didn't have any left. Last time she bought grain, she'd had to trade for the coupons. Luckily, she had cash now and could afford the higher prices. Around 9:30 a.m., Chu Xian headed out with a bucket containing her fishing tools. On the way, she stopped by Lu Zhaodi's house and bought a big basket for 30 cents. Lu Zhaodi had woven the basket from willow branches. She usually took them to the town market to sell for cash. The basket was half a meter tall, sturdy, and durable. Half an hour later, Lu Zhaodi took her second brother to the shore. She looked around the beach, but didn't see Chu Xian. She wondered, judging by the tools Chu Xian brought earlier, she should be out here, so where was she? By now, Chu Xian had already taken the mountain path to the spot where she'd fished the night before. She was faster today, and the tide hadn't gone out yet in that area. Chu Xian patiently waited for about 10 minutes. As the wet sand was exposed, clams and little sea snails started to appear. The tide pools were still covered by seawater and hadn't been revealed yet. With nothing else to do, Chu Xian set her basket and bucket aside and squatted down to pick clams and small sea snails. There were a lot of turban snails today. Though small, turban snails have tender, springy meat that's fragrant and smooth. Some people complain it's hard to get the meat out, but that's because they're cooking them wrong. You have to put them in cold water, then simmer on low heat. Once the water boils, cook for 3 more minutes, then turn off the heat and let them sit for 5 minutes. That way, the meat won't shrink into the shell, and you can easily pry it out with a toothpick. After more than 20 minutes, Chu Xian had filled a third of her basket. She stood up and stretched her sore body. Leaving the basket where it was, she grabbed her bucket and tools and headed for the tide pools where she'd caught so many fish the night before. On the way, she picked up 6 stranded green-scaled fish and 3 fist-sized swimming crabs and tossed them into her bucket. When she reached the tide pools, she checked them one by one. There weren't as many fish as last night, but there were 2 sea bass, each about 6 jin. She filled her bucket with seawater and set it by the tide pool. Before long, Chu Xian scooped up 1 sea bass with her hand net and put it in the bucket. As she went for the second, She suddenly heard a sound in the distance, like a fish tail slapping the sand. She stopped what she was doing and looked up. Whoa! Far off on the beach, a sea bass weighing over 20 Jean was struggling to get back to the water. She didn't bother with the tide pool fish, grabbed her hand net, and sprinted toward the big sea bass. Up close, she realized it looked just like the one she'd missed the other night. Could it be the same one? Looks like the fish goes to whoever catches it. Chu Xian happily slipped the net over the fish's head and most of its body, then dragged it toward her basket. The net was a bit small for such a big fish, but dragging it was no problem. The fish was still alive and kept trying to break free. But Chu Xian wasn't about to let it get away. She and the fish made it to the basket. She easily got the fish inside. Chu Xian went back to the tide pool and scooped up another sea bass. Just then, it started to rain. She decided to call it a day. Carrying her bucket, with the basket and fishing tools on her back, she took the mountain path toward the dock to sell her catch. She'd only made it halfway down the path when a man's voice called out behind her. "What are you doing? If you want to pass, you'll have to pay the toll." That raspy duck voice sounded familiar. Where had she heard it before? It seemed to be Feng Chuanhua's nephew, Feng Shui. Chu Xian turned around slowly, and sure enough, it was him. This guy was just asking for a beating. In her previous life, Feng Chuanhua had ordered Chu Feng to be Feng Shui's lackey, and Chu Feng had obediently followed. It was Feng Shui who led Chu Feng down the path of whoring and gambling. This year, Feng Shui was 30, idle and shiftless, still unmarried. Right now, he was eyeing Chu Xian up and down with a lecherous look. He clicked his tongue twice, rubbed his hands together eagerly, and said, "Chu Xian, it really is you. I heard you refused to marry Muchenza. Why don't you just agree to be with me? I'll marry you. I don't mind that you're chubby." He lunged at Chu Xian. But Chu Xian wasn't about to put up with him. She lifted her foot and kicked. A pig-slaughtering scream pierced through the rain. Feng Shui clutched his crotch and knelt in the mud, covered in dirt and water. Chu Xian was in a hurry to get to the dock to sell fish and still had to rush home to make lunch. She gave him 2 more kicks. She really didn't have time to teach him a proper lesson. Even after she walked away, she could still hear Feng Shui's wails. Serves him right. Luckily, she'd run into him halfway and not at the tidal flats, otherwise, she'd have to worry about him discovering her secret tide pool. At the dock, Chu Xian only sold fish 35 Jean in total, at 1.5 yuan per Jean, earning her 52 yuan and 50 cents. She took the rest of the whelks and clams home to purge the sand. They'd make a great dish for lunch tomorrow. A little after 11:30, Chu Xian got home. The rain had stopped, and Gao Meiwan and her daughter, along with Chu Feng, had already finished making lunch. The construction crew ate at record speed, didn't rest, and went straight back to work with high spirits. In the coming days, the tide would go out even later, and with the neap tide, Chu Xian planned to cook lunch at home and not go to the place Muchenza had told her about for now. But at night, she could try her luck on the village beach. When Gao Meiwan and her daughter were leaving, Chu Xian insisted on giving them half a bucket of whelks and clams. Gao Meiwan couldn't refuse and had to accept. At that moment, Feng Shui was lying at Feng Chuanhua's house. "Auntie, you have to stand up for me. That damn Chu Xian is trying to cut off the Feng family line. She kicked me without saying a word." Feng Chuanhua had always doted on her nephew. Hearing this, she didn't even bother with her feverish son and rushed out. "Shui, wait at home. I'll go get justice for you." Feng Shui shouted after her, "I saw her carrying big fish in her basket today. She must have made a lot of money. Auntie, you have to get more compensation from her." 10 minutes later, she arrived at Chu Xian's door. The gate was tightly shut. Feng Chuanhua pushed hard but couldn't open it. "Chu Xian, you little slut. Locking your door in broad daylight, what are you hiding in there? Get out here right now." The gate was barred precisely to keep people like Feng Chuanhua from barging in and delaying the work. Chu Xian mocked her through the crack. "Oh, the aunt of a pervert is here. I was just about to look for you, but you came to me instead. Perfect. Let's have a good talk. Your precious nephew Feng Shui tried to molest me in broad daylight. If I hadn't been busy today, I'd have sent him straight to the security team. Feng Chanhua was momentarily stunned. What? Nonsense. Don't you dare slander my shuai, I'll tear your mouth apart. But with the door between them, all she could do was shout threats. Chu Xian was blunt. If you don't believe me, go ask Feng Shui yourself. You know exactly what kind of person he is. Don't come to my house again, or I might just apply to the village to get my dad's compensation money back. At the mention of money, Feng Chanhua exploded. Why should you get it back? That compensation is rightfully mine. Besides, Xiao Daguang already stole all the money. Chu Xian, I'm your grandmother. You have to support me. From now on, give me 10 yuan a month for my old age. In your dreams. Feng Chanhua, I have evidence that my dad wasn't your biological son. I haven't brought it out yet out of respect for you raising him. If you dare make trouble at my house again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chu Xian made herself clear, but Feng Chanhua was still stubborn. You have evidence? Then show it. If you can't, you have to support me. Chu Xian sneered, you don't know what's good for you. I won't show you the evidence. I'll send it straight to the county. I bet within 3 months, you'll be taken in for questioning. She was confident she'd find the evidence within 3 months. Now Feng Chanhua was a little scared, but she kept cursing, pretending not to care, even as her feet unconsciously moved farther from Chu Xian's house. She ran to confront Hua Daling. Hua Daling, did you tell that little bitch Chu Xian something? Hua Daling was baffled. I've been so busy at home these past 2 days I haven't even stepped out the door. What could I have told her? Feng Chanhua looked anxious. She said she has evidence that her dad wasn't my biological son. If you didn't tell her, how could she be so sure? Hua Daling reminded her, maybe she found the doctor who delivered your baby all those years ago? Don't forget, besides my mother-in-law, the doctor who delivered your son knows about his birthmark. Feng Chanhua fell silent and left in a hurry. Back home, Feng Shui whimpered, Auntie, did you get the compensation? Feng Chanhua replied offhandedly, she wasn't home. Chu Ji, feverish and dazed, mumbled, Mom, I feel awful. Take me to the hospital. Feng Chanhua was just thinking of going to the hospital to ask about something. All right, let's pack up and go to the county hospital. Feng Shui looked aggrieved. Auntie, you always spoil me most. Why are you looking after me? Feng Chanhua forced herself to comfort him. Shui, your cousin is really sick. He's the only son of the Chu family. When he's better, I'll help you get even. Go home now and tell your dad to bring money to the county hospital. Feng Shui grumbled to himself, making my family pay again? It's not like money grows on trees. Just a few days ago, the Fengs had spent a lot of money pulling strings to get Feng Chanhua and her son out. Feng Chanhua didn't have time to keep coaxing Feng Shui and rushed out to arrange for a tractor from the village. She couldn't get a tractor, but managed to borrow a horse-drawn cart. She called for help to lift Chu Ji onto the cart and hurried off to the county hospital. Feng Shui didn't leave right away. Clutching his injured spot, he searched for food and money, but finding nothing, he reluctantly locked up and left. Chu Xian took some time to visit Gao Meiwan and discussed finding someone to track down the doctor who delivered Feng Chuanhua's baby all those years ago. Gao Meiwan agreed right away. At 8 that evening, Feng Chanhua sat by Chu Ji's hospital bed, watching his drip. Feng Ti hurried into the ward. Only the 3 of them were there, and with Chu Ji asleep, it was a good time to talk. Feng Ti looked worried. Sis, why didn't you take Ji to the town hospital? Why come straight to the county hospital? Is something wrong? Feng Chanhua nodded, lowering her voice on purpose. I just needed an excuse to come to the county. Chu Xian says she has evidence that her dad wasn't my biological son. I'm worried she found out something from the doctor or nurse who delivered my baby. That nurse still works at the county hospital. I just recognized her. Little brother, can you find out if that doctor is still in the county? If not, where did they go? The more details, the better. Back then, Feng Ti knew a little about what had happened. All right. What was that doctor's name again? Qin something Hong. She's called Qin Xia Hong. Okay, I'll go ask around. Feng Ti turned to leave, but was stopped by Feng Chanhua. Little brother, leave me some money first. Feng Ti reluctantly pulled 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Feng Chanhua. Sis, this is all I've got. Feng Chunhua put on a fawning smile. I know you're good to me. Don't worry. When I make it big, you'll be the first I look after. Feng Ti looked helpless. You say that every time. When are you actually going to make it big? Feng Chunhua's face was full of longing. Soon. Once the time is right, it'll happen. Just don't tell anyone about this, especially your wife and Xiao Shuai. Feng Ti sighed. Got it. He left the hospital room to go find out about Qin Xiahong. Over an hour later, he returned. He spoke in a low voice. Sis, I found out. Qin Xiahong retired years ago and is living out her days in Lin County. Feng Chunhua leaned in and whispered, take the night train to Lin County, find out where she lives, and find a way to get rid of her. Her tone was frighteningly calm. It startled Feng Ti. What do you mean? Sis, at worst we just return the compensation money to Chu Xian's dad. There's no need to kill anyone, is there? Don't you want to get rich with me? Of course I do. Then get rid of Qin Xiahong. Even if you do, it's no use. Didn't that nurse and Hua Daling know too? They can be bought. Besides, I have dirt on both Hua Daling and that nurse. Qin Xiahong is too upright, she can't be bribed. All right then. Feng Ti agreed out loud, but inside he was uneasy. His sister talked about murder so calmly, as if it was no different from gutting a fish. Just as he was about to leave, hands in his pockets, he realized he was broke. Sis, give me 10 yuan for travel. Feng Chunhua slapped 5 yuan into his hand. I've got lots of expenses. Make this 5 last. Feng Ti was unhappy, but didn't show it. He pocketed the money and left. Once outside the hospital, he grumbled to himself, every time I'm the one paying and running around, and every time it's just empty promises. Should I really keep believing in this sister of mine? Thinking about all the money he'd sunk into her, he felt a pang of regret. But in the end, he decided to go to Lin County. His county was Lai County, and there was a night train to Lin County that took just over an hour. The next morning, around 10, in Chu Xian's courtyard, Chu Feng and Wang Shasha were washing vegetables and snails, while Gao Meiwan and Chu Xian were in the bedroom discussing something important. Xiao Xian, I found out, the doctor who delivered Feng Chunhua back then was named Qin Xiahong. She retired and moved back to her hometown in Lin County. Before she could finish, Chu Xian quietly repeated the name Qin Xiahong. She felt like she'd seen it somewhere in her previous life. Then it hit her. It was in the newspaper. There had been a story about Qin Xiahong being murdered, asking for clues to catch the killer. It happened in July. Which was just about to happen. Chu Xian gripped Gao Meijuan's hand tightly, trying to stay calm. Grandma Gao, Qin Xiahong might be in danger. I need to go to Lin County. There's a lot going on at home, could I ask you to take care of things here? Gao Meiwan was confused. Xiao Xian, how do you know Qin Xiahong is in danger? Even if she can prove your dad isn't Feng Chunhua's biological son, would Feng Chunhua really kill someone over 1,000 yuan in compensation? Chu Xian still hadn't figured out all the connections, but she knew Qin Xiahong was about to be killed. She quickly made up an excuse. Grandma Gao, I know Feng Chunhua too well. She'll do anything for money. I can't let Dr. Qin get hurt because of my family's business. I have to go warn her. If I don't and something happens, I'll never forgive myself. Hearing this, Gao Meiwan didn't try to stop her. After all, it was a matter of life and death. All right, go ahead. I'll take care of everything here. Chu Xian shot her a grateful look, said nothing more, told Chu Feng she was leaving, grabbed over 100 yuan, and hurried out. After Chu Xian left, Gao Meian realized she hadn't finished what she wanted to say. There was also a nurse who'd helped deliver Feng Chunhua, and she was still working at the county hospital. Could her life be in danger too? And wasn't Feng Chunhua at the county hospital right now, looking after Chuji? Could she be planning to silence the nurse as well? She rushed to the village office to find her husband, Wang Dipin, and quickly explained the situation. Wang Dipin immediately took it seriously and drove his tractor to the county seat himself. Only then did Gao Meiwan feel at ease and return to Chu Xian's house to prepare lunch. A few minutes later, Wang Dipin spotted Chu Xian on a horse cart and called her over to ride the tractor. Seeing Wang Dipin's serious expression, Chu Xian could guess something important was up. She quickly got off the horse cart and climbed into the tractor's bed. Once the horse cart was out of earshot and it was just the two of them, Wang Dipin spoke. Xiao Xian, your grandma Gao didn't get a chance to tell you. There's a nurse named Hong Ping who also helped deliver Feng Chunhua. Do you think Feng Chunhua might go after her too? Should we try to help? Chu Xian replied confidently no. Because in her previous life, before she died, Hong Ping was still alive and well. In fact, when her eyes were injured, it was Hong Ping, already retired but called back to work, who changed her bandages. Hong Ping wasn't a good nurse. She'd even asked Chu Xian for a bribe. Wang Dipin was puzzled and asked directly, why do you think Feng Chunhua might go after Qin Xiahong but not Hong Ping? Chu Xian patiently explained, because Hong Ping has a weakness, she's greedy. Feng Chunhua can buy her off. Qin Xiahong is upright and can't be bribed, so I'm worried Feng Chunhua will. Wang Dipin didn't feel comfortable letting Chu Xian go alone. He wanted to get someone else to drive the tractor and take them both to Lai County train station. But Chu Xian insisted on going alone. Unable to change her mind, Wang Dipin drove her to Lai County himself. A little after 1 p.m., Chu Xian was in the streets of Lin County, eating 2 freshly steamed leek and egg buns. She remembered from the newspaper that Qin Xiahong lived in a small courtyard near Lin County Elementary School. After finishing her buns, she asked the bun vendor, "Boss, how do I get to Lin County Elementary School?" She quickly glanced at the boss's watch to check the time. The boss was very friendly and pointed down the road. "Just keep going straight, turn right by the garbage dump, then go another 500 meters. Someone else just asked me for directions, sounded a lot like your accent. Funny, all my customers today are headed to Lin County Elementary." Chu Xian kept her expression neutral. What a coincidence. Boss, was the person who asked before a man or a woman? A man, about 50, with a sharp face and a crafty look. Not like you, you look so honest. Before he finished, Chu Xian quickly thanked him and ran off toward the elementary school. That person was most likely Feng Ti. Chu Xian was terrified she'd be too late and that Qin Xiahong's life was in danger. When Chu Xian arrived, panting, near Lin County Elementary School, she caught sight of Feng Ti's figure in the distance. That confirmed her suspicion. Qin Xiahong was in danger. Judging by Feng Ti's demeanor, he must have already found out where Qin Xiahong lived. Chu Xian tried to steady her breathing to avoid alerting Feng Ti and quietly followed him. 3 minutes later, Feng Ti stopped outside the gate of a courtyard. The gate was tightly locked. Thinking no one was home, Feng Ti quickly climbed over the wall, intending to steal something. Chu Xian also assumed the house was empty, so she waited patiently outside. She planned to intercept Qin Xiahong when she returned, explain the situation, and then set a trap to catch Feng Ti. Less than 2 minutes later, she heard Feng Ti cry out in shock. Then she saw him scrambling back over the wall, trembling and muttering murder. There's been a murder. He tried to flee in a panic. Chu Xian sensed trouble. She immediately stepped forward and tripped Feng Ti, shouting, "Help! Catch the bad guy! Catch the bad guy! Somebody help!" Qin Xiahong's neighbors all rushed out. Feng Ti had no way to escape and was terrified, but his mind was still sharp. "I didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me. I just heard something inside and went in to help." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately broke the lock. Chu Xian was the first to rush in. She saw a surgical knife stabbed into Qin Xiahong's chest, a severe head wound at the back of her skull, and blood everywhere. Chu Xian quickly called for help, and the neighbors fetched a door panel. No one cared about getting blood on their clothes. They carried Qin Xiahong to the hospital as fast as they could. Feng Ti didn't run, because he knew that if he did, even if he wasn't the killer, he'd be treated as one. It was better to stay and explain himself. At that moment, no one wanted Qin Xiahong to survive more than Feng Ti did. After emergency treatment, Qin Xiahong was out of immediate danger, but due to the severity of her head injury, she remained unconscious. The police arrived and took statements from Feng Ti, Chu Xian, and the witnesses. Feng Ti insisted he was there on behalf of his wife to seek medical help from Qin Xiahong, and that he only climbed over the wall after hearing faint cries for help. Chu Xian explained the circumstances that led her there. If it weren't for the need to help the police solve the case, Chu Xian really didn't want to provide Feng Ti with an alibi. But for the greater good, Chu Xian truthfully stated that Feng Ti climbed the wall at around 1:20 p.m. because when she bought buns earlier, she had glanced at the shop owner's watch. It was 1:13 p.m. Forensic analysis determined that Qin Xiahong was stabbed before 1 p.m., so Feng Ti was ruled out as the killer. However, Feng Ti was not released. He was taken in for further questioning. After all, Chu Xian had mentioned that her father might not be Feng Chuanhua's biological son, and that Qin Xiahong had delivered Feng Chuanhua's eldest child years ago. If Qin Xiahong revealed identifying features of Feng Chuanhua's eldest son, and Chu Xian's father didn't match them, Feng Chuanhua would not only have to return the compensation money, but could also be charged with abducting someone else's child. So both Feng Chuanhua and Feng Ti had motives. Qin Xiahong was unmarried, had no children, and usually lived alone, but she did have relatives. Upon hearing the news, the Qin family rushed to the hospital. Some stayed to look after the unconscious Qin Xiahong, while others went to the police to ask about the investigation. Qin Xiahong's nephew, Qin Wenxue, provided a clue. My aunt keeps a diary. Maybe there's something useful in it. Unfortunately, the police couldn't find Qin Xiahong's diary. Everyone suspected the real culprit had taken it. Chu Xian realized things weren't so simple, so she told the police that Feng Chuanhua might have bribed Hua Daling and Nurse Hong Ping from Lai County Hospital. Although she had no proof, she believed the police could follow the leads. Because of all this, Chu Xian stayed in Lin County for the night and bought a clean set of clothes to change into. Her old clothes were stained with blood, so she took them home to wash before wearing them again. Feng Ti was temporarily detained by the Lin County Police. The next afternoon, before leaving, Chu Xian requested to see Feng Ti. They met across a window and a table. Feng Ti sincerely thanked Chu Xian. No matter what, thank you for testifying for me. Without Chu Xian's testimony, he would have been branded a murderer. Now, he even suspected his own sister had set him up as a scapegoat. Chu Xian sensed Feng Ti might be a breakthrough, so she deliberately said, I heard Feng Chuanhua has already been taken in for questioning in Lai County. She's blaming you, saying you handed her the baby back then, and that you came here to kill Qin Xiahong because you were afraid the truth would come out. Feng Ti slammed the table in anger. That's bullshit. She threatened me to come kill Qin Xiahong. I didn't want to kill anyone, I just wanted to talk things over with her. Who knew that as soon as I got to Qin Xiahong's house, I'd hear something wrong inside. I'm being set up. I don't want to be locked up. Feng Chuanhua set me up. Wah. He broke down in tears. The police didn't even need to interrogate him further to get part of the truth. They immediately contacted their colleagues in Lai County. Before nightfall, Chu Xian returned home. She boiled water for a bath, changed into clean clothes, and washed her blood-stained clothes under the light in the yard. Xu Feng noticed the blood on her clothes and stammered in fright. Sis, did Dr. Qin really get killed by Feng Chuanhua? Chu Xian shook her head gently. It wasn't Feng Chuanhua. The real culprit hasn't been found yet. Dr. Qin was rescued in time and is out of danger, but the doctors say there's little chance she'll wake up. I heard Hua Daling was taken in for questioning. Does that mean we're close to the truth? If nothing unexpected happens, yes. In her previous life, Chu Xian hadn't followed Feng Ti, so he hadn't been caught, and Hua Daling hadn't been questioned. In this life, Feng Chuanhua would probably spend the rest of her days in prison. Serves her right. Thinking of this, Chu Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. Xu Feng gave a wry smile. I used to see how other people's grandmothers doted on their grandkids, and I always wished our grandma would love us more. But she just never did. I thought maybe I wasn't good enough, or maybe I wasn't sweet enough, or maybe it was because I was too young to earn money. I never imagined she wasn't even our real grandmother. He looked completely at ease as he said this. That night, the siblings talked late into the night, only going to bed when dawn was breaking. In the days that followed, The Chu family no longer kept their gate closed for house construction, but left it wide open as they continued building. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed, and it was noon on July 9th. The Chu family's new house was finished. They set off firecrackers and invited the construction crew and Gao Meijuan's family to a celebration feast in the yard. The 2 new bedrooms were each over 20 square meters, with new kung beds, cement floors, glass windows with mosquito screens, and wooden frames. To prevent typhoon damage, metal sheets were installed outside the windows. Normally, sturdy iron rods propped up the metal sheets so they wouldn't block the light, but during a typhoon, they could be lowered. Inside, the house was spacious and tidy. Outside, the yard was orderly. Most of the 50-square-meter yard was paved with cement, with a small plot left for vegetables. They rebuilt the kitchen and toilet and added 2 new ovens. Several sturdy clotheslines were strung up for drying laundry. After the meal, Gao Meijuan and her daughter stayed behind to help clean up, while the others left first. Once everything was tidied up, Gao Meijuan called Chu Xian over to sit at the stone table in the yard. "Xiao Xian, about your father's childhood, there's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Her tone was helpless and her expression very serious. Chu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could something have gone wrong in the process? She told herself to face whatever problems came her way with calm and courage. "Grandma Gao, let's hear the bad news first." "Wait a moment. I'll call Xiaofeng over too. He's the little man of the house. There are some things you should know." At that moment, Chu Feng was already glancing in his sister's direction, sensing that Grandma Gao had something important to discuss with her. He was dying to know what it was. When he saw his sister waving him over, he ran over eagerly and stood by her side. Wang Shasha also wanted to listen in, but a look from Gao Meijuan stopped her. With nothing else to do, she went to the kitchen to study the 2 new ovens. Only after her own daughter had tactfully left did Gao Meijuan turn to the Chu siblings. She lowered her voice. "The bad news is Feng Chunhua got off scot-free. She'll be home tomorrow." Both Chu Xian and Chu Feng stared in disbelief. Chu Xian was the first to speak. "Feng Ti reported Feng Chunhua. How could she possibly get away with everything?" Gao Meijuan looked helpless. Feng Ti changed his statement and took all the blame. He even admitted to stabbing Qin Xiahong. Chu Xian felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it, so she stayed silent. Chu Feng stamped his foot in frustration. It wasn't Feng Ti. Why would he confess? My sister even testified for him, letting bygones be bygones. Gao Meijuan went on to explain. Only then did the siblings understand what had happened. At first, Feng Ti accused Feng Chunhua. Feng Chunhua was arrested and interrogated, but she refused to confess, insisting that everything back then was Feng Ti's doing. She claimed she only found out later that her eldest son wasn't her biological child, but by then she was attached to him. As for what happened to her own son, or whose child Chu Xian's father really was, Feng Ti wouldn't say. He even beat her several times, threatening to break her legs if she told anyone. Hua Dailing's statement was that she only knew Feng Chunhua's eldest son wasn't her biological child and nothing else. Hong Ping said she didn't know the eldest son wasn't Feng Chunhua's, nor could she remember any features of the baby Feng Chunhua gave birth to. Later, Feng Ti suddenly changed his statement. He admitted that years ago, he stole someone else's child for his sister to raise because he had accidentally dropped and killed her biological son. He didn't want her to be heartbroken, so he did it. As for whose child it was, he claimed he never paid attention, just that he stole the baby from Lai County Hospital. He said he killed Qin Xiahong to silence her because she recognized him when she returned to Lai County for a reunion with former colleagues. She confronted him privately, called him a child trafficker, and tried to blackmail him for 2,000 yuan. He couldn't pay, so he took a souvenir scalpel from her house and stabbed her. When Qin Xiahong fell, she hit the back of her head on an inkstone. Not only that, Feng Ti accurately stated the date and time of Qin Xiahong's reunion in Lai County. As for the discrepancy between when Chu Xian saw Feng Ti and the time of the crime, Feng Ti explained that he had noticed Chu Xian long before and deliberately let her see him following her, so she could be his alibi. He also mentioned that he had burned Qin Xiahong's diary in the coal stove in the kitchen. After hearing all this, even without Gao Meon saying what the good news was, the siblings could guess. The good news was that Feng Chunhua wasn't their real grandmother, and their father's compensation money would be recovered by the authorities and given to them instead. At that moment, Chu Xian wanted nothing more than to ask Feng Ti face to face. Why? Why change his statement? Why take all the blame? Gao Meon saw what was on Chu Xian's mind and added, Feng Ti committed suicide last night. You're Grandpa Wang, and I wanted you two to enjoy the housewarming party, so we waited until now to tell you. With that, she called her daughter and left, giving the siblings space to process the news. Chu Feng squatted on the ground, clutching his head. Sis, we don't even know our own ancestor's surname. Chu Xian felt awful too. Xiao Feng, I'm going to the village office to call Mom. She was the best person to break the news to Tian Shaoan. I'll go with you. Sis, from now on, we'll face everything together. After this ordeal, Chu Feng seemed to have matured a little. All right. They locked the courtyard gate and set off for the village office. When they arrived, Wang Dipin didn't hesitate to let them use the phone. Unfortunately, no one answered. They tried several times, but still no answer. In the end, Chu Xian got Tian Xiaoyun's mailing address from Wang Dipin and decided to write a letter instead. The next day, July 10th, the first day of the 6th lunar month, at 4 in the afternoon, Chu Xian set out to gather shellfish, carrying a basket on her back and a carrying pole in her hand. Inside the basket were 2 wooden buckets and some tools for gathering shellfish. Chu Feng wanted to go with her, but Chu Xian made him stay home and study. He needed to review his 1st to 3rd grade textbooks, or he wouldn't be able to keep up in 4th grade when school started in September. Chu Xian took the mountain path as usual. She'd originally agreed with Mu Chenza to settle accounts every day ending in 0 or 5, and this time she'd taken the initiative to suggest it. But Mu Chenza knew she hadn't gone out to gather shellfish much lately, so he said there was no need to settle such a small amount, and they could do it together after today's catch. A little after 4:30, Chu Xian arrived at her secret spot. The tide was going out, but the tidal pools weren't exposed yet. There were already quite a few clams and snails on the exposed sand. Chu Xian took off her basket and squatted down to start collecting shellfish. She hadn't been at it long when a familiar voice sounded behind her. Congratulations! It was Mu Chenza. Chu Xian stood up, looked at him, and smiled slightly. I suppose I should be congratulated. The news that Feng Chunhua isn't my real grandmother must have spread all over the village by now. Mu Chenza was wearing knee-high rubber boots, his clothes a bit dirty and reeking of fish, but that didn't detract from his handsome face or his pleasant voice. Chu Xian quickly looked away, afraid that if she stared too long, she'd regret turning down his marriage proposal. Mu Chenza pointed at his clothes, completely unembarrassed and looking relaxed. I just finished selling some seafood and didn't have time to change. I figured you'd be out gathering shellfish today and might need help. You haven't been out in days, maybe you'll get a big haul. From your lips to God's ears. The tidal pools still weren't exposed, so Chu Xian planned to squat down and keep collecting clams. But Mu Chenza stopped her. What's the point of picking those? Take a break, let's chat for a bit. Chu Xian was about to say, what's there to talk about, when Mu Chenza spoke again. Chu Xian, I talked to a Chinese medicine doctor. Your obesity is a medical condition. You need proper treatment, or it could affect your lifespan. I'm counting on you to keep gathering shellfish and sharing the profits with me. Let me take you to see the doctor tomorrow, okay? In her previous life, he'd also been the one to suggest taking her to a Chinese medicine doctor. Back then, she was his wife, so it was only natural. But in this life, they were just friends. Chu Xian refused without hesitation. No need for you to take me. I can go myself. Actually, I already asked about an old doctor before, but he was away visiting family. He's back now, but I've been busy with the new house and haven't had time. I'll definitely go tomorrow morning. I need to take care of my health. I want to be healthy. Mu Chenza had prepared a whole speech to persuade her, but it was all unnecessary. Hey, I thought you'd be resistant. If I'd known you were already planning to take care of yourself, I wouldn't have wasted so much time thinking up ways to convince you. Chu Xian was amused, her eyes crinkling into slits as she laughed. After she finished laughing, she spoke seriously. Muchinza, you're a good friend. Thank you. Muchinza waved his hand with a smile. No need to thank me. The tide pools are about to be exposed, let's go check them out. All right. About 10 minutes later, the tide pools gradually emerged. The two of them patrolled together, no one else knew about this place, so it felt like their own private tide pools. And sure enough, there was a big hole. The first tide pool was relatively large, with dozens of big sea snails inside, each one bigger than a grown man's fist. Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Did we stumble upon a sea snail nest?" Muchinza replied with a relaxed look, "That's pretty normal around here." Chu Xian quickly squatted down and scooped up two. The shells were brown and yellowish with mottled patterns, and the snail's opening was a bright orange-red. These were blood-veined snails. They lay eggs from June to August every year. These snails lay a lot of eggs and have few natural predators, so they can easily become overpopulated and disrupt the ecological balance. But their meat is plump and delicious, very tempting and highly nutritious. Eating them is a win-win. Not only do they satisfy your appetite, but harvesting them also helps maintain the marine ecosystem. Dozens? Even hundreds wouldn't be too many for Chu Xian and Muchinza. Just thinking about slicing up the snail meat and stir-frying it made their mouths water. They stopped talking, exchanged a glance, and started collecting the catch. Once they finished with the first tide pool, they moved on to the second. Inside were 3 sea bass and 2 blackfish. Then on to the third tide pool. Every one of the dozen or so tide pools had good stuff: clams, small snails, little crabs. They skipped the less valuable ones and only picked up the most profitable catches. By the end, Chu Xian's 2 wooden buckets and her large backpack basket were filled to the brim. Seeing the tide coming in, they didn't linger any longer. Chu Xian carried the big basket on her back and held her foraging tools in hand. Muchinza used a shoulder pole to carry the 2 buckets. Together, they took the mountain path toward the dock, planning to sort their haul there. Muchinza, are you free to come again tomorrow? Tomorrow would be a spring tide, and the catch might be even better than today's. These days, Muchinza had been going out to sea with his family's boat. Calculating the time, they'd be back before 3 tomorrow, and after selling the fish, he should be able to make it. I'm free. Buy 2 more big willow baskets with handles ahead of time. If we get a big haul tomorrow, we can carry them with the shoulder pole. Got it. Among today's catch, there were only a dozen or so skinning fish. Chu Xian insisted on picking them up despite Muchinza's objections. They wouldn't fetch much money, but she wanted to keep them for grilled fish. She was just about to discuss keeping the skinning fish with Muchinza when he spoke first. Skinning fish aren't worth much. Take them home and make grilled fish slices. If you don't know how, I'll write down the recipe for you tonight and bring it over. Chu Xian was touched by his thoughtfulness. Thank you. I know how to make them. Once they're done, I'll bring you half. All right. Muchinza shifted the shoulder pole to his other shoulder and kept walking. Chu Xian, have you ever thought about starting a business? Chu Xian already considered him a good friend and didn't hold back. I have. I want to turn skinning fish into grilled fish snacks and sell them in the county and city in sweet, salty, spicy, and sweet spicy flavors. What do you think? Muchinza looked at her with admiration. You're a really creative girl. I support you. From now on, if our boat catches skinning fish, I'll sell them all to you 3 cents a pound. Chu Xian had sold skinning fish before. Last time it was 7 cents a pound, but the price changed daily. She joked, that's cheap. Aren't you afraid your family will scold you? Not at all. When skinning fish are at their cheapest, they go for 3 cents a pound. My family won't mind such a small amount. Thanks. But I'll adjust the purchase price according to the market. When the time comes, I'll decide how much to pay per pound. Fine by me. Muchinza didn't want to dwell on the topic. As they neared the dock, Muchinza spoke again. Chu Xian, give me the basket. I'll go sell the catch. You wait for me in the wax tree grove. I'll leave the skinning fish for you in the bucket. I'll keep 6 blood-vein snails for myself. Do you want to keep a few? Chu Xian didn't even need to ask. She knew he was looking out for her. They'd had such a big haul today. If the villagers found out, they'd definitely ask where they'd been foraging. But it was different if Muchinza sold the catch. His family owned a boat and often sold at the dock, so no one would suspect anything. Chu Xian estimated roughly that they could sell everything for about 400 yuan. I'll keep 6 blood vein snails too. Let's sell the rest for cash. Muchinza knew Chu Xian was short on money lately. She needed it for medical bills, and she was also saving up to rebuild 2 old houses. There were expenses everywhere, so he didn't object. Chu Xian took off the basket and let out a long breath, feeling the weight lift from her shoulders. Don't be fooled by Muchinza's broad shoulders and slim waist. He was incredibly strong. He hoisted the basket onto his back, balanced the 2 buckets with the shoulder pole, and headed for the dock. He went straight to Li Tong's stall. Li Tong greeted him with a smile. Chinza, didn't sell everything earlier? Muchinza replied politely, that's right. Didn't have time to sort it yet. Mind if I borrow a basin? No problem. Li Tong handed over a wooden basin and helped Muchinza sort the catch. Muchinza instructed him, set aside 12 blood vein snails for me, and the skinning fish. 10 minutes later, everything was sorted and weighed. The large blood vein snails weighed 119 jin and 6 liang, rounded up to 120 jin, at 0.8 yuan per jin, for a total of 96 yuan. The sea bass were big 59 jin and 7 liang, rounded up to 60 jin, at 1.5 yuan per jin, for a total of 90 yuan. The blackfish weighed 72 jin, all still alive. In the 1980s, they were a must-have tonic for visiting the sick. At 3 yuan per jin, sometimes even higher when scarce, for a total of 216 yuan. Octopus, 60 jin, at 0.6 yuan per jin, for a total of 36 yuan. Altogether, 438 yuan. They settled up on the spot. 10 minutes later, Muchinza, carrying the basket and shoulder pole, walked to the wax tree grove. The wooden buckets were inside the basket. Chu Xian emerged from the trees, her eyes shining. So, how much did we make? Her expression reminded Muchinza of a gentle blue whale. Fatty girl could be cute sometimes. Muchinza's expression was calm. He took out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to Chu Xian. We made 438 yuan. Chu Xian took it, counted out 300 yuan, and handed it to Muchinza. Your share of the profits. Muchinza didn't take it. That's too much. Before today, you'd only come here to forage 2 or 3 times, and you made at most 600 yuan. Now you're giving me 300 in one go. That's a 50-50 split. I only want 30%. If you don't stick to the agreement, I'll have to find a new partner. I'll just take 200 yuan, keep the change. I found the good spot, so I get to decide. Chu Xian didn't know what to do with him. She'd never met such a silly boss. She had no choice but to count out 200 yuan and hand it to him. This time it's not extra, Boss Mu. Take it quickly, before someone sees. Muchinza suppressed a laugh and took the money. Remember to see the Chinese doctor tomorrow morning. Before Chu Xian could reply, he turned and left. Chu Xian resisted the urge to watch him go. His figure was just too attractive. Back in the village, she first went to Lu Zhaodi's house to buy large willow baskets with handles. Lu Zhaodi was still out foraging, and only Sanlang was home. They only had one big basket finished. The other wasn't done yet. Chu Xian gave him a few instructions and left a 20-cent deposit, telling him she'd come by tomorrow afternoon to pick up 2 baskets of the same size. She headed home. Just as she walked in the door, she heard Feng Chuanhua's voice behind her. Chu Xian, I came to see you about something. Chu Feng heard this and immediately ran over, eyes wary. Feng Chuanhua, we have nothing to do with you anymore. What are you here for? Chu Xian looked calmly at Feng Chuanhua. In her eyes, Feng Chuanhua wasn't capable of causing any real trouble. First, Feng Chuanhua shot Chu Xian a dirty look, making her displeasure clear, but then her expression changed completely. She put on an apologetic face. Chu Xian, Chu Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept this from you for so long. I was wrong. Today, I brought the 1,000 yuan compensation for your father's death. Please accept it. Chu Xian glanced over to where the security officers and Wang Dipin were standing, watching the proceedings. No wonder Feng Chanhua was so reluctant to hand over the money. It turned out she was being supervised. But where did this 1,000 yuan come from? Wasn't it all stolen by Qiu Daguang? Chu Xian shot Wang Dipin a questioning look. Wang Dipin immediately explained, only part of the money in Feng Chanhua's house was stolen by Qiu Daguang. Another portion was taken by Feng Ti, but in his suicide note, he explained where he'd hidden the money. The security officers actually found 5,000 yuan. Something still felt off to Chu Xian, but seeing the security officers nod to confirm the money was legitimate, she finally accepted it. Feng Chanhua looked pained. Aren't you going to count it? Don't come complaining later that it's short. Chu Xian handed the money to Chu Feng. Little brother, count it. Chu Feng quickly counted the bills, 50 yuan notes. Big sis, it's all here. Exactly 1,000 yuan. Just as he thought Feng Chanhua would curse them out and leave, she pulled another 300 yuan from her pocket. This is compensation for Chu Dashan breaking your front gate. Please write a letter of forgiveness. The old man's not young anymore. Every day he gets out early counts. Chu Xian accepted the money and handed it to Chu Feng as well. I'll write the letter. But all 3 of your family members need to sign the statement. What statement? Feng Chanhua craned her neck, trying to peek into the yard, but Chu Xian and her brother blocked her view. Chu Xian saw through Feng Chanhua's intentions. She was eyeing the new house. When my dad was alive, he earned your family a lot of money, enough to buy this old house outright. You'll need to sign a statement declaring that from now on, this old house has nothing to do with your Chu family. Otherwise, I'll come after you for all the money my dad earned for you while he was alive. A rough estimate? At least 10,000 yuan. She deliberately exaggerated the figure. Feng Chanhua exploded. I worked so hard raising your dad. Before she could finish, Chu Xian cut her off coldly. Are you looking for another lawsuit? Don't think I don't know you were involved in the child stealing back then. Feng Chanhua's eyes darted nervously. Feng Ti's case was already closed. There could be no reopening it. For the sake of her old age, she had to swallow her anger this time. Fine. I'll sign. But let's make it clear once I sign, no one brings up your dad again. This ends here. Chu Xian sneered. Not bringing up her dad didn't mean she couldn't bring up something else. Some things just couldn't be left unsettled. But she also understood that some matters had to be handled quietly. So she agreed firmly, fine. Once the statement is signed, this ends here. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian had written up 2 copies of the statement. Feng Chanhua signed and pressed her thumbprint, and Chu Ji was called over to do the same. Chu Xian asked the security officers to take the statement to Chu Dashan for his signature. She'd collect it when she went to the town tomorrow to sign the letter of forgiveness. 1 copy would be kept by her, the other by the village office. Chu Xian then made a quick trip to the docks and bought 40 jin of skinned fish from Litong. At 5 cents a jin, it cost her 2 yuan total. Since she was firing up the oven anyway, she might as well cook more and not waste the firewood. After 8 o'clock that evening, Chu Xian went to Wang Dipin's house to tally up the expenses for building her new house. Compared to her original budget, she'd added a cement floor, built 2 ovens, raised the courtyard walls, and ordered custom cabinets, tables, chairs, and baking trays. The 2,200 yuan she'd planned wasn't enough. The Wang family had covered the extra costs. Now that she had money in hand, she wanted to pay them back as soon as possible. Gao Meiwan treated Chu Xian like family. No rush. Wait until your life is on track. Chu Xian patted her pocket lightly. Grandma Gao, my brother and I have money now, and I want to open a small workshop for grilled fish slices. Things will only get better from here. Gao Meiwan replied warmly, then wait until your workshop is up and running and business is steady before you pay us back. That won't do. I want to settle my debts first. Business is business. If I need money for the workshop later, I'll come to you for a loan. With Chu Xian insisting, Gao Meiwan had no choice but to calculate the expenses. The construction team, led by Lin Lu, had given them a good deal on materials for Wang Dipin's sake, but all the materials were top quality for the time. All in, Labor and materials totaled 3,660 yuan. Chu Xian pulled out a stack of bills and counted out 1,460 yuan, handing it to Gao Meiwan. Grandma Gao, please count it. After paying off her debt and buying some household necessities, she still had over 400 yuan left, enough to get her grilled fish slice workshop started. What's the point of counting? I watched you count it just now, how could it be wrong? Gao Meiwan stuffed the money into her pocket with a smile. Xiao Xian, if you need help with your workshop, just say the word. Sasa and I are home for the summer and bored out of our minds. Chu Xian felt a warm glow in her heart. Great. I'll definitely need help. Around 4 tomorrow afternoon, could you and Sasa come to my place to help clean and prep the fish? I'll pay you both for your work. No need to pay. Before Gao Meiwan could finish, Chu Xian cut her off. If you won't take wages, I'll just hire someone else. Gao Meiwan laughed and patted Chu Xian's back. You silly girl. Chu Xian's eyes grew a little misty. In this small fishing village, Grandma Gao's family had given her and her brother the warmth of a real family. In this life, not only did she want her own family to prosper, she wanted to help Grandma Gao's family too. Grandma Gao, when I was on the train last time, I heard that they're going to build shops near the train station. There's an internal sale, and if you're late, you won't get one. Doesn't Grandpa Wang have a classmate at the train station? Could you ask if it's possible to buy one? I'm sure it'll go up in value. In her previous life, Grandpa Wang had heard about this too late and missed out. Later, the price of those shops increased tenfold, business boomed, and they were in huge demand. Gao Meiwan took the suggestion to heart. He's on duty tonight. As soon as he gets home in the morning, I'll tell him. Chu Xian suddenly remembered Gao Meijuan's eldest son, Wang Mingchen. Grandma Gao, where's Uncle Mingchen? Wang Mingchen was 25 this year, only a few years older than Chu Xian, but of a higher generation. The second son, Wang Mingyang, was 20 and studying in another city. Gao Meiwan smiled. He's out deep-sea fishing with his wife. They should be back early tomorrow, sell their catch, and head out again the next morning. When Chu Xian heard deep-sea fishing, she suddenly remembered something. In her previous life, on August 12th, Wang Mingchen was attacked by a shark while at sea and lost his leg to save his life. The day after tomorrow was the 12th, she absolutely couldn't let him go out to sea. How could she persuade him? Maybe she'd have to be a little shameless. Grandma Gao, when Uncle Mingchen gets back, could you ask him to delay going out to sea for a day? The day after tomorrow, I'd like to ask him and Annie to go to the city with me to sell grilled fish slices. Gao Meiwan had no idea what Chu Xian was thinking. She still hoped her eldest son could earn more at sea, especially if they were going to buy a shop near the train station, which would cost a lot. She didn't want to take up his time unless necessary. I'll go with you, or your aunt-in-law can go. Don't worry, we're both strong enough. Chu Xian knew she had to keep up her thick-skinned act to the end, otherwise, someone might really get hurt. So she gently wheedled, Grandma Gao, starting tomorrow afternoon I'll be buying a lot of skinned fish. From now on, you'll need to help me at home with gutting and skinning them. Besides, you don't know where the big farmer's market is in the city, but Uncle Mingchen does. He can take Andy with him to the city for a stroll, and they can keep me company. Gao Meiwan thought it over and realized it made sense. For the sake of helping Xiao Xian's grilled fish snack business get off the ground, it wouldn't hurt if her eldest son missed a day at sea. All right, I'll tell him when he gets back. Only then did Chu Xian leave, finally at ease. When she got home, her little brother had already finished cleaning the skinned fish, tossing the heads, skins, and innards into the trash. Only the fillets and bones were left. Chu Xian glanced at the fish livers, looking a bit regretful. Fish livers can be used to extract fish oil. It's fine to throw them out today, but tomorrow I'll go to the county pharmaceutical factory and ask if they buy them. Chu Feng looked at her with admiration. Sis, you're amazing. You even know fish livers can be used to make fish oil. Ever since the family split up, his sister kept surprising him. Chu Xian wasn't about to tell him that this was something Muchenza had told her in her past life. To encourage her brother to study hard, she lied with a straight face. That's because I secretly read a lot of books. Chu Feng muttered under his breath, "How come I never knew?" Chu Xian tapped him lightly on the head. If other people knew, would it still be called secretly reading? Anyway, didn't you want to know how to make grilled fish slices? Watch me. She put on an apron and sleeves made from old clothes and started marinating the skinned fish. She'd already prepared sugar, Sichuan peppercorns, cooking wine. Tonight, she'd only make the sweet and salty flavor. As for the fish bones, she'd roast them together for now. Once the business took off, she'd make boneless grilled fish slices separately. Actually, roasted fish bones were delicious and a good source of calcium. These days, Chu Feng had become much more diligent under Chu Xian's guidance. He was always looking for things to do. Before Chu Xian could say anything, he'd already gone to the mud brick shed to fetch firewood. Tonight, the two of them would each sleep in their new bedrooms. The mud brick shed would be used for storing firewood and odds and ends from now on. The new bedrooms weren't damp, since they'd heated the heated bed a few days earlier to dry them out. Now that the weather was hot, they didn't need the Kang. As long as they blocked off the Kang's passage before lighting a fire in the kitchen, the bedroom temperature wouldn't be affected. The kitchen was now twice as big as before, built with brick and cement floors, and had 2 large windows. Once opened, the ventilation was excellent. Chu Feng felt that cooking in such a kitchen was a real pleasure. He lit the fire and boiled water. Once the water was boiling, Chu Xian carried a bucket of water back to her room to bathe. The fish still needed to marinate a while longer. About 10 minutes later, Chu Xian finished her bath and changed into clean clothes. She dumped the bathwater into the courtyard. As it hit the cement ground, it made a soft sizzling sound. It sounded so pleasant. The cement floor dried in no time. Chu Feng also came out of his room to pour out his water. Brother and sister exchanged a smile. It felt great to live in a spacious house and not worry about dirtying the floor when bathing. The wardrobe and other furniture would arrive in a couple of days, but neither of them was in a hurry. After pouring out the water, Chu Feng went to the kitchen to check the fire in the oven. The fire was burning strong. After 10 o'clock that night, the siblings arranged the fish neatly on steel trays. By adjusting the oven's vents, they got the temperature just right before sliding the trays in. Chu Xian was in charge of watching the oven. She had experience from her previous life. 45 minutes later, fragrant, golden grilled fish slices came out of the oven. Not a single piece was burnt, and they all looked fantastic. Once they'd cooled a bit, Chu Xian broke off a piece and handed it to her brother. "Try it." Chu Feng took it reverently, nibbling a small bite first. The taste of fresh fish, sweetness, and saltiness filled his mouth. Then he took a big bite. Delicious! Chu Xian bit into a fish bone, crispy and tasty. Success! These fish slices tasted many times better than anything else on the market. If only they had a noodle press to flatten the fish, the texture would be even softer and more tender. Once they'd saved up a bit more, they'd buy a noodle press. Then they could roast fish fillets and bones separately and sell them at different prices. She'd promised Muchinza to bring him some grilled fish slices tomorrow. Chu Xian divided the fish slices into 2 equal portions. Half would go to Muchinza. The other half she split again, 1 share for Grandma Gao's family and 1 for themselves. Chu Xian patted their share. "Xiao Feng, eat as much as you want. Tomorrow I'll be buying a ton of skinned fish, so we won't be short." Chu Feng ate the grilled fish slices with a look of pure satisfaction, something he'd never even dared to dream of before. That night, Chu Feng ate until he was stuffed, then read a book to pass the time and help digest. Chu Xian only ate a few pieces. After checking that the bucket of blood cockles was still alive, she brushed her teeth and went to bed. There was still a lot to do tomorrow. Lying on the bamboo mat, she closed her eyes, but didn't fall asleep right away. She was thinking. She knew Qin Xiahong's case wasn't so simple and always believed Feng Ti was just a scapegoat. In her previous life, Feng Ti had lived just fine. He never confessed, nor did he commit suicide. This time, because of her, some people's fates had changed. The real culprit was still hiding somewhere. Qin Xiahong was still alive. Would the real killer try to harm her again? But given Qin Xiahong's current state, It probably wasn't worth the risk for the culprit. Why did Feng Ti take the fall? Feng Chanhua definitely knew something. How could she get Feng Chanhua to talk? And did Feng Ti really steal Feng Chanhua's money? With all these questions swirling in her mind, Xu Xian drifted off to sleep. The next morning at 6:30, Xu Xian got up, washed, and made a pot of scallop and egg noodle soup for breakfast. She happily blew on it and ate 2 big bowls, then called her brother to get up, telling him there was food left in the kitchen. Once her brother came out to the yard, she got ready to head out. Just as she opened the gate, Lu Xiaodi happened to walk by, carrying 2 big willow baskets. Lu Xiaodi had dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious she'd stayed up all night weaving. Xu Xian quickly took 80 cents out of her pocket and went up to her. "Xiaodi, thank you. Here's the money for the baskets." With the deposit from yesterday, it was enough. Lu Xiaodi managed a tired smile. "No need to thank me. I'm just glad you're willing to buy my baskets." She hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but in the end said nothing, just waved and turned to leave. Xu Xian didn't notice her expression, too busy putting the baskets in the yard before heading out. Xu Feng watched his sister leave, and only after she was out of sight did he close and bolt the door. Xu Xian took a horse cart to town, then caught the bus to the county hospital to see an old Chinese medicine doctor. Actually, she could have taken a boat straight from the village to the county, which would have been cheaper, but she had a psychological aversion to boats. The old doctor's diagnosis was heavy internal dampness, weak spleen and stomach, deficiency of both qi and blood, and obesity. She needed to take herbal medicine and exercise moderately, same as what she'd been told in her previous life. Xu Xian paid for the prescription and picked up the medicine. In those days, you had to decoct Chinese medicine yourself. She needed a clay or ceramic pot for that. There were vendors selling them right outside the hospital. Xu Xian bought 7 doses of medicine, a pot, and, on a whim, 6 bananas, then headed for the county pharmaceutical factory. At the factory gate, she offered a banana to the gatekeeper. "Uncle, does your factory buy fish livers?" The gatekeeper took the banana, not eating it but planning to take it home for his grandson. "No, we don't." Xu Xian looked disappointed and was about to leave, but the gatekeeper glanced at the banana in his hand. After all, he'd accepted her gift. Wait a moment. Xu Xian thought the gatekeeper was going to return her bananas. She was just about to say there was no need, when the old man quietly said, "The factory here won't take them, but the city's pharmaceutical plant will. There are even people who come to collect them. For the rest, you'll have to ask around yourself." "Thank you, sir." Xu Xian left another banana for the gatekeeper and turned to leave. Muchenza often went to the city to sell deep-sea fish, so maybe she could ask him to help find out more. As for preserving fish livers, she knew how: salt curing. After removing the fish livers, soak them in clean water and gently squeeze them with both hands to drain the blood. Then take them out, mix with a certain proportion of salt, seal them in a jar or barrel, and store them in a cool place. Once she'd saved up enough, she could sell them to the city's pharmaceutical factory. Xu Xian found a place to buy 30 jin of salt and 20 jin of white sugar. Since she didn't have ration coupons, she paid an extra 5 cents per jin. Salt was 20 cents a jin, sugar was 83 cents. She borrowed a burlap sack to pack it all. After taking the bus back to town, she went to a shop selling jars and bought 2 large ones, paid a 5 yuan deposit, and would pay the rest when they were delivered. She planned to use the big jars to store the fish livers. Fish livers couldn't be wasted, they were worth more than the fish itself. She also stopped by the town's security team to sign a letter of understanding and got a certificate signed by Chu Dashan in duplicate. Back in the village, she handed 1 copy to the village office. When she got home, it was noon. She was hot, tired, and hungry, so she put her purchases in the kitchen. There was 1 less portion of dried fish in the kitchen, because her little brother had already taken some to Gao Meijuan's house. He'd also made mung bean soup and prepared lunch in advance. Stir-fried sliced kink with chili, cabbage and tofu soup, and white steamed buns. The smell of the food instantly swept away Xu Xian's fatigue. After lunch, she felt completely revived. She showed her brother the certificate, then hid it in the ceiling compartment of her bedroom. She soaked a packet of Chinese herbs, let it steep for half an hour before boiling. Starting today, she would begin taking care of her health and told her brother to make her lighter meals from now on. She wasn't worried about lacking nutrition. There were tonics in the herbal medicine, enough for her daily needs. She even made a plan to exercise. In her previous life, she'd been terribly lazy, just drank herbal medicine, didn't exercise, didn't watch her diet, and it took a whole year to slowly lose weight. This time, she wanted to see results sooner. By a little after 2 in the afternoon, the herbal medicine was ready. Chu Xian scooped up the decoction, blowing on it as she drank. It wasn't too bitter, she could handle it. The first batch of herbs in her previous life hadn't been too bad either, but later, as the prescription changed, some were hard to swallow, some were sour, and some had a bitter, fishy taste. After she finished, a spoonful of sugar appeared in front of her. "Jia, have something sweet." Faced with such a thoughtful little brother, Chu Xian felt truly comforted. She took the spoon, licked the sugar, so sweet. Chu Feng swallowed hungrily. Chu Xian gently ruffled his hair. "You can have a spoonful too." Chu Feng knew the sugar was for making dried fish, so he shook his head. "I won't eat it. We should save it to sell." Suddenly, Chu Xian remembered, before the family split, her brother had sneaked some sugar and been beaten by Feng Chunhua, then made to stand outside the gate as punishment. After that, he'd never dared eat sugar again. Chu Xian finished the sugar in her spoon in one bite, went into the kitchen, scooped 2 heaping spoonfuls of sugar into a bowl, and handed it to her brother. "Dip your bun in it. Eat whenever you want. Just remember to brush your teeth well every night." Chu Feng held the bowl, tears streaming down his face. "Jia, you're so good to me." The less he'd been able to eat sugar before, the more he'd craved it. Chu Xian knew these were tears of happiness and teased, "Giving you sugar is being good to you? Next time I go to town, I'll buy you milk candies." Chu Feng cheered. "Thank you, Jia. Hurry up and eat, then go read." "Yes, ma'am." Chu Feng took half a bun, split it open, stuffed all the sugar from the bowl inside, and ate with a look of pure satisfaction, as if he were eating the most delicious thing in the world. Afterward, he poured the mung bean soup from the pot into the sugar bowl, swirled it around, and drank it. "So sweet. I'm so happy." The shadow of not being able to eat sugar as a child disappeared in that moment. He smiled at Chu Xian and asked, "Jia, can I have another spoonful?" Chu Xian was about to say too much sugar would make him sick, but then thought some things he needed to experience for himself. "Of course. Go ahead." Chu Feng happily ran to the sugar bag, carefully scooped out a spoonful, and ate it straight. Then he drank a lot of water. He didn't ask for more. He discovered that too much sugar was a bit overwhelming. Moderation was best. A little after 3 in the afternoon, there was a knock at the door. Chu Xian opened the gate to see Ji Ping leaning against a flatbed cart with sideboards, the cart piled high with skinned fish. She knew Ji Ping, he was Mu Chen's best friend. In her previous life, after disaster struck the Mu family, Ji Ping often went to help them. They were from the same village, so of course Ji Ping knew Chu Xian too. He'd heard that Chu Xian and Mu Chen had kissed, but nothing came of it. Mu Chen said it was an accident, so Ji Ping took it as such. "Chu Xian, Chenza said he considers you a buddy now. He asked me to bring you these skinned fish, 560 jin, just weighed. If you don't believe it, you can weigh them again. Just pay him for the fish." "Xiao Feng, go call Grandma Gao to come help clean the fish," Chu Xian said with a smile, then pointed to a cement patch in the yard and looked at Ji Ping. "No need to weigh again. Please unload them there." "No problem." Ji Ping quickly pulled the cart into the yard and unloaded the fish in the corner. In no time, the fish were piled up like a small hill. Chu Xian went into the kitchen and brought out a big bowl of mung bean soup for Ji Ping. "Have some to cool off." Ji Ping thought to himself, this fatty is pretty considerate. He took it cheerfully. "Thanks." He gulped it down in one go, returned the bowl, and took his leave. Chu Xian put on her apron, took out a knife, cutting board, and 2 wooden basins. She started cleaning fish, removing the guts, chopping off the heads, skinning them. She put the livers in one basin, the fish meat with bones in another. By the time Gao Meiwan and her mother arrived with knives and cutting boards, and Chu Feng came in, the basin was already piled high with fish meat. Just then, the people delivering the big ceramic jars arrived, and even gave her 2 wooden lids as a bonus. Chu Xian paid the remaining 25 yuan for the jars and saw them out. After the jars were scrubbed clean, they were placed in the mud brick room. Chu Xian explained how she wanted things done, and everyone found a spot and got to work. Chu Xian took a basin of fish to wash and marinate in the kitchen. From her previous experience, 10 jin of fish would yield about 1.5 jin of dried fish. With 560 jin, she expected to get about 85 jin of dried fish after working through the night. The actual yield would have to wait until it was all done. Then she'd calculate the labor, transport, and seasoning costs before setting a price. After marinating the fish, Chu Xian packed a portion of dried fish and 2 wooden buckets into her basket, said goodbye to Gao Meiwan and the others, slung the basket on her back, picked up 2 empty wicker baskets with a shoulder pole, and set out to forage by the sea. When she arrived, Muchenza was already at the tide pools, collecting seafood. She instantly felt like an employee caught slacking off by the boss. She hurried over and apologized sincerely. "Sorry, I'm late." Muchenza stopped collecting the red conches and held out his hand to Chu Xian. "Give it to me." Chu Xian didn't quite get it. "Give you what? The wicker baskets? Here." Muchenza put on a look of mock annoyance. "So dumb. Think about it. Isn't it? Then what do you want?" Seeing the confusion on Chu Xian's face, Muchenza had to give her a hint. "What did you promise me yesterday?" "What did I promise?" Chu Xian muttered to herself. After a moment, she finally realized and pulled a cloth bag of grilled fish slices from her basket. "Here. I already prepared it for you. I was going to give it to you after we finished collecting seafood." Muchenza took the bag, and as the aroma of grilled fish slices wafted up, a smile appeared on his face. "You handle the seafood, okay?" He had everything arranged perfectly for Chu Xian. He took off his old jacket, tossed it aside, hugged the bag of grilled fish slices, and stood on a reef, eating with great relish. Chu Xian didn't mind at all. After all, their agreement didn't include him helping her collect seafood. She just buried her head and got to work. She was focused on gathering some attractive-looking red conchs when Muchenza's voice sounded behind her. "The fish bones are crispy, the meat is sweet and fragrant. Not bad. Did you see the Chinese doctor?" Chu Xian didn't stop what she was doing, her back to him. "I did. Got some herbal medicine. Can I trouble you with something? Tell me what it is first." Muchenza popped another piece of grilled fish into his mouth. He was a bit hungry, and this was perfect to tide him over. Honestly, it tasted even better than the fish slices his mother and sister-in-law made. Chu Xian turned to look at him. She couldn't help but marvel. He looked so striking standing on the reef, eating fish slices, like an immortal who'd descended to the mortal world. Wait, she noticed his clothes had changed. That white silk shirt looked brand new. Wearing such fancy clothes to collect seafood? Was he here to work or just to take a stroll? "When you go to the city next time, could you help me find out where to sell fish livers? Especially at Peng City Pharmaceutical Factory. The livers from filefish can be used to extract fish oil. I don't want to just throw them away. Making the most of everything, I see. I'll ask around. If there's someone willing to come and collect them, even better." As he spoke, Muchenza deliberately smoothed his shirt. Only then did Chu Xian realize he was hinting at something. "Nice new shirt. Silk, right?" Muchenza put on a cool, aloof act. "That's right. Once you get your health back, I'll reward you with one. Right now you're too fat, too much fabric required." Chu Xian face-palmed. She couldn't be bothered to reply and just went back to collecting seafood. Today's haul was pretty good. In less than half an hour, she'd gathered 6 bass, over 100 jin of red conchs, more than a dozen octopuses, 8 sea cucumbers, over a dozen abalones the size of a child's fist, more than 30 filefish, over 20 prawns, a dozen swimming crabs, most of a bucket of clams, and half a bucket of turret snails. Muchinza put his old jacket back on and helped her carry everything ashore. These sea cucumbers are great quality. I'll take the abalones, swimming crabs, and prawns too. 100 yuan for the lot, deduct it from my share. I'll be at the pier early tomorrow to buy deep-sea catch, then head to the city to sell seafood. He didn't really need to explain so much. In that moment, Chu Xian was reminded of her previous life. After they got married, he'd said similar things to her. Back then, she hadn't even looked up, just replied coldly, "You don't need to tell me. I don't want to hear it. Just give me the money." This time, she would never say that. Instead, she showed concern. "It gets chilly before dawn, and there's a lot of ice in the truck. Make sure you dress warmly." Muchinza was clearly pleased, the corners of his mouth curving up. "I will. You really are a good buddy, always looking out for me." Chu Xian replied heartily, "Of course. That's what good buddies do." She didn't mind at all that Muchinza saw her as one of the guys. The tide was coming in. She glanced at the sea, a bit disappointed. Today was a spring tide, but the catch wasn't as valuable as yesterday's. Collecting seafood really was a matter of luck. Yesterday's big haul had raised her expectations. She needed to keep a level head. Muchinza saw what she was thinking and added, "Is collecting seafood getting in the way of your grilled fish business? You don't have to come every day, don't worry. I won't find another partner. Just come whenever you have time." Chu Xian quickly reassured him, "It's not a problem. Collecting seafood is my main job. The grilled fish business is just on the side. Come on, let's head to the pier." "All right." They didn't say anything else. As they neared the pier, Muchinza took away the seafood he'd picked out. Today's catch wasn't as eye-catching as yesterday's, so Chu Xian could sell it herself. At Li Tong's stall, Chu Xian saw a mountain of red conchs. Li Tong greeted her. "The price for red conchs has dropped 40 cents a jean." Chu Xian understood. That's just how seafood is. When there's a glut, the price drops. Who knows, it might drop again tomorrow. Luckily, the price of base hadn't dropped. It was still 1.5 yuan per jean. She had 49 jean and 6 liang, so he rounded it up to 50 jean and paid her 75 yuan. Octopus was 30 jean, priced by size at 50 cents a jean, for a total of 15 yuan. Turret snails, clams, and filefish weren't worth much, so she just put them in her basket to take home. Chu Xian took the 90 yuan from Li Tong, counted it, and put it in her pocket. She made a deal with Li Tong to buy more fresh filefish from him. Starting tomorrow, she'd come every day to pick up 1,000 jean, paying 5 cents more per jean than the market price. That meant Li Tong could easily earn an extra 5 yuan a day. After all, Muchinza's family alone couldn't supply enough, and Chu Xian didn't have time to wait at the pier for the fishing boats to come in. With Li Tong as her connection, she'd never have to worry about running out of filefish. She slung her basket on her back, picked up her empty willow basket, and got ready to head home. Just then, she ran into Lu Zhaodi, who was carrying a bucket of seafood to sell. Chu Xian glanced at the bucket. There were a dozen or so filefish and half a bucket of clams. Today, the price of filefish had already dropped to 4 cents a jean. Clams were even cheaper, 2 cents a jean. Altogether, it wouldn't even fetch 1 yuan. Thinking of Lu Zhaodi's family situation, Chu Xian sincerely invited her. "My family needs someone to process filefish, 1 cent per jean. You need to remove the head and skin, but keep the liver. If anyone in your family is interested, you can come to my house tomorrow." With Lu Zhaodi's speed, she could process 300 jean in 3 hours, no problem. Lu Zhaodi did the math quickly, 3 yuan for 3 hours of work. In a month, that was 3 times a regular worker's salary. She looked at Chu Xian gratefully. "Thank you. I'll definitely come tomorrow morning." Chu Xian smiled back and headed home. The Lu family, for all their grudges, also knew how to repay kindness. Helping them now could build good karma. Maybe she'd need their help someday. When Chu Xian got home, she put down her things and told everyone about the 1,000 plus jean of filefish she'd be getting tomorrow, and that Lu Zhaodi would be coming to help. Everyone agreed. Lu Zhaodi was a hard worker. With her help, everyone was confident they could handle processing over 1,000 jean of filefish. Last night, Chu Feng had learned how to marinate the fish in a sweet and salty flavor. Today, he marinated 120 jin himself. With the 30-plus jin Chu Xian had already marinated, they had a total of 150 jin, split between 2 ovens. Chu Feng had lit the fires early, so the ovens were nice and hot. There was a lot more fish than last night, so the roasting time was longer. An hour later, the fish was ready. Salty, sweet, and savory, with a golden color and great appearance. By 9 p.m., all the file fish had been processed, cleaned, and marinated. They made both spicy and sweet spicy flavors. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gao Meiyuan thought it was Wang Dipin coming to pick her and her daughter up, so she volunteered to answer it. But when she opened the door, Mu Chenze was standing outside. She quickly realized and called toward the kitchen, "Xiao Xian, I think he's here for you." Chu Xian came out of the kitchen, and when she saw Mu Chenze, she was surprised. What's he doing here so late? All along, Gao Meiyuan had never asked Chu Xian about her refusal to marry. In fact, she hoped Chu Xian would marry into a good family, and the Mu family really was quite decent. Still, she respected Chu Xian's choice. Tactfully, she went to the kitchen to check on the oven, leaving Chu Xian and Mu Chenjin space to talk. Chu Xian was just about to ask, "Why are you here?" when Mu Chenjin's slightly disgruntled voice sounded, "Seems like you've forgotten something." Chu Xian was confused. "Forgotten what? You said that once your new house was built, you'd treat me to a meal. I say, why wait? How about tomorrow night?" Once again, Mu Chenjin had everything planned out for her. Chu Xian had indeed promised, but she'd been quite busy these past few days. "Can we do it another day? Tomorrow morning I have to go to Li Tong's stall to pick up skinless fish, arrange people to clean them, ask Uncle and Aunt Mingchen to come with me to the city to sell grilled fish slices, then come back and marinate the fish. By then, the fish from your family should be delivered, and I'll need to arrange people to clean those too." Before she could finish, Mu Chenjin interrupted with a darkened expression. "Why didn't you ask me to help collect the fish or go to the city with you to sell grilled fish slices? Don't you know I have more connections? Am I not your buddy? How could you not be my buddy? I just figured you need to go out to sea and make money. I didn't want to take up your time." Chu Xian really hadn't expected that not wanting to trouble Mu Chenjin would actually make him angry. Besides, she needed Uncle Mingchen to go to the city with her tomorrow. Otherwise, he'd go out to sea, and the tragedy from her previous life might repeat itself. Mu Chenjin snorted, "But you're asking Wang Mingchen to go with you. Isn't that taking up his time too?" It was obvious who was close and who wasn't. He felt that Chu Xian was closer to the Wang family, even though the two of them were already quite familiar. Heck, they'd even kissed. Thinking of this, Mu Chenjin's face flushed red. The courtyard light shone on his face, and Chu Xian caught it. "Mu Chenjin, don't get so worked up. Look, your face is turning red from anger. How about this? Except for tomorrow, whenever you're free, I'll ask you to come with me to the city to sell grilled fish slices, okay? If sales are good, I'll have you help me collect 1,000 jin of skinless fish every day. Sound good?" After all, she owed this guy so much. She couldn't stand to see him upset. If he wanted to be troubled, then so be it. Mu Chenjin couldn't be bothered to explain that his face wasn't red from anger. He quickly composed himself. "That's more like it. Remember, buddies are meant to be troubled. And about that meal, I was just saying it in passing. The main reason I came today is to bring you some good news." Chu Xian looked curious. "What good news?" "I found someone to come and buy fish livers and fish heads from you. His name is Bai Xiaotian. He said the price depends on how well the fish livers are preserved. Good quality livers are used to extract fish oil, while poor quality livers and fish heads fetch a very low price, just a few yuan per ton. He'll take them for processing, mostly as animal feed." Mu Chenjin explained everything in detail. Even though he didn't spell it out, Chu Xian could tell he was helping her broaden her knowledge. She couldn't help but praise him. "You really know a lot, and you have so many connections." "Thanks. You're a great buddy. By the way, when will Bai Xiaotian come to collect them?" There were quite a few fish heads piled up in the yard, at least several dozen jin. She was glad she hadn't thrown them away. Even a few cents is still money. Mu Chenjin was a little embarrassed by the praise and tossed out, "He'll come in 3 days." And with that, he practically fled in embarrassment. He felt like he just couldn't handle Chu Xian's endless stream of compliments. Chu Xian stood at the door, struggling to hold back her laughter. So this guy had such a cute side to him? She didn't go back to the kitchen until his figure had disappeared from view. Gao Meiwan gave Chu Xian a meaningful smile. Chu Xian hurried to explain, "Grandma Gao, don't get the wrong idea. What happened between me and Mu Chenjin before was just an accident. We're just good buddies now." Gao Meiwan couldn't help but rub her forehead. "So he sees you as one of the guys? Just buddies? Didn't that mean there wasn't even the slightest chance of marriage?" She didn't say this out loud, afraid of discouraging Chu Xian. Chu Xian looked unconcerned. "What's wrong with being seen as a guy? If I want to support a family in the future, I have to be even more capable than a man." Gao Meiwan felt a pang of sadness for Chu Xian and quickly changed the subject. "Xiao Xian, check the oven fire." Chu Xian immediately focused on the grilled fish slices. She adjusted the vent damper. A while later, Chu Feng whispered something to Chu Xian. Chu Xian nodded, took out 4 yuan, and handed it to Gao Meiwan. "Grandma Gao, here's your and Shasha's wages for today." Gao Meiwan stared in shock at the money in her hand. "This much?" Wang Shasha looked incredulous. She was young, but she knew that factory workers only made a little over 1 yuan a day. They'd earn 3 workers' wages in just 3 or 4 hours tonight. Chu Xian smiled and explained, "It's 1 cent per gene processed. You and Shasha handled 400 gene, so that's 4 yuan. Gao Meiwan tried to return 2 yuan. "That's too much. You haven't even sold the grilled fish slices yet." Chu Xian firmly refused. "It's not too much, it's because you and Shasha are so capable. Don't worry, these grilled fish slices will definitely sell." She was confident. Just then, Wang Dipin knocked on the door to pick up Gao Meiwan and his daughter. "Meiwan, since it's wages, just take it. Keeping business and personal matters separate is the way to make things last." Since Wang Dipin had spoken, Gao Meiwan had to accept it. But she secretly resolved to help out at Chu Xian's house more in the future. Wang Dipin didn't leave right away, but chatted with Chu Xian for a while. He'd gotten some information from a friend about buying a shop at the train station. Outsiders could buy, but they had to get a quota from an insider. He was grateful to Chu Xian for the tip. He was very optimistic about those shops. He also reminded Chu Xian to share any news she heard when selling grilled fish slices in the city. Chu Xian naturally agreed. After seeing the 3 of them out, she went back to grilling fish slices. By 11 at night, all the grilled fish slices were done. Chu Xian weighed them, just under 86 gene. Out of 560 gene of fish, that really was about 1.5 gene of product per 10 gene of fish. She jotted down notes, calculating the costs. Cost of fish, labor, firewood, transportation, spices. 10 minutes later, she figured out that the cost per gene of grilled fish slices with bones was 0.8 yuan. She planned to sell them for 2 yuan per gene, a bit higher than the grilled fish slices sold in town. After all, her product was better in quality, taste, and appearance. Once she started selling in the city and beyond, she was sure she wouldn't tarnish Laixian's reputation for grilled fish slices. At that moment, Mu Chenjin was sitting in his courtyard, staring at the sky. Qin Mahua saw him and came out, concern on her face. "Xiaozhe, why aren't you asleep yet? Don't you have to go out to sea before dawn?" Mu Chenjin replied casually, just moon-gazing. Qin Mahua slapped him on the back. "Who are you fooling? It's the first day of the lunar month, what's there to see? Something on your mind?" Mu Chenjin let out a sigh. "Of course I've got something on my mind. Just thinking about how to make more money while I'm still young. Mom, you go to bed. I need to think about how much deep-sea catch to bring in the day after tomorrow." "Is that really it?" Qin Mahua didn't really believe it, but since she couldn't get any more answers, she had no choice but to go back to her room to rest. She felt her son had been acting a bit strange lately, in a way she couldn't quite put her finger on. Was he so obsessed with making money that he'd gone a little crazy? That couldn't be it. The family wasn't short on money. Could it be that he liked some girl and was too embarrassed to say anything? That must be it. She decided she'd have to pay more attention to her son's behavior from now on. Muchinza was feeling a bit restless. He couldn't stay in his bedroom, so he went out into the yard to get some fresh air. He actually couldn't sleep. The key thing was, he couldn't figure out why he was having insomnia. At this moment, Chu Xian had finished her herbal medicine and was already in bed. After a long day, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Half an hour later, in the bedroom next door, Chu Feng put down his textbook, turned off the light, and got ready to sleep. He muttered quietly, "This herbal medicine really works." Sis didn't snore much tonight. He'd never dared say it before, but his sister's snoring was really loud. The next morning at 6, as soon as Chu Xian got up and finished washing up, she heard her little brother's voice. "Sis, the herbal medicine is ready. Drink it while it's hot." The herbal medicine Chu Xian brought back this time was best taken twice a day, before breakfast and dinner. Her little brother had taken the initiative to brew it for her, which made her feel very touched. "Xiao Feng, thank you for your hard work." Chu Feng grinned. "It's no trouble. You're the one working the hardest, sis. I got up early today, brewed the medicine while reading. It wasn't hard at all." He thoughtfully handed her the sugar jar. In her past life, Chu Xian had a huge sweet tooth, but in this life she was more health conscious. She was already quite chubby, so she avoided sugar whenever she could. "I can drink it without sugar. This batch of medicine isn't that bitter. Xiao Feng, you're still growing, so if you want some sugar, go ahead and have a bit." Chu Feng scratched his head a little sheepishly. "Sis, I'll just have half a spoon." He really did crave sugar. He especially loved the sweet, melting feeling of white sugar in his mouth. It was pure happiness. "Go ahead." Chu Xian picked up the bowl of herbal medicine and drank it all in one go. She took a few sips of water to wash away the aftertaste. She glanced at the water vat. It was full. Her little brother had gotten up early to fill it. She felt a pang of guilt for him. "I'll fetch the water from now on. You can wait until you're 15 before you do it again." Chu Feng patted his small chest hard. "I'm strong. Carrying water is no problem." Chu Xian didn't agree. "Let's wait until you're at least 1.75 meters tall. Carrying water all the time might stunt your growth." Chu Feng did want to grow taller, but he didn't want his sister to get too tired either. "How about we hire someone to carry water?" Actually, Chu Xian had considered hiring someone, since washing fish every day used a lot of water. She just hadn't decided who to hire yet. "Xiao Feng, do you have anyone in mind?" Chu Feng shook his head gently. In the past, Feng Chanhua had taught the two of them not to mingle with other families. Ever since they split from the family, apart from the Wang family, they really didn't have anyone close. Hiring someone to carry water wasn't a huge deal, but it wasn't trivial either. They needed someone trustworthy. Otherwise, a single vat of water could ruin several hundred jin of fish. "I'll think about it. I'm going to fetch the fish first. I'll eat breakfast when I get back." Li Tong had a cart, so Chu Xian didn't need to bring anything. She headed out, walking briskly toward the dock. Brisk walking was a form of exercise, too. 10 minutes later, she arrived at the dock, panting. Li Tong had already prepared 1,000 jin of skinless fish. After paying him 45 yuan, Chu Xian added another yuan to buy 2 mesh bags. She borrowed his long cart, hung the mesh bags on it, and hauled the 1,000 jin of fish home. Chu Xian struggled to control the cart with both arms. If she wasn't careful, it would tip over. She silently cursed herself for being so chubby, but still finding it so hard to pull a cart. It had taken 10 minutes to get there, but half an hour to get back. After unloading at home, her arms were shaking uncontrollably. Chu Feng was distressed. "Sis, you rest for a bit. I'll return the cart." Before Chu Xian could reply, he was already out the door. A moment later, Lu Zhaodi, Gao Meiwan, Wang Sha, and Wang Mingchen and his wife all arrived almost at the same time. Wang Mingchen was carrying a scale. After greeting each other, Gao Meiwan taught Lu Zhaodi how to process the skinless fish. Wang Mingchen and his wife helped Chu Xian carry 50 or 60 jin of grilled fish fillets. Chu Xian carried more than 20 jin herself. The three of them took the scale and mesh bags and set out. First, they took a horse cart to town, then a bus to the county seat, and then transferred again to the city. Of course, Xu Xian paid for the travel expenses. Wang Mingchen wasn't too confident about selling the grilled fish fillets and was mentally prepared to go door to door helping Xu Xian sell them. His wife, Miao Dakui, on the other hand, was full of confidence. She was kind but shrewd. "Xiao Xian, if the fish fillets sell well, can I come to your house to help process fish for wages?" Xu Xian replied without hesitation, "Of course. You're more than welcome." Wang Mingchen tugged at his wife's sleeve. "Let's sell the fish fillets first." By the time they arrived at Peng City's farmers market, it was already past 10 in the morning, and many stalls were empty. Wang Mingchen had been here before and smiled, reminding her, "I'll take you to pay for a temporary stall first. Leave the baskets here, let your aunt watch them." He pointed to the payment counter. "Okay. Sorry to trouble you, Auntie." Xu Xian set down her basket, took out about a jean of grilled fish fillets, and wrapped them in paper. Miao Dakui waved her hand cheerfully. "No need to be polite. Go on." Wang Mingchen and his wife didn't ask any more questions. They'd already guessed what Xu Xian was up to. At the payment counter, Xu Xian offered some grilled fish fillets and easily rented a good temporary stall. It was the second stall from the entrance. She set out the grilled fish fillets. Before long, the fresh, spicy, mouth-watering aroma of fish wafted into the nose of every passerby. Everyone who walked by bought at least a little. Retail was 2 yuan per jean, 5 jean or more counted as wholesale at 1.8 yuan per jean. Most people bought a bit of all 3 flavors, and many bought more than 5 jean. It was Xu Xian and her team's first time selling at a stall, so they were a bit flustered, but in less than an hour, they sold out. Wang Mingchen was stunned. He'd never imagined grilled fish fillets would be so popular. The small vendors in town could barely sell any at all. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave with their baskets, a market worker hurried over. "Hey, the chubby girl, wait. Do you have any more grilled fish fillets? I want 5 jean of the spicy flavor. I've never had anything this delicious." Xu Xian wasn't the least bit offended at being called chubby girl. Instead, she apologized with a smile. "I'm really sorry. We're sold out for today. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll bring some to you when I rent the stall, okay?" "Okay. My name's Lu Chao. If I'm not at the payment counter tomorrow, just mention my name and my colleagues will call me." Xu Xian could tell Lu Chao had been won over by her fish fillets. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she left. Xu Xian did a quick calculation. They'd just made 160 yuan. After deducting costs, they'd cleared at least 90 yuan in profit. She was thrilled. She invited Wang Mingchen and his wife out to eat. But they refused no matter what, especially Miao Dakui, who couldn't wait to get home and help Xu Xian process fish for wages. She'd heard from her mother-in-law that there was another batch of skinless fish to process that afternoon. Xu Xian couldn't persuade them, so she bought 20 pork and scallion steamed buns for the road. In the city, buns were sold by weight. 20 buns weighed 3 jean, costing 7.5 yuan at 0.25 yuan per liang. Wang Mingchen and his wife were shocked at how expensive city buns were. Each ate 2 and refused to eat more. Actually, only this shop was so pricey the filling was generous. Xu Xian ate 4 in one go. They were even tastier than the ones she made at home. She saved 4 for Xiao Feng and insisted Miao Dakui take the rest. Miao Dakui couldn't refuse and finally accepted them. She thought to herself that she'd do more work for Xu Xian in the future. At a little past 3 in the afternoon, Xu Xian got home. Just in time to see Ji Ping pulling up with a cart of skinless fish. He whispered, "Xu Xian, Chenza asked me to pass on a message." Ji Ping wore a mysterious expression, as if Xu Xian would miss out on 1,000,000 yuan if she didn't listen to the message he was about to deliver. Xu Xian was puzzled. If Mu Chenza had something to say, why couldn't he come tell her himself? But she didn't ask out loud. "Go ahead, Ji Ping." Ji Ping lowered his voice to a whisper. "He wants to meet you at my house tonight at 9. He has something important to tell you." "Got it. Thank you." Xu Xian had a gut feeling that she absolutely had to go tonight. Only then did Ji Ping point to the cartload of fish. 500 jean today. Should I unload them in the same corner as yesterday? Yes. Xiaofeng, make a note, 500 Jin. As soon as Chu Xian finished speaking, Chu Feng called out, okay. After recording the transaction, he went to the kitchen and ladled a bowl of red bean and barley soup for Chu Xian. Chu Xian smiled and thanked her little brother, but didn't take it. She explained, there are herbs in my medicine that already help dispel dampness. If I drink this soup too, it'll be too much. She nodded in Jiping's direction. Chu Feng understood. When Jiping finished unloading the fish, a big bowl of red bean and barley soup was handed to him. This soup was great for getting rid of dampness. Jiping thanked Chu Feng, took the bowl, drank it all in one go, returned the bowl, and took his leave. At that moment, Mu Chenza was lying on his kang at home, looking helpless. He had no idea what was up with his mother. Wherever he went, she followed. He didn't want his mother to know about his partnership with Chu Xian, and he definitely didn't want her to see them meeting. But he had something important to tell Chu Xian, something that was better kept between as few people as possible. If his mother found out, she'd definitely tell his father, big brother, and sister-in-law. So he asked Jiping to pass on the message. Jiping could be trusted to keep it secret, and he wouldn't eavesdrop. Qin Mahua hadn't discovered her son's secret, but she wasn't discouraged. She planned to keep following him in the future. Little did she know, her son had already seen through her. By 5 in the afternoon, all the skinned fish had been processed and cleaned. Chu Xian settled the wages according to her little brother's ledger. Lu Zhaodi had processed 500 jin of fish, 5 yuan. Gao Meiwan and Wang Sha had done 700 jin together, 7 yuan. Miao Dakui had only started in the afternoon, so she'd done just 100 jin, 1 yuan. Chu Feng had processed 200 jin, 2 yuan. Chu Xian paid everyone the same day. Lu Zhaodi held the 5 yuan in her hand, feeling like she was dreaming. Earning so much in 5 hours, if she could do this every day, that would be 150 yuan a month, enough to send her 2 younger brothers to school and buy medicine for her mother. No problem at all. After thanking Chu Xian and confirming she could keep coming back, she left happily. Gao Meijuan's family wasn't in a rush to leave. Some helped fetch water, some arranged fish fillets on trays, others chopped wood and tended the fire. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Chu Xian went to see who it was and found Widow Niu standing outside, looking nervous, her hands twisting the hem of her shirt. Widow Niu was in her 30s, tall and sturdy as an ox. Normally, Chu Xian didn't have much contact with her, but since she'd come to the door, it was only polite to greet her. Sister Niu, is there something you need? Widow Niu mustered her courage and stammered, I heard you're running a grilled fish fillet workshop. If there's any heavy work, could you hire me? She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Xian, afraid of being rejected. Chu Xian knew her situation. She only had her 12-year-old son, Wang Mingguang, at home. Widow Niu was clumsy. No one who hired her lasted more than a day. She'd either break fishing nets, accidentally smash things, or even cut her own hand while cleaning fish. Eventually, no one dared to hire her anymore. When she went to the shore to forage, others would find good things, but she'd only get some clams or snails, never anything valuable, and she wasn't very clever either. Life just kept getting harder. But Widow Niu was honest and sincere. Chu Xian had been thinking of hiring someone to fetch water and chop wood, but she wasn't sure if Widow Niu could handle it. She worried Widow Niu might accidentally hurt herself chopping wood. But in the end, she decided to give her a chance. All right, I'll hire you to fetch water and chop wood. The water tank needs to be kept full at all times, and you need to chop at least 2 loads of wood a day. The pay is 1 yuan a day. If you're willing, come at 7 tomorrow morning. Wages are settled daily. Widow Niu was overjoyed. She'd only come to try her luck, never expecting Chu Xian would really hire her. She kept repeating, I'm willing. I'm willing. Thank you, thank you. Seeing her like this, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. Get a good rest tonight. Tomorrow's all heavy work. Widow Niu grinned from ear to ear. All right. I'll be here first thing tomorrow morning. She waved goodbye and left, beaming. Chu Feng had already marinated the sweet and savory fish fillets. Chu Xian checked. They were ready to be grilled. She didn't keep any secrets, teaching Gao Meiwan how to control the heat. She didn't mind if Chu Feng, Miao Dakui, or Wang Shasha watched and learned, either. Since she'd need to go out and sell fish every day, she planned to have Gao Meiwan and the others grill at home, with separate pay. Actually, Chu Xian had another idea, but it depended on sales. If business picked up, she'd discuss it with Wang Dipin. After 2 batches, Gao Meiwan had basically mastered the grilling. A little after 8:50 that night, Chu Xian found an excuse about going out to walk off a full stomach. She took a quiet path and arrived outside Ji Ping's house, knocking on the door. The door opened quickly. It was Mu Chinza. He'd snuck out of his house through the window. His mother thought he'd gone to bed already. Ji Ping came out of the kitchen, a steamed bun in his hand. He took a bite and said, "You two go talk in the main room. I'll eat in the kitchen." He left them space to talk. Mu Chinza nodded at Chu Xian and gestured for her to go in first. Chu Xian entered the main room. Mu Chinza followed, closing and bolting the door behind him. He leaned against the door. Chu Xian swallowed nervously. What's he up to? Don't tell me he's planning to. Mu Chinza, why are you locking the door? Mu Chinza made a shushing gesture. Keep your voice down. What I'm about to tell you is extremely important. You have to promise to stay calm and not start yelling out of anger. Only then did Chu Xian realize she'd been overthinking. All right, I promise. Hurry up, I've still got hundreds of Gene of fish fillets to grill at home. I'll keep it short, Mu Chinza said, lowering his voice even more. I didn't get any deep-sea catch early this morning, so I didn't go to the city. Instead, I went out to sea with my family's boat. But don't worry, I already sold the sea cucumbers and abalone I bought from you. While we were fishing, I ran into Chu Ji. He'd bought a second-hand boat. Instead of fishing properly, he was drinking and fishing off the side, got drunk, and fell into the sea. I saw the whole thing. Chu Xian looked exasperated. You saved him, didn't you? That's right. Chu Ji deserves whatever he gets. Why'd you save him? Chu Xian couldn't help recalling how, in her previous life, Chu Ji and Feng Chunhua had pushed her into the sea, how helpless she'd felt. In this life, she almost wished Chu Ji could experience what it was like to suffocate and die in the ocean. Mu Chinza replied good-naturedly, It's a good thing I did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard his secret. Chu Xian was intrigued. What secret? When I pulled him back on the boat, he was still drunk, mumbling to himself, money. My family's loaded. Buying a boat isn't about making money, it's to show off that the Chu family can afford a boat. She never realized before just how perfectly Mu Chinza could imitate Chu Ji's mannerisms. Chu Xian had to fight hard not to laugh. She couldn't let herself laugh out loud. If anyone passing by heard, it would only spark another round of gossip. Mu Chinza noticed Chu Xian was struggling to hold back her laughter and quietly reminded her, Be serious. Don't you think the Chu family got rich a little too quickly? And I overheard Chu Ji muttering to himself, saying something about how Qiu Dagong really did steal all his family's money, but it was a shame he did it too early. If he'd waited, he could have stolen a much bigger sum. He also said the Chu family is just lucky like that, while the Feng family is just unlucky. Hearing this, Chu Xian became even more convinced that Feng Ti was just a scapegoat. Mu Chinza, what you told me today is really important. You mustn't tell anyone else. Otherwise, it could cause a lot of trouble for others. By the way, does your family know about this? They don't. When I rescued Chu Ji, my dad and older brother were busy hauling in the nets and couldn't hear what he was saying. Besides, I didn't let Chu Ji onto our boat, I just tossed him back onto his own. He rambled on drunkenly for a while, and I made him drink a lot of water before heading back to my own boat. By the time we returned to shore, Chu Ji had sobered up. My brother told him he ought to thank me, but guess what he said? He's got nothing good to say, I'm sure. Exactly. He said I shouldn't have saved him, that I was meddling, and that he could swim just fine, didn't need anyone's help. At this, a flash of anger appeared in Mu Chinza's usually gentle eyes. Chu Xian quickly comforted him, don't stoop to his level. There's no need to get upset over a jerk like him. Her words worked. Muchin's expression softened. You're right. No point getting angry over a jerk. Now, Chu Xian wasn't in a hurry to go home and roast fish fillets. She had to get to the bottom of this before leaving. Did you ask him where his family's sudden fortune came from? Of course I did. He said he didn't know. So I asked who in his family did. He said his mother knows, but she won't tell him. Chu Xian clenched her fists. Feng Chunhua again. Feng Chunhua sure had a lot of secrets. So Feng Ti ended up taking the fall, and not a single member of the Feng family spoke up? Could it be that even the Fengs believed Feng Ti was really the culprit? She'd have to find time to talk to Feng Shui. Muchinza, think carefully, did Chuji say anything else? Did he mention his older brother? Muchinza thought for a moment before replying. He didn't mention his older brother. But he did say their family would only get richer in the future. After confirming there was nothing else, Chu Xian reminded him again to keep it secret, then took her leave. On her way home, Chu Xian deliberately took a detour past the Chu house. The main room was still lit. Inside, Feng Chunhua was scolding Chuji. Imagine, the very first day you take our family's boat out, you fall into the sea. Aren't you ashamed? Chuji sneezed several times in a row, his voice thick with congestion. Ma, please stop nagging. This is the 80th time. Feng Chunhua snapped. So what if it is? Aren't you ashamed of falling in the sea? Chuji replied, 81 times. Enough already. Even the monk Tang Sanzang only had to endure 81 tribulations to get the scriptures. You've scolded me 81 times, let me go to bed. Feng Chunhua, triumphant, declared, no way. I'm in charge in this house. Anyone who doesn't listen to me won't get a penny from me. But if you do as I say, you'll never have to worry about food or clothes for decades. Chu Dashan, go fetch me some water to soak my feet. Xiaoji, go make some ginger tea and drink a few cups to ward off the chill. Outside in the courtyard, Chu Xian couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did Feng Chunhua get rich? She sure was full of confidence. Once she realized there was nothing more useful to overhear, she headed home. Thinking back on her previous life, Chu Xian only remembered Feng Chunhua constantly asking her for money, and she did seem to live quite well. Even without Chu Xian's support in this life, Feng Chunhua was still doing just fine. There must have been something she missed last time. She smacked herself on the head, cursing her past self for being so clueless and letting her guard down around Feng Chunhua, never bothering to dig deeper. Just as she was about to reach home, a sudden thought struck her. What if Feng Chunhua's biological son hadn't died, but had secretly given her a lot of money? If that was the case, could it be that Qin Xiahong's coma was also the work of Feng Chunhua's real son? If so, Feng Chunhua would probably keep receiving money in the future. It shouldn't be hard to find evidence. With this realization, Chu Xian let out a long breath, feeling much lighter. Her only worry was that Feng Chunhua's real son might not be alive. If he was, Chu Xian would have a better chance of finding her own grandparents. She had no intention of telling her little brother about this, to avoid putting him in danger. After all, Qin Xiahong had nearly died just for delivering Feng Chunhua's baby all those years ago. Let alone if anyone found out where Feng Chunhua's real son was. Feng Chunhua or her son would stop at nothing, even hiring killers, to keep it secret. The more Feng Chunhua tried to hide, the more likely she'd slip up. Chu Xian reminded herself to be patient. Wait patiently, don't rush. She walked into the house, quickly adjusted her mood, and put on a smile. Miao Dakui and Wang Shaasha had already gone home. Gao Meiwan and Chu Feng were still in the kitchen, tending the fire. The fish livers had been carefully processed and stored in a big jar. As for the fish heads, they were all laid out on the concrete in the yard. The house reeked of fish. Even though they were used to it, Chu Xian still dreamed of earning enough to build a bigger house. One day, the workshop and living quarters would be separate. Chu Xian walked over. Grandma Gao, sorry, I lost track of time while out walking. Let me watch the fire, you've worked all day, you should go home and rest. Gao Meiwan waved her off with a smile. I'm not tired. I took a 2-hour nap at noon. You're the one who hasn't rested all day, can you really keep going? As she spoke, she took Chu Xian's hand. Chu Xian was tired, but she wouldn't admit it. I can manage. I'm young, this is nothing. Grandma Gao, you should go home. You have to help clean fish and roast fillets tomorrow morning. Just then, Wang Dipin came to fetch her, so Gao Meiwan didn't insist. Chu Xian and her brother walked them to the gate. Gao Meiwan stood outside, reminding Chu Xian to bolt the door. Only after confirming the door was locked did Wang Dipin and his wife leave, reassured. Chu Xian and her brother went back to the kitchen to keep roasting fish fillets. A dozen minutes later, Chu Feng came over with a bowl of medicine. Sis, you forgot to take your medicine. I warmed it up for you. Chu Xian had indeed forgotten. She smiled as she took it. It's great having a little brother. She downed it in one go and washed the bowl. Chu Feng beamed with satisfaction, eager to do more for his sister. Now that it was just the two of them, Chu Feng finally asked about today's earnings. Chu Xian pulled a wad of cash from her pocket and handed it to him. We made 160 yuan in total. The meat buns cost 7.5 plus travel expenses. Chu Feng took the money, pulled out the account book, and recorded everything carefully. He couldn't help but add, sis, those meat buns in the city are really delicious. He'd been smacking his lips all through dinner. Chu Xian said gently, I'll bring you more tomorrow. Sis, you're the best. Chu Xian smiled and, after checking the account book, nodded in satisfaction. Her little brother might not know many characters, but he was a natural at bookkeeping. Even without anyone teaching him, he kept everything organized. Clear at a glance. It was 2:30 in the morning by the time they finished roasting all the fish fillets. With Grandma Gao's help tomorrow, they should be able to finish even earlier. She weighed the results. From 1,500 jin of skinless fish, they'd ended up with 226 jin and 2 liang of fillets. Only then did she realize a problem. When morning came, she'd have to go to the city to sell all this by herself. How was she supposed to carry so much? Take less? But that might not be enough to sell. She'd been so focused on production, she'd forgotten all about logistics. Xiao Feng, I'm going out for a bit. There should be someone on duty at the village office. Maybe I can arrange for a tractor. She opened the courtyard gate, talking as she walked out without noticing that someone was standing right outside, and ran straight into them. Chu Xian was never easily rattled, especially given her size. She had the upper hand. The moment they collided, she caught a clear glimpse of the person under the courtyard lights. It was Muchinza. As Chu Xian came to an abrupt stop, Muchinza nimbly dodged aside. He had no intention of being bowled over by Chu Xian. Once she steadied herself, Chu Xian was about to ask what he was doing here in the middle of the night when Muchinza got straight to the point. I saw the lights on in your yard and guessed you were up late grilling fish jerky. I just happened to rent a truck to go into the city. Want to come along and sell your fish jerky? Talk about someone showing up with a pillow just when you're feeling sleepy. Chu Xian felt Muchinza was a godsend. She nodded eagerly. Yes. Where's the truck? I'll carry the fish jerky over. I can do 2 trips, maybe one more with a pole basket. Before she could finish, Muchinza gently interrupted, just wait at home. I'll have the truck driver come pick you up in half an hour. Chu Xian couldn't help but praise him. Man, you're so thoughtful. Thanks. I'll whip up some snacks for the road. Sounds good. Muchinza left, flashlight in hand. Chu Xian watched him go until his figure disappeared into the darkness before turning away. She went back to the kitchen to let her little brother know about the trip to the city, then started preparing some snacks. Time was tight, so she could only make something simple. She made scallion and egg pancakes. With her brother's help, Chu Xian managed to fry up a dozen fragrant pancakes in under 20 minutes, leaving 3 for her brother's breakfast and wrapping the rest in a clean white cloth. She lined the cleaned and dried baskets and carrying frames with fresh white cloths. The fish jerky, being light but bulky, filled 2 large baskets and 2 big carrying frames. The siblings carried everything to the courtyard gate in several trips. Chu Feng also brought over an old scale and a mesh bag. The old scale was from Gao Meijuan's house. Just as Chu Xian was reminding her brother to buy a few more baskets and frames from Lu Zhaodi's place, the truck arrived. Its headlights were especially bright in the darkness. Once the truck stopped, Muchinza jumped out of the passenger seat. He helped move the baskets and frames to the back seat of the truck. The truck bed was full of live seafood, lots of ice and water, not suitable for the fish jerky. So Chu Xian, her fish jerky, the scale, and the mesh bag all ended up in the back seat. For most people, it would just be a tight squeeze, but for Chu Xian, it was really cramped. She was surrounded on all sides, at her feet, on her lap, and beside her. Even so, Chu Xian was still in high spirits. Just thinking about selling over 200 jin of fish jerky and making over 200 yuan had her buzzing with excitement. She handed the pancakes to Muchinza for safekeeping. Once they were on the road, Muchinza introduced the truck driver to Chu Xian. "This is Lin Yong. Just call him Brother Lin." Chu Xian greeted him politely. "Hello, Brother Lin. Sorry for the trouble." Lin Yong, driving, replied heartily, "No trouble at all. This is my job." "You're Chu Xian, right? Chinza said you run a fish jerky workshop." A potential customer, Lin Yong, was very courteous. Chu Xian smiled. "That's right. Where are you from, Brother Lin?" "I'm from one town, not far from your dang town. I usually work at the docks. Just let me know in advance if you need a ride." "Great." Once they left the village, Muchinza suggested Chu Xian catch some sleep while she could. She was indeed tired and quickly dozed off. Lin Yong and Muchinza chatted quietly. Muchinza specifically reminded him not to mention that Chu Xian was going to the city with him. Lin Yong readily agreed. After all, she could become a regular customer. After that, they just made small talk to stay awake. Chu Xian was woken by Muchinza. "Chu Xian, we're at the market. Wake up. All the stalls near the entrance are rented out, so I got you one inside." Chu Xian instantly perked up. "Thanks for getting me a stall. Don't you need one?" "No, I have regular customers. I just need to deliver the goods. Once I'm done, I'll come find you." "Okay." Chu Xian hopped out of the truck with a basket of fish jerky. With Muchinza's help, they had everything set up at the stall in under 5 minutes. As soon as she finished, someone came over. "How much for the fish jerky? Can I try some?" "Of course. Less than 5 jin is 2 yuan per jin. More than 5 jin, it's 1.8 yuan per jin. There are 3 flavors: spicy, sweet and spicy, and sweet and salty." Chu Xian greeted customers with a smile, too busy to notice when Muchinza left. After getting back in the truck, Muchinza couldn't help glancing at Chu Xian's stall, thinking to himself, she's got a real knack for business. The truck drove off. The unique, tempting aroma of Chu Xian's fish jerky wafted through the market, drawing in many customers. Most of the early customers were wholesalers. They bought 10 or 20 jin at a time. In less than half an hour, Chu Xian had sold over 100 jin. She had already set aside 5 jin for Lu Chao, a market staff member, planning to deliver it when she packed up. She weighed it and put it in a mesh bag. Just then, a portly man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and weighing at least 200 jin, walked up to her stall. "Last night, I heard Lu Chao say there's some amazing fish jerky at the market. That wouldn't be yours, would it?" Chu Xian hadn't expected Lu Chao to help spread the word. If this turned into a sale, she'd give him a cut. She responded warmly, "That's right, it's mine. I just set aside 5 jin for him. Try before you buy, 3 flavors, please sample them all." She patted the mesh bag of jerky. The man didn't stand on ceremony. He tried every flavor, sampling from different spots like a quality inspector. Chu Xian didn't stop him, since he was very considerate and used his own small bamboo tongs. After tasting, he asked, "If I buy it all, how much per jin?" "Over 5 jin is 1.8 yuan per jin. If you take it all, I'll give it to you for 1.6 yuan per jin. How's that? Small profits, quick turnover. Who knows, he might become a regular." The man didn't haggle. "Deal. You don't have a big scale here, so I'll have someone come move it and we'll weigh it at the market office. No need to call anyone, I'll carry it over myself." With about 90 jin left, Chu Xian gritted her teeth and managed to carry everything in one trip, basket on her back, frame in hand. She also brought the 5 jin set aside for Lu Chao. When she set everything down at the market office, the man looked impressed. You really put your weight to good use. Me, I get out of breath just carrying a few dozen jean. Xu Xian, panting, replied, I'm just excited to make money. Normally, I couldn't carry this much either. The man laughed heartily, clearly in a good mood. We're both big folks. Must be fate that we're doing business together. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yuan Ban. Xu Xian suppressed a laugh. Yu and Ban together make the word fat in Chinese. She introduced herself. Nice to meet you, Boss Yuan. I'm Xu Xian. As long as it doesn't rain, I'll be here selling fish jerky every day. Excellent. If your goods sell well, I'll work with you long term. Looking forward to it. I'll wait for your good news. While they chatted, the fish jerky was weighed 96 jin and 3 liang, totaling 154.08 yuan. She took 154 yuan and gave him the baskets, frames, and white cloth as a bonus. After settling up, Xu Xian took the 5 jin she'd set aside for Lu Chao, intending to ask one of his coworkers to pass it on, but just then Lu Chao arrived for his shift. Lu Chao tried to pay, but Xu Xian stopped him. Thanks to your promotion, I met a big client like Boss Yuan. I'll go grab my things from the temporary stall and come back to chat. She gave Lu Chao a knowing look. He was quick on the uptake. Got it. Her other empty baskets, frames, scale, and mesh bag were still at the temporary stall. When she got back, she searched for a while but couldn't find the scale. Did someone borrow my scale? She kept her tone polite. She didn't shout, Who stole my scale? Taking something without asking is stealing. Xu Xian deliberately gave the person who took her scale a way out, calling again, Whoever borrowed my family's scale, please return it now. No one from the surrounding stalls responded. She cursed herself for being careless. This scale belonged to Grandpa Wang's family. It was an old scale, used for many years. It could be passed down as an antique in the future. She couldn't just lose it like this. Xu Xian was sure someone had seen who took the scale. She pulled a 1 yuan note from her pocket. If anyone can give me a clue and help me find my scale, I'll reward you with 1 yuan. The woman selling fish at the next stall hesitated, glancing across the way, but ultimately kept quiet. Her husband tugged her sleeve, signaling her not to get involved. Xu Xian noticed all this. Across from her was a man selling dried shrimp, with dark skin and an honest-looking face, but who knew what he was really like inside? Xu Xian walked straight to his stall. Boss, did you see my scale? Nope. I'm so busy. How would I have time to watch your stall? Go ask somewhere else. The man selling shrimp replied impatiently. Xu Xian's gaze fell on the woven sack beside him. She was sure there was a scale hidden inside. She'd caught a glimpse of the scale's hook. Since he refused to play nice, Xu Xian decided to go head-to-head. Since no one is admitting to borrowing my scale, it must have been stolen. Only a thief would be afraid to admit it. I just saw the security patrol nearby. I'll call them over to sort this out. At that moment, Mu Chenza happened to walk over. Hearing this, he immediately chimed in, I'll go get someone. You keep an eye on things here. He turned and ran off. Xu Xian stared at the shrimp seller. The man looked guilty, his hand resting on the sack as if he wanted to move it. Xu Xian deliberately called out, Whoever moves it is the thief. The man immediately withdrew his hand. Soon, Mu Chenza returned with 2 security officers. Comrades, this lady's scale was stolen, he explained. Xu Xian pointed at the shrimp seller. I suspect he stole my scale. It's in that sack. The man protested. I didn't steal anything. There's no scale in my sack. Xu Xian sneered. The scale's hook is sticking out. Still want to deny it. The man looked down. Sure enough, the hook was visible. I must have remembered wrong. I brought 2 scales today. Is that a problem? One for weighing over 10 jin, one for under 10 jin. The one in the sack is for heavier stuff, but I haven't had any big customers yet, so I didn't take it out. The security officer stepped forward and pulled a scale from the sack. Xu Xian recognized it at once as Grandpa Wang's. She immediately suggested, Comrade, I can write down the distinguishing features of the scale and its weights. Please have this man do the same. Whoever's description matched would be the rightful owner. Seeing Xu Xian's confidence, the officers naturally trusted her more. You too. Come with us to the office. Chu Xian agreed without hesitation. All right. The shrimp seller started acting shameless. I can't write. If you delay my business, you'll have to compensate me. Give me 30 yuan and I'll go with you. Otherwise, I'm not leaving. He refused to budge. In the end, one of the officers ran back to the office to get paper and pen. The shrimp seller insisted he couldn't write, so Chu Xian wrote down the features of the scale and weights and handed it to the officers, then had the man describe them verbally. The man kept repeating the same vague lines. It's an old scale. Can weigh up to 30 jin. There are 2 weights, one big, one small. Chu Xian, on the other hand, gave many details. Scratches on the scale beam, 3 black dots under the weight, a hint of chili pepper smell on the hook. In the end, the scale was returned to her. The shrimp seller was taken away for a lecture, along with his dried shrimp. Chu Xian put the scale and her basket into her backpack and slung it over her shoulder. After leaving the market, Mu Chenza realized something was off. I remember we had 2 baskets when we came. Chu Xian gently interrupted. I gave one to a big customer. Did you finish your deliveries? All done. I only hired the truck for the trip here, not the return. Brother Lin is staying in the city for more work. We'll take the bus back together. Okay. Chu Xian lowered her voice. Could you quietly ask the lady at the next stall to meet me in the women's restroom? She helped me just now. If not for her warning glance, Chu Xian wouldn't have caught the thief so quickly. That counted as a tip-off. She deserved the 1 yuan reward. But it had to be given in private to avoid the shrimp seller retaliating. Mu Chenza was quick on the uptake. No problem. I'll invite her over without anyone noticing. Chu Xian headed to the market office while Mu Chenza returned inside. He didn't approach the woman directly. Instead, he went to someone nearby selling clams. Comrade, I really need to use the restroom. Can you take me? The person didn't even look up. I'm busy. Ask someone else. Mu Chenza, looking desperate, hurried to the woman's stall and asked her husband, Brother, could you take me to the restroom? I can't hold it anymore. At the same time, he gave the couple a meaningful look, holding up one finger behind his back. The woman's face lit up. She nodded eagerly, I'll take you. A few minutes later, Chu Xian met the woman in the ladies' room and gave her 1 yuan. She also learned her name was Lian Mei, age 30, and the shrimp seller was called Zhang Dong, a man known for bearing grudges. Lian Mei warned Chu Xian to be careful if she came to the city again, as Zhang Dong might try to get back at her. Chu Xian thanked her and left the restroom. Lian Mei waited a few more minutes before leaving as well. By then, Chu Xian had already finalized a deal with Lu Chao. From now on, for every customer Lu Chao introduced, she would pay him 5 cents per jean. Today, the customer Yuan Weiban bought 96 jean, so Chu Xian owed Lu Chao 4.8 yuan in commission, which she paid with 5 jean of grilled fish slices. In fact, Lu Chao made out well. 5 jean of grilled fish slices would cost over 8 yuan to buy. Chu Xian left Lu Chao the village office's phone number in case of emergencies. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian and Mu Chenza sat at a wonton stall, sipping soup and eating homemade egg pancakes. Before coming to find Chu Xian, Mu Chenza had given 3 egg pancakes to Brother Lin and eaten a few himself. Now there were 4 left. Chu Xian and Mu Chenza each had 2. Mu Chenza paid for the wontons. Chu Xian wanted to treat him, but couldn't beat him to it. They'd made 378 yuan today. With the free samples and the big customer, it was a bit less than expected. But at least they could go home early and rest. They bought 20 meat buns and boarded the bus back to the county. Yesterday's meat buns had only been given to the Wang family. Chu Xian planned to give 6 each to Ji Ping and Mu Chenza today, 2 to Lu Zhaodi, 1 to Widow Wang, and the rest to her little brother. After getting off in the county and waiting for the bus back to town, Chu Xian handed 12 buns to Mu Chenza. You and Ji Ping can share these. Mu Chenza didn't take them, but smiled, thanks. I'll take them. Wait here for me. Hold on to the buns for now, I'll be right back. Before Chu Xian could reply, he was already running off. About 10 minutes later, Mu Chenza came jogging back to Chu Xian, carrying a woven plastic sack. Chu Xian, your grilled fish fillet workshop is officially up and running. As your good buddy, I've got a gift for you to celebrate. He opened the sack and took out a brand new scale, handing it to Chu Xian. Chu Xian felt a warm glow in her heart as she accepted it. Since it's from a good friend, I won't be shy about taking it. She took the scale and examined the beam and the hook, good quality. There were 2 weights, one large and one small. Just then, the bus returning to town arrived. Chu Xian put the scale into her basket and handed the pre-packed dozen or so steamed buns to Muchinza. About 20 minutes later, they got off in town. Muchinza scratched his head. I've got something to do, so I won't go with you. He turned to leave, but Chu Xian reached out to stop him. Wait. Let's settle up, I'll pay you back. Muchinza had paid for the truck rental, Chu Xian had covered the return bus fare, and Muchinza had also paid for the stall rental in the city. Muchinza waved it off. All I did was cover the stall fee, right? It's just a few cents. If you're willing to pay, I'm not willing to take it. I don't even take the odd bits from our profit splits, let alone this. Go home and rest, your dark circles are showing. But Chu Xian wouldn't let him go. Even between brothers, accounts should be clear. From now on, you'll get your share of every last cent from our seafood profits. Otherwise, it'll get messy later. Muchinza looked a little annoyed. What's there to get messy about? I'm the one who found the good spot for gathering seafood, so you have to listen to me. Or I'll find a new partner. It's just a little money, and you keep trying to give it to me. You're making me mad. Chu Xian was helpless, he just wouldn't take the money. What a fool. All right. I'll listen to you. I'll treat you to a few more meals in the future. Muchinza immediately broke into a grin. Now that's more like it. He watched as Chu Xian walked away with her basket. Muchinza took a steamed bun from the paper bag and took a bite delicious. Chu Xian hadn't helped Feng Chanhua cause trouble for the Mu family, so he didn't mind helping her out a bit more. But these things couldn't be known by his family. At 8:30 in the morning, Chu Xian arrived at her door and set down her basket. The gate was locked. Strange, why wasn't her little brother home? Luckily, she had brought her key. She unlocked the door, pushed open the gate, and set down her basket. Just then, her little brother's voice sounded behind her. Jia, you're back so soon. Did you sell everything? That's right. Chu Xian turned to look. Widow Niu was pulling a cart, with Chu Feng and Lu Zhaodi helping her. On the cart, there looked to be about 1,000 jin of skinned fish. Chu Xian went up to help, and before long, the 1,000 jin of fish were unloaded onto the concrete in the yard. Before she could ask, Chu Feng explained, Jia, I thought you wouldn't be back until the afternoon, and we couldn't delay the fish processing, so I took the initiative and brought Aunt Niu and Zhaodi to Li Tong's to get the fish. I paid for it. The fish was even cheaper today, 1,000 jin, and Li Tong only charged 42 yuan. Chu Xian was very pleased. Well done. Go wash your hands, I'll give you all some meat buns. After washing up, Widow Niu and Lu Zhaodi each got 2 buns. The rest went to her little brother. Before coming back, Chu Xian had thought about giving Widow Niu just 1, since her family only had 2 people, while Lu Zhaodi's had 4. But now she realized she couldn't do that. They were all her employees, different jobs and pay were fine, but benefits had to be equal. Widow Niu and Lu Zhaodi didn't eat the buns right away. They wanted to take them home, but felt too embarrassed to say so. Chu Xian noticed and told them they could go home, and to take the cart back to Li Tong, and call people from the Wang family to come help process the fish. They agreed and left. Chu Feng didn't rush to eat his buns, but went into the kitchen to heat up some herbal medicine. He'd boiled it earlier, but it had cooled down and needed reheating. While Chu Xian went to the bathroom to wash her hands, the medicine was ready. Chu Feng handed her the bowl, and Chu Xian accepted it with a happy smile, drinking it all in one go. She drank some warm water and then reminded him, when Grandma Gao comes, remember to return her scale. We have a new one now. Chu Feng was excited. A new scale? Let me see. It's in the basket. Careful with the weights. Don't drop them on your foot. Before she finished speaking, Chu Feng had already darted over to the basket and was carefully taking out the new scale, even pulling out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the beam. Sleepiness hit Chu Xian, so she said goodbye and went to her room to catch up on sleep. She woke up after 2 in the afternoon. All 1,000 jin of skinned fish had been processed, salted, and a quarter had already been grilled. The fish heads were drying in the yard, the fish livers had been salted and put in a jar, and even the fish skins hadn't gone to waste, they were set aside. It was actually Gao Meian who had mentioned in passing that there were people who bought fish heads, so maybe someone would want the skins too. So they decided to keep the fish skins. Chu Xian didn't object when she saw this, because she suddenly remembered that fish skin could be specially treated to make wallets and such. Maybe there really were buyers. She soon learned that everyone had been so busy, they hadn't even eaten lunch. Chu Xian immediately went to make food, but Gao Meian stopped her. No need to fuss, we already have food. Xiao Feng just steamed a pot of mixed grain buns and made mung bean soup. With some spicy grilled fish fillets, it'll be delicious. That sounded like a good idea. So that's what they did. Soon, lunch was served. Everyone ate happily. Because she was taking herbal medicine, Chu Xian couldn't have mung bean soup. Xiao Feng wanted to make her some malted milk, but she politely refused, saying it wasn't suitable with her medicine. Water was fine. As for the spicy grilled fish fillets, she couldn't eat those for now either, but the mixed grain buns with pickles were tasty enough. Widow Wang took a bite of bun and a bite of spicy grilled fish fillet and couldn't help exclaiming, "I'm not exaggerating, our grilled fish fillets are the best in the whole country." Everyone chimed in, that's right. The best. This gave Chu Xian even more confidence. She was determined to sell her grilled fish fillets not just across the province, but all over the country. After lunch, Lu Zhaodi, Miao Dakui, and Wang Sha went home to rest and would come back after 5. Gao Meian stayed to watch the grill, and Widow Wang went to chop firewood. Chu Xian spoke separately with Gao Meian and Widow Wang. From now on, for every 2 batches of fish grilled, Gao Meian would get 1 yuan. Gao Meian did a quick calculation, at least 12 batches a day, so that's 6 yuan. Plus her pay for processing fish, she'd be making over 10 yuan a day, at least 300 a month. Xiao Xian, that's too much pay. At this rate, I'll feel embarrassed to come help. Chu Xian smiled and explained, Grandma Gao, I can't be in 2 places at once. I have to go to the city to sell our products and also handle the grilling and fish processing. I just can't do it all. When Xiao Feng goes back to school in September, it'll be even harder. If you help me out, I'll earn a bit less, but I'll get some rest and be able to develop the business better in the future. If you ever get tired, just have Aunt Dakui take over for you. You can take turns. Anyway, I'm leaving the grilling to you all. With things said so clearly, Gao Meian stopped protesting. But she couldn't help teasing, you're so open with my family, even sharing the marinade recipe and how to control the fire. Aren't you afraid we'll start our own grilled fish fillet workshop? Was Chu Xian afraid? Not at all. Because she knew Grandma Gao's family all too well. She hooked her arm through Gao Meijuan's and replied cheerfully, of course I'm not afraid. I'm even thinking that once we grow bigger, I'll talk to Grandpa Wang about opening a grilled fish snack factory. The whole village can invest, and so can we. Dreaming about the future. Gao Meian was full of confidence. I believe that day will come sooner or later. When it does, we'll have Grandpa Wang rally the whole village to invest. Who knows, maybe we'll help everyone get rich. With that, Gao Meian was even more motivated. Chu Xian then went to chat with Widow Wang for a while. Mainly, she gave her the job of picking up 1,000 jin of skinless fish from Li Tong's stall, with an extra dime of daily wages. Widow Wang was thrilled to earn more, chopping firewood even faster. A little after 4 in the afternoon, Ji Ping arrived with a cart, delivering 500 jin of skinless fish. He quietly thanked Chu Xian for the steamed buns. After unloading the cart and helping himself to a big bowl of mung bean soup, he took his leave. Chu Feng grabbed a stool and sat down, ready to start cleaning fish, but Chu Xian stopped him. Xiao Feng, go inside and rest for a bit. I've got this. Her little brother had only slept 4 hours last night. She felt bad for him. Chu Feng patted his chest. I'm a man, I'm not afraid of hard work. You're still growing. Be good, go rest. Otherwise, I won't give you any more work or pay you wages. She successfully persuaded Chu Feng to go rest. Chu Xian sat down and started cleaning fish. Half an hour later, Lu Zhaodi, Miao Dakui, and Wang Shasha arrived for work. By a little after 6, all the skinless fish were processed. After paying everyone, Widow Niu, Wang Shasha, and Lu Zhaodi went home to rest, while Gao Meiyuan and Miao Dakui stayed to watch the fire. By now, Chu Feng had woken up and was in charge of marinating. Chu Xian wasn't needed. So she said goodbye, grabbed her tools for collecting seafood and a flashlight, and headed out. It wasn't dark yet, but she'd need the flashlight on the way back. Since she'd promised Muchinza that she'd only go to that secret spot during the day, she wasn't planning to go there today. She headed for the village beach. When she arrived, the tide was going out. The rocks weren't fully exposed yet, so Chu Xian didn't rush over. She picked up half a bucket of clams and turban snails before heading to the rocks. There weren't many people at the rocks today, maybe because there hadn't been any good finds lately, so people stopped wasting their time. But Chu Xian wanted to try her luck. She turned over a few rocks, finding only a couple of tiny crabs, no bigger than a fingernail, which she released. She also spotted a little sand eel trying to burrow into the sand, just 3 centimeters long, barely enough for a bite, so she let it go. These fish usually grow to 6 to 10 centimeters, boneless and thornless, with tender, delicious meat. Thinking of this, Chu Xian suddenly craved sand eels, but since she was taking herbal medicine, she had to avoid them. She kept walking and came to a small tidal pool. Speak of the devil. There was a whole school of sand eels inside. She couldn't eat them herself, but she could take them home for her little brother. She scooped up over 100 with her net and put them in her bucket. Most were 6 or 7 centimeters long, fully grown. She planned to coat them in batter and fry them at home. She searched a bit more and found a small octopus, a cat's-eye snail, and a few small white clams. No big finds, so Chu Xian decided to head back. She looked out at the sea and shone her flashlight. Just then, she spotted a ribbonfish that had just washed ashore. She hurried over to check it was fresh. About 80 centimeters long and over 10 centimeters wide. Another delicious meal to bring home. Even if she couldn't eat it herself, she still put it in her bucket. As Chu Xian was heading back with her bucket, she ran into Lu Zhaodi and Erling picking clams on the beach. She was about to say hello when Erling beat her to it. Hi, Sister Xian. Thank you. Chu Xian was momentarily confused. Thank her for what? Lu Zhaodi quickly whispered, this kid ate the meat buns you gave us and hasn't forgotten your kindness. He even said he wants to come help at your house tomorrow and absolutely won't take any wages. She was too embarrassed to say that he'd be happy just to be fed. Chu Xian grinned. Erling, if you come help at my house tomorrow, you'll definitely get paid. Erling shook his head. No need for wages, just feed me. Skipping a meal at home meant more food for his mom and Sanling. Chu Xian understood what he was thinking. All right, I'll feed you. Erling spun around in delight. Chu Xian looked into the distance. The tide's coming in, let's hurry home. Okay. Lu Zhaodi held Erling's hand in one hand and carried the bucket in the other. Chu Xian glanced at it, only about half a bucket of clams. Lu Zhaodi hadn't had much luck harvesting from the sea lately. It was as if Lu Zhaodi could read Chu Xian's mind. As they walked toward the shore, she said, Sister Xian, to be honest, that time Chu Feng took our seafood was the best haul I've had in years. Our family can't survive just by harvesting from the sea. If it weren't for you hiring me, I wouldn't have had money to buy pork and eggs for my family these past few days. Chu Xian clenched her fist in encouragement. Let's work hard together, life will only get better. Lu Zhaodi and her brother copied her, shouting, let's work hard together. Life will get better and better. Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Lu Zhaodi, her own luck at sea was really something else. After a bit more chatting, they reached the shore and went their separate ways. When Chu Xian got home, Chu Feng ran out to check her haul. When he saw the big ribbonfish, he couldn't help exclaiming, Sis, you're amazing. You caught another big ribbonfish. I was just craving some today. Chu Xian said heartily, we'll have a feast tonight. Miao Dakui was tending the fire in the kitchen, while Gao Meian had already gone home to rest. When Miao Dakui heard, she quickly said, "Save it for Xiao Feng to build up his strength." "I'll just have some mixed grain buns." They'd had a late lunch, so Chu Xian hadn't been hungry when she went out, and dinner was pushed back. Now was the perfect time to cook. No matter what Miao Dakui said, Chu Xian just went ahead and made dinner. She saved the clams and turban snails for tomorrow. While cooking, Chu Feng helped Chu Xian heat up her herbal medicine, which she drank without so much as a frown. Miao Dakui watched in admiration. In less than an hour, braised ribbon fish, battered and fried sand eels and octopus, white flour dumpling soup, and a plate of stir-fried pork with greens were all ready. Chu Feng had specially bought 2 tails of pork, knowing his sister couldn't eat seafood while on her medicine. Chu Xian filled a bowl with braised ribbon fish and fried sand eels and sent Chu Feng to deliver it to Grandma Gao. Miao Dakui protested, "No need. We eat at your place every day. We can't keep taking advantage." But Chu Xian blocked her way, so she had no chance to stop Chu Feng and had to give up. After dinner, the last batch of grilled fish snacks was just coming out of the oven. Once everything was cleaned up, Chu Xian and Miao Dakui headed out together. She wasn't just walking Miao Dakui home, she was going to find Grandpa Wang to arrange for a tractor. Halfway there, she spotted a familiar figure. It was Ji Ping. Ji Ping didn't avoid Miao Dakui and said directly, "Chu Xian, are you planning to take a tractor to the city?" "That's too slow. I have a friend who asked me to talk to you about transportation." Miao Dakui didn't know much about transportation, so she kept quiet. She also knew Ji Ping was a good guy, so she tactfully headed home, leaving the two of them space to talk. Chu Xian quietly asked Ji Ping, "Which friend asked you to talk to me? Why didn't he come himself?" Chu Xian had a feeling it was Muchinza. That's why she'd asked on purpose. Ji Ping scratched his head, a bit helpless. "It's Muchinza. He actually wanted to come find you himself, but, for some reason, his mother's been tailing him these past couple of days, making things really awkward for him. Aside from asking me to pass on messages, he doesn't have any better way." "What? His mother's following him? That was odd." Chu Xian guessed, maybe he did something to make her worry, so she's keeping an eye on him. As she said this, Chu Xian suddenly realized Muchinza probably didn't want his mother to know he was getting close to her. She'd schemed against Muchinza before, then turned down his marriage proposal. Could it be that because of this, the Mu family didn't like him getting close to her? No, that couldn't be. The Mu family wasn't that petty. There must be another reason. She'd have to ask him when she got the chance. So she changed the subject. "Ji Ping, could you tell me about the transportation arrangement?" It was late, and Ji Ping wanted to finish Muchinza's errand quickly so he could get home and rest. He got straight to the point. He wants to hire Lin Yong's truck long-term to run to the city, and he's asking if you want to team up. The fare is 50 yuan one way, and you'll have to cover your own bus fare on the way back. The 50 yuan will be split 20 to 80. You pay 20%, he pays 80%, since he has more goods. 20% was 10 yuan. Chu Xian could easily afford that, but it felt like she was getting too good a deal. After thinking for a moment, Chu Xian spoke up. "How about this? Right now I don't have much cargo, so I'll pay 20% of the fare. But if my goods go over 300 jin, I'll pay 30%. Over 400 jin, I'll pay 40%. If it's over 500 jin, I'll pay half." Ji Ping thought he'd misheard, rubbing his face to wake himself up. Who actually offers to pay more on their own? You two should talk this over in person. The truck will pick you and your goods up at 1 a.m. tonight. Be ready in advance. Okay, thank you. No problem. Just remember to treat me to a meal when you start making money. No problem. Once things settle down and business is on track, I'll invite you and Muchinza over for dinner. Sounds good. Ji Ping waved and left. Chu Xian headed home. The truck arrangement must have been something Muchinza decided on tonight. Otherwise, he would have brought it up when they came back together this morning. In her previous life, Muchinza had also hired a truck, but not now, next year. Was it her rebirth that made things happen earlier this time? As Ji Ping passed by Muchinza's house, he imitated 3 cat meows, the secret signal they'd agreed on. That meant Chu Xian had agreed. Mu Chenza replied with 2 cat meows, meaning he got the message. Hearing this, Ji Ping hurried his pace, afraid Qin Mahua would spot him. At that moment, Qin Mahua, who had just lain down, muttered quietly, "Those stray cats outside are really creepy tonight. Sounds like they came into our yard. I'd better go check, don't want them eating our seafood." She went out to check, made sure the cats were gone, and returned to bed. She nudged her husband. "Why do you think our Xiaozhe suddenly decided to hire a truck to sell seafood in the city every day? Didn't he used to go only every few days?" Mu Qinla had faith in their son. He must have figured out a good route. Deep-sea fishing boats dock every day. Before, he only went every few days because he only knew 1 or 2 people on those boats. Now he knows more, so he can get deep-sea seafood every day. While the weather's good, we should earn as much as we can. When typhoons and storms come, we can stay home. By then, they'd have money in hand and could stock up on rice and flour, no worries about food or drink. Qin Mahua thought it over. That made sense. These past couple of days, she'd been following her second son and only noticed 2 things. He was working hard to earn money, and he went to hang out with Ji Ping. Maybe she was just overthinking it. She decided to give up on tailing her son. At midnight sharp, Mu Chenza changed into his going-out clothes and headed straight for the dock. Since he'd given her a heads-up, Qin Mahua heard the noise, but didn't get up, she just kept sleeping. An hour later, the truck, loaded with deep-sea seafood and ice, pulled up outside Chu Xian's house. Chu Feng and Chu Xian had already packed over 200 jin of grilled fish fillets. With experience from yesterday, they didn't bring as many baskets and bins this time, they took up too much space. Everything was wrapped in clean white cloth, then covered with a tarp. The scale, weights, paper for wrapping fish fillets, mesh bags, and steamed buns were all packed in clean burlap sacks. The back seat was much roomier this time. After watching Chu Xian get in, Chu Feng finally closed and bolted the door. Once they were on the road, with Lin Yong present, Chu Xian didn't say much. After greeting everyone, she took the chance to catch up on sleep. She'd only slept an hour and a half at home, but she could get another hour or so in the truck. As they neared the city's farmer's market, Chu Xian woke up. She said to Mu Chenza, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, "I didn't have time to prepare a late-night snack today, just brought some mixed grain buns and grilled fish fillets. These are for you and Brother Lin." She pulled out a bulging cloth bundle from the sack and handed it to him. He didn't take it. Lin Yong, feeling embarrassed, refused while driving. "I brought my own food, no need to give me yours. You keep it for yourself. I felt bad enough eating your egg pancakes yesterday, so today I brought salted duck eggs, 1 for each of us." Chu Xian really had it tough. No matter what, he wasn't going to eat her food again today. Just as Chu Xian was about to insist, Mu Chenza spoke up, "Brother Lin, I'd feel bad eating her food too. I brought vegetable pancakes, 1 for each of us." Chu Xian could tell both Mu Chenza and Lin Yong wanted to help her save money. She was about to say more when the truck stopped outside the market. To avoid Mu Chenza helping her rent a stall again, Chu Xian hurried to get out. "I'll go rent a stall, be right back." She ran all the way to the payment office. Lu Chao happened to be on duty. "Brother Lu, I'm here to rent a stall." She handed over 50 cents. Lu Chao took it with a smile, quickly gave her a receipt, and lowered his voice on purpose. "I saved you a good spot, second one on the left as you enter. I'll keep it for you from now on." This was the first time Chu Xian realized things could work like this. "Thanks for looking out for me." She headed back to the truck. She told the 2 in the truck that her stall was the second one. The 2 of them helped carry the grilled fish fillets over. Chu Xian quickly untied the tarp and set up. She opened 3 white cloth bundles, 3 different flavors, and laid out the grilled fish fillets. Mu Chenza and Lin Yong left her a salted duck egg and a big vegetable pancake before heading off to make their deliveries. They'd arrived early, so there weren't many wholesalers yet. But anyone who passed by Chu Xian's stall was drawn in by the aroma of the grilled fish fillets, and most bought some. "I'll take 2 jin of the spicy. I want 3 jin of the sweet and salty. 5 jin. A bit of each flavor." Chu Xian was busy weighing, wrapping, and collecting money when she suddenly felt a vicious, hostile glare. It flashed by in an instant. She didn't have time to look for the source. She kept selling her grilled fish fillets. More and more customers gathered. Just as Chu Xian was looking down at the scale, a woman in her 50s suddenly rushed over. "Don't buy her fish fillets, everyone. They're poisonous." "I ate her grilled fish fillets and got sick, vomiting and diarrhea. That's why I'm here to confront her." As soon as those words were spoken, the people who had just bought grilled fish snacks and hadn't left yet were all frightened and demanded refunds. "Wait a minute. Refunds are no problem, but let me make one thing clear, my grilled fish snacks are absolutely not poisonous. I can prove my innocence. This lady keeps slandering me, so why don't you all stick around a bit longer and be witnesses? Once this matter is settled, if you still want a refund, I'll definitely give your money back." Hearing that refunds were possible and it was just a matter of time, plus with some drama to watch, the crowd didn't mind waiting a little longer. Chu Xian recalled that vicious glare from earlier and quickly scanned the people around her. None of them were familiar faces. Her gaze finally landed on the woman causing the commotion, and she continued, "Since you're here to settle scores with me, shouldn't you call the security officers over? If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear." Her attitude made the crowd unconsciously trust Chu Xian a bit more. The woman didn't respond right away, her eyes darting elsewhere. Chu Xian followed her line of sight and caught a glimpse of a man's figure slipping away outside the market entrance. He looked a lot like Zhang Dong, but it wasn't him. Yesterday, Zhang Dong was caught cheating on the scales and got taken away for a lesson. He probably hadn't been released yet. Chu Xian guessed that the man just now was likely a relative of Zhang Dong's, and as for the woman making a scene, she was definitely connected to the Zhang family. "Could someone please call the security officers over? Let's settle this right here and now." One of the people who had bought the grilled fish snacks ran out to call for security. Soon, 2 security officers arrived. They looked at Chu Xian with a "you again" expression. The troublemaking woman didn't dare look at either of them. Chu Xian gave an apologetic smile. "Sorry to trouble you both again today. This lady is slandering me, claiming she got food poisoning from my grilled fish snacks. In your presence, I'd like to ask her a few questions, and I'll need you to take notes." The 2 officers exchanged a glance. Remembering how Chu Xian handled things yesterday, they were actually a bit curious to see what she'd do today. Both nodded in agreement. One of them pulled out a notepad and pen. "Go ahead." Chu Xian fixed her eyes on the troublemaker and asked, "You say you bought my grilled fish snacks. When did you buy them? Which flavors? How many Jean? What did you use to carry them?" The woman's heart skipped a beat. No one had told her these details. Urged on by the crowd, she forced herself to answer, "I bought them at 5 in the morning yesterday. The flavor was, I bought several flavors. I bought 3 Jean. I used a cloth bag." Chu Xian pressed sternly, "Are you sure it was 2 or 3 Jean? Was it 2 or 3? A flash of panic crossed the woman's face, but she stuck to her story. 3 Jean. Chu Xian exposed her lie directly. "Wrong. Yesterday, every customer who bought several flavors bought at least 5 Jean. And none of them used cloth bags. They were wrapped in paper and put into mesh bags." The woman quickly changed her story. "I remembered wrong. I bought 5 Jean. I didn't use a cloth bag." Chu Xian, "How many flavors of grilled fish snacks do I sell at my stall?" Woman, 4 or 5. Chu Xian, "Is it 4 or 5? Woman, 4. Someone in the crowd who had actually bought the snacks couldn't help speaking up for Chu Xian. This troublemaker doesn't even know how many flavors there are, and she dares say she bought them here? She's just jealous of her good business and looking for trouble. The woman's face turned red and her neck thick with anger, but she still shouted, "I got food poisoning from her snacks. My brain's not working right, that's why I forgot how many flavors there are. Her snacks are poisonous." Chu Xian picked up a salty sweet grilled fish snack from her stall and started eating. "Delicious. I'm eating them right now, everyone. Do you see me getting poisoned?" The woman had already prepared her excuse. "Just because you're fine now doesn't mean you'll be fine later." Besides, your snacks yesterday were poisonous, but today's might not be. Chu Xian turned to the security officers. Could you please take her to the hospital for a checkup? I'll pay for the examination. If she's not poisoned, please help me get my money back from her. I'll also ask her to compensate me for my losses. Because of her, I can't do business and I've lost several hundred yuan. Judging by the woman's mental state, she didn't look poisoned at all. The security officers looked at the woman and said seriously, if the results show you're not poisoned, you'll face at least a few hundred yuan in fines and compensation, and you could be detained. How many days or years you'll be held, well, that's hard to say. Now the woman was scared. I remembered wrong, I didn't buy them from her stall. She turned to leave. Chu Xian grabbed her. Since you made a mistake, apologize before you go. The woman glanced outside the market again, but didn't see the person she was looking for. Fine. I apologize. I'm sorry. I never bought your grilled fish snacks, I shouldn't have said they were poisonous. After she apologized and cleared things up, Chu Xian let her go. She ran out as fast as she could, afraid that if she was too slow, the security officers would drag her back for questioning. Chu Xian snorted coldly. With such petty tricks, you want to mess with me? Hope you fall flat on your face. Whether it was fate or just bad luck for the woman, as soon as she ran out of the market, she tripped on a stone and fell flat on her face, bleeding from her mouth and nose. She got up, clutching her face, and kept running. A crowd behind her laughed and cursed that she deserved it. After dealing with the matter, Chu Xian thanked the two security officers, watched them leave the market, and then went back to her business. Anyone who wants a refund, now's the time. As soon as she said this, the crowd responded. No refund. Sorry for misunderstanding you, no refund. Those who hadn't managed to buy any yet crowded around Chu Xian's stall again. I'll take 5 Jean, all 3 flavors. I want 3 Jean of the spicy flavor. Chu Xian got busy again. This time, the attempt to slander her had failed, but she knew that person would try something else. You can't guard against thieves forever. She needed to find a way to put an end to future troubles once and for all. Just as she finished serving a group of customers and was about to ask the nearby stall owners about Zhang Dong and his family, Lu Chao hurried over, pulling a cart. Stop selling. Pack everything up and put it on the cart. Come with me. Someone just called and wants to buy it all. Chu Xian gave Lu Chao a mental thumbs up. What a reliable guy. There were about 150 Jean left. She quickly packed everything up and loaded it onto the cart. Chu Xian personally pulled the cart out. The other stall owners looked on enviously. At the entrance to the market office, Lu Chao helped weigh the goods. 150 Jean and 2 liang. Chu Xian just rounded it down. Counting it as 150 Jean at 1.6 yuan per Jean, that was a total of 240 yuan. Lu Chao pointed to a small truck nearby. Chu Xian, let's carry it over to that truck and send it off. Chu Xian did as he said. But just as they were about to load it, no one had paid yet and the truck was about to drive off. Chu Xian had to stop the truck. Wait a second. Lu Chao slapped his forehead and hurried over to explain, I was so focused on shipping the goods that I forgot to discuss this with you. My friend, Yuan Banwei, wants to settle accounts weekly from now on. Is that okay? Chu Xian hesitated, should she let the truck go or not? She had only known Lu Chao for 3 days, and Yuan Banwei for just 2. Did she really have to sell on credit? There wasn't even a scrap of paper as proof. Settling accounts weekly, and if they wanted goods every day, that would be 1,000 or 2 in merchandise. Lu Chao was a market worker, he definitely couldn't run off. But Yuan Banwei. Chu Xian lowered her voice and asked Lu Chao, how well do you know Yuan Banwei? You're worried about the payment, right? That's my fault for not explaining it clearly. Lu Chao patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry about the money. He and I grew up together. He's his own boss now, and he comes here every week to buy stock. Not just your goods, he settles up with everyone weekly. To be honest, I usually help him restock. Just a phone call. Up to now, he's never missed a payment. And if he ever does, you don't need to worry, I know where he lives. I'll help you collect. As for my commission, I'll get it when he pays up. With Lu Chao's guarantee, Chu Xian finally felt a bit more at ease. She couldn't bear to lose the profit from the grilled fish jerky, so she let the delivery truck through. But she still made a mental note to have Yuan Banwei sign a contract next time. After all, a debtor is always in the right. You can't be too careful. There had to be something in writing. After watching the truck drive off, Chu Xian asked, "Brother Liu, so you mean Boss Yuan doesn't need my grilled fish jerky every day?" "That's right. How about this? If he needs a big order someday, I'll call you in advance." "Okay. Thanks for connecting us, Brother Liu. It's a win-win. I'll write you a receipt, how many pounds of fish jerky, how much money, the date, my signature and fingerprint. Thanks for the trouble." Soon, Chu Xian had the receipt in hand. Seeing Lu Chao's signature and fingerprint on it, she felt much more at ease. Just then, someone else came to pay for a temporary stall. Lu Chao went back to the payment office and Chu Xian waved and headed to her own temporary stall to wait for Mu Chenza. The stall next door had a big pile of pears, 30 cents a pound. Chu Xian bought 10 pounds on the spot. The stall was only rented for a limited time, and she hadn't renewed it. Half an hour later, someone came over with a payment slip to set up their own stall. Chu Xian had to gather her things in a burlap sack and wait outside the market. She took out a multi-grain steamed bun, eating as she waited. When she got thirsty, she ate a pear. She didn't care whether eating pears was allowed while taking Chinese medicine. Another half-hour passed before Mu Chenza finally arrived. Mu Chenza was drenched in sweat and panting. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Chu Xian looked at him with concern. "Was it tough delivering today?" "No, it went fine. Actually, I got here early and saw you clearing your name." That troublemaking woman fell flat on her face. I followed her quietly, which took a while, so I'm late, cough, cough. Mu Chenza's throat felt like it was on fire, and he started coughing. It was only 4:30 a.m., and all the stalls selling water or cold drinks were closed. For the first time, Mu Chenza realized he should bring a water bottle to the market. He really was thirsty. Chu Xian took a pear from her sack and handed it to him. "Find somewhere to wash it." Mu Chenza didn't bother. He pulled out a handkerchief, wiped the pear, and crunched into it. The skin was thin, the flesh juicy and crisp. He finished one in no time. "Did you buy this from the stall next door?" Chu Xian nodded. Mu Chenza tossed the pear core into a nearby trash bin. "Wait a sec, I'll go buy some to take home." Chu Xian suddenly remembered he loved pears. "I already bought some for you. Is 5 pounds enough?" "That's plenty." "How much?" "I'll pay you." "It's a gift, no need to pay." Mu Chenza was in a good mood, already thinking about what he could buy for Chu Xian in return. "Thanks. Give me the sack. Let's walk and talk." Chu Xian didn't stand on ceremony and handed him the sack. He slung it over his shoulder and walked ahead. Chu Xian followed behind. Mu Chenza stopped, raising an eyebrow. "Walk next to me or we can't talk." Chu Xian nearly bumped into him, but stopped just in time. "Next time you stop suddenly, warn me first. If I knock you over, you're responsible. I'm a big person, about 200 pounds. You know what that means." Mu Chenza couldn't imagine being knocked over by her. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose. "Got it. But you seem to have lost some weight. You probably aren't 200 pounds anymore, right? I forgot to use the market office scale just now. I'll weigh myself next time." Chu Xian walked beside him. "So, did you find out that troublemaking woman is related to Zhang Dong's family?" "Exactly. She's Zhang Dong's aunt. Zhang Dong's younger brother, Zhang Qiu, came with her, but didn't show himself. They're plotting how to deal with you. From what I heard, they're thinking about robbing you on the road." "Rob me? Aren't they afraid of breaking the law?" "Of course they are. That's why they'll be in disguise. We need to be prepared. Should we bring more people to the market from now on?" "No need. I have a few friends in the city. I'll ask them to help keep an eye on you for a few days. Leave it to me, don't worry." Chu Xian blurted out, "You're amazing." She looked at him with admiration. Mu Chenza blushed and fell silent. Chu Xian took a wad of cash from her pocket, counted out 50 yuan, and handed it to him. "If it's not enough to pay your friends, just let me know." Mu Chenza didn't take it. He quickly composed himself and replied boldly, "No need. I'll just give them some seafood. Then I'll send them some grilled fish jerky." "Deal." Chu Xian actually hoped the Zhang family would try to rob her soon, then Mu Chen's friends wouldn't have to keep protecting her. The sooner it happened, the sooner it would be over. But this wasn't something she could control. Maybe the Zhangs would decide it was too risky and give up. Oh right, Mu Chenza. Is it that you don't want your family to know we're close, or your family doesn't want us to be close? Mu Chenza stopped again, and Chu Xian stopped too, looking at him calmly. Mu Chenza looked conflicted. My family doesn't mind us being close. It's me, I just don't want them to know for now. The village chief's family isn't gossipy. Even if they know, they won't say anything. Chu Xian looked puzzled. Why? Mu Chenza blushed all the way to his ears. No reason. I just don't want them to know yet. Honestly, he didn't know why himself. He was just following his heart. Chu Xian was curious. Didn't you say we're good buddies? Shouldn't good buddies visit each other's homes? Let your family know we're friends. You're right. But I'm particular about who I bring home. When you've proven yourself as a good buddy, then I'll let you visit my family. For now, it has to stay secret. I was actually thinking of inviting you and Jiping over for dinner soon, but since you want to keep it secret, I'll just invite Jiping. No way. Just go to Jiping's house and cook for us there. That way it stays secret. Still with the secrecy. Mu Chenza, you're acting like an old lady. Don't tell me you like me. As soon as she said it, Chu Xian felt she might have been a bit too bold. She weighed 200 jin. No figure to speak of, no looks to boast about. Compared to Mu Chenza, who was handsome, charming, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, and always turned heads, she was simply no match at all. Honestly, she felt like just saying this was an insult to him. Hopefully, it would make him angry. People are more likely to tell the truth when they're mad. Mu Chenza stretched out his hands, gesturing in the air to show the size of her waist, then his own, half joking, half serious. A good match? We're clearly not even in the same weight class. You actually think I like you? Chu Xian, don't flatter yourself, okay? I don't want a wife who wastes so much fabric making clothes and takes up the whole bed when she lies down. He said it on purpose. In fact, he wanted to provoke Chu Xian to motivate her to lose weight. Otherwise, if she stayed this overweight, it would affect her health and lifespan. Chu Xian knew him well. She knew he was all bark and no bite, so she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled. Then why don't you tell me why you have to keep it a secret? Mu Chenza realized that if he didn't give her a good reason today, she wouldn't let it go. Keeping it a secret for now is for your reputation. I can't let the villagers gossip that you kissed someone and then turned down a marriage proposal, and now we're acting like buddies. How will you ever get married in the future? I'm helping you because I'm grateful you didn't marry me. Even if I told the villagers that, they wouldn't believe me, they'd just make up more stories about you. Besides, my family wouldn't believe it either. They'd just think I like you, and then they'd pester you to marry me. Wouldn't that be forcing you? Anyway, just remember, I don't like fat girls. The only reason I proposed to you in the first place was out of responsibility, got it? Chu Xian finally got a satisfactory answer and grinned, her eyes narrowing into slits. So, you're doing it for my sake. Thank you. Actually, I don't care about my reputation, because I never planned on getting married in this lifetime. And you'd better not let your family think you like me, or with how much your mom dotes on you, she'll be at my house every day, doing chores for free and trying to convince me to marry you. Mu Chenza gave her a thumbs up. If you really never get married, you'll be one of the people I admire most. And you really do know my mom well. Chu Xian thought to herself, how could I not? In my previous life, your mom was my mother-in-law. Qin Mahua really doted on her son. Out loud, she just said, I know her a little, that's all. Mu Chenza said seriously, our partnership is already set in stone. If you don't want my family to misunderstand, we have to keep it secret for now, so you don't get dragged into unnecessary trouble. Chu Xian agreed readily. Okay, I'll keep it absolutely secret. By the way, I heard you scared off your blind date the other day. With you like this, which matchmaker would dare set you up again? Mu Chenza looked disdainful. I'm still young, I'm not in a hurry to get married. I already told my mom I want to focus on making money for a few years. If I still haven't found a girl I like by 30, then I'll consider blind dates. Chu Xian clicked her tongue, looking regretful. Waiting that long to date is such a waste of your good looks. I like it that way. With that, Mu Chenza ignored Chu Xian. Chu Xian wanted to tease him some more, but he glared at her, so she had to shut up. The two of them walked to the bus stop, one after the other. The driver hadn't started work yet. They were early. They stared at each other. With nothing to do, they each took out the food they'd brought and started eating. At 5 in the morning, they caught the first bus. They transferred to another bus in the county. At 7, they arrived in town. Mu Chenza said he had something to do and didn't go with her. Chu Xian gave him 5 jin of pears and watched him leave. Sharing pears, Finli in Chinese, sounds like separation, symbolized parting ways. The two of them would never end up together in this life, so the Mu family wouldn't be implicated by her family's troubles. Mu Chenza had no idea what Chu Xian was thinking. He was just happy because he loved eating pears. There was no cart back to the village at that hour, so Chu Xian carried her sack and started walking home. She saw the village tractor and waved it down, hoping to hitch a ride. The trailer was loaded with red bricks. The driver, Lu Dapeng, was worried about hitting someone, so he had to brake. When he saw her big frame, he shook his head in fear and refused to give her a ride. She didn't want to walk all the way back. So, in a good-natured tone, she bargained. Lu Dapeng, how about this? I'll drive the tractor. You stand on the hitch between the cab and the trailer. When we get to the village entrance, I'll give you a dime. Lu Dapeng looked her up and down in disbelief. You're kidding, right? You know how to drive a tractor. I really do. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Get down. Lu Dapeng wanted to refuse, but he was no match for Chu Xian. He didn't really get down on his own. Chu Xian basically lifted him off. No point in worrying. Because Chu Xian was already in the driver's seat, starting the tractor. The tractor drove smoothly for more than 10 meters. Now he really believed her. Wait for me. He ran after the tractor. Chu Xian braked slowly, waited for Lu Dapeng to stand on the hitch, then started driving again. Neither of them noticed Mu Chenza in the distance. Actually, Mu Chenza had wanted to hitch a ride back on the tractor too, but Chu Xian beat him to it. Lu Dapeng was a notorious blabbermouth. This was a good opportunity. Hopefully, he'd spread the news that Chu Xian could drive a tractor all over the village. That way, Chu Xian would have another way to earn money. Mu Chenza didn't call out to them. Walking back was fine too. He could enjoy the fresh country air, get some exercise, and clear his mind. 20 minutes later, the tractor stopped at the village entrance. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Chu Xian hopped off, handed Lu Dapeng a dime, thanked him, and strode away. Lu Dapeng was left standing there, replaying the scene of her driving the tractor in his mind. When Chu Xian got home, she saw Gao Meiwan and the others already cleaning and skinning fish. Widow Wang had delivered the fish early today, so she called everyone over. Chu Xian took out the pears she'd bought in town, washed them, and handed them out. They all said they'd eat them later, not wanting to waste work time. Chu Xian realized she'd found herself a group of very dedicated workers. Chu Feng handed her a bowl of herbal medicine. He'd been the one boiling the medicine and making sure Chu Xian drank it these past few days. If it weren't for him, Chu Xian would have forgotten to take her doses. After finishing the medicine, Chu Xian was about to go back to her room to catch up on sleep. There was a knock at the door. Is this Chu Xian's house? I'm here to buy fish livers, fish heads, and the like. Chu Xian opened the gate and saw a man in gray work clothes, smiling at her from the doorway. There was a small truck parked behind him. Chu Xian greeted him proactively. You must be boss Bai Xiaotian? Please come in. Bai Xiaotian replied politely, that's right. Let's take a look at the fish livers first. Sure. In the yard, everyone else kept working. This wasn't their concern. Chu Xian led Bai Xiaotian into the mud brick house and opened the lid of a big jar. Bai Xiaotian inspected it, then closed the lid. Stored pretty well. Let's check the fish heads. Chu Xian was more concerned about the price. The fish heads are piled up in the yard. Take a look. How much are you offering per jean for the fish livers? Bai Xiaotian put on an official, businesslike air as he walked into the courtyard, replying, I'll buy at 5 cents per jean. As long as you store it according to the standard, I'll always pay this price. But if you cut corners or don't seal it properly, then it's the same price as fish heads, 30 cents per dan. When everyone in the yard heard the price, they all gasped in surprise. Who would have thought that properly processed fish livers were actually worth more than skinned fish? They couldn't help but admire Chu Xian's foresight. Bai Xiaotian squatted down by the pile of fish heads, inspecting them. They were quite dry. Not bad. If they weren't dry, they'd weigh more and he'd be at a loss if he bought them. Looking up, he noticed the strings of fish skins hanging on the wall and continued, I'll buy these fish skins too, 1 cent per jean. Dried fish skins are extremely light. Even 1,000 or 2,000 dried fish skins together weigh less than 10 jean, so let's count it as 10 jean. The fish heads totaled 310 jean and 2 liang, so let's round it to 310 jean. The livers from the skinned fish are quite large, and over the past few days, they'd stored 199 jean and 6 liang, let's call it 200 jean. After weighing everything, it was time to settle up. The total came to 11 yuan, 9 jiao, and 3 fin. Bai Xiaotian handed Chu Xian 12 yuan. Chu Xian gave him a few jean of clams and snails as a gift. She had people help load all the goods onto his cart. Even the big vat used to store the fish livers was loaded up. He'd bring it back next time. After watching Bai Xiaotian and his cart leave, Chu Xian put all the money into Chu Feng's hands. Go record the accounts. Also, today when we sold goods in town, Boss Yuan bought on credit for 240 yuan. Make sure to note that down too. When Gao Meiyuan heard this, she almost cut her own hand with the fish knife. Xiao Xian, you're really brave. You're taking on such a big risk with this business. You can't do that. Chu Xian knew Grandma Gao was worried about her, so she went over and took her hand. Grandma Gao, take a break. Let me explain my thinking. She led her into the kitchen. There, she explained her business logic. If you want to grow a business, there's no way to avoid risk. Gao Meiyuan repeatedly reminded Chu Xian that next time she saw Boss Yuan, she must sign a contract. Chu Xian readily agreed. She also took the opportunity to ask Grandpa Wang about buying a shop. The shop was already settled, just waiting for payment. The total price was 3,200 yuan. The family could put together 2,900 yuan, still short by 300. Without a second thought, Chu Xian went to her younger brother for money and lent it to Grandma Gao. After a quick wash, Chu Xian went back to her room to catch up on sleep. They'd need to buy another big vat to store fish livers, otherwise there wouldn't be enough for rotation. They also needed to buy salt, sugar, and other seasonings. No one bothered her with these things. Gao Meiyuan sent word to the person in town who sold vats, asking them to deliver another one, payment on delivery. As for salt and such, Chu Feng gave the money to Wang Dipin. Wang Dipin could have someone buy it, since there were tractors going to the county every day from the village. At that moment, Mu Chenza came home carrying a bag of pears. Qin Mahua came up to greet him. Xiaozhe, did the delivery go smoothly today? She took the bag of pears from her son. Mu Chenza pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into his mother's hand, yawning. It went fine. Count the money and help me top it up tonight. I want to invest 5,000 yuan in seafood. Qin Mahua knew what that meant. If her son put in 5,000 yuan, barring any surprises, he could make more than 2,000 in profit. But if he lost money, that would be 5,000 gone. Profit and risk go hand in hand. How is this making money? It's nerve-wracking. But she didn't dare say that in front of her son. Thinking about how, when a typhoon came or it rained for days, they'd have to stay home with no income, she gritted her teeth. All right, I'll make sure you have 5,000 by tonight. As she spoke, her hand holding the money pressed to her chest, and the hand holding the net bag trembled a little. Mu Chenza noticed this and knew his mother was worried. Mom, don't worry. I'll check the goods carefully before I buy. So far, he hadn't made a mistake. Qin Mahua told herself, a grown son can't be controlled by his mother. All right, I'm not worried. I'll put these pears in the kitchen. Mu Chenza scooped a basin of water and washed his face as he said, take out 4 pears for you all to share. The rest, put in my room. If you want more, I'll buy some for you tomorrow. Qin Mahua was thoughtful. Normally, Xiaozhe never hid fruit in his room. What was up today? Did a girl give you these pears? Muchenza answered right away, a buddy gave them to me. Mom, you know I love pears the most. Oh, and I've already had breakfast. Got it. Qin Mahua didn't ask further. She took out 4 pears for the kitchen and put the rest in his room. Soon after, Muchenza went to his room to catch up on sleep. Qin Mahua didn't nag, but she'd occasionally listen at the window to check if her son was sleeping well. Only if he slept well could she be at ease. If not, she'd rather he not do this late-night, long-distance, high-cost business. A mother's heart aches for her son. Around 1 p.m., Chu Xian woke up. The big vat had already been delivered and placed in the mud-brick room. Salt, sugar, and seasonings had also been bought. The house was filled with the aroma of grilled fish fillets. Gao Meiwan and Miao Dakui were getting more and more skilled at grilling fish. Widow Niu was diligent in chopping wood and carrying water. She was supposed to bring at least 2 loads of firewood a day, but she brought 3. Chu Xian didn't have to worry about the fire at all. Wang Shasha, Lu Zhaodi, and Erling were busy processing fish livers. Chu Xian felt her little workshop was finally getting on track. She went into the kitchen to help Chu Feng with lunch. If people worked overtime, they had to be fed. Stir-fried clams, boiled snails, pork belly stewed with eggplant, mixed grain steamed buns, and mung bean soup. By 2 o'clock, everyone had finished eating. Widow Niu, Wang Shasha, Gao Meiwan, Lu Zhaodi, and Erling went home to rest and would be back after 5. Miao Dakui and Chu Xian stayed in the kitchen to tend the fire. Chu Feng went to his room to rest. At 5 in the afternoon, Ji Ping delivered 1,000 jin of skinned fish. Chu Xian, there's a lot of fish today. If you can't take it all, I'll just sell the rest at the dock. Chu Xian was about to say it was a bit much, but suddenly remembered that at the end of this month in her previous life, there was a typhoon and days of rain. Better to grill more and stock up. Grilled fish fillets could be stored. Unload it all in the yard. For the next 10 days or so, I'll need 1,000 jin a day. Even if there's an extra 100 or 2, it's fine. Ji Ping looked at her with admiration. You've got guts. He pulled his cart into the yard and unloaded the goods. When he finished, he helped himself to a bowl of mung bean soup as usual. Not long after Ji Ping left, Gao Meiwan, Lu Zhaodi, and the others arrived. Chu Xian called everyone together for a meeting, explaining that they'd need to work overtime for the next few days to process fish and grill fillets. There would be overtime pay, and they'd get time off during the rainy spell. Everyone understood. After all, July and August were typhoon and rainy season here. While the weather was good, they wanted to work more and earn more. They were all happy to do so. Still, Gao Meiwan worried about Chu Xian's health. Staying up late all the time and not getting enough sleep during the day would take a toll. She suggested Chu Xian hire another person to help with the fish. Chu Xian asked her to keep an eye out for someone suitable. Widow Niu knew her limits and didn't volunteer for the fish work. For now, Chu Xian had to fill in. After an hour of gutting fish, Chu Xian was exhausted. These big fat fish were just too much. Just then, Qin Mahua came by to ask Gao Meiwan something. After she finished, seeing everyone busy, she didn't care at all about what had happened between her son and Chu Xian before. She just sat down and started helping. And what help? She showed her true skills, gutting 130 fish in an hour. Gao Meiwan was thrilled. Xiao Xian, I found the extra help you needed. It's your Auntie Qin. But Chu Xian didn't dare agree to that. Chu Xian had long known that Qin Mahua was a master at cleaning fish. If she agreed to let her help right away, Muchenza would definitely come looking for her to settle the score. But if she refused, Qin Mahua would lose face and start overthinking things. After all, Qin Mahua had come over without holding past grudges, and if Chu Xian still wouldn't use her, that would be like refusing a step down even when offered one. Chu Xian didn't want to upset Qin Mahua. After all, in her previous life, Qin Mahua had been endlessly tolerant of her, never picking fights, while she herself was the one always looking for trouble and then shamelessly eating the food Qin Mahua cooked. So she smiled and flattered her, Auntie Qin, you're amazing. Why don't you go home tonight and discuss it with your family, see if they're willing to let you come help us. If they agree, we'd be thrilled to have you. Everyone in the village knew how much Mu Qinlao doted on his wife, and how filial Mu Qinfu and Mu Qinza were. Let's toss the problem to Mu Qinza and let him figure out how to convince his mother. Qin Mahua was very pleased by this. No problem. I'll go home and ask right away. She got up to wash her hands and was about to leave. Chu Xian stopped her. Auntie Qin, we settle wages daily. Let me pay you for today first, 1 yuan and 30 cents. Chu Feng, always quick on the uptake, hurried to hand over the money. Chu Xian took it and personally put it into Qin Mahua's hand. Qin Mahua looked a bit embarrassed. I wasn't expecting to get paid for this. Chu Xian gently patted her hand. You've earned it. It's 1 cent per gene of fish, and you handled 130 gene today. You have to take it, or how will you have the confidence to negotiate with your family? She didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so she insisted Qin Mahua accept the money. Qin Mahua really did want to work here. To persuade her family, she accepted the money. All right. Tomorrow, wait for my good news. She left happily. When she got home, she showed the money she'd earned to her family and said, I want to work with Chu Xian. At my speed, I can easily make 6 yuan a day. Mu Qinza was the first to object. I don't agree. You're 50 already, and your back or legs are always hurting. Qin Mahua patted her legs and back. They don't hurt at all now. Xiaozhe, that herbal medicine you got me worked great. I haven't had pain for half a year. When I clean fish, I take breaks, I won't overdo it. Mu Qinlao tapped his fingers on the table, looking helpless. Wife, the men in this family all earn money. You and our eldest wife can just do chores at home, raise some chickens and ducks. No need to go out and clean fish. Qin Mahua smiled gently. I was even thinking, if Chu Xian still needs help, I'd bring our eldest's wife along too. There's not much to do at home, the two of us can finish quickly. Besides, who minds making more money? Cleaning fish is my specialty, and I just want to earn some money doing it. Mu Qinfu's wife, Fu Qing, was eager to try. I support Mom. Sure, the family's fishing boat made good money each trip, but the expenses and maintenance were high. In a few years, they'd need a new boat, which would cost at least 10,000 yuan. Money was needed everywhere. Fu Qing was hardworking and wanted to seize any chance to earn. Mu Qinfu was the last to speak. I don't agree. Dad, my brother, and I work from dawn to dusk so the women in our family can live comfortably, without worrying about food or clothing. Fu Qing wanted to say more, but Mu Qinfu shot her a glare, and she didn't dare make another sound. Seeing they couldn't reach an agreement, Qin Mahua pulled out her trump card. Not letting me go, huh? Fine. The 3 of you can stay up all night and build me 2 roasting ovens. Mu Qinza couldn't help but ask, Mom, what do you need ovens for? You're not planning to compete with Chu Xian, are you? Qin Mahua crossed her arms, looking relaxed. That's right. I'm going to compete with her. I've found my new passion in life, cleaning and roasting fish fillets. Mu Qinza couldn't let his mom steal Chu Xian's business. Mom, your roasted fish fillets aren't as tasty as Chu Xian's. They won't sell. Qin Mahua just laughed. You sound so sure. Have you even tasted Chu Xian's fish fillets? Last time, when Chu Xian gave Mu Qinza some roasted fish fillets, he didn't dare bring them home and left them at Ji Ping's place. He was pretty sure his mom didn't know about that. She must just be saying it in the heat of the moment. Of course I haven't. I deliver goods to the city, and I've heard from people there that Chu Xian's fish fillets are 100 times better than anyone else's. Qin Mahua rolled her eyes at her second son. Well, since you all won't let me go earn money at Chu Xian's, I'll just open my own fish fillet workshop. From now on, don't sell any more skinned fish you catch. Save them all for me. Your eldest brother's wife, and I can easily handle 1,000 jin a day. Mu Qinza rubbed his face hard, trying to clear his head. His mom wanted to steal both Chu Xian's business and her supply. His family didn't know that all the skinned fish they caught each day were actually sent to Chu Xian via Ji Ping. They all thought those fish were just from Ji Ping's boat, sold to Chu Xian. Now, Mu Qinza was the first to switch sides. Mom, I support you going to Chu Xian's to clean fish and earn money. Qin Mahua beamed. Good boy. That's 3-2. I'm going to work tomorrow. Mu Qinlao and Mu Qinfu both shot questioning looks at Mu Qinze. He pretended not to notice. I have to get up early to collect and sell goods. I'm going to bed. Before anyone could respond, he darted back to his room. Fu Qing whispered in her mother-in-law's ear, if Chu Xian still needs help, make sure you call me. Qin Mahua whispered back, don't worry. You'll be the first I call. Mu Qinlao and Mu Qinfu were helpless. What could they do? Minority yields to majority. After 10 at night, Chu Xian saw off the helpers. There were still 2 ovens of fish fillets left to roast, so she watched over them herself. As for Chu Feng, she'd already sent him off to bed. Chu Xian didn't plan to rest tonight. She'd catch up on sleep after selling the goods tomorrow. She knew she couldn't keep burning the candle at both ends like this. Luckily, it would only be for about 10 days, and she was still young enough to handle it. But she underestimated her body. After the 2 ovens of fish fillets were done, her heart was beating fast and she felt unwell. She quickly put out the fire, went back to her room, and lay down for a while until her heart felt better. She didn't want to collapse before she'd even made her money. Now, she really hoped Qin Mahua could come help, and Fu Qing was also always at cleaning fish. But would the Mu family agree? Sleepiness overtook her, and she drifted off. A little after 1 a.m., Chu Feng woke her up. She'd overslept. The siblings had just finished packing 300 jin of fish fillets when the truck arrived. Mu Qinze and Lin Yong helped load the goods. The back of the truck was packed full. Chu Xian was buried under a pile of goods. Chu Feng thoughtfully handed her a cloth bag with a midnight snack and watched the truck drive away. After saying goodbye to Mu Qinze and Lin Yong, Chu Xian went back to sleep. This time, her snoring was so loud it kept the 2 men wide awake. They had to shout to hear each other over the noise. Mu Qinze knew Chu Xian was truly exhausted. To let her sleep a bit longer. When they got to the city, they delivered his goods first. By the time they finished and reached the farmer's market, it was already 4 a.m. As the truck stopped, Mu Qinze was about to wake Chu Xian when he noticed a few shady-looking men loitering at the market entrance. One of them was Zhang Qiu. Were they waiting for Chu Xian? Had their plan changed? Were they going to rob her before she even sold her goods? Yesterday, he'd called a friend to protect Chu Xian, but only arranged for help on the deserted roads, not here at the market. At that moment, Chu Xian woke up. Through the car window, she saw Zhang Qiu and his gang of troublemaking friends leaning against the entrance of the market, empty-handed. But Chu Xian could tell they had axes and clubs hidden under their clothes. She hesitated, unsure whether to get out of the car. She was worried these people were here for her. 1-on-1, she might have stood a chance. 1 against 6, she was no match. Even with Lin Yong and Mu Qinze on her side, 3 against 6 was still a losing battle. Besides, the 3 of them were carrying a lot of goods. If a fight broke out, the losses would be huge. Mu Qinze, sitting in the front passenger seat, turned to look at Chu Xian. I think they're waiting for you. No need to guess, I'm sure they are. Chu Xian had seen Zhang Qiu leading his group toward the truck, so she shouted, Brother Lin, start the car. Go. Lin Yong sensed something was wrong too. Luckily, he hadn't turned off the engine. He slammed on the gas, and the truck sped away. In the rearview mirror, they saw the group chasing after them, now openly wielding axes and iron rods. They drove 3 kilometers without seeing any sign of the gang before Lin Yong finally slowed down. That was close. His truck had almost been trashed. He'd borrowed a lot of money to buy this truck less than 2 years ago and had just finished paying it off. He was counting on it to make a living. He couldn't afford to have it smashed. Mu Qinze felt frustrated. Getting chased by a bunch of punks, what a joke. Brother Lin, I remember there's a public phone up ahead. Stop there, I'll call a friend. Chu Xian didn't want Mu Qinze to get in trouble because of her. We can't get into a brawl. If we do, we'll all get arrested. Mu Qinze shot her a glare. Who said anything about fighting? My classmate works for the security team. He doesn't cover the market area, but he's on duty in the office these days. I'll ask him to give the local team a heads up, get them to step up patrols at night. We can't let those punks take advantage of the situation. Only then did Chu Xian realize that in her previous life, She hadn't cared about Muchinza at all. She hadn't even known he had a classmate in the security team. I support you making that call. If they can drive those punks out today, we won't have to haul all this stuff back. The round-trip fuel cost was no small amount. They could just go back to the market and keep selling. A few minutes later, the truck stopped at a public phone. Muchinza called his classmate and explained the situation. His classmate said he'd contact the security team leader for that area right away and told him to call back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Muchinza called again. After hanging up, he hopped back into the passenger seat. Brother Lin, let's head back to the market. Lin Yong was still a bit nervous. Are you sure? Your friend can't be that fast, can he? Muchinza looked relaxed. My classmate got in touch with the security team leader over there. Turns out, they just caught a group of punks with axes and iron rods, one of them named Zhang Qiu. They're being questioned right now. Crisis averted. Only then did Lin Yong feel at ease driving them back. Chu Xian didn't say anything, but she was already making plans in her mind. When they arrived, Chu Xian went to rent a temporary stall, second one from the entrance, just like before. Muchinza and Lin Yong helped unload the goods. Soon, they had 3 flavors of grilled fish fillets set up for sale. Chu Xian tried to give Lin Yong extra money for the ride. He firmly refused and drove off. Muchinza stayed to help sell the fish fillets. The neighboring stall belonged to Lian Mei and her partner. Chu Xian nodded in greeting. Lian Mei smiled back. Both were busy with their own business and didn't chat. Business was good for Chu Xian that day. Muchinza handled the weighing, while Chu Xian took care of payments and making change. After 2 hours, only about 20 pounds of fish fillets were left. If Zhang Qiu's gang hadn't delayed them, they would have sold out and gone home by now. Muchinza, I'm about to pack up and head somewhere. Muchinza pointed at the remaining fish fillets. Why not sell the rest first? I need these for something. Chu Xian divided the remaining 20-plus pounds of fish fillets into 3 portions, wrapped them in paper, and put them in mesh bags before starting to pack up. Seeing Lian Mei was busy, she didn't go over to say goodbye. She and Muchinza left the market. Muchinza smiled. So, where are we going? Chu Xian handed him 2 mesh bags of fish fillets. To the market security office to thank them. Muchinza weighed the bags in his hands. These 2 must be 12 or 13 pounds together. You're really generous. If it weren't for them, I'd be hauling 300 pounds back home today. Think how much the fuel alone would cost. Giving them this is totally worth it. Muchinza could tell Chu Xian was genuinely grateful to the security staff. You should go yourself. At least then they'll remember you and be more helpful in the future. Chu Xian shook her head. Would they feel comfortable accepting it if I went? They might worry about being accused of taking food from the public. But if you go, it's different. Say your classmate asked you to deliver it. They're all colleagues. Sharing food between coworkers is no big deal. She successfully persuaded Muchinza. A few minutes later, Muchinza walked into the security office with the 2 mesh bags of fish fillets. He chatted with them for a while. A few minutes later, he came out empty-handed. Chu Xian quickly smiled and said, Thanks for your help. Sorry to trouble you again, but could you take this bag to your classmate? She handed him another bag of fish fillets. This time, Muchinza didn't take it. No need to give it to my classmate. We're in touch all the time. Chu Xian shoved the bag into his arms, looking admiringly at him. Then take it for yourself. I really owe you today. Also, I'll cook for you and Ji Ping at his place this afternoon to thank you and him too. Muchinza joked, so I'll accept it then? Go ahead. And if you ever want more, just ask. They chatted as they walked to the bus stop. Aren't you afraid I'll eat you out of house and home? Not at all. With your build, you can't possibly eat more than me. I'm 200 pounds. By the way, are you coming to Ji Ping's for dinner this afternoon? Why wouldn't I? It's not every day you offer to cook. I wouldn't miss it. After everything that happened today, Muchinza suddenly felt like he and Chu Xian were closer than ever. Chu Xian felt a bit complicated inside. She honestly didn't know how to thank Muchinza. He'd helped her so much lately. If a few meals could repay his kindness, she wouldn't mind cooking for him more often. But what did Muchinza like to eat? She racked her brain, trying to remember from her past life, and wanted to scold herself. She honestly couldn't recall his favorite dishes. It wasn't until he died unexpectedly in her previous life that she realized how much she should have cherished him. This time, she'd make him his favorite dishes to make up for it a little. Muchinza, what do you like to eat? I'll prepare in advance. Muchinza didn't hold back. I love braised ribbon fish with eggplant, mushu pork, and braised pork belly. Let's start with those three. Don't worry about the ribbon fish, I'll bring it from home. What about Jiping? What does he like? He likes whatever I like. All right then. I'll definitely make those three, and I'll come up with the rest myself. Chu Xian was getting excited as she talked, and didn't notice a car speeding toward them as they crossed the street. She was about to be hit when Muchinza suddenly pushed her out of the way. Muchinza! In that instant, Chu Xian's heart leapt into her throat. She wanted to rush over and save Muchinza, but it was already too late unless the driver slammed on the brakes at the last second, Muchinza had zero chance of coming out unscathed. If, in this lifetime, Muchinza were to die unexpectedly because of her again, she'd be too ashamed to go on living. Following him in death would be her best ending. With that thought, she ran toward Muchinza. She was bigger, after all. Maybe she could take the brunt of the impact. The screech of emergency brakes rang out. The car stopped with its front bumper almost touching Muchinza. Chu Xian grabbed Muchinza and yanked him to the side of the road. Are you okay? Are you hurt? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Before Muchinza could answer, the driver had already jumped out to apologize. I'm so sorry. My mother had a heart attack. I'm rushing her to the hospital. Muchinza glanced at the back seat, where a silver-haired old lady was half reclined in pain. I'm fine. Hurry and get your mom to the hospital. Thank you. The driver bowed, quickly got back in the car and sped off. Chu Xian, not caring about propriety, put her hand on Muchinza's knee. Did you get hurt at all? She didn't even ask for the driver's contact info. What if Muchinza was hurt but didn't say anything? Muchinza jerked in shock, immediately pulling away. No. And don't touch me. His tone was bashful, his face red to the tips of his ears. Only then did Chu Xian realize she'd gone a bit overboard, her hand left awkwardly in the air. Sorry. I was just really worried about you. You idiot. Why did you push me away and leave yourself to get hit? I'm bigger than you, wouldn't I be better at taking a hit? You're my buddy, what's there to be shy about? I was just checking your knee for injuries. Muchinza quickly composed himself, pretending to be relaxed. If I get hurt, my family will take care of me. If you get hurt, who in your family will look after you? We're buddies. If something like this happens again, I'll still do the same. Chu Xian started crying even harder. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Muchinza, promise me. As my buddy, you have to outlive me, okay? Woo-woo. Seeing Chu Xian crying her heart out, Muchinza was at a loss. He could only say, all right. I'll definitely outlive you. Stop crying, fatty. Wipe your tears. He handed her a handkerchief. Chu Xian didn't take it. Instead, she pulled one from her own pocket and wiped her tears and nose. Muchinza looked at her in disgust. Don't cry anymore, snot monster. That's gross. If you think I'm a gross snot monster, why did you save me, you dummy? You're the dummy. I already pushed you to safety. Why did you run back like an idiot? Did you want to get hit with me? That's right. In that moment, I thought if the car didn't stop, I'm bigger, so if I got hit with you, maybe you'd be less hurt. Hearing this, Muchinza fell silent for a long time before speaking again. Chu Xian, just for what you said, from now on I'll do anything for you as your buddy, no complaints. All right. You'd better take that back, or your future wife will get jealous if she hears it. My wife? Who knows where she is? Let her be jealous if she wants. You'd better take care of yourself. You're your mom's precious baby. If anything happened to you, do you think she could go on? Next time, think of your mom before you act. You're right. From now on, I'll always think of my mom before I do anything. Mentioning Qin Mahua made Muchinza a little headachy. He continued, my mom's going to your house today to gut fish for money. What? Chu Xian was shocked, her attention successfully diverted and her tears forgotten. How did your family agree to that? At first, Only my sister-in-law supported her. But who could have guessed my mom would be so stubborn? She threatened that if they didn't let her go, she'd dry fish at home and steal your business and keep all the skinned fish from our daily catch for herself. Chu Xian couldn't help but cover her face. Just how much face did she have to make Qin Mahua so determined to work with her? All right. I'll remind the others to watch what they say and not mention our partnership. My mom is really capable. You should set a rule, no more than 500 jin per person per day. Otherwise, she'll get over 600 jin and her old injury will flare up. Okay. As they talked, the two of them arrived at the bus station. A bus was just about to leave, so they hurried on, found seats separately, and, since it was crowded, didn't talk further. Each took out their packed meal and started eating. A little after 9 a.m., Chu Xian arrived home. Everyone was already in the yard gutting fish. Qin Mahua was there too. But Erling hadn't come. Lu Zhaodi probably figured with Qin Mahua helping, there was no need for him. Chu Xian would have to find another chance to remind Gao Meiwan and the others to be careful what they said. She greeted everyone, washed up a bit, took her herbal medicine, and went to her room to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Mahua chatted with Gao Meiwan as she gutted fish. Meiwan, how did Chu Xian get to the city in the middle of the night? Did she rent a car or a tractor? Gao Meiwan was sharp. She couldn't mention Mu Chenza, since clearly Qin Mahua didn't know her son was close with Chu Xian. Sometimes she rents a car, sometimes a tractor. She handles all the sales herself, so I haven't really asked. She's just a young girl, going out alone at night. We should help her find someone to go with her. When she wakes up, ask her if she'd be willing to go with my second son. He's already booked a truck, and as long as it's not raining or a typhoon, he goes every night. She'd just have to split a bit of the fare. Qin Mahua was being kind, so Gao Meiwan played along. Mahua, thank you. I'll definitely ask. That's a great idea. I just don't know if your second son would be willing. Qin Mahua gutted fish deftly. Of course he'd be willing. Gao Meiwan was surprised. Huh? You haven't even asked him yet. Qin Mahua suddenly looked a little embarrassed. I mean, as long as I say so, he'll do it. If he refuses, I'll scold him until he gives in. Gao Meiwan gave her a thumbs up. You're really something. Actually, what happened between Xiao Xian and your Xiao Zhe wasn't her fault. I know. It's all that old hag Feng Chuanhua's fault. She wanted Chu Xian to marry into my family to help her own. Chu Xian didn't marry in the end for our sake. So I never held it against her. Otherwise, would I be here gutting fish today? Mentioning Feng Chuanhua, Qin Mahua started chopping fish heads with extra force, as if the fish were Feng Chuanhua herself. She wished she could twist off Feng Chuanhua's head and kick it like a ball. Gao Meiwan was also annoyed at Feng Chuanhua. Good thing Xiao Xian and her brother were alert, or they never would have found out the truth about their father. Exactly. That old witch Feng Chuanhua is no good. With Qin Mahua's help, all the fish were cleaned and salted before 11 a.m. Chu Feng asked Qin Mahua to stay for lunch, but she refused and insisted on going home. Aside from Yao Dakui and Chu Feng, who stayed to watch the stove, everyone else went home. When Qin Mahua got home, Mu Chenza was still sleeping. He didn't wake up for another 2 hours. As soon as he was up, Qin Mahua brought it up. Son, let Chu Xian go with you in the truck to the city every night to sell grilled fish, okay? Mu Chenza stared in shock. Why was his mom suddenly suggesting this? Did she find out something? Ma, shouldn't you be asking me first if I made a profit today, how much money I earned? Why are you suddenly so interested in what's going on at Chu Xian's house? Mu Chenza watched Qin Mahua's face closely as he spoke, afraid to miss any change in her expression. Qin Mahua didn't even look at him. Aren't I working at Chu Xian's place to make money? If things go well for her, they'll go well for me too. Mu Chenza kept probing. She turned down my marriage proposal. Shouldn't you be mad at her? Didn't you go to her house to stir up trouble? Are you really just there for the money? Qin Mahua smacked him on the back. Don't think I don't know what's going on. Chu Xian rejected the proposal because she didn't want Feng Chuanhua to use her as an excuse to bleed our family dry. How did you know that? Mu Chenza had never explained this to his mother. He'd only told Ji Ping, and that was because he had no choice. If he hadn't explained it, Ji-ping wouldn't have agreed to deliver the skinned fish. Qin Mahua walked into the main room, poured herself a cup of tea, and took a few leisurely sips. I want to talk to Ji-ping. Muchenza, following her in, nearly tripped over the threshold and had to steady himself. What did Ji-ping tell his mother? He'd have to ask Ji-ping about it later when his boat came in. Ma, you want to see Ji-ping? How come he never mentioned it to me? When did you go? She refilled her teacup. Qin Mahua picked it up and downed it in one gulp. Yesterday afternoon, after he got home from delivering fish to Chu Xian. I asked him a few things. Muchenza tried to sound casual. What did you ask? I asked him why he was supplying fish to Chu Xian. Didn't he know she'd turned down your proposal? He explained everything, and that's when I realized I'd blamed Chu Xian wrongly. She's had a tough life. If she can't be my daughter-in-law, we can at least be relatives. After all, Feng Chanhua forced her to give you her first kiss, so it'll be hard for her to find a match in the future. I used wanting to ask Gao Meiwan about something as an excuse to go to Chu Xian's house. Gao Meiwan was there gutting fish for money, so I just sat down and helped out. You know the rest. When she finished and looked up, her son was nowhere to be seen. She had no idea that as soon as she mentioned first kiss, Muchenza's face turned beet red. Not wanting her to see, he dashed into his bedroom as fast as he could. Qin Mahua glanced at his bedroom door and sighed. This child. He'll be the death of me with all this worrying. She got up and knocked on his door. Why'd you run off to your room? Anyway, can you share a cart with Chu Xian? Maybe charge her a bit less for the ride. Muchenza had composed himself by now. He opened the door, flashed a cheeky grin, and handed over a thick wad of cash. Sure. You can charge her whatever you want. I just came in here to get the money to settle up with you. It was good to be open about sharing the cart. If his mother brought it up herself, it would save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Then just charge her 10 yuan for the ride. Qin Mahua took the money and started counting it, taking her time. 7,800 yuan. Zay, you made 2,800 in one night. Well done. How much stock are you planning to buy tonight? I'll count out the money for you. 3,000 yuan should do. All right. Muchenza didn't mention the close call he'd had in the early morning. If she found out, she'd just worry herself sick. He took the 3,000 yuan and put it in his pocket. Ma, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I'm going to talk business with Ji-ping and eat at his place. He didn't want to mention Chu Xian coming over to cook. Qin Mahua didn't suspect a thing. All right. I left lunch for you in the pot. Go eat. Okay. After eating, Muchenza had nothing to do, so he pulled his cart to the dock to wait for his dad and older brother. As luck would have it, he ran into Ji-ping, who had just returned from fishing. Ji-ping's boat was a 10-meter-long mechanized wooden vessel. He usually went out to sea alone. He hadn't even had time to sort the catch yet. Muchenza helped him unload and borrowed a few big tubs from Li Tong to sort the fish. They kept over 400 jin of skinned fish and sold the rest. There were a dozen or so big sea bass, over 100 jin of octopus, more than 60 jin of mackerel, and a few jin of small miscellaneous fish. They sold for over 220 yuan. After deducting the cost of going out to sea, there was still over 180 yuan left. Ji-ping was all smiles. Today's haul was great. Usually, he'd only make a few dozen yuan, 100 at most. After Ji-ping finished settling up with Li Tong, Muchenza was just about to ask him something when his older brother's voice called out. Zay, come help unload. The Mu family's boat had docked. Muchenza and Ji-ping went over to help. The fish had already been sorted. After unloading, they just needed to weigh everything. There was over 100 jin of ribbonfish, more than 200 jin of mackerel, over 200 jin of octopus, 2 sea cucumbers and 2 abalone, not very big, more than 300 jin of green-scaled fish, and 600 jin of skinned fish. People at the dock looked on enviously, marveling at the Mu family's incredible luck at sea. After selling everything except the skinned fish, the Mu family made nearly 700 yuan. This was their biggest haul of the year. The skinned fish were taken by Ji-ping to be settled at the end of the month. Other fishing boats didn't bring in nearly as much, some even less than Ji-ping. Some fishermen only made 30 or 40 yuan, and some only 5 or 6. Like Chuji. Chuji couldn't help but glance at the Mu family's boat and mutter under his breath, that wretched Chu Xian really has no luck. If she'd managed to marry into the Mu family, she'd be living the good life now. She just had to refuse, and now she'll have to work herself to death just to survive. Looks like I'd better listen to my mother, do what she says, and I'll have food to eat and money to spend. He wasn't the least bit discouraged by his poor catch. Soon, word spread through the fishing village that the Mu family had made 700 yuan from a single trip. Mu Chenza set aside 2 big ribbon fish, told his dad and brother, and got ready to go to Ji Ping's house. Mu Chenfu suddenly stopped him. "Second brother, I want to come too. Let's have a drink tonight?" "At home, my wife keeps me on a tight leash, only lets me have a sip or 2. Normally, Mu Chenza would have agreed, but not today. "Big brother, Ji Ping and I have some private business to discuss. Let's drink together another time." Mu Chenfu, a bit embarrassed, didn't insist. "All right, next time then." He went home with Mu Qinlao. Ji Ping borrowed Li Tong's scale and weighed all the skinned fish, a total of 1,201 jin. They loaded it onto the cart to deliver to Chu Xian's house later. Li Tong had already heard that Ji Ping was also collecting fish for Chu Xian. "Ji Ping, how much is Chu Xian paying you per jin for the skinned fish?" Ji Ping scratched his head. "We haven't settled up yet. She said she'll pay market price at the end of the month." "End of the month, huh? You'd better keep good records. The price changes every day." "Thanks for the reminder." Ji Ping did keep records every day, but he wasn't about to tell Li Tong that while he sold his own catch to Chu Xian at market price, the skinned fish he bought from the Mu family was only 3 cents per jin. That was what Chenza had arranged with him beforehand. Mu Chenza called Ji Ping to leave. If they kept chatting with Li Tong, it would delay Chu Xian's fish processing. Ji Ping pulled the cart away from the dock, and Mu Chenza said quietly, "Chu Xian's coming to your place to cook in a bit." Ji Ping nearly tipped the cart over, and Mu Chenza quickly steadied him. "Chenza, what's going on between you two? Are you dating at my house now?" The voice was a bit loud. Mu Chenza was relieved no one was passing by. "Keep your voice down. She and I are just buddies. She went to your house to cook as a thank you for you and me supplying her. That's all. Don't talk nonsense about romance or anything like that again." His tone carried a warning. But the more he warned, the more curious Ji Ping became. He stopped the cart. Lowering his voice on purpose, he asked, "But you've kissed her, didn't you feel anything?" As soon as Mu Chenza heard the word kiss, his heart skipped a beat and the hairtail fish in his hand almost slipped to the ground. He looked annoyed. "What could I feel? I like skinny girls. She's so fat, do you really think I'd feel anything? I want to propose because I wanted to take responsibility. Now that she doesn't need me to, I'm honestly grateful to her." Ji Ping raised an eyebrow. "You really like skinny girls?" Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar figure approaching. "That's right. I like skinny girls," Mu Chenza said firmly. He didn't notice Chu Xian in the distance, carrying a basket on her back. Chu Xian heard everything clearly. So this guy likes skinny girls. In her past life, he really wronged himself by marrying her when she was such a big fatty. Even though she slimmed down a lot later, she was still huge at first. How much courage and sense of responsibility did it take for him to marry her back then? "Mu Chenza, Ji Ping, are you two delivering fish to my house?" Chu Xian called out. Mu Chenza recognized her voice and felt a little guilty. He told himself, "What's there to feel guilty about? I really do like skinny girls." I didn't lie. Since Mu Chenza didn't answer, Ji Ping replied, "Yeah." Chu Xian, what a coincidence. "It is a coincidence. Since we've run into each other, Mu Chenza, could you carry this basket to your place? There are ingredients inside." "Ji Ping, you keep pulling the cart, I'll push from behind." Chu Xian set her basket down and shoved it into Mu Chenza's arms. She made as if to go push the cart. Mu Chenza stopped her. "Chu Xian, I'll push. Just have your brother pick up the goods later. You go cook at Ji Ping's house. Ji Ping, give her the key." The basket ended up back in Chu Xian's hands. Mu Chenza put the hairtail fish into the basket. The message was clear: this kind of heavy work should be done by men. Ji Ping quickly took the key from his waistband and handed it to Chu Xian. Chu Xian took it, tossing it lightly in her hand, and teased, "Muchenza, you're bold enough to go to my house in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid your mom will get the wrong idea?" Muchenza looked totally unconcerned. "If my mom can arrange for us to take the truck to the city together, why can't I go to your house to tell you, right in front of her, what time we're leaving early tomorrow morning? If you're not home, I can just tell your brother." Earlier, before Chu Xian left the house, Gao Meian had mentioned this. Chu Xian felt grateful to Qin Mahua. Qin Mahua didn't hold a grudge and, thinking of her safety, had invited her to ride with Muchenza. Once the villagers heard, they'd surely gossip, but Qin Mahua's attitude would settle things quickly. "Muchenza, your mom is so good to me. I almost want to call her my godmother." If she did, she could openly show filial respect to Qin Mahua and repay her for her kindness in her past life. Muchenza refused flatly. "No way. A fortune teller once said my mom isn't destined to have a daughter, and she can't take a goddaughter either. Whoever she takes as a goddaughter will have bad luck." Ji Ping racked his brains. He'd never heard Aunt Mahua mention that. But he didn't say anything. Chu Xian didn't remember hearing that in her past life and muttered, "I'll ask Aunt Qin myself." Muchenza looked unbothered. "Go cook at Ji Ping's house. Ji Ping and I are starving." Ji Ping's stomach rumbled right on cue. With that, Chu Xian said no more, waved, and headed to Ji Ping's house. Ji Ping's place was remote and rarely visited, and since Chu Xian took a side path, she didn't run into any villagers. When Muchenza and Ji Ping brought the fish into Chu Xian's house, Qin Mahua and Lu Zhaodi also arrived. They helped unload the fish. Afterward, Muchenza explained, "We just set the time for tonight's trip to the city, so I came to let Chu Xian know." Chu Feng, remembering Chu Xian's instructions not to mention that they'd already been sharing a truck, said, "Thanks for letting my sister ride with you, Brother Chenza. What time are you leaving tonight?" "My sister just went out for a walk and to the shore. I'll tell her when she gets back." Muchenza smiled. "No need to thank me. I should thank your sister for splitting the truck fare. We're leaving at 1 a.m. The truck will pick her and the goods up then." "Okay." "My sister made some red bean and barley soup. I'll bring some out for you and Brother Ji." Before Chu Feng could finish, Ji Ping cut in, "I'll get it myself. You go do your thing." "Thanks." Every time he came, he'd have a big bowl of soup, sometimes mung bean, sometimes red bean and barley. It was always so comforting. He went into the kitchen, scooped out 2 big bowls of soup, and handed one to Muchenza. "I've always had soup made by Xiaofeng, but this is the first time I get to taste Chu Xian's cooking." Muchenza took the bowl calmly, but inside he was a little excited. Did Chu Xian somehow know he'd be coming this afternoon and make the soup just for him? The soup was a beautiful reddish color and smelled fragrant. He gulped down a few mouthfuls, then slowed down to savor it. It was great for strengthening the spleen and removing dampness. As he drank, he quietly leaned over to Qin Mahua and whispered a few words. Qin Mahua looked puzzled and muttered, "That fortune teller? Is that really believable?" Muchenza replied confidently, "Better safe than sorry." Qin Mahua looked resigned. "All right, I get it." Ji Ping, as usual, finished his bowl in one go. 10 minutes later, Muchenza and Ji Ping pulled their cart over to Ji Ping's house. The smell of braised pork filled the air. Ji Ping set down the cart and headed to the kitchen. Muchenza went to bolt the courtyard gate, so no one would wander in, lured by the smell of meat. There really were shameless people like that in the village. Besides, he didn't want anyone to know Chu Xian was there. An hour and a half later, the food was on the table. Braised pork, eggplant braised with hairtail, mushu pork, tomato and egg stir-fry, cucumber salad, wild mushroom and egg soup, and white rice. The 3 of them sat at the 8 Immortals table in the main room. At first, Ji Ping suggested eating at the Kang table, but Muchenza immediately vetoed it. His excuse was that Chu Xian was too fat and the Kang table would be inconvenient. In reality, he just didn't want Chu Xian using Ji Ping's Kang table. To use the Kang table, you had to get up on the Kang, and that wasn't something just anyone could do. Before eating, the 3 of them raised their bowls of water in a toast. Chu Xian spoke first. Thank you both for supporting my family's grilled fish workshop. Cheers. Let's get rich together. Her tone was bold and heroic. Mu Chenze and Ji Ping exchanged a smile and said in unison, let's get rich together. They downed half a bowl of water and started eating. Chu Xian's cooking was delicious, and Ji Ping and Mu Chenze dug in, too busy eating to talk. Chu Xian ate slowly, sampling every dish except the eggplant and hairtail, and had a bowl of rice and a bowl of wild mushroom and egg soup. By the end of the meal, nothing was left but fish bones. Ji Ping couldn't help but sigh. It's been ages since I've had such good home cooking. Mu Chenze burped. Better than my mom's or my sister-in-law's. Chu Xian beamed with confidence. Thanks for the compliment. If I'm cooking for you, it has to be delicious. The tide's going out now, I'm heading to the shore. Are you two coming? She had her basket with her tools for foraging. Ji Ping yawned. I've been working at sea all day, I'm tired and want to rest early. Why don't you two go? The flashlight's on the windowsill. Chu Xian looked at Mu Chenze, hoping he'd say yes, so they could take the mountain path together to that secret spot for foraging. Mu Chenze could tell what Chu Xian was thinking, but he deliberately said, I'm tired too. You can go by yourself. All right then. Chu Xian never forced others. She took a flashlight from her basket, slung the basket onto her back, and said, I'm off. Mu Chenze sat in the main room, not even glancing at her or saying a word. He just waved his hand casually to show he'd heard. At first, Ji Ping thought Chenze would go with Chu Xian, but to his surprise, Chenze neither went to the shore nor saw her out. Is he trying to avoid suspicion? Guess I'd better not joke about Chenze and Chu Xian anymore. Ji Ping got up to see Chu Xian out. Be careful. Chu Xian didn't mind at all that Mu Chenze didn't come out to see her off. She smiled at Ji Ping, go back inside. Only after Chu Xian had left did Mu Chenze get up. Pingzi, I'm heading home to rest. I have to go to the city at dawn. All right. Ji Ping didn't think much of it. As he saw Chenze out, he locked the door behind him. Mu Chenze quickened his pace to catch up with Chu Xian. 5 minutes later, he spotted her. Luckily, no one else was around. Chu Xian, wait up. Chu Xian heard the familiar voice, stopped, and turned to look at him. Changed your mind? Mu Chenze smiled. That's right. I'll go with you along the mountain path to the other side for the tide. Chu Xian was so happy she didn't even ask why he'd changed his mind. That's great. Let's go. Even though it was getting dark, Mu Chenze could see how delighted Chu Xian was. You get this happy just going to the other side of the mountain for the tide? Chu Xian answered honestly, of course I'm happy. Who wouldn't be? I can make money, and there's bound to be good stuff over there. I wish I could go every night, but I have to stick to our agreement. When I'm alone, I can only go during the day. At this point, she felt like she was losing dozens of yuan every day. Mu Chenze sighed. People have limited energy. You're running around like a spinning top every day. Don't always think about going to the shore. You need to rest when you should. No way. I told you, this is my main job. I feel like I've got good luck with the tides this year. The more I go, the better. The sooner I save up, the sooner I can rebuild those last 2 mud brick rooms. I even want to apply for another plot in the village to set up a grilled fish workshop. Chu Xian talked about her future plans as she walked along the mountain path. Mu Chenze admired her, but didn't say so. With your health, can you handle this much work? You should focus on keeping your current income steady and taking care of your health before thinking about anything else. If you need money, I can lend you some. Chu Xian smiled and quickly waved her hand. I know you mean well, but I won't borrow your money. Owing people doesn't feel good. I'd rather earn it myself. At the mention of debt, Mu Chenze suddenly thought of the one-eyed man coming to collect from Chu Xian. Did you really break that jade ornament at the one-eyed guy's house? He felt something was off about the whole thing. Chu Xian didn't want to lie to him. That was just a trick for Feng Chuanhua's family. You have to keep it a secret for me. Only you, me, and Xiaofeng know. Her honesty made Mu Chenze very happy. She was treating him like one of her own. Don't worry, I'll keep it secret. He didn't bring up lending her money again, because he could tell Chu Xian would never borrow from him. They kept chatting as they walked along the mountain path. Mu Chenze, you didn't tell Ji Ping about our tide spot, did you? No. He's your best friend. Are you really going to keep it from him? He has a fishing boat. He doesn't need to make a living from the shore. In other words, Ji Ping didn't need the spot as much as Chu Xian did. Thank you for looking out for me. Are you being polite again? If you keep this up, I won't go tide hunting with you. Don't be like that. Chu Xian suddenly stepped on a rock and stumbled, but luckily Mu Chenza caught her, or she would have taken a nasty fall. Mu Chenza looked at her with mock annoyance. Stop talking and watch your step. With your weight, if I have to catch you again, I'll throw my back out. Chu Xian cursed him inwardly for being soft-hearted but sharp-tongued. Half an hour later, they reached their secret tide spot. It was completely dark by now, and the tide had receded a lot. They ignored the clams and such on the beach and headed straight for the dozen or so tide pools. In no time, they'd caught 2 sea bass weighing 5 or 6 gin each, over 20 large sea snails, and more than a dozen octopuses. Just as Chu Xian was happily heading to the next pool to catch more fish, Mu Chenza stopped her. Careful. There's an eel. Chu Xian shone her flashlight and looked carefully. The fish was about half a meter long, slender, with small eyes and a protruding snout. Its back was dark gray, its sides grayish-white, the front of its body cylindrical and the rear flattened. There was a vertical row of teeth on its upper jaw. This type of fish is fierce, nocturnal, greedy, and lively. Not only does it have medicinal value, but it's also highly nutritious, known as gold in the water. Most importantly, it sells for good money. Chu Xian wasn't afraid. She'd brought a dip net and long tongs. Mu Chenza, I'm a tough girl. An eel like this is nothing to me. You're in the way. Move aside, let me handle it. The disdained Mu Chenza muttered, a dog bites Lu Dongbin can't recognize a good person. But even as he said that, he kept his eyes on the eel. If you get bitten by one of these, it's way worse than a dog bite. Once, when he was out fishing, he'd almost been bitten by a sea eel. Luckily, he'd been wearing thick clothes and gloves. Chu Xian deftly caught the eel with her dip net. The eel thrashed wildly, looking like it wanted to take a bite out of her. Chu Xian ignored its attitude, took out a wooden bucket from her basket, and dumped it in. Then she moved on to the next pool. Mu Chenza followed with the long tongs. This pool was over half a meter deep, and they found more eels. Not just one, 6 of them. What a rare find. Chu Xian didn't have time to chat, just grabbed her net and started scooping. She got them all in one go. As she was happily putting them in the bucket, one eel suddenly broke through the net. It lunged at Chu Xian with its mouth open. Mu Chenza reacted quickly, pinching the eel with his tongs and tossing it into the bucket. Then he snatched the net from Chu Xian. If he'd been a second slower, the other eels would have escaped too. Chu Xian, can you use your brain? All you think about is catching eels for money, don't you care about your life? Chu Xian was a little shaken too. Good thing you're here. After all the eels were in the bucket, Mu Chenza checked the net, it needed repairs. Chu Xian didn't have any repair tools with her. That's it for tonight. Let's go back. Chu Xian didn't want to leave. There's still an hour before the tide comes in. Without the net, I can use the tongs. If I find a sea bass, I can grab it with my hands. Yeah, right? What if it's too dark to see and there are eels next to the sea bass? You reach for the base and the eels bite you. Chu Xian cut him off. Ugh, don't jinx it. I'm just being realistic. Your instincts are spot on. Chu Xian shone her flashlight into another pool and sure enough, there was a sea bass and 3 eels. Mu Chenza, give me the tongs. I'll get rid of the eels first, then they can't bite me, right? Mu Chenza seriously doubted her skills. You think you can handle it? Chu Xian held the long tongs, fully focused. But after several tries, she still couldn't manage it. In fact, in both her lifetimes combined, she hadn't caught live eels more than twice. Mu Chenza stood with his arms crossed, watching patiently. Chu Xian felt a bit embarrassed, letting this guy see her make a fool of herself. She tried a few more times. She managed to grab one, but the eel slipped away halfway and fell back into the tidal pool. She was secretly relieved it hadn't fallen onto her hands or body. Finally, Mu Chenza couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up, "Give me the tongs." Chu Xian handed them over immediately, smiling, "Please teach me." Catching eels took real skill. Mu Chenza picked up the tongs. In less than a minute, all 3 eels were in the bucket. Chu Xian cheered and applauded for him. You're amazing. Can you teach me today? Some other day. When exactly is some other day? When I'm in a good mood. You caught so many fish and you're still not in a good mood? Why? Because employees don't listen to their boss. As he spoke, Muchenza grabbed a base and put it in the bucket. He handed the tongs back to Chu Xian and got ready to head back. Chu Xian put the bucket into her basket. She hadn't been scared while catching the fish, but now, carrying the basket on her back, her scalp tingled and she broke out in goosebumps. Muchenza, wait for me. Muchenza deliberately didn't wait, wanting her to spend a little more time alone with the eels. Chu Xian finally made it near the dock. Only then did Muchenza take the wooden bucket out of her basket. I'll take these to the city to sell at dawn. For now, I'll leave them at Li Tong's stall. You can do that? Won't Li Tong be unhappy? He's just watching over them, not getting to buy them. He doesn't make any money from it. Muchenza replied with certainty, he won't. I know him. Selling in the city would definitely fetch a higher price. Chu Xian readily agreed. Thanks for your hard work. I'll head back first. No need to wait for you, right? Muchenza put on a look of disdain. I don't recall asking you to wait for me. Chu Xian didn't mind at all, because she knew this guy was warm-hearted beneath his cold exterior. He acted annoyed, but in reality, he was full of warmth and kindness. I'm off then. You've had a long day, go home and rest early. Muchenza grunted in acknowledgement, picked up the bucket and headed to the dock. On her way back, Chu Xian deliberately took a detour past Feng Chuanhua's house. The front gate was tightly shut, but there were lights on in the yard. Chu Xian stood outside the courtyard wall for a while. She didn't hear Feng Chuanhua's voice, but she did hear Chu Ji and a woman talking. Shaoli, my family's got money now. Why don't you stay with me tonight? No way. You can look but not touch. Wait until you marry me properly, then we'll talk. You're already staying over. Even if nothing happens, people will assume it did. Let people think what they want. I only care about you. So how much is your family asking for as a bride price? 2,000 yuan. Not a cent less. Are you robbing me? Chu Xian didn't listen any further. Back then, Feng Chunhua and Chu Ji had wanted her to ask Muchenza for a 2,000 yuan bride price. Now the tables had turned, and Chu Ji was being asked for 2,000 by Pan Xiaoli. In her previous life, Pan Xiaoli hadn't married Chu Ji, but this time, who knows, it could happen. If Feng Chunhua's money got taken, she'd definitely try to get more somehow. If only someone could keep an eye on Feng Chunhua. As Chu Xian passed by Hua Dailing's house, she heard Hua Dailing complaining, we can barely put food on the table. You can't just lie around all day and not look for work. My leg's busted like this, and you still want me to go out and work? Why don't you go? I heard Widow Niu found a job, you should try too. You think I don't want to ask Chu Xian? But I feel guilty. I always knew her dad wasn't Feng Chunhua's biological child, but I helped keep it a secret. I'm too ashamed to go ask her for work. Hearing this, Chu Xian started to form a plan. After what happened with Feng Ti, Feng Chunhua had money, but Hua Dailing's family didn't. That meant Feng Chunhua hadn't bribed Hua Dailing. So what Hua Dailing told the security team must have been the truth. Right now, Hua Dailing and Feng Chunhua weren't in cahoots. As for someone to keep an eye on Feng Chunhua, Hua Dailing was the perfect candidate. She just needed to figure out how to use her. She'd wait for Hua Dailing to come and ask for work. By the time Chu Xian got home, it was already past 10 at night. Only Chu Feng was still up, everyone else had gone home to rest, and all the dried fish had been put in their designated spots. Chu Feng took out the account book and reported everything, how much wages were paid today, how much was spent on supplies. For a 12-year-old, he was doing really well. All Chu Xian had to do was calculate the profit and see how much money was left. She realized her little brother had a natural talent for numbers, something worth nurturing. Little brother, do you want to learn how to use an abacus? Actually, Chu Feng had wanted to for a while. Yes! I've always been so envious watching Accountant 1 in the village use his abacus. I'll mention it to Grandpa Wang tomorrow and see if he can put in a good word for you. Maybe you can apprentice with Accountant 1. Great! After his excitement faded, Xu Feng noticed that the only tool his sister had brought back from the beach was a wooden bucket. "Sis, where's our bucket? How did the fishing go today?" Chu Xian answered while washing up, the buckets full of eels and such. "I asked Muchinza to take them to the city to sell tonight." "Sis, the Mu family is so nice. They really are. Oh, by the way, Xiao Feng, if Hua Daling comes by looking for work, don't turn her down right away." Chu Xian successfully changed the subject. Meanwhile, Qin Mahua was sitting in the main room, counting the day's fish sales with Fu Qing. Mu Qin Lao and Mu Qinfu had already gone to bed. "We brought in so much today. If we sold directly in the city, wouldn't we make even more?" Eldest daughter-in-law, tell De Fu tomorrow, from now on, save the ribbon fish for Xiaozhe to sell in the city, okay? Just then, Mu Qinza walked in. The boss in the city doesn't buy ribbon fish anymore. He's only dealing in abalone, sea cucumber, and premium shrimp. "Mom, tell Dad and Big Brother tomorrow, if they catch any sea eels, save them for me. I want to give them to someone. That person loves sea eel." All right. 10 minutes later, Mu Qinza was lying on his kong, deep in thought. He hadn't told Chu Xian that he was actually buying the seafood himself to give away. How much should he pay Chu Xian tomorrow? The more he got to know her, the more he realized what a good person she was. She wouldn't lend him money, so he'd help her in another way. After all, she'd run back to save him when the car was about to hit, risking her own life. She always called him silly. But she was just as silly herself. He drifted off to sleep. At midnight, the alarm went off, and he groggily got up. He washed his face to wake up. Hopefully everything would go smoothly today. At 1 a.m., a truck picked up Chu Xian and over 300 jin of dried fish. By 3 a.m., Chu Xian was already setting up her stall in the city, and Mu Qinza was off making deliveries. Before she'd even made her first sale, she heard someone hawking nearby, freshly roasted fish fillets. 3 flavors. Only 1.5 yuan a jin, cheap and delicious. Come take a look. Chu Xian had expected to be copied, but not this fast. And the price was even lower. The competitor's stall was set up right across from Chu Xian's. The stall owner was a woman in her 30s, eyeing the female customer in front of her stall with a critical look. She spoke rudely, "If you're not buying, don't touch." Hearing this, the customer was about to leave, but the stall owner quickly shouted, "My grilled fish jerky is way cheaper than the one across the street. She charges 2 yuan a jin for retail and only gives a 20-cent discount if you buy more than 5 jin. But mine is different. Only 1.5 yuan per jin. If you don't buy from me, you're losing out." Trying to save money, the customer came back to her stall. "I'll take a bit of each of the 3 flavors. Just make it 1 jin in total." The stall owner looked annoyed. 3 flavors and you only want 1 jin? Does that do justice to my low prices? Not selling. Go buy the 2 yuan a jin stuff across the street. Chu Xian watched all this with a calm smile, then called out, "Try before you buy. No need to buy if you don't want to. The most delicious and unique grilled fish jerky in the whole city, only here. Don't miss out as you pass by." Hearing this, the customer immediately asked the stall owner, "Can I try yours before buying, like the stall across the street?" "Of course you can. And it's fine if I try and don't buy?" That's right. The customer immediately had an idea. She planned to try both stalls. After sampling this one, she went across to try Chu Xian's grilled fish jerky. Chu Xian didn't treat her coldly just because she'd gone to the other stall first. She warmly invited her to try all the flavors. After tasting, the customer could clearly tell that Chu Xian's jerky was fresh, sweet, and delicious, while the competitors had a fishy, unpleasant smell. Chu Xian's jerky was also drier, while the competitors' was damp and would weigh heavier on the scale. She decided on the spot to buy from Chu Xian. "I guess you get what you pay for. Can I get 1 jin made up of all 3 flavors?" Chu Xian smiled graciously. "Of course. I'll weigh it for you right now. 2 yuan a jin, no haggling." "All right, no haggling. Go ahead and weigh it." In no time, Chu Xian weighed out a jin and handed it over. The customer paid without hesitation. Seeing the money she almost had in hand go straight into Chu Xian's pocket, the woman across the street started cursing, "Shameless woman. You ate my grilled fish jerky and didn't buy. You'd rather pay more than buy from me? Are you out of your mind? Idiot. Before she could finish, the female customer shot back, "You've got some nerve calling people names. You dirty tramp. Your stall stinks and your fish jerky reeks. I bet it's your filthy hands that make it smell. Listen up, everyone, don't buy from her. I tried it and it's disgusting. If you want to buy, get it from the chubby girl's stall." The stall owner grabbed her scale weight and charged out, trying to hit the customer. Chu Xian was about to step in, but the customer had already grabbed her jerky and was running out of the market, shouting, "Help! Someone's trying to kill me! Help!" Seeing the stall owner about to give chase, Chu Xian called out on purpose, "If you run after her, someone might steal all your fish jerky." Reminded of this, the stall owner stopped short. She hurried back to her stall, gritting her teeth and shouting, "Grilled fish jerky. Cheap prices. Come and take a look." At that moment, Lian Mei and her husband came in with their cart to set up their own stall. Lian Mei didn't greet Chu Xian, but instead said a few words to the stall owner across the street. "Zhang Dong's wife, you're not selling dried shrimp anymore? Switched to grilled fish jerky." Chu Xian was sharp and immediately picked up on the information. So, she was Zhang Dong's wife. Now she understood. The Zhang family really was persistent. They'd try anything. Zhang Dong and his brother probably hadn't been released yet, otherwise it wouldn't be his wife here today. Chu Xian had no intention of getting into a price war. She'd sell at her usual prices. Just then, Lu Chao came in with a cart, stopping in front of Chu Xian's stall. 300 Jean, hurry up. The truck's waiting. It leaves in 20 minutes. Zhang Dong's wife heard this and quickly called out, "Buy from me. Mine's cheaper by several mao per Jean. You'd save dozens of yuan on 300 Jean." Lu Chao looked at her, face serious. "You can talk to Boss Yuan yourself when he comes to buy. Today, he only told me to buy from Chu Xian. He knew Yuan Banwei always put quality first and wouldn't switch suppliers just to save a few cents." He helped Chu Xian load the jerky onto the cart. Chu Xian took everything with her, otherwise it would definitely get stolen. She hauled the goods over to the office to be weighed. She'd brought a total of 302 Jean and 7 Liang. After giving out samples and selling 1 Jean, there were 301 Jean and a bit left. She rounded it down to 300 Jean. After Lu Chao helped load it onto the truck, he wrote Chu Xian a receipt. Chu Xian put the receipt in her pocket and stepped on the scale to weigh herself. 195 Jean. She'd lost 5 Jean since before. A good sign. Lu Chao went back to the payment office and Chu Xian greeted him before wandering the market with her things, waiting for Mu Chinza. Some old customers who'd bought from Chu Xian before greeted her. "Boss Fatty, did someone else take over your stall today?" Chu Xian didn't mind being called fat at all. She smiled and explained, "I've sold out for today. I don't know the people at that stall selling grilled fish jerky now. Best to try before you buy, so you don't regret it. Thanks for the tip." She ran into 3 or 4 old customers in a row. She repeated the same explanation. Chu Xian continued browsing the market. This was Ping City's biggest farmers' market. Seafood and vegetables were the main goods, with grains, fruit, pork, lamb, and so on making up the rest. There were lots of vendors and plenty of buyers. Chu Xian bought 5 Jean of raw peanuts at 1.5 yuan per Jean, spending 7.5 yuan without a second thought, just to satisfy her cravings. She could fry, boil, or roast them at home. She also bought a Jean of pork for 1 yuan. She wanted to buy more, but since she hadn't received payment for her goods yet, she had to be careful with her spending. Now she just hoped Yuan Banwei would come and settle the bill in a few days. It was over 700 yuan, not a small sum. Half an hour later, she headed outside the market to wait for Mu Chinza. Passing by Zhang Dong's wife's stall, she saw her staring gloomily at her fish jerky. No business. Chu Xian pinched her nose as she walked by. The Zhang family's jerky stank to high heaven. She didn't even need to check to know they'd used rotten fish. Just as she reached the market entrance, Mu Chinza suddenly jumped out from the side, startling Chu Xian so much she nearly dropped her sack. Luckily, Mu Chinza caught it in time. "Mu Chinza, what are you doing?" acting like a kid, trying to scare people. Muchinza looked proud. I'm just happy we made money. Guess how much we made selling last night's seafood haul? Chu Xian was amused by his expression. Judging by your face, it must be a lot. Maybe 100 yuan at most. Wrong. Guess again. Is that too high or too low? Too low. Did we make 150? Still too low. No way it's 200? Nope. Still too low. Don't tell me it's 300? Correct. Chu Xian looked incredulous. Who's the fool who bought our seafood? Muchinza certainly wasn't about to admit that he was that fool. I forgot to ask what that fool's name was. It's only a little after 4 a.m. right now. If we want to take the bus, we'll have to wait another hour or two. How about we pick up some goods in the city and bring them back to sell? Chu Xian was a little tempted. What kind of goods should we get? They'd just received 300 yuan, enough to buy some stock. Muchinza lowered his voice. I have a friend who has a batch of Dacron women's shirts. The two of us can pool our money and buy a portion. In this era, Dacron shirts were in high demand. Chu Xian agreed without hesitation. 20 minutes later, Muchinza led Chu Xian to a secluded courtyard. Muchinza grabbed the door knocker and tapped 3 times. Soon, someone came to open the door. Muchinza had already given instructions, so Chu Xian didn't speak up, just waited quietly outside. Muchinza went in, and about 10 minutes later, came out carrying a burlap sack. The courtyard gate was quickly shut behind him. Chu Xian could tell these people were very cautious. After they'd walked a distance, Chu Xian asked quietly, How many did you get? Muchinza replied in a low voice, 100. All women's shirts, 6 yuan each wholesale. We can sell them for 10 yuan each back in the county, people will be fighting over them. Chu Xian felt a rush of excitement just thinking about it. If they sold all 100, that was a pure profit of 400 yuan. Split 50-50, that's 200 yuan each. How about we do this every few days? Bring good stuff back from the city to sell? Muchinza was more than happy. No problem. He answered so quickly and decisively that Chu Xian gave him a probing look. Muchinza, have you done this kind of thing a lot before? Muchinza answered honestly, not a lot. Just occasionally. This time was just a lucky coincidence. Chu Xian's gaze fell on Muchinza's pocket. You always have a lot of cash on you, don't you? Honestly, you don't need to partner with me. You could buy stock and sell it yourself. You're basically helping me out. Muchinza firmly denied it. Who says I'm helping you? I just want someone to share the risk with. Risk and profit go hand in hand. If we sell everything, we both make money. If we don't, we both lose. Don't make me out to be some kind of saint. Seeing he wouldn't admit it, Chu Xian smiled helplessly. All right, partner, let's head to the bus station. Okay. If they hurried, they might catch the first bus. On the way, Chu Xian offered to carry the sack of shirts for a while, but Muchinza refused, saying it wasn't heavy at all. They rushed and managed to catch the first bus to the county. Once on board, there happened to be 2 seats together. Muchinza shoved the sack of shirts under the seat. Chu Xian took out breakfast from the sack, meat-filled flatbreads his little brother had made, and handed 3 to Muchinza. Muchinza was indeed hungry and wolfed them down. Oh. He choked. Chu Xian handed him a water flask. Muchinza took it without thinking and drank a few gulps. He was the kind of guy who always forgot to bring a water flask, even though he knew he'd choke while eating. After he finished drinking, he realized he'd used Chu Xian's flask, and his face turned red. Sorry. Now you can't drink from it. Chu Xian smiled generously. I brought it just for you. I have my own. She pulled another flask from the sack and waved it. At that moment, Muchinza felt a warmth in his heart, realizing Chu Xian had noticed he never brought water, so she'd brought one just for him. Thank you. What for? We're buddies. Yeah. Muchinza continued eating the flatbread. After breakfast, Chu Xian's gaze landed on the ticket seller's wristwatch. Muchinza seemed to read her mind and whispered, so only the 2 of them could hear, I'll get someone to help us find 2 watches. One for you, one for me. In this era, watches weren't something you could buy just because you had money. Sometimes you had to wait a long time. Chu Xian really did need a watch. Okay. An hour later, they arrived in the county. After getting off the bus, they headed straight for the morning market. They found an empty spot by a wall and set up their stall. Chu Xian watched as Mu Chenze pulled nails, rope, and hangers from the sack and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. You really thought of everything. The more she thought about it, the more she felt Mu Chenze was an old hand at this. Mu Chenze picked up a stone from the roadside and hammered a nail into the wall, then hammered another one a meter away. Chu Xian helped him string up the rope, picked 3 different styles of shirts, hung them on hangers, and put them up on the line. As she hung them, she called out, "Shirts for sale. Brand new Dacron shirts." Mu Chenze didn't join in the shouting. Chu Xian double-checked the price with him. "We're really selling them for 10 yuan? Or should we do 11 for 1, 20 yuan for 2, 30 for 3? That's a great idea. Let's do it." With Mu Chenze's encouragement, Chu Xian called out loudly, "Dacron shirts, 11 yuan each, 20 yuan for 2, 30 for 3. If you want a bargain, call your friends and family to buy together." Soon, a slim woman came over. "Fat girl Xian, I must be your first customer, right? Give me a deal, 10 yuan for 1, okay?" Chu Xian replied cheerfully, "You really are my first customer. 10 yuan it is, pick whichever you like." The woman happily picked one, paid, and left satisfied. After the first sale, more people came over to ask about prices and look at the shirts. Some girls really liked the shirts, but hesitated to buy. After all, one shirt cost as much as 10 days' wages. Whether they bought or not, Chu Xian greeted everyone with a smile, while Mu Chenze found a stone to sit on and rest. He figured Chu Xian was great at business, so he just had to watch the shirts and make sure nothing got stolen. The morning market was right next to the water plant, flour mill, noodle factory, and pharmaceutical plant. Once the women working the night shift got off, they'd come by and they'd sell plenty. Both Chu Xian and Mu Chenze knew this well. At 7 o'clock, the night shift women started coming to the market, and some day shift workers passed by too. Many stopped at Chu Xian's stall. Everyone wanted to buy one. A few people teamed up to buy together, getting the 10 yuan price per shirt. They quickly sold over 30 shirts. Even the girls who had hesitated earlier gritted their teeth and each bought one. In less than an hour and a half, they'd sold 60 shirts. They'd made back their costs. Never underestimate the spending power of working women. As the morning market thinned out, Mu Chenze stood up. "Let's pack up and head back. No point in staying, anyone who wanted one had already bought." Chu Xian immediately got to it. After packing up, Chu Xian counted out 300 yuan and handed it to Mu Chenze. "Let's split the money now. Whatever we sell from here on is pure profit." Mu Chenze didn't refuse and put the money in his pocket. "Let's go set up at the town market for a bit." "Okay." Chu Xian already had a spot in mind. They each carried a sack to the nearby bus stop. Just as they reached the stop, Chu Xian suddenly gave Mu Chenze a push. "Turn your back to me and walk ahead. No matter what happens, don't turn around." Mu Chenze was confused, but did as told. He figured he'd ask about it later. But after just a few steps, he heard a familiar and annoying voice. "Hey, Fatty Xian, just got back from selling grilled fish snacks? Didn't the city folk look down on a country bumpkin like you?" It was Chuji. The unpleasant words kept coming. "Chu Xian, you're just a cheap little brat. Pig brain idiot." Before the family split, Chuji used to curse at her like this all the time, and back then, Chu Xian never fought back. Hearing these insults, Mu Chenze's first instinct was to step in and teach Chuji a lesson for Chu Xian. He was just about to turn around when Chu Xian's voice rang out, "I can handle Chuji all by myself." Today, everyone gets to watch the show of the fat one dealing with the skinny one. This was her way of telling Mu Chenze that she could handle it alone and he shouldn't interfere. In the end, Mu Chenze chose to respect her wishes. First, he misunderstood and thought Chu Xian didn't want Chuji to see the two of them together. Second, with Chu Xian's build, beating Chuji shouldn't be a problem. He kept walking forward, turning into an alley, and secretly glanced back at Chu Xian's position. Actually, the reason Chu Xian told Mu Chenze to keep walking was because she didn't want him to get on Chuji's bad side because of her. After all, the mastermind behind everything still hadn't been found. She didn't want Muchinza to become a target for malicious revenge. As for her and Chu Ji, their feud was old news. She wasn't afraid of any payback. With someone like Chu Ji, Chu Xian couldn't be bothered to waste words. She'd just show him what she was made of. Before Chu Ji could react, Chu Xian grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Chu Ji kicked wildly, trying to scratch at Chu Xian's face, but she slapped his hand away. The next moment, his body was airborne, and he was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut. Just when he thought Chu Xian was going to slam him to the ground and break his bones, he felt himself get stuck on something. He opened his eyes to find that Chu Xian had thrown him into a tree, wedged between two branches. He was afraid of heights. Chu Xian, I'm going to report you. Chu Xian knew exactly what kind of person he was. She looked utterly unconcerned. Go ahead. I didn't hit you and I didn't curse at you. But you? You called me fat, a country bumpkin, a cheap brat, pig-brain idiot. The branches shook as Chu Ji trembled, too scared to move, but his mouth didn't stop. You threw me into a tree. If anything happens to me, I'm going to blame it all on your family. Go ahead. If that happens, I'll break your arms and legs and take care of you for the rest of your life. Let's see if you'll ever get married or have kids then. You what? Back then, I let you and Feng Chunhua bully me because I thought you were family. Now that I know you're not, there's no reason to put up with you. This is just a little lesson. If you dare mess with me again, don't blame me for ruining your chances of ever getting married or having kids. As she spoke, Chu Xian leaned in close and whispered so no one else could hear, and another thing, you can report me if you want, but I can't guarantee I won't tell everyone about your little problem. If that gets out, do you think you'll still be able to find a wife? Chu Xian didn't plan to beat up Chu Ji in public. If she ever wanted to, she could just wait until he was walking home at night, throw a sack over his head, and give him a beating. She'd done it before. Chu Ji finally gave up struggling and started yelling for help. The onlookers had all heard Chu Ji cursing, and everyone said he deserved what he got. No one was willing to help him down. Chu Xian ignored him and went to wait for the bus. Chu Ji stayed up in the tree, shivering the whole time. It wasn't until a security officer passed by and got him down that he was finally rescued. But he didn't dare complain to anyone about Chu Xian, because he really did have a certain problem. If Shaoli ever found out, she'd never marry him. He slunk away like a turtle hiding in its shell. Only then did Chu Xian wave to Muchinza in the alley, signaling that it was safe to come out. Muchinza walked over to Chu Xian, half smiling. So, what's his problem? I can read lips, you know. Don't try to hide it from me. Chu Xian whispered back, have you ever seen a guy in his 20s or 30s who still wets the bed at night? That's Chu Ji. But you have to keep this a secret, or I won't have anything to threaten him with in the future. Muchinza tried his best not to laugh. He really hadn't expected Chu Ji, at his age, to still. Before long, the bus arrived. The two of them got on with their things. 20 minutes later, they got off in town. Each of them carried 20 shirts, agreeing to sell them separately. Whoever sold out first could head back to the village, and if they couldn't sell them all, they'd just try again tomorrow. Muchinza headed straight for the market, while Chu Xian went to Uncle Dragon's shop. Inside, only Uncle Dragon was there, lounging in a chair, sipping tea and listening to the radio. Business was slow, but he didn't mind. His shop was mainly for clients from out of town. All kinds of jade pieces and ornaments were sold to customers from other cities and provinces. He never had to worry about making money. As soon as he saw Chu Xian, he got up from his chair. Xiao Xian, you're here. Need my help with something? I do, actually. Uncle Dragon, take a look at these shirts. By seniority, Chu Xian really did have to call him uncle. She took several shirts out of her sack. Uncle Dragon glanced at them and smiled. Nice style. Should be able to sell for 12 or 13 yuan each. You're not thinking of putting them on consignment in my shop, are you? As you can see, I don't get many walk-in customers. I get about 10 orders a month, which is enough to support me and my guys. But shirts? They won't sell here. Chu Xian grinned. I'm not leaving them here. I remember you have a cousin who works at the sock factory in town. Could you ask her if any of her coworkers want to buy some? My base price is 10 yuan each. Anything above that, she can keep as commission. No problem. I'll call her at the factory right now. Soon, Uncle Dragon got in touch with his cousin, Lu Ning. Lu Ning was very interested and immediately took time off to come take a look. Half an hour later, Chu Xian met Lu Ning. Before coming, Lu Ning had already quietly asked her female coworkers. Over 20 of them wanted to buy. After seeing the shirts, they decided to take them all on the spot, but payment would have to wait until Lu Ning sold the shirts and collected the money. Chu Xian agreed readily. She'd dealt with Lu Ning in her previous life and knew she was honest and trustworthy. Before leaving, Chu Xian took a piece of pork out of her sack and handed it to Uncle Dragon. Uncle Dragon, this is for you and Auntie Lu. Not giving them a chance to refuse, she ran out of the shop. Having given away the pork, she needed to buy more. So she headed to the town market, planning to check on how Muchinza was doing with his shirt sales. At the pork stall, she happened to catch the last piece of pork belly, 1 jin and 1 liang, which she bought. She carried the meat with a string and looked over at Muchinza's stall. He was surrounded by 6 girls, smiling as he quoted prices and telling them how beautiful and pretty they'd look in the new shirts, calling them fairies and princesses. He used every flattering word he could think of. In the end, the 6 girls were talked into buying 2 shirts each at 25 yuan for 2. Just like that, he sold 12 shirts. After the girls left, Chu Xian walked over and gave Muchinza a thumbs up, looking impressed. You're amazing. Wearing your shirts turns people into goddesses. I always thought you didn't know how to sweet-talk people. Muchinza looked a little embarrassed at being caught, but he couldn't help but retort, when you lose weight, I'll call you a goddess too. He never missed a chance to encourage Chu Xian to lose weight. Chu Xian was full of confidence. There will come a day when I slim down. Just then, a female customer walked over, gave Chu Xian a shove, and said bluntly, Fatty, move aside. There's no way you can fit into these shirts. Don't get in the way while I'm shopping. Before Chu Xian, the person involved, could say anything, Muchinza had already spoken up. Sorry, ma'am, but I'm not selling these last 2 shirts anymore. This woman had been both disdainful and pushy toward Chu Xian. He'd rather give the shirts away than sell them to her. The woman pointed at her own face in disbelief. Do I really look that old? You're calling me auntie? I'm only 26. Just got married a couple of years ago, and you're calling me auntie. Muchinza continued packing up the last 2 shirts as he replied, That's right. I'm calling you auntie. If you hadn't said you were 26, I would have thought you were 56. You. The woman was so angry she nearly choked. By the time Muchinza and Chu Xian each picked up their sacks and left, she finally came to her senses and started cursing after them. You little shirt-selling brat. How dare you call me old? Just you wait, don't let me catch you again. By now, Chu Xian and Muchinza had already left the market. Chu Xian naturally knew that Muchinza had called the woman auntie on purpose to stand up for her. Hey, thanks for having my back. Muchinza looked Chu Xian up and down. No problem. If you really want to thank me, lose 5 pounds every month. That'll do. Chu Xian smiled, lips pressed together. I just weighed myself in town today, 195 pounds. I used to be 200, so I've already lost 5 pounds. Muchinza pretended to regret it. Should have asked for 10 pounds a month. No way. A gentleman's word is his bond. You're a grown man, you can't go back on your word. Fine, fine. Consider your thanks delivered. To give you extra motivation, I'll set a prize. If you lose 10 pounds this month, I'll give you a little gift, not worth much, but still a gift. Chu Xian had already planned to lose 10 pounds a month anyway. Since it was just a small gift, she didn't mind. At worst, she'd just treat Muchinza to a few more meals in the future. You promise? Of course. Muchinza's gaze fell on the sack in Chu Xian's hand. About those shirts you took. They're basically sold, but I haven't gotten the money yet. Should be in the next day or 2. Sold them at 10 yuan each, so that's 200 yuan total. I sold mine at 25 for 2, and managed to sell 18 shirts for 225 yuan. There are 2 left. Why don't we each take one and give them away? Great idea. I want to give one to Grandma Gao. What about you, for your mom? Yeah, my mom's been wanting a Dacron shirt for ages. Mu Chenza pulled a shirt from his sack and handed it to Chu Xian. Chu Xian took it, not wanting to take advantage, and pulled 10 yuan from her pocket. Let me buy this one. Selling 18 shirts for 225 yuan, that's your skill. Before she could finish, Mu Chenza slapped her hand away. We agreed to split the business 50-50, no matter how much we make. I still owe you 12.50. Put your money away or I'll get mad. Not only did she fail to pay, Mu Chenza insisted on giving her 12.50 instead. I always feel like I'm taking advantage of you. You're not taking advantage of me, you're making a smart investment. Stick with me in business, and who knows, maybe you'll really take off. I'll hold you to that. In her previous life, Mu Chenza really was a money-making genius. Otherwise, Chu Xian wouldn't have been able to help out her family so much. Chu Xian put the money away, feeling a mix of emotions and a flash of guilt in her eyes. Mu Chenza didn't notice her expression. He was looking off into the distance. Looks like that's our village's tractor. You should catch a ride back. I've got something to do. When you get home, don't mention selling shirts. Just say we each bought one for our elders. Before Chu Xian could respond, Mu Chenza quickly ducked into an alley. Chu Xian didn't think much of it. If he didn't want her to say anything, she wouldn't. She flagged down the tractor. The driver was Lu Dapeng. When he saw her, Lu Dapeng automatically braked, moved to the back, and gestured for her to get on. Chu Xian thanked him and sat in the driver's seat. It was after 9 by the time they reached the village entrance. She handed Lu Dapeng a dime as fare. Lu Dapeng scratched his head, a little embarrassed, said nothing, and only drove off after watching Chu Xian leave. When Chu Xian got home, everyone was busy with their chores. Chu Xian took a shirt from her sack and said softly to Gao Meiwan, "Grandma Gao, I told you I'd show my respect. Here's a shirt for you. Try it on in my room." Gao Meiwan stopped gutting fish and looked over in delight. "Is this Dacron? Oh, you child, this must have cost a lot." She'd wanted one for ages, but never managed to buy one. Chu Xian just smiled, not mentioning the price. Gao Meiwan quickly washed and dried her hands, took the shirt, and went to Chu Xian's room to try it on. Qin Mahua looked at the new shirt with envy. Chu Xian quickly said, "Aunt Qin, Mu Chenza bought one for you too. He had something to do and didn't come back with me, but you'll see it when you go home at noon." Qin Mahua beamed. "My son is so thoughtful." She started gutting fish even faster, her hands a blur. Soon, Gao Meiwan came out in her new shirt, looking much younger. Everyone praised how nice she looked. Miao Dakui was happy for her. "Mom, even though Xiao Xian calls you grandma out of respect, she's really like another daughter to you." "That's right." Gao Meijuan's eyes grew red. Xiao Xian had helped her family so much lately. She wanted to say more, but there was a knock at the door. Outside, Hua Daling called, "Chu Xian, are you home?" Chu Xian had been waiting for her. "I'm here. Come in." Gao Meiwan, eager to get back to gutting fish, quickly changed back into her old clothes and returned to work in the yard. Hua Daling glanced around the yard. There were wooden basins and buckets everywhere, all filled with skinned fish. Fish heads were piled in a corner, and countless fish skins hung on the wall. Qin Mahua guessed Hua Daling was here to ask for work. Remembering her daughter-in-law's request, she spoke up first. "Xiao Xian, if you need help, my daughter-in-law can pitch in." Chu Xian replied cheerfully, "Great. If I need help, I'll call sister fucking first." Hearing this, Hua Daling felt awkward about asking for a job. "I'm not here for anything special, just wanted to apologize in person. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hidden the fact that your dad isn't Feng Chunhua's biological son. But it's not all my fault. Feng Chunhua threatened me. She said if I told, she'd take back the grain she gave my family. I couldn't pay her back, so I kept quiet." Chu Xian smiled calmly. "Aunt Hua, I forgive you. After all, you told the truth to the authorities. I should be thanking you." Hua Daling hadn't expected Chu Xian to forgive her so easily. "No need to thank me. You saying that makes me want to crawl into a hole. Xiao Xian, you're so capable, you're bound to have a bright future." Cutting ties with Feng Chunhua is for the best, so you won't be dragged down by her family later. Chu Xian suddenly picked up on something. Hua Daling really seemed to know more. She wanted to ask, but couldn't seem too eager. Aunt Hua, if I ever need more help, would you mind coming over? I pay 1 cent per pound of skin fish, according to my standards. Dangle the carrot in front of the donkey and it'll move. Hua Daling nodded eagerly. I don't mind. I'd be happy to. If you need help, just call me. I'll get going now. I'll walk you out. Chu Xian not only walked Hua Daling to the door, but even a few steps further before speaking again. Aunt Hua, I heard Feng Chunhua's family has been having all sorts of trouble since the split, huh? The conversation was successfully started. Hua Daling loved nothing more than acting mysterious while gossiping about other people's secrets. That's right. Xiao Xian, you have no idea. Ever since Feng Chunhua was released, she's cut ties with her family. She claims Feng Ti stole her money and says she'll never acknowledge Feng Ti's family again. As if I don't know how much money she actually has. In reality, it's just over 2,000 yuan. Before her money was stolen, I overheard her counting it. Chu Xian suddenly became a bit worried for Hua Daling's safety. You haven't told anyone else about this, have you? Hua Daling was completely oblivious to any danger. No, I haven't had time to visit other neighbors and spread the news yet. There's been a lot going on at home. My husband hurt his leg, so I have to take care of him. Chu Xian lowered her voice and said seriously, don't ever mention that you overheard Feng Chunhua counting her money. Hua Daling was confused. Why not? What could she do to me if I did? Chu Xian couldn't reveal her own suspicions, so she gave a veiled warning instead. Even if you tell people, they might not believe you. Besides, Feng Chunhua isn't someone to mess with. If you offend her openly, she'll definitely try to get back at you. She's done plenty of nasty things before. She's ruthless. Poisoning someone isn't out of the question. No way. Hua Daling was a little scared. Chu Xian fanned the flames. Why not? I saw her poison a dog and 2 cats with my own eyes. The dog barked at her a few times, and the cats stole some of her fish. If she can do that to animals, what do you think she'd do to a person who crosses her? She might get away with poisoning cats and dogs, but if she poisoned a person, she'd have to pay with her life. She did it so cleanly with the animals that their owners couldn't find any evidence. Hua Daling shivered. Having a neighbor like that is just bad luck for 8 generations. I'll listen to you, I won't tell a soul. If I find out any more of her secrets, I'll only tell you. Chu Xian deliberately replied, no need to tell me. Just keep it to yourself. But Hua Daling was a die-hard gossip. You'll just have to listen to me ramble. You know what I'm like. If I have a secret and can't tell anyone, it'll suffocate me. That secret about your dad? My mother-in-law told me on her deathbed, and I couldn't help but run to ask Feng Chunhua about it that very day. If I hadn't told her, I probably would have died from holding it in. Chu Xian knew exactly what kind of person she was. She'd been waiting for her to say that. All right, I'll listen. But it stops with me, okay? Okay. Oh, let me finish telling you. If I don't, I'll feel uncomfortable. Go ahead. Keep your voice down. Hua Daling leaned in and whispered in Chu Xian's ear. Chu Xian was stunned by what she heard. After seeing Hua Daling out, Chu Xian first mentioned to Gao Meiwan that her little brother wanted to learn abacus from Accountant 1. Gao Meiwan promised to take care of it and shooed Chu Xian off to drink her herbal medicine and catch up on sleep. Chu Xian settled accounts with her little brother, took out some pork belly and peanuts, and told him to cook them for everyone before heading back to her room to rest. She lay on the kang, exhausted but unable to fall asleep. She'd learned quite a bit from Hua Daling today. Besides the money Feng Ti left her before he died, Feng Chunhua also had money from selling a gold bar over 3,000 yuan. As for where the gold bar came from, Feng Chunhua told her family she'd found it. When Feng Chunhua heard Pan Xiaoli wanted a 2,000 yuan bride price, she cursed about it for ages. Hua Daling overheard every word, but in the end, she still agreed to pay. Chu Xian suspected the gold bar was given to Feng Chunhua by her biological son. But in her previous life, she'd never heard of Feng Chunhua having a biological son. None of the men Feng Chunhua associated with were the same age as Chu Xian's biological father. Could she be looking in the wrong direction? Or maybe the problem was with Feng Chunhua herself. She'd have to find time to call Qin Xiahong's family in the neighboring county and ask about her situation. With that thought, Chu Xian finally drifted off to sleep. At 11:30 a.m., Qin Mahua returned home. She asked her eldest daughter-in-law and learned that Mu Chinza was resting in his room. Qin Mahua couldn't wait to try on her new Dacron shirt. She tiptoed into Mu Chinza's bedroom, spotted the white shirt on his desk, and carefully picked it up. Just as she was about to leave, she caught a familiar scent of grilled fish snacks. Following the smell, she opened a drawer and found a bag of grilled fish snacks, 3 flavors. She tasted one. The flavor was unmistakable. It was from Chu Xian's family. She decided to ask her son about it once he woke up. Around 3 p.m., Mu Chenza woke up and noticed the new shirt was missing from his desk and someone had rummaged through his drawer. He guessed his mother had found the fish snacks. The snacks were a gift from Chu Xian. He'd planned to keep them all to himself, but now that was impossible. He simply grabbed the fish snacks and his earnings for the day and went to his mother's room. "Mom, I really like Chu Xian's grilled fish snacks. I wanted to buy some from her, but she just gave me a bunch and refused to take any money. I'll just charge her one less day's fare to make up for it. I was worried wildcats would get them if I left them in the kitchen, so I hid them in my drawer. Now I'm handing them over. And here's my earnings for today. Oh, and about that Dacron shirt. I heard from Chu Xian that you bought it for me, so I couldn't wait to try it on. It fits perfectly." "That's good." As they spoke, Qin Mahua took the cash and fish snacks from her son. She put the snacks in her special cupboard for treats, planning to bring them out at mealtime. She started counting the money. Mu Chenza glanced at the cupboard. He wasn't a stingy person, but for some reason, he wanted to keep everything Chu Xian gave him just for himself. Afraid his mother would misunderstand if he said so, he kept quiet. When Qin Mahua finished counting the money, Mu Chenza was still there. "Xiaoza, why are you still here? There's food left for you in the kitchen, go eat. Honestly, you're old enough, but I still have to remind you to eat." Mu Chenza pointed at the cupboard, putting on a casual air. "Can I take some fish snacks to eat with my meal?" "Of course. I should have set some aside earlier before putting them away." Qin Mahua opened the cupboard as she nagged. "Go ahead and take some. These are definitely tastier than the ones I make." Mu Chenza took about a pound, and when he tried to take more, Qin Mahua stopped him. "You can't just eat these, you need vegetables too, or you'll get sick from an unbalanced diet." "Got it." Mu Chenza bit into a fish snack and headed to the kitchen. At that moment, Chu Xian had just woken up and was eating in the kitchen. Her little brother had saved her some food, pork belly stewed with cabbage and vermicelli, salted peanuts, and white rice. It tasted great. A little after 6 p.m., Ji Ping came by to deliver fish. This time, it was 1,800 jin. To save time, Chu Xian called in 2 more helpers, Fu Qing and Hua Daling. Though they were new, the 2 of them could process 100 jin of skinned fish each per hour. By 9 p.m., all the fish were done. As usual, wages for fish processing were paid out the same day. Even though Hua Daling earned the least, she still got 3 yuan and was so excited she nearly cried. "Xiaoxian, can I come again tomorrow?" She was so afraid this would be her one and only chance. Hua Daling was indeed a chatterbox, but there was no denying she was a hard worker. Besides, Chu Xian still needed her to occasionally report on Feng Chunhua's movements. "Of course they can come. Everyone can come. We need to process 2,000 jin, about 1,100 pounds, tomorrow morning. I'll go to the docks in a bit and let Li Tong know so he can get ready." No one was afraid of hard work. They were only afraid of not making money. The happiest of all was Widow Nyo. An extra 1,000 jin of fish meant more water to carry and more firewood to chop. Not only would her wages double, she'd also get overtime pay. This was the longest job she'd ever held. She'd never worked more than 2 days at a stretch before. Widow Nyo volunteered eagerly. "I'll go tell Li Tong. Xiaoxian, you stay home and take care of things." She was more than happy to run errands. Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Widow Nyo trotted out the door, not the least bit afraid even though it was pitch dark outside. Other women might worry about being harassed by unsavory men, but not Widow Nyo. She was stronger than most men and had plenty of muscle. Once, a foolish man tried to take advantage of her and ended up with his teeth scattered all over the ground. Since then, no man dared lay a finger on her. Miao Dakui stayed behind to watch the roasting oven while the others headed home. At around 3 in the morning the next day, Chu Xian set up her stall at the city's farmers' market. Today, she brought 300 jin of roasted fish fillets and took the second stall by the entrance, as usual. Zhang Dong's wife had arrived early and taken the first stall. She'd lowered her price again, 1 yuan per jin, and no tasting before buying. Chu Xian's price was still 2 yuan per jin, exactly double Zhang's. Many new customers, wanting to save money, bought from Zhang's stall. Business was slow for Chu Xian, but she called out loudly, freshly roasted fish fillets. Taste before you buy, guaranteed satisfaction. It was her way of telling customers, if you don't taste first, you'll regret it. Even so, some bargain hunters still went for Zhang's fish fillets. When Mu Chenza finished his deliveries and came to find Chu Xian, she still had over 200 jin of fish fillets left. Zhang's had already sold out. Zhang Dong's wife shot Chu Xian a provocative look as she left the market. Mu Chenza pointed at her back. That woman looks familiar. Oh, right. When I was following Zhang Qiu, I saw her go into the Zhang house. Chu Xian sighed. That's Zhang Dong's wife. She's deliberately competing with me. She sells her fish fillets for 1 yuan a jin. I didn't lower my price, so I've got a lot left. Mu Chenza was surprised. How can she make money selling so cheap? She uses stinky fish that nobody wants. The cost is rock bottom. With that kind of quality, people might buy once, but never again. Let's hope so. I can't go back with you today. I need to renew my stall fee and try for another 2 or 3 hours. I've got nothing to do back home. I'll help you watch the stall. No need to pay me, just buy me breakfast. Deal. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian returned after renewing the stall fee and saw a customer standing in front of the first empty stall, holding a bag with about 5 jin of fish fillets. Where's the stall owner? I want to return these fish fillets. What the hell is this? The top layer is fine, but underneath it's all stinky and foul. Chu Xian kindly reminded him, she's already sold out and left. I kept shouting, taste before you buy, guaranteed satisfaction, but you didn't listen. She'll probably be back tomorrow, but knowing her, I doubt she'll give you a refund. The customer kicked the stall. She'd better. If she doesn't, I'll flip her stall. He left, carrying the bag of fish fillets. Chu Xian returned to her own stall. Half an hour later, business was still slow. By a little after 6 in the morning, she still had 180 jin left. Chu Xian told Mu Chenza to watch the stall while she went out to buy some steamed meat buns. She'd only just left when a man in a suit walked into the market. He happened to hear Mu Chenza hawking the goods. Freshly roasted fish fillets. Taste before you buy, guaranteed delicious. The man followed the sound and thought, This stall owner looks familiar. It was the young man he'd almost run into a few days ago. He approached and greeted him. Hey there, young man. Remember me? Mu Chenza thought for a moment before recalling, oh, I remember. How's your mother? She got timely treatment and is out of danger now. I'm really sorry about that day. I must have scared you and your friend. I was in a hurry and didn't leave any contact info. My name is Ho Ming Liang. You and your friend are okay, right? We're fine. I'm Mu Chenza. My friend is Chu Xian. This is her stall. She just went out to buy breakfast. Are you here to shop? Yeah. I lease a shop at the airport and come here to restock from time to time. Mu Chenza quickly grabbed a piece of fish fillet with a clean napkin. Try this, see if it's something you could sell in your shop? Ho Mingyang took it, drawn in by the aroma. He tasted it, it was spicy and numbing, and he couldn't help but eat a few more pieces. Delicious! Mu Chenza beamed. Try the other 2 flavors too. He handed over the salty sweet and fragrant spicy flavors. Ho Mingliang accepted them without hesitation and finished them quickly. Really tasty. The quality looks good and they keep well. As long as the price is right, I'll buy everything you've got here. He could repackage them and sell them for a good price. Muchins explained, retail is 2 yuan per jean, but if you buy more than 5 jean, it's 1.8 yuan per jean. For bulk orders, it's 1.6 yuan per jean. Of course, there are stalls selling for 1 yuan per jean, but that's made from stinky fish nobody wants. My friend's fish fillets are all made from freshly caught fish, so the quality is guaranteed. By the way, I'm a fisherman, I have my own boat. If you ever want any seafood, just let me know. Ho Mingliang's shop catered to relatively wealthy customers, so he was fine with paying for quality. Great, I'll take it all. 180 jean, for a total of 288 yuan. Muchinza wanted to give him a 3 yuan discount and sell for 285, but Ho Mingliang insisted on paying 288, saying the number was lucky. Just then, Chu Xian returned. Before she could figure out what was happening, Muchinza called for her to borrow Lu Chao's cart to help move the fish fillets. After they finished, they introduced themselves to Ho Mingliang. Muchinza handed all 288 yuan to Chu Xian. Ho Mingliang also placed an order with Muchinza for a batch of fresh sea cucumbers and abalone. To be delivered in 2 days, he'd call when they were ready. These premium seafood items, once processed and packaged, could fetch even higher prices. After exchanging contact info and addresses, Chu Xian and Muchinza caught the bus back to the county, eating their fragrant steamed meat buns on the way. They hadn't bought any goods today, so they could go home and rest early. Back in the county, Chu Xian wanted to check with Uncle Long about how the shirts were selling, so she parted ways with Muchinza. Muchinza didn't hurry home either, but went to see a friend to pick something up. As soon as Chu Xian entered Uncle Long's shop, he greeted her. I was just about to call you. Your Aunt Lu said the Dacron shirts are selling well and asked if you could get more men's shirts. She has a lot of male colleagues who want some too. The money from yesterday's shirts is here with me. Here, count it. Uncle Long pulled out a wad of bills from his pocket, all 10 yuan notes. Chu Xian took them and counted 20 bills, a total of 200 yuan, all settled. Just as she put the money away, Uncle Long handed her another wad, also about 200 yuan. Chu Xian looked puzzled. This money. This is a 200 yuan deposit. Can you help me get 30 pieces? Men's shirts might be a bit more expensive. Once the goods arrive and are sold, your Aunt Lu will pay the balance. Chu Xian didn't dare accept the money, not because she was worried about the balance, but because she didn't have a source for the goods. She'd have to ask Muchinza about this. There's no rush for the deposit. I need to check first. Wait for my call, okay? I'll get back to you as soon as I can. All right. After saying goodbye, Chu Xian walked out onto the main street. She had over 700 yuan on her, and there was still some cash at home. She didn't need that much on hand, so she decided to deposit 500 yuan at the bank. She always carried her ID when she went out. 20 minutes later, Chu Xian had her very first bankbook of this lifetime. She folded it up ceremoniously and put it in her pants pocket. Just as she was about to head to the bus stop to catch the bus back to town, a familiar voice rang out. Stop thief. Catch the thief. It was Muchinza's voice. Chu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Muchinza always carried several thousand yuan in cash. If a thief really got away with it, the Mu family would be heartbroken, and the thief would make a killing. Just then, a small, skinny man, running in a panic, dashed past her. Muchinza shouted again, that's him. The thief. Chu Xian quickly stuck out her foot, tripping the thief. Muchinza caught up and twisted the thief's arm behind his back. Trying to run, huh? You dare steal my money? That's not a small sum. You'll be in jail for half your life for this. As he spoke, he pulled a thick wad of cash from the thief's pocket, all 50 yuan notes, probably around 3,000 yuan. Muchinza's left pants pocket had been slashed open. Chu Xian knew he kept another wad in his right pocket, which seemed to be untouched. 10 minutes later, the thief was handed over to the security team. Chu Xian and Muchinza each gave their statements before leaving. Chu Xian, I really have you to thank today. If not for you, that thief might have gotten away. I was already out of breath chasing him. It was just your luck. I just happened to stick my foot out at the right time. You really should think about how to keep your money safe from now on. I should go home and talk to my mother. It's not safe to keep so much cash at home. I'll deposit what I have on me first. You go on ahead. I'll thank you properly when I get back. Don't be so polite. You've helped me so much, and I've never properly thanked you. Consider me your bodyguard for today, free of charge. I'll wait until you're done at the bank before I leave, just in case there are more thieves around. All right. Muchinza didn't argue with her. The two of them headed to the bank together. 20 minutes later, Muchinza received his deposit slip and sighed, "This is the first bank book in my name." Chu Xian couldn't help but take out her own. Mine too. Except hers had one less zero. Muchinza joked, "Who'd have thought we'd both get our first bank books on the same day? Fate, huh? It really is. Let's head back." Sure. Leaving the bank, they walked toward the bus stop. Chu Xian remembered what Uncle Long had asked her. "Muchinza, do you have any way to get men's Dacron shirts?" Muchinza looked troubled. "That's tough. The boss who sold us the goods yesterday could only get women's shirts. Otherwise, I'd have treated myself to one already." "No worries, I was just asking." "The bus is here." Once they got on the bus, neither of them spoke again. After they got home, they both took naps as usual. It was after 5 in the afternoon when Chu Xian finally woke up. Aunt Jean, who was gutting fish in the yard, saw Chu Xian and immediately put down her knife, washed her hands, and took out a handkerchief to dry them. "Xian, my second son told me all about it. If it weren't for you today, he would have lost all his money from selling goods. I don't have much to thank you with, but he just bought me a new watch. I already have one that works just fine, so I'd like to give you this new one. The strap is long, it'll fit you perfectly." It was a Plum Blossom brand watch, worth at least 100 yuan. Chu Xian couldn't accept it for free, but she really did want a watch. "Auntie, it was nothing really. I just stuck my foot out to trip the thief, didn't do much else. I can't accept the watch for free, but I can buy it. How about 100 yuan? Aunt Jean remembered her son's warning. "No way, that's too much. 60 yuan, if you think that's fair, I'll sell it to you. I got it through a friend at the factory, but there's a little scratch on the face, so it's a slightly defective piece. Final price. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else." That Chuji wanted to buy it for his wife. The other workers laughed so hard they nearly doubled over. The seller kept lowering the price, while the buyer kept trying to raise it. In the end, Chu Xian bought it. No way was she letting Chuji get it cheap. Chu Xian put on the watch, the strap fit perfectly. Was this really the watch Muchinza bought for Aunt Jean? The strap seemed like an extra-long version. Could it be that he'd planned for Aunt Jean to sell it to her at a low price? Muchinza knew she needed a watch. Should she ask Muchinza about it? Probably pointless, he wouldn't admit it anyway. Another busy day passed. At 1 in the morning, after Chu Xian got into the back seat of the delivery truck, Chu Feng came running over to remind her not to forget to pick up the herbal medicine in town. The last batch she'd brought back was already finished. Chu Xian smiled and nodded, promising to remember, and watched her little brother go back inside and lock the gate before telling Brother Lin to drive. When they arrived at the city's farmers' market, Chu Xian had just rented a stall and set up when she saw a crowd gathered around the first stall, shouting, "Give us our money back. You swindler. Selling junk as good stuff. All these fish are rotten." Zhang Dong's wife faced the crowd without fear, hands on her hips. "I told you, no refunds. The fish was fine when you bought it. If it went bad, that's your fault for not storing it properly. It's got nothing to do with me. If you keep blocking my stall and ruining my business, I'll call the security team." The customers shot back, "No need, we'll call them ourselves." Soon, 2 security officers arrived. They'd both tasted Chu Xian's grilled fish before, and it was delicious. The smell coming from Zhang's stall was so fishy it almost made them gag. The lead officer said, businesslike, "Refund these customers." Zhang Dong's wife was unfazed. "No money. Even if I had it, I wouldn't refund you. Who do you think you are? Security has no say over my grilled fish business." The officers left with a warning, "Then we'll call the food safety department to handle it," and walked away. Zhang Dong's wife didn't care. "Let them come. I'm not afraid. Go on, get lost. Didn't you see even the security team couldn't do anything to me?" The disgruntled customers hung around outside the market, hoping someone would step in. They also warned everyone coming into the market not to buy from the first grilled fish stall, but to buy from the second one, the chubby woman's stall. An hour passed like this. Zhang's grilled fish didn't sell at all, while Chu Xian sold nearly 150 jin. Zhang Dong's wife started cursing at Chu Xian. "Fatty, you're no good. You sent those people to cause trouble and demand refunds." Chu Xian sneered. "Everyone knows what you are. Their refund demands have nothing to do with me, but they have a lot to do with you. You're calling me names. You started it. Fatty, you country bumpkin. My family's from the city, watch out or you'll be sorry. Bring it on." "I'm not afraid." Just then, Yuan Banwe strode into the market in a suit, a small briefcase tucked under his arm. Zhang Dong's wife stopped him. "Boss, don't be fooled. That fatty and Lu Chao are working together to sell you overpriced grilled fish. I have proof. My grilled fish is only 1 yuan, why not buy from me instead?" Yuan Banwe pinched her nose with one hand and fanned the air with her briefcase in the other. "What's that smell? It's awful." Zhang Dong's wife looked embarrassed. "It's our family's specialty, grilled stinky fish fillets. They smell bad, but taste delicious. Never heard of grilled stinky fish fillets before. The smell is too much for me. Please move aside." Yuan Banwe's tone was far from polite. Zhang Dong's wife forced a smile. "We also have fragrant grilled fish fillets, just 1.3 yuan per jin. Would you like to try some?" Yuan Banwe looked her up and down. "You're Zhang Dong's wife, right?" "That's me. I'm surprised Boss Yuan remembers me." Zhang Dong's wife was clearly proud, and even shot a provocative glance at Chu Xian, as if to say, "See? Boss Yuan knows me." Chu Xian simply watched the scene unfold. Yuan Banwe looked disgusted. "Zhang Dong sold me spoiled dried shrimp. I haven't even settled that with him yet. How about you give me a refund? It's not much, just 50 or 60 yuan. Zhang Dong's wife hurried back to her stall. "Zhang Dong is Zhang Dong, I'm me. He sold it to you, so go find him, not me." Yuan Banwe walked over to Chu Xian's stall, smiling. "Boss Chu, haven't seen you for a few days. How's business?" Chu Xian replied with a polite smile. "Thanks to you, business is booming. Would you like to buy some grilled fish fillets today? In a few days, the rainy and typhoon season will start, so I might not be able to come to the city." Before Yuan Banwe could answer, Zhang Dong's wife butted in. "Boss Yuan, I really have proof. Lu Chao and this fatty are working together to scam you." Yuan Banwe already knew about Lu Chao taking commissions, not just from Chu Xian's family, but from others too. Lu Chao earned his commissions fair and square. It wasn't really a scam. "Shut up. Even if you had proof, I'd still be happy to let them scam me." That successfully shut Zhang Dong's wife up. Yuan Banwe turned to Chu Xian politely. "I'll take all the grilled fish fillets you have left. I'll have my people bring a cart over to weigh them at the market office. Later, I'll borrow Lu Chao's office so we can settle up. I'd also like to discuss a long-term partnership." "Of course." Finally able to settle accounts, Chu Xian felt a weight lift from her heart. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian not only received 960 yuan for the goods, but also signed a supply contract with Yuan Banwe. Chu Xian would supply 2,000 jin of grilled fish fillets each month. At the start of each month, Yuan Banwe would pay 30% as a deposit, and the balance at the end of the month. If Yuan Banwe failed to pay on time, Chu Xian could cut off supply the next month and demand interest at the bank rate, except in cases of force majeure. If Chu Xian couldn't deliver on time, she'd have to pay a penalty, also except for force majeure. Of course, if either party wanted to terminate the contract, they just needed to give 1 month's written notice. The contract would take effect on August 1st, next month. For this month, Yuan Banwe ordered 1,000 jin of grilled fish fillets to be delivered in 3 days, with payment on the spot. Supplying 2,000 jin a month was no problem for Chu Xian. With a few people working hard, they could grill that much in 3 days. She didn't have to worry about sourcing fish either, after all. She'd been reborn and knew there'd be plenty of ribbon fish in the coming years. Sometimes, she even thought that once she secured a few more supply contracts, she'd talk to Grandpa Wang about opening a grilled fish fillet factory under the village collective. Then they could not only make grilled fish fillets, but also dried shrimp, small dried fish, noodle fish, and so on. A little after 5 in the morning, Muchinza came to find Chu Xian, and the two of them headed for the bus station. Muchinza looked listless. Chu Xian asked with concern, "What's wrong? You look like a wilted eggplant." Muchinza sighed. "I didn't get paid for the goods today. I'm really on edge." "How much is it altogether?" 3,500 yuan. The cost alone was 2,000. "Why didn't the boss settle up with you?" "Bossio said it's not much money, not worth settling today. He'll pay me tomorrow." "I've been supplying him for a while and he seems trustworthy, so I agreed to let him pay later. But for some reason, I just feel uneasy." Hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly remembered that in her previous life, Muchinza had been cheated out of a whole truckload of seafood, wasn't it around this time? But in her last life, he hadn't delivered to the city every day, just every few days. She couldn't recall the exact date. She tried hard to remember the boss's name. Wasn't it Yao Dianxin? Is Bossio's full name Yao Dianxin? That's right. How did you know? I overheard someone mention it at the market. That guy's scammed a lot of people. Let's hurry and stop him. Muchinza didn't doubt her for a second. Let's go. Chances were Bossio hadn't left yet, since he'd just said he was waiting for another truckload of dried goods. Muchinza started running, and Chu Xian followed, but after a few hundred meters, she was out of breath. She gestured for Muchinza to go on ahead and stop him. That was thousands of yuan's worth of goods. They absolutely couldn't let themselves be cheated. Chu Xian, just another 1,000 meters ahead, then turn right. It's the transfer warehouse with the attached office. I'll go on ahead. With that, Muchinza sprinted off. By the time Chu Xian, panting and half-running, reached the place, Muchinza was being threatened by Yao Dianxin. "Muchinza, if you insist on getting paid for the shipment, then forget it. Take your goods back yourself." Muchinza quickly did the math. If he hired people to unload and then hired a truck to haul it back, and if any abalone died in transit, he'd lose several hundred yuan. "Boss Yao, how about this? I'll take a smaller profit. Just give me 3,000 yuan for this load." Yao Dianxin looked shameless. "I really don't have any cash today. Not 3,000, not even 1,000. If you want your money, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." Chu Xian steadied her breathing, guessing what Muchinza was worried about. If they took the goods back, even if they couldn't sell them fresh, they could dry the abalone and at least break even. But if they didn't get paid, they'd lose thousands. She spoke up, "On the way here, I ran into Brother Lin. He's got a job in the city and can be here in about an hour. We can hire some people to unload, and when his truck arrives, we'll haul the abalone back. We can dry them and I've got sales channels, we'll still make a good profit." She said this on purpose. Yao Dianxin snorted. "Go ahead. But you've got 20 minutes to clear my truck, or I'll charge you a storage fee. Every extra minute is 1 yuan. Chu Xian cursed him inwardly and gave Muchinza a look. Muchinza knew now wasn't the time for harsh words. Deal with this jerk after unloading. He looked around at the dozen or so strong laborers nearby. 50 cents per bucket to unload the abalone. Who's in? There were 100 buckets of abalone in the truck. With a dozen strong men, they could unload it all in 10 minutes. But no one responded. Were they unhappy with the pay? Muchinza had to up the offer. 60 cents per bucket. The laborers just looked away, ignoring him. Chu Xian shouted, 1 yuan per bucket. Who's in? Still, no one answered. But one of the burly men glanced at Chu Xian, hesitated as if he wanted to say something, then looked at Yao Dianxin. Yao Dianxin shot him a threatening look. Chu Xian started to understand. Yao Dianxin had these men under his thumb. Muchinza saw this too. If they couldn't hire anyone, he'd just unload the goods himself. It was only 100 barrels, after all. He jumped onto the truck and started unloading. Chu Xian followed, standing by the truck to take 2 barrels of abalone from Muchinza. Let's unload together. We should be done in 20 minutes or so. Thanks, man. Muchinza went back for more barrels. The truck bed was about 5 meters long, and the barrels of abalone were stacked at the very back. Muchinza had to carry each barrel over 3 meters to hand them to Chu Xian. Just as Chu Xian was about to set the barrels down, Yao Dianxin stopped him. Fatty, this is my rented lot. 20 meters that way is someone else's. If you put your stuff on my lot, you pay a site fee. Otherwise, I can't guarantee nothing will get run over when I back up. The driver was paid by Boss Yao, so of course he listened to him. Chu Xian wanted to curse him out, but she had to save her strength for lifting barrels. Each barrel weighed at least 50 kilos, not just abalone, but also ice. With 2 barrels, that was 100 kilos. Chu Xian carried them over 20 meters before setting them down. Ignoring her aching back and numb arms, she hurried back for more. Muchenza saw what was happening and realized Chu Xian couldn't keep this up. He jumped down from the truck. Chu Xian, you get in the truck and unload the abalone. I'll take them on the ground. Okay. Just as Chu Xian was about to climb into the truck, Yao Dianxin blocked her. Women can't get in my truck. It's bad luck. It'll ruin my fortune. You can't afford that responsibility. He was clearly making it hard for Muchenza to unload. Chu Xian's face darkened. Yao, first you told us to finish unloading in 20 minutes, now you're stopping me from getting in the truck. Looks like you don't want us to unload at all. If that's the case, just pay up. She glanced at Yao Dianxin's bulging pocket and continued, doesn't look like you're short on cash either. Yao Dianxin immediately covered his pocket, showing no sign of panic, just an infuriating smirk. It's not that I don't want you to unload. I'm just waiting to collect an overtime fee. Muchenza, hurry up and unload, or I'll have the driver drive off. Let's see where you unload then. At this point, Muchenza was carrying 2 barrels of abalone 20 meters away. He really wanted to beat up Yao Dianxin, but those burly men were probably his guys. No point in taking a loss now. He swallowed his anger for now, determined to finish unloading before dealing with Yao. He ran back to the truck and jumped in. Chu Xian looked at the group of burly men nearby and saw sympathy in their eyes. They looked like they wanted to help, but didn't dare. A suspicion formed in Chu Xian's mind. She jogged over and quietly asked one of them, Big brother, does Yao Dianxin owe you guys wages? The man lowered his voice. That's right. He said he didn't bring money today. If we don't listen to him, he won't pay us tomorrow. How much does he owe you? Do you have proof? We do. We have IOUs with his signature and fingerprint. Altogether, he owes us 1,200 yuan. To tell you the truth, I heard Boss Yao is planning to run away. That's why I came with my friend to collect payment. Today's his last day in town. Tomorrow, you won't find him anywhere. If you want your wages, you'd better get them today. Also, he's got a lot of cash in his pocket, you might want to keep an eye on that. Her words successfully stirred up the men's anxiety. Soon, Yao Dianxin was surrounded by the burly men. Boss Yao, pay us our wages today. That's right. We want our money. If you don't, your truck's not going anywhere. Yao Dianxin put on a show of disdain. You think your little bit of wages is worth ganging up on me? I'll pay you tomorrow. Don't crowd me. Or I'll dock 30 yuan from each of you tomorrow. I'll give you one more chance, back off. Whoever does gets a 30 yuan bonus tomorrow. 30 yuan was tempting. A few of the men were swayed and backed off. But they didn't forget to remind him, Boss Yao, don't forget to give us that extra 30 tomorrow. Yao Dianxin put on a generous act. I remember. You'll get your bonus tomorrow. Chu Xian deliberately called out, who knows where you'll be tomorrow. About 10 men refused to leave, insisting on their wages and saying they wouldn't accept a single cent less, or they'd report Yao Dianxin. Yao Dianxin tried to walk away, but they followed. One of the bolder ones eyed Yao's bulging pocket and, while he wasn't looking, tore it open. A wad of 50 yuan bills fell out, at least 5,000 yuan. Yao Dianxin rushed to grab it, but the men blocked him. Chu Xian added fuel to the fire. Boss Yao is paying your wages. Hurry up and get it. Make sure you count it right. If Boss Yao tries to accuse you, I'll testify for you. The leader counted out 1,200 yuan and left the rest for Yao Dianxin to pick up. The men stopped crowding him and went aside to split the money. Yao Dianxin cursed, a bunch of cowards. Damn it. I'll report you for robbery. See if you end up in jail. Stealing my money? You're asking for it. Chu Xian spoke up at just the right moment. I can testify they didn't rob you. They just took their wages.